mirage. I'm a cross between Master Fard and an astronaut. Murderous appetites, war games with transit cops. Virginal sacrifice, coronate satanic gods. Father of abomination like mantis pops. Blood ceremony, homie, make sure the dagger's sharp. Pocket down briefcase, exchange cash with sharks. Diamonds and golden guns, smashing you with hands of bronze. Rather calm with the cameras on. Trap between Tetragrammaton and Babylon. I'm 1,000 horsepower in the Magna bomb. With more than enough firepower to splatter y'all. It was a shootout at the crime of your boards. I spent 90 in court, attempted murder and a prior assault. Beat the case, rolled the dice and I walked. Like a 40 dude, she would play the corner with a mic when I talk.
The conviction on my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction on my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction on my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction on my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph.
Gutted the glory, another young hustler story. Learn from the mistakes of my uncle that done it before me. Blitz out with razors, death horror, leave children crying. Skits out like slayers, felt form, see cushion ride. Young shooters bring a pistol full, caught up in their crucifixion rituals while worshiping Lucifer habitual. The streets raised me, I'm from Brooklyn like Jordan and Jay-Z. To be where I'm from is a great thing. While your daydream, I make things happen, get things clapping, spray things laughing. 18, I stopped taking acid, but it left a stain on my brain that remained massive. Doors of perception open till they lay me in the casket. Until I stop making murder rap, because the Bible was written by those who were convinced the earth is flat. And I'll be dead before this war stops, praying at the altar of the war gods, the war rocks.
The conviction on my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction on my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction on my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph. The conviction on my tape is rape wicked like Nixon. Blonde heads, inscriptions with 3 6s and kiss the pyramid experiment with high explosive. I slap box with Jesus, lick shots and Joseph.
Yes, give thanks and praises to the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, conquering line of the tribe of Judah. Elexibeli Ramaskan, Lamlak Mingos, Kungusa, Karamana, Wadana Suasila, Ilmaskan, Wadashalo, Wadada Suasila. Fikiramis, Jerusalem, Kilalam, Aslam, Jehovah Alam, slash I love I. Give thanks and praises to the King of Kings and the Prophet love I, God I, of the almighty 12 tribes of Israel I, and the holy God of Israel and also everywhere. With the purple stream and the supernatural beings, supernaturalistic kings and queens, yeah. With the purple stream and the supernatural beings, in the burning bright, at the shining light, with the purple stream and the supernatural beings, supernaturalistic kings and queens, yeah. With the purple stream and the supernatural beings, in the burning bright, at the shining light, the will to chill with ill bill.
Generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy-less, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessity of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I was or starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talk into the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is. I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this work. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the upstream dream of human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attack detected full advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to this sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety be brought to the kings before me at the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nano-nets filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle, hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen, man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease, praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incisions to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, give you glimpses to hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with chrome. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the revolution.
unfair. And I realized something today. It's not just about me and my dream of doing nothing, it's about all of us together. We don't have a lot of time on this earth. We weren't meant to spend it this way. Human beings were not meant to sit in little cubicles staring at computer screens all day, filling out useless forms and listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements. You worked your ass off hoping for a promotion, something. Years and years and years gone. And you're gonna go in tomorrow, they're gonna throw you out on the street. You know why? So that stock will go up 1/4 of a point. Let's make that stock go down. And let's take enough money out of that place so that we never ever have to sit in a cubicle ever again.
Put down and head. Pick up, I got put down and head. Pick up, I got put down and head. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got put down and head. Pick up, I got put down and head. Pick up, I got put down and head. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got.
You're a laborer, and I'm the one profiting from your labors. You aren't really human. Well, it goes right back to the slave dealers who used to take babies out of the hands of black mothers on the plantations. And the mothers would cry, and the slave owners would turn and say, with a perfectly straight face to the slave buyer who's buying the baby, oh, don't worry, they don't feel emotions the way we do.
Oppressor of the proletariat!
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I already see a lot of technical difficulties popping off in the way I played those videos. So I'm simply going to introduce the panelists and then come back into the studio here, right? So give me 1 second, folks. Let me reset my internet and my computer, and we'll be back. Please, Cage and Reddington, introduce yourselves to the people here and have blessings to you guys. You guys out here?
Yo.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, I apologize for this, but yeah, this is already looking way too shaky. You mean to even begin the show? Every time I try to play a video or do something, it's going to start getting choppy. So give me about 2 minutes. Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, hopefully your computer will behave tonight. So what's going on, Cage?
Yeah, thank you all for having me. I'm Cage. I'm just out here.
You still into that, like, do-it-yourself Freemasonry, or was that a joke?
It's been a whole joke the whole time. Yeah. You know what I did do? I deleted my entire account with this character shit, with this AI stuff. I just deleted the entire account.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Is that the one that wrote the books?
No, not that one. It's the one where even we had the machine lies. I thought it'd be funny. Like, I asked him, right? I even emailed it to him where he could talk to himself, kind of thing. Well, not really himself, but his character. So, you know, I got sick of it. I got sick of it. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to delete the entire account because this AI stuff, it does more damage than it does good for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Especially, so I just figured, you know, I'm just going to get rid of it. Yeah.
Probably a good thing in the long run.
Yeah, so everything that was created is just gone now there, you know? Because it's so easy to do. A child can do it. And I don't own the company. It's not my servers, right? So, yeah.
Were you having to? Was it like a monthly subscription, or did
No,
you have to pay for it?
It's completely free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm sure you can pay for it and like get like an upgrade. But yeah, I never did that.
Right. Yeah, I've never messed with AI. I don't really care for it. Not necessarily for, you know, being on TML's show, but just I feel like it's just a distraction that AI's. It might give you some good answers, but ultimately it's just not really, you know, it's not in our best interest. So it's going to be in the interests of those who created it.
Yeah, why do I need a human? I'm sorry, why do I need a machine to lie to me when we have humans to fucking do that for you anyways?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah, blessings to all you guys that are here. And yeah, thank you for all the people that are being here for me. Room Ham Solo, thank you for being here. Yeah, exactly. We got Dr. D Head up here. Denise, I greatly appreciate you, madam. Nico Pluto, I greatly appreciate you, sir. Bear Jew, I greatly appreciate you, sir. Dogma Free, thank you, homie, for being here. Namaste. Blessings, homie. I greatly appreciate you. Cage, of course, I greatly appreciate you, my friend. Chris, thank you for being here. Max Vision. Okay, there's a heavy hitter. Max Vision remote viewing class. Very heavy hitter out here. You know, we definitely recommend his content because it's along the same lines. Talking about the dangers of technology, right? But of course, I'm trying to more encircle along a wide array of ideas that point to the foundation of, you know, where the instinct to create technology actually came from, right? And now we have different players, right, within this scheme, right? There's 4 major players, at least, right? One is God, right? The other is nature, right? There's also humanity, and of course we have the character of technology itself, right? What is technology itself? And now we have another wide array of ideas pointing to, one, the compartmentalization of knowledge, okay, and the separation of knowledge, okay, the desacralization of nature in the process of that, okay, and man's separation from nature itself, right? So you have this culmination of these various facts, right? You also have a pseudo eschatology of progress, right? So this is a spatio-temporal sort of axis here, right? So to point out the spatio-temporal axis, we have the foggy somatic detachment, right? Okay, of anti-space, right? Post-Earth, right? Post-geological sensibility, right? Of cyberspace and encroaching into the physical experience, right? That causes the spatial dislodging. The temporal dislodging comes from futurism, right? That we've been embroiled within futurism, the pseudo eschatology of progress that points towards futurism, right? That points towards things are always getting better as a whole, right? Okay. Now, whether it's about material progress, right, or about, you know, the compartmentalization of knowledge, we have two we have a spatio-temporal axis in which to place the modern sense of alienation, right? The modern sense of, you know, assimilation to the technological system, right? Okay, because conformity in our time is nothing more than conformity to a technological system, right? How did this come about, right? Here we also have the idea of complexity and assimilation. Okay, now I say complexity breeds assimilation, right? Just as simplicity is the cornerstone of creativity, right? Okay, now technology is poisoning the well, okay? Because it's invading the realm of creativity, right? Blessings to Joe Cool.
So does that start at like what, like a calculator?
I think it starts at simple tools, right? Okay, it starts at simple tools, right? The reason is because tools have a cultural genealogy. They are controlled and consolidated by ethne, right? And we used to have a thing called ethne logos. Now we have a thing called techne logos, right? Ethne logos would actually make, you know, not not Jules, but tools based on a cultural genealogy, right? The technology that we have is not placed on cultural genealogy, but cross-cultural assimilation, a cross-cultural process of assimilation, right? But go on, Cage. What are you gonna say?
I was gonna say, like, what about like tools like in the abacus or in the back? How do you say that? You know, like the thing kind of looks like bees.
Yeah, tool. Yeah, tool is different. Yeah, tool is different from machine. How we explained, right?
Yeah, and then that
Because
you have
a
to
machine-
physically move around with your own hands, right? And it's been around since like 1100 BCE or something.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
A machine, you know, it encodes processes, right? Whereas tools, right, they move at the speed and pace of human movement, right? So a tool is much more reliant on cultural genealogy that's coming from human origins, right? So we have to get to this level, right, of understanding the symbolic world, right, out of which all of these things basically originated from, right? So the symbolic forms are, where technique first originated, because the symbolic and the cultural forms are basically the human element of technique. Now, the human element of technique is what integrated the machine into human society, right? As I've continually said on this show, right? But as I was describing this idea of ethnic and cultural differences, right? It sort of limited the kind of technology that we can create, right? Okay, once technology goes beyond the cultural framework, right, and goes, and is mediated by a, the framework of, sort of purified technique, right? Then, once a culture or civilization collapses, right, then that technology that's successful can still spread to new cultures, right?
So it's like a parasite. It's like a fucking virus, isn't it?
It could be. It could be because, to quote the Botany of Desire, for Michael Pollan, right? He's basically showed how certain crops engineered human societies, right? right? Potatoes and apples and hemp basically engineered entire human societies. Why? Because they were able to survive in different climates and environments. So many different people used amino or grew them, right? So their genes spread all around the earth, right? So he's talking about how once a plant, right, becomes, sort of generalized, right, within nature or assimilated within human culture, right, it's then able to then become hybridized, right, and then adapt to many different cultural forms.
And
so
you know
it's
what?
like, yeah, so it's like a fruit could engineer entire populations of human society. We'll look at different aspects of this in a minute here. But yeah, go ahead, Cage. What are you gonna say? I got a couple examples of this here.
Oh, I was gonna say
Few examples actually.
Yeah, I do too. Some people call me Cage the botanist, and
cool. Yeah.
CTB.
Actually, you are a
And,
botanist because you grow. Actually,
that's
you're
what
like
I
a
do, man.
farmer, a botanist. Exactly. You're right. But yeah.
Yeah, so if you want to discuss anything about that, agriculture and horticulture and botany and stuff, I'm the guy to talk to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me try to
if
see
anyone
where
is-
this. Yeah, let me try to show you guys a couple examples of this. I mean,
I've been doing it for more than half of my life consistently.
yeah, here's one example. I mean, and this is, not directly about farming, but that's basically what I'm just giving an example of that.
And it's one of the
course,
most difficult. It's one of the most difficult jobs to do. And less than 1% of the population do it, but they feed everybody else, right?
yeah, but like I said,
difficult thing.
the whole idea of that. I mean, like I was telling somebody on the show earlier, that some guy in Germany created pesticides, right? Some guy in America, he created computers, right? So we could look at the idea of computers and pesticides, right? Obviously, computers and pesticides and a bunch of other things, medical treatments and all that stuff. This is what they give people in new countries.
And you want to hear something funny about that, right? In agriculture, there's something called integrated pest management, IPM. So it kind of just reminds me of like an IP, like kind of like an IP address in computing. We correlate that. But yeah, it's integrated pest management. And there's ways that you can naturally do it without any harmful chemicals, right? Like using essential oils from other plants and like a marigold, different stuff that doesn't really actually harm the individual. And it should be done before it happens, right? So it's like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And so let's check this out here. Let me give you guys an example of this, all right? And this is about the fisheries, right? Obviously they got artificial fish farms, right? Where they have GMO fish, right? So most of the fish that people eat is GMO fish, right? It's not it like it's made more grown like in like a giant washing machine type of thing. I mean, and of course there's lots of chemicals involved in the process, right? So here's one example of how most people don't even know what they're eating most of the time, right? And then I'll give a couple more examples of this.
With the oil. By concentrating in the fatty parts, it accelerates
filet of fish.
Pollution. This is
we can't even play too much of this because we'll get popped. I mean, I can only play this one literal minute of this because we got popped before.
I love Joe's laugh. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, we got popped before for playing this one documentary, so I can't even play too much of this.
Is it like BBC or something?
It's like a Vanguard channel documentary that I saw a long time ago.
Oh.
When, they took down Vanguard channel
I'm
because
just trying to have fish and chips, man. I'm hungry, bro. I need tartar sauce.
yeah, you're gonna want to rethink that. Check this out.
I'm joking.
Yeah, but check this out though, for real.
why farmed fish are more susceptible than wild fish. Protein powders, in turn, pose another problem.
Look at that. Does that look like a place where
It's
you
all
go to get your
rusted and
food?
fucked
You're
up.
right. You're right. This is where food is coming from, folks, by the way. But yeah.
Even worse. It's at the end of the line that I find it. In this large
By the way, he's looking for a specific chemical that he researched for a very long time. The main idea is that it's greatly affecting pregnant women, like murderizing their babies, by the way. I mean, right? And it's causing huge health defects in people. Like stuff is basically poison, right? So he wants to locate the source of how this is getting into the fish farms. It's put into the pellets that they feed the fish, right? So he's wondering where it comes from. Exactly, right? And this is where he finds it in this documentary. Now, I can't play the documentary, obviously. I'm just explaining what happened here. You mean? But this is such a fucked up scene in the documentary. Check this out. You know, he talks to the guy who's putting this stuff in the fish, and the guy has no idea what the fuck it is.
Of course he doesn't. He's just a
Of course he doesn't, and that's exactly the point I'm making here.
Insane, yo. But
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is exactly the point I'm making. But yeah, check this out.
So they're using him. So he's being used like an asshole. Okay.
Well, I mean, we're all being used. I mean, the babies are being used. The babies are being killed by this shit they're putting in the fish. They don't even give a fuck. All right. So
some people do give a fuck, though. You know, you can't paint everybody with a broad brush.
I'm saying the people who are putting it in the fish, dog. Like, they don't give a fuck. Like, no shit. Like,
until it affects them, then they give a fuck, right?
Exactly. Right. Yeah, the people who are putting it in, yeah, they're not free of blame here.
Chemical container.
The antioxidant ends up in the protein powder here. It's called ethoxyquine.
Ethoxyquine, a product that Finn Nielsen uses extensively, but apparently...
By the way, have you guys looked up how they make the protein powder with the worms and the larvae?
Was it basically just eating bugs or something?
Yeah, most people who digest protein powder, they're eating physical worms and shit. That's how they derive the protein powder. It's very cheap to make it that way, right? So
it's logical they'd go with insects.
Well, even the stuff that you know, people drink like dyes and stuff when something's red, right? The red 40 thing.
Yeah, red dye 40.
And that's like that also it's bugged.
That's right. That's right. That's bugs. Yep. But yeah, check this out.
He doesn't know anything about.
The name of this stuff is ethoxyquine, right? So he's asking him, what is ethoxyquine? The guy has no fucking idea. Right? Check this out.
What is it used for? What happens if you don't use it?
Look at him. He's very impressed.
I don't know what it is. I
don't know what it is. That's a lie.
No, I don't think he does. I think he's ignorant.
I just know I have to put it in. I don't know what it is. I just know I have to put it in.
See a little smile? Look, that's what it's called. Duper's Delight. See that? Look at the micro.
I see the smile. I see it.
Yeah. So he knows what he's doing. And look at his little smile and his micro expressions. Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I think
maybe like a nervous smile.
No, I think he knows that it's bullshit and he shouldn't be putting whatever it is, mixing something in, but I doubt that he knows for real what he's putting in there. I could be wrong.
No, I have to put it in.
That was a real smile, like you think it's a fucking game and a joke. Look at him.
Guilt, not Duper's Delight, guilt.
I just know I have to put
I think Cage might be onto something.
You think it's Duper's Delight?
Look, all you gotta do is observe. I guarantee the guy knows what he's doing. I don't know what it is. I'm sure the people that film me don't know about it either.
Okay. That's right, folks. I don't know what it is. I just have to put it in. That's what they say.
What do you think, Tim, man? What do you think, that he knows that he's poisoning, or he just knows he's got to put his balls over?
How could he? No, he doesn't know what it is. So how could he possibly know that he's poisoning people? But that's not the point. He is poisoning people.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So these are all the facts on the table right now for us. Right. We don't have to think too hard about what's happening. Right. So
hey, this is really rude, but can you say them 4 things again? That's when I went and got my other phone to hop on here.
Which 4 things? I said
you
so many
said
things.
There were 4 things that human factor. The very last one was technology. And there were 2 more.
Yeah. I'm talking about God.
Yeah.
nature, man,
yes.
and technology.
That was it. All right.
So I'm saying you could possibly put 4 different factors, and obviously people have all sorts of causes of things. Now, if you're focused on the anthropocentrism, right, of the religious ideal, right, right. I'm sorry, the anthropomorphism of the religious ideal, right. You'll say it's either man-made causes or God did it, right. You'll totally leave nature and technology out of the blame game. Now, if you're into science, and you're into anthropocentrism, right, then you're gonna conflate the the wrong causes again, because then you're gonna blame science and technology, right, and you're gonna say, oh, we constantly need better science and technology,
And
right?
you're saying it's a combination. We fuck up when we split it up.
Well, it's just based on. It's just based on, because the religious ideal and the scientific ideal, the religious ideal is through anthropomorphic, the one on based on science is through anthropocentric, right?
Okay, anthropomorphic. You mean
when it's man, nature, and technology, they refuse to say what the source of the causes of the problems are, right? They always tell us 3 different. You could almost talk about every problem in 3 different ways, and this is the problem. That they're conflating different issues together. But yeah, let me go to this. Let me go to this kind of longer video here. How one secret
they're making synthetic meat out of like chemicals and shit. So it's like there's like a lot of more fake food nowadays.
Yeah.
Oh, back in Chicago in 1929. Okay.
Yeah, we was the king of the stockyards and railroads.
For the authorities to realize.
We were like the hub. We're in the middle of the country, so everything went through us. The railroads, stockyards. We were the kings back then.
Yeah. I mean, check this out. How does the refrigerator work? Does anybody know?
Freon. There's something called Freon they use, right?
That's the best I can come up with. Yeah, you put some shit in there, keep a super cool liquid in there.
Yeah, exactly. It's a coolant, so it's chemicals. That's how fridges work, right?
Right.
So that's an important piece of information that I'm gonna say before I play this. But yeah, check this out though. This is a crazy video.
Realize that these.
I'm not gonna watch the whole video. I'm just gonna watch like the first few, maybe first 10 minutes of this, right? Until they get to the idea of Teflon, where it comes from. Right? But yeah, this is crazy stuff. And I think most people might have known this, but PCBs and stuff, like where it comes from, you can't take it out of the environment. It's in our bodies.
So
right.
So it goes into the atmosphere, right? And it gets recycled back into people.
No, I think it stays in like the water and the dirt and shit or something like that. But yeah.
In the air or the air? Because like here, TML.
I don't think it's in the air, bro.
No, but look here quickly.
Yeah, we got to move on though. We got to for real move on. Yeah.
It's called frigid air with a triangle.
Yeah, frigid air. Yeah, for real. Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, shit's crazy. But yeah, check this out, folks.
People were getting killed by their fridges. Because fridges back then were no longer just boxes of ice. Instead, they relied on a chemical, looping.
Holy cows. That's wild. That's wild, yo. It's the same exact company, man. This is some wild shit. How the fuck did they not get put out of business? This is some wild shit.
Who knows?
I'm sure they've got some kind of immunity.
What the fuck?
Well, I gotta see what's gonna happen.
You can't make this shit up because I've never.
They killed people. They killed people.
That we see frigid air.
They killed people with the fridges, and they're still in business. This is some wild shit, yo. People spontaneously died because of those fridges. But yeah, please don't talk over the video. But yeah, I'm gonna play this video. But
no, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, but if you guys want to say something, let me know. I'll pause the video. That's how it goes. But yeah, don't talk over the video though.
Through the back to stay cold. And the best chemical for this job was methyl chloride, a toxic and virtually odorless gas. So if it somehow leaked from the fridge, it could kill you without warning. Other fridges used flammable gases instead, so a leak combined with a spark from the stove, and your house could suddenly go up in flames. So one company tried to solve this problem, but in the process...
Yeah, by the way, that's in the beginning of the movie Fight Club. you know, or whatever, you know, where they show his apartment, you know, or whatever. Obviously, he did it himself. In the, you know, spoiler alert. I mean, but yeah, it's wild, dude. You know what I mean?
Like
you know,
25-year-old spoiler alert.
yeah, 25-year-old spoiler. I mean, but yeah, this is crazy. People killed by their fridges, right? A household appliance.
Single
right? And
serving friends, right? Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's online, right? For
Is
sure.
he just talking
They
about Freon
accidentally
leaking? Oh, okay. All right.
Oh no, go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
I was wondering if he was talking about Freon leaking and, you know, it was toxic or something.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but then it was also flammable. So
You know what I just noticed? You know what I just noticed? My fridge and my oven is both made by Frigid Air. You know they make ovens too, the same company.
yeah, I'd totally get a new one after this, but yeah, for sure. But yeah, this is crazy. But yeah. So this dude's trying to figure out what killed these people. They randomly died because of the fridge thing. They put a chemical inside the fridge. So he's testing the chemical and he creates this substance, right? Methyl chloride or whatever.
He created a seemingly magical substance. Soon, it made its way into a huge range of products, which were so popular, they ended up in nearly every home in America. But what people didn't know was that these products came at a price. The chemicals used to make them were being released into the environment, slowly poisoning everyone on the planet, including me.
You have high levels of a chemical you never heard of.
It shocks me. Like, where could this have come from?
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, massive worldwide contamination by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
Navan's business travel platform.
Damn. But yeah, you know, actually DuPont, you know, they had the famous advertisement that I showed you guys. I mean, where they're putting the kids in the cellophane bags. I mean, yeah, they got, you know what I mean? This is crazy stuff. Check this out, guys.
I remember DuPont was a chemical giant, probably still are, but DuPont, they were really rich. And one of their sons killed a wrestler and some shit. He got, you know, it was a bunch of crazy shit in that family.
Yeah, DuPont cellophane ad. You know, check out these commercials of cellophane ad. I mean, where they got kids in the cellophane bags. Really creepy shit. I mean, check this out. You know, they got children in the little, you know, it says, you see so many good things in DuPont cellophane. And, yeah, they got kids in the cellophane bag. Then they got another one with a stork carrying a kid in a cellophane bag.
Holy shit.
You know what I mean? So they were saying it's so safe you could put your kids in. Obviously, this is not to be...
Kind of like the cigarette ads back in the day.
It's like
8 out of 10 doctors recommend Pall Mall type shit. Turned out they were killing you.
Yeah,
it's like
so
they do it in plain sight, you know, like it's crazy.
yeah, it's some wild stuff. But yeah, that is the company that's creating this chemical. I mean, so check this out. Oh, whoops, it's muted.
In history. For legal reasons, I want to note that this investigation is based on publicly available documents, recordings, and third-party opinions. All sources are linked in the description. The story all began with an attempt to save lives. In 1936, a chemical company called DuPont set out to find a safer alternative to the gases used in fridges, one that was neither toxic nor flammable. Their lead scientist on the project was a 27-year-old chemist named Roy J. Plunkett. He was experimenting with a gas called tetrafluoroethylene, or TFE. It's a pair of double-bonded carbons, each bonded to 2 fluorine atoms. One morning, as Plunkett was setting up a test, his assistant picked out a cylinder full of TFE and twisted the valve. But nothing came out. Plunkett thought the gas must have leaked, but the cylinder still weighed about as much as a full one, so he grabbed a saw and cut the cylinder in half. Inside, he was shocked to see it was full of a white, slippery powder. So what happened to the gas? Well, what the chemist reasoned was that under the high pressure of the cylinder, one of the double bonds between the carbons in TFE must have broken. And now those two carbon atoms each had a bonding site free, so one of them temerized into or just beat it off. So he tried acid. Again, nothing.
Essentially, he before he throws it away, he starts testing the stuff, seeing it's like, he pours acid and water and shit on it, and nothing happens to this shit. So, like, he basically is like, what the fuck is this shit? I mean, right?
Indestructible was because of this bond, the carbon-fluorine bond. See, out of all of the elements, fluorine is the greediest, the most electron-hungry atom. Its outer shell is a single electron away from being complete.
Think about what he just said. He said fluorine is the most electron-hungry atom, and that's what they put in the water. I mean, crazy stuff.
Yep, bro.
Yeah, it's like basically indestructible if you break it down. If it's attached to a carbon atom, it's indestructible. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, none of that could be good. I mean, none of that sounds good. I mean,
which would make it perfectly stable. So fluorine really, really wants that electron. And because it's so small compared to most other elements, the protons in its nucleus can get close to the
look at the other thing there. Lithium. The thing that's in the cell phones and in the batteries and the thing that they give you when you're crazy. When you go crazy.
Exactly. They give you fucking, oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's literally
heavy metal. Has a heavy
yeah.
metal.
Yeah, and it's because your neurons are firing off too fast, so they need a stabilizer. So, they're telling you that your body's not an electrochemical system, but, check this out. I mean, they're basically admitting it. I mean,
electrons of other atoms, and because of their positive charge, they pull on them really hard. So, near a carbon atom, fluorine grabs onto one of the carbon's electrons to complete its outer shell, and this keeps the two atoms bonded together. But the fluorine isn't done there. It keeps tugging on the carbon's electrons, pulling them closer to itself, which makes fluorine slightly negatively charged and the carbon slightly positive. So now there's an electrostatic attraction that makes this bond even stronger. Now, in reality, electrons behave more like fuzzy clouds than the orbiting points in this animation, but the principle still holds. In terms of energy, this is actually the strongest single bond a carbon can form. So if other atoms or molecules get close, they're essentially ignored.
God, this graphic is horrible. And the music is even worse. And this fucking kid that's covered in zits is going to explain all this shit? What the fuck is going on?
That doesn't, react with anything.
Hello. My name is Adam Ferrari.
All right.
Sad trombone.
I just got hit with so much mind control. Now it's Phoenix Energy? What the hell? Literally Phoenix Energy, folks. Well, that can't be good. But yeah.
From the ashes of Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's an elemental. I go make a fire sometimes, and I've seen it like multiple times. Yeah.
Right. You got it in there.
Like this one too. See that?
Yeah, you got this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here, and look, it's multiple occasions. See that one, and then here's some good stuff for you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's my own thing I bred.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a
There's some frosty nugs. Yeah, for sure.
Cage alien.
Yeah, it look like crack weed.
No, it's organic. I use everything.
Did you roll that in crack?
It looked like snow on there, like a motherfucker on the heroin and something.
No. This is not. It doesn't actually hurt anybody. It actually helps people. It's better than lithium.
I'm just joking.
Definitely.
I'm not knocking it. I smoke that shit every day. I'm literally smoking something that I wish looked.
But you got to be very careful
that's
where
another.
you get it from.
Well, that's another thing is that if you break down the weed, it's tetrahydrocannabinol. It's an extremely strong bond. Right? That's why it's extremely strong, like antioxidant. You can't break down the chemical, and you could turn it into that fucking oil. You could pour a bunch of fucking alcohol in a rice cooker and a bunch of weed in it, and the weed will still be there if you boil that motherfucker. So it's a fucking it's an extremely strong element.
Yeah, try cleaning out a bowl or something. It's just
Delta 9
oil, right? It's just thick, oily tar in there.
Yeah. So similar to this process, when you create cannabis oil, you know, you could put it in a fucking centrifuge, and this is exactly how it's created. So this is crazy stuff. You know, but yeah, and that's why it's so.
They have something called Phoenix Tears, and they also have something called
Yeah.
RSO.
Yeah, and that. Oh yeah, yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about with the rice cooker.
I know. Yeah.
Is the Rick Simpson, or a guy from Nova Scotia, invented it, probably close to where Cage lives. You know, his name Rick Simpson. You know, and yeah, he put a pound of either a pound or an ounce of weed into a rice cooker, and then just melted it away and put ethanol alcohol in it. You know, and of course,
some people use isopropyl alcohol, which I would not recommend. Drinking alcohol is different. You know, because at least if there's some traces left, you're not going to poison yourself.
Yeah, but this is the chemical process I'm trying to explain. I mean, right? That, you know, that once you burn away the alcohol, you know, by putting it in this rice cooker, then the plant oil is all that's left, and that's how you get the oil from the weed, right? So, so it's an extremely here. Hold on, let me just finish. It's extremely virulent. It's an extremely virulent substance. I mean, no, I haven't said that. I mean, but yeah, who else was talking here?
I was saying the oil
like
extract.
in chemistry and organic.
Here, hold on, Cage. Let Joe Cool talk. Yeah,
I
go
was
ahead.
just trying to add in. You said then you get the so and so out of that. I say yeah, the oil extracts. I was just adding to what you said. I ain't had nothing to say.
Oh no, it's all good.
Yeah, you can make so some people use hydrocarbons, for example, like butane or propane, in order to extract it, or they use different types of alcohols. You can even use acetone.
Yeah, we got to move on here, but yeah.
And hold on, last thing, quick. You know, if you use like a hydrocarbon, there's something you can even do it just naturally through pressing it through heat and pressure. You know, rosin, live rosin.
Oh yeah.
But
that's good information.
You can make something called diamonds. And it's
You gotta slow down and let them go. At some point, Cage, you gotta let them try to.
We gotta actually move on here though, for real. Yeah, real talk though.
So you could actually make like crystals.
So he's got this incredibly nerd stuff. Was he really trying to get rid of it?
He actually didn't know what to do with it, because like, what do you do with a material that doesn't, you know, react with anything?
What a stupid comment. Why did they even bring this kid on? What do you do with what?
So where you get
luckily his employer.
Oh yeah, well. This is interesting that the same stuff they're putting in the food now that they're making food equipment out of, okay, and it's going into people's bodies, right? And it's too late for most of us. We've been using it our whole lives, right? The fact is that I mean, of course, you could stop using it. I mean, right? That would be a good idea, right? But the fact is that you know, they used to line the pipes. Okay, when they had the uranium, you know, because the uranium was burning up the pipes, so they put it inside the pipes so that the uranium wouldn't burn the fucking pipes. So this is an extremely virulent substance that they put in things to make food with, and so it's fucking insane. All right.
So it appears as durable as this shit is. Even if we stopped and took it out of everything, what doesn't seem possible. Seems like it'd be generations before it got out of the people and the land and the
right. So they're putting something into the environment that they can't possibly take out, like even within a generation. It's fucking crazy. Yeah.
DuPont, they were actually working with the U.S. Army on the Manhattan Project. So they were refining uranium and plutonium, because of course there's a World War II reference in a Veritasium video. You just have to have it.
That's a Jew, most likely. But yeah, I mean,
to get the fuel for nuclear bombs, enriched uranium, you first have to turn the uranium into a gas, uranium hexafluoride. It was a nasty chemical that corroded everything. So all the gaskets, seals, and miles of pipe in the plant at Oak Ridge had to constantly be replaced, slowing down production.
So see this? Some guy accidentally invented this thing, right? He accidentally invented it. Okay, now what happens down the road? They're also creating this thing that they don't fucking need, right? So that maybe because maybe someday we might all get blown up by somebody else, right? So they start creating these pipes, right? And they can't even make the shit. The shit is too poisonous to even make. They have to keep replacing the pipes. It's so inefficient. So then they use this substance that somebody accidentally invented. This is the fucking world we're living in, folks.
Do you remember they started spraying tin cans with that rubbery shit on the inside? They found out that was leaking into us too.
Right. So they've been lining. I mean, I think it's like PCBs and all this stuff. I mean, also they've been lining stuff with plastic and all this shit. So yeah,
that shit you talking about, it's like the shit they spray on the baby formula cans and shit to keep it from touching the metal. Turns out that shit's been leaching into the babies for years, and the study just come out like a couple years ago, and to say that's why the kids now mature so fast. It causes women to mature, or well, kids that's still at that age to mature 3 to 4 years faster. And they found out it was what everybody was like, it's that infamil milk. It turned out it was the lining that they're spraying in there, leaking into the kids and us.
What a surprise!
I'm surprised, right?
Yeah. So this is the thing is that they probably put that chemical in to cut costs because they had a very cheap chemical lying around because somebody accidentally invented it. So this is the reason.
Of course,
it's like shit.
Right?
It's like so, and people are like, "Oh yeah, we should make better decisions about how we eat." It's like yeah, no shit. It's like but the thing is that for people to go around and think that they're not affected by technology, is a fucking scam. Is a scam. Or think that it's generally improving their lives when they don't even know what it's doing to them most of the time.
I love it, baby. I love it.
That's insane.
I love it.
Like, listen, we have this seemingly indestructible chemical, right? It doesn't react with stuff. It doesn't corrode. So maybe we can try and use it against uranium hexafluoride. So they get a bunch of this.
You look at how he's saying it. See, he's studied this stuff, and he's like, maybe we'll just put it. It's like Pee Wee Herman or some shit. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, he's talking about it like it's so weird. Like, it's like, maybe we'll just. Oh, we got this other stuff here. Maybe we'll just. Like, who makes decisions like this?
We'll be super rich before we find out what the lasting effects are anyway. How's this? This a win
right?
For us?
Exactly.
What? But my question is, why? Why the fuck? Okay, because look, it's like suicidal, right? Because don't you have? I guess it's people that hate themselves, right? Because don't you have like friends, family, and other people? So why the fuck would you go and poison?
Why
everybody?
take risk? I don't assume that they knew they'd be as deadly as they became. So I am assuming though that you're assuming some type of foreknowledge that it was dangerous. I think that maybe at least some of them knuckleheads thought, hey, it beats these niggas having uranium leaking into that water because that's what we're making the pipes out of. So we'll cover it with this, and we're helping.
I think it's about laziness and convenience, right?
That's
so it's
just
like
100%.
Yeah, that's what it is, and it's about money. So it's like, okay, as
Well,
long as I'm taken care of.
See, the laziness and convenience, see, that could be summed up. And see, by taking the human element out of it, you could just say it's about efficiency. If you had to make it in just a calculated decision, you say technology is about efficiency, and efficiency doesn't always care about human, concerns.
No, that's
if you want to make the technology more efficient, sometimes you got to break some eggs to make a omelet. This is exactly what's happening, right?
Yeah, rarely concerned for.
But look,
Yeah.
it's like you might as well just put a gun to your head and shoot yourself in the head at that point.
Right. But you can't keep saying shit like that, dude.
No, but I'm
this is a
saying that's what
YouTube
they're
show.
doing, metaphorically.
Yeah, but you can't keep talking about self-harm on the YouTube show. Like you gotta say, you gotta put it in a different way. You gotta put it in a more intelligent way. Right? But yeah, go ahead though.
Your dismal ass,
Yeah, dude.
Powder. They cram it together under high
I
pressure.
got a hairline trigger and an itchy hand. My bad, bro.
Yeah, this is a collective decision we're all making. This isn't a personal thing. We can't bring it back to personal decisions. Somebody putting a gun to their head. That's totally different. I mean,
No,
but yeah, I mean, this is
metaphorically speaking.
right. But yeah, this is a collective, gun we're putting to all of our heads. So it's totally different.
To create these cakes, essentially.
Like it.
Now you had a solid of this material that you could machine.
Right. Death ray.
Into gaskets and cylinders that you could push into these pipes. They put these tube linings into the pipe, and boom, it works like magic, like a charm. The uranium hexafluoride was no match for this magic material.
As Gordon Fee, the manager of the nuclear weapons plant, put it, there was never a substitute considered, as far as I know.
The material worked so well that the Army wanted to use it for everything.
The same gaskets and seals were installed into fuel tanks and airplane engines to protect them from oil and water. And weapons manufacturing plants no longer had issues with the corrosive nitric acid needed to make explosives. DuPont saw the potential too, so they trademarked the material in 1944.
They didn't trademark it under the name polytetrafluoroethylene, because admittedly, that name kind of sucks. So they took TE from tetra, FL from fluoro, and then they had a bunch of these other miracle materials, rayon, nylon, So
how is that guy a expert and he just said the most stupidest thing ever? I mean, right? But yeah, this thing DuPont nylon. You know, they created nylon. They created cellophane, as I said, right? So a lot of these fabrics and things that we're using today. Oh my God, there goes my StreamYards. Okay, I'll be right back, folks.
Yeah, see what I mean? But isn't cellophane what they use as saran wrap, like the plastic?
Yeah, same type of shit.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird fucking shit going on.
Yes. I wonder when they invent these things. I think I'm leaning toward what you're saying, Cage, is that they at least have an idea that it could be dangerous. If you've been working with chemicals all your life, you know that they leach in some form of fashion more than the layman does. I think that they just out of greed and saw that they could make a lot of money. They hoped for the best rather
Well,
than.
when I was 15 years old, Joe, I worked in a factory, and what they did was they produced glasses, right? Like cups, like when you go to like a pub or whatever, like a bar or anything really, and they put what they do is they put a logo on it. So I was an oven operator, and oh my God, you don't even want to know the type of conditions they put people into. And that
I
one
think
time,
I've seen them on YouTube and shit. It's just crazy.
and yeah, one time, so what they had me doing was using chemicals to remove the mistakes people did. It's kind of like a tattoo, like like a tattoo, but it's like
To use a chemical to strip the shit off of there.
Yeah, and they never gave me
work
gloves. They never gave me gloves or a mask or anything. No proper PPE, none of it.
All right.
Personal protection
bro.
equipment.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I was 15 as an oven operator.
15?
Yeah.
Child labor.
Yeah. Let's been a family member involved. I get you hooked up at the plant, boy.
Yeah. My dad got me involved because he worked. Well, he didn't work for them, but he they were one of his customers, kind of thing, to drop stuff off there, in trucking.
Of course.
And he's like, Cage, oh, you don't want to go to school? Here, go work at the factory for the summer. Yeah. So he's like, okay, so yeah, I don't want to be brainwashed at school, so I had to go work at the factory.
Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, let me get into this video. I'm gonna stop playing this video in about 3 minutes, and then I'm gonna go and play some music, and then I'll come back and look at some other issues. We'll contextualize these issues, much further.
DuPont saw the potential too, so they trademarked the material in 1944.
They didn't trademark it under the name polytetrafluoroethylene, because admittedly, that name kind of sucks. So they took TE from tetra, FL from fluoro, and then they had a bunch of these other miracle materials, rayon, nylon. So they took ON from the end of those, and boom, Teflon.
Nice. Okay. It's a good name. Under the Army's order, DuPont ramped up Teflon production at their test plant in Arlington, New Jersey, giving their whole supply to the government. But DuPont struggled to produce enough Teflon to meet the military's demand. As their Arlington scientists put it, the major advantages of polytetrafluoroethylene, solvent resistance, and high thermal stability offer obstacles from the standpoint of ease in fabrication.
You could only really mold Teflon into solids, so gaskets, seals, pipes, but you couldn't put it into water to make a spray because it doesn't dissolve in water. They actually didn't know anything that dissolved Teflon, but there was an even bigger problem.
To polymerize TFE into Teflon, you can add a reactive atom or molecule that will hijack the first carbon double bond and start the reaction. This is called the initiator.
What the hell? Why is it moving like that? The initiator. This is so weird, dude.
It's got me thinking of the way they do
magic, bro.
The way they do nuclear shit is the same thing. They fuck with the bonds. Like when it gets close, the magnetic barrier that never allows them to touch in real life. You force it and make them get too close, and then it causes a violent reaction. And that's how we get these nuclear explosions and engines and shit. That's what I'm thinking. When I see this get close and start moving around, it makes me think of nuclear reactions and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you guys are wondering, in this image, they're showing a purple thing with a giant black thing sticking out of it, and the black thing is wiggling, and it's about to penetrate another molecule.
It's a brother wearing a purple sweater.
It's like, all right, it's like, what the hell? Exactly.
And the bond formed between it and the first TFE molecule releases a small amount of energy.
Wow.
Then a bit of energy is also released when the next TFE molecule joins the chain, and the next, and the next. And if the process isn't controlled, the reaction gets very hot very quickly.
It's a nuclear
If it gets
reaction,
above
like I
200
just
degrees
said.
Celsius, TFE rapidly decomposes into carbon and tetrafluoromethane, which releases even more energy all at once. This caused a massive explosion at the Arlington plant in 1944, killing 2 workers.
You need a way to
age.
dissipate the heat, take the heat away from the reaction without it staying in there and therefore expanding and creating that explosive force.
Yeah, and one of the ways to do that was to have the reaction happening in water, because water can absorb a huge amount of energy.
This is nuclear reaction, I'm telling you.
But if you inject TFE into a water cylinder, the gas doesn't dissolve. Even at high pressure, most of the TFE just stays on top. So if you add an initiator, the polymerization is triggered in one place, and so it can still cause an explosion. What you need is some way to disperse the TFE throughout the water first.
Heavy
To do
water.
that, DuPont needed help. In 1951,
It's a
they
fucking
purchased
giant
a
joke,
special acid from 3M, the company behind Scotch tape. This acid, called PFOA, looked almost exactly like Teflon. It had a chain of 8 carbon atoms covered in fluorines, but at the
Okay, so you guys get the picture. That's basically it. But yeah,
What
this is
is wrong
basically
with
what.
these fucking people? Seriously.
But yeah, here's what he said in the beginning. He said the substance is leaked into human bodies. It's leaked into, water.
Yeah.
And it's poisoned a lot of shit, and they can't get it out because it's
Have a
literally indestructible. Right? So,
Yeah,
but
have a cure to curate this all. You know what everybody needs? You know what they need? They need to. I'm not going to say what people need to do, but my recommendation is for everybody: go into the forest alone, back to nature, alone, by yourself, and make a fire and sit there all night and think. And then you wait, and when the sun comes out, go back to wherever the fuck you came from.
No, you stay there and you build a home and you stay away from folks for the first 2 years. That's what I said.
Stare into the fire, perhaps.
Yeah, something.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm gonna play some music, use the bathroom.
All right,
and also, so we'll be back in about 6 minutes. Of course, it's Spooky Saturday. So promotion, non-promotion for my show.
Shout out to TM. Everybody hit the like, subscribe, share it out, learn something, and thank you so much for having me. I'm gonna be quiet now.
Yeah, of course, homie. It's just music, but yeah, let's see what happens. This one, I really like this. Obviously, I created a lot of the mixes myself, for the show. So these are a couple of the ones I made recently. I premiered on the show a lot. And, but yeah, a couple of them. One of them's got Cormega in it. The other one's Virtuoso. But yeah, anyways.
Oh shit.
Yeah, his verses are insane in this one. But yeah.
What about Godfather Don? I like that one.
Yeah, Godfather Don. He's great. Yeah. But yeah, we'll be back, homies. Blessings.
Yeah. Big V. The Moon Man. Yeah, they won't stop us. But there's one thing man can't stop. The natural. The act of God. The king on horseback, draped in chainmail. Swing a war axe, make it rain hail. Shrouded in clouds, I'm pounding the crowd with thunderous death marches. Fresh carcass, lit in my path, slit in the half. Severian the torturer, carrying the orchestra. Burying the fork in y'all faggots are done. Stabbing the sun with a harpoon. Flash in the dark room, you're overexposed. Y'all the cast of a cartoon, I spark boom. Smash the mizzen mask, slash your gizzard fast. Crack your clavicle with magical wizardcraft. I sent apostles to slam dance with Pentecostals. Sound found down through the ground, dented first. Right around the crotch, now you a unit cursed to a life of celibacy. Then I slice your wife's memory so she can no longer nourish your family. That's the end of you. I don't care if there's 10 of you. Send your crew and tell all your men to bring a friend or two. I bend a few bones like plasticine. Wrap your spleen up in knots. Man in the cannon and start busting shots. The war sniper. Your fake hard rocks like full mica. The new god of thunder body slam Thor like a rag doll. And bag your time for checkout. Slice from your head to your shoulders and pull your neck out. When the god of thunder storms into the room. Crack, boom, crack, boom. Come on, if you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war. When the god of thunder storms into the room. Crack, boom, come on, if you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war. And I roll in the battle, it's a real bad omen. I slash through that ass, it's the master of Shogun, virtuoso in the moment. Lurking in the Trojan horse, bringing the force of the Norse King Odin. Exploding, shockwaves are unbelievable. Your heads and necks rolling, shock blades, it's unsheathable. Can't stop slicing, y'all can't stop lightning. Handbox bisons and bow mountain ranges, the slam rock titans. Fighting prehistoric dinosaurs, vicious aquatic carnivores. Virtuoso flows, it's like, yo, what the fuck you rhyming for? I'm heavy, and if I'm forced to riff, I'll have to warn ya, I'm deadly. Thoughts will shift the sand for port in California. Collapse the continents, past my dominance is past your common sense. That's the ominous task of a monolith. This rap's so hard, kick it and your leg will shift. Attack your squad, vicious on the Pegasus. Convince heaven to battle sun. A dark solar eclipse and stomach burning, so a lips scream, where's the sun? When the god of thunder storms into the room. Crack, boom, come on, if you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war. When the god of thunder storms into the room. Crack, boom, come on, if you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war. I'll choke your team with a rope machine material. Your verses open scenes and wrote a dream. Forget subconscious, in which the big gorilla spills the blazing wax. Impact from a slap is causing ways to crack and transform into undertow. As your blunders grow a humble foes. My lung explodes and blows lightning as I sneeze through a thunder nose. Gusts of wind will crush your skin. Thrust through limbs with tusk embedded in the head that is responsible for killing 150 constables in Bournemouth, England. Sinuous, immune to flows like walrus skin. Verred at thesaurus in the 4th grade. Then use my knowledge to craft an orb blade and swing it, leaving your thoughts slayed. My war slaves work collecting samples for the manticore with cancer jaw, striking rappers with panther paws. I crush hard rocks, the pebbles just fact and boulder, and cleave a fjord in your shoulder when I swing my Jonah. Hit him then, twist and bend the double helixes of your squad's most vicious men. I transform their forms into bitches, then my pistons send thundering shockwaves to rock rays and soft names. Thoughts laid, slayed when sprayed with the pistol pen, my crystal lens. Bifocals or ride vocals, virtuoso, my chokeholds worldwide, you'll die local. When the god of thunder storms into the room. Crack, boom, come on, if you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war. When the god of thunder storms into the room. Crack, boom, come on, if you wanna brawl, I'm the mighty Thor. Who's ready for war? I'm ready for war.
What up? Part the crowd like the Red Sea. Nah, niggas fight to this. Don't even tempt me. My niggas fight to this. The clip's empty. Hey yo, peace to our way of life. Hats off to all the trife. Let's toast to fully autos and foot-long knobs. Especially for stacks of greenbacks. My outfit to perform some blow-off stain rap. Now let me take y'all niggas back to my basics of this. You ain't just a flip fad, catch a facelift. My shank do remarkable things with fakeness. My whole mom got the same patience. Throwing your track ASICs and make moves like a spaceship. We pack places, infamous bangs your nation. Your light at the way station, that weak shit need replacing. But this a heavy rotation. Overdose music, it's therapeutic to the user. Driving wild under the influence of this. Careful cause you might just crash your shit. Totally whipped and still pull my tape out the deck. Me and Mark's on a connect like $30,000 links. Unpoppable, unstoppable, top. Yo, my drug clientele was bringing me money well. Smoking Buddha, elder weed so good they leave a funny smell. Niggas scoping me, open police is close to me. Mega regulating the way shit's supposed to be. Gold chain choking me, cocaine provoking me to live my destiny. Jacuzzi water soaking me, floating in the smoking Durango. Doing my thing, yo, my Mac Millie, sweeter than a mango. Son, you know the drilly, the drama is a part of me. Did time for cocaine, knives, and armed robbery. My rhyme and graffiti is a live nigga prophecy. Mega poetic, rhymes are like down for no credit. I leave your mind paralyzed, done, but don't wet it. Scarface persona, I acquired a taste for drama, and I embrace it. Spray shit, you banned from the project. Your love here ain't shit. Yo, I'ma see you, nigga. You transparency for rhymes, fully automated. You semi-crime related. Cormega and Mar deep rhyme amazing. Fuck shit, you can't fuck. Fuck shit, rap, grass pet, talking on that shit. Don't even got cash yet. I try to get me gas talk. I drive away my clip, I'ma take it to the source. KBC representative. I'm just trying to live. If I can't get to you, I'ma take it to your kids. Spray your crib. Long the sunshine, gotta live. If I can't live, it ain't nothing going to live. Just where that. About to put some shit in the smack. Real, get that ass off in 4 years. On both sides, you with a script. Like you know the rappers, you know the killers, you know the clappers. I got this. We out the mouth, nothing but hot shit. Pop shit, put the fuck with this when we drop shit. You helpless, put your whole shit out of service. We know small shit, ain't hard for this. If it wasn't, the niggas like us, you just be ass for something. Everything gas, come on now, you know I know. When it comes to gas, I'm a hoe. Never bite my tongue, let the flavor niggas know how we coming. Straight coming through while you running, you done it. Had that ass shaking like a bitch when she coming. One of the men slipped that ass like a Mickey. It's 50-50 fucking with this nigga, just come and get me.
When that Prodigy would caught Mega, man, that fuck what Mega was talking about. Prodigy was killing. I think that was Mobb Deep, Prodigy from Mobb Deep, who did the first and third verse.
Yeah, I made 2 remixes of that. Yeah, I made 2 remixes of that. The other one I played last time, where it goes like this. I mean, I'll play some of it now, but yeah, it's crazy. Oh, what happened to Cage?
I don't know.
Part the crowd like the Red Sea.
Ooh.
Niggas fight to this. But don't even tempt me. My niggas fight to this. Clips can't do this. Hey yo, peace to our way of life. Hats off to all the trife. Let's toast the fully autos and foot-long knobs. Especially for stacks of greenbacks. My outfit will perform some blow-all stain raps. Now let me take y'all niggas back to my basics of this. You ain't just a flip fad, catch a facelift. My shank do remarkable things for fakeness. My whole mall got the same patience. Throwing your track ASICs and make moves like a spaceship. We pack places, infamous bangs your nation. Your light at the way station. That weak shit need replacing. But this a heavy rotation. Overdose music, it's therapeutic to the user. Driving wild under the influence of this. Careful cause you might just crash your shit. Totally whipped and still pull my tape out the deck. me and Mark trying to connect like $30,000 links. Unpoppable, unstoppable,
Yo, my drug clientele was bringing me money well. Smoking Buddha L's and weed so good they leave a funny smell. Niggas scoping me, hoping police is close to me. Mega regulating the way shit's supposed to be. Gold chain choking me, cocaine provoking me to live my destiny. Jacuzzi water soaking me, floating in the smoking Durango, doing my thing, yo, my Mac Millie, sweeter than a mango, son, you know the drilly, the drama is a part of me, good time for cocaine, knives and armed robbery, my rhyme, rig graffiti is a live nigga prophecy, mega poetic, rhymes are like down for no credit, I leave your mind paralyzed, but don't wet it, Scarface beside.
But yeah, that's some of that one. You know?
Oh man,
Sweeter than a mango.
That's my type of shit there, bro. Yes. I forgot what he said. It's my gat, sweeter than a mango.
Yeah, Cormega is one of the greatest rappers of all time.
That nigga Prodigy, you know, the first verse. That's always when he dead now. He died a couple years ago, but that's always my favorite rapper of all times. Mobb Deep. A lot of that shit they were saying the infamous leave you wetted like so and so, all that shit, that's, you know, that was Mobb Deep style, and Cormega just you know, threw his shit on there. He sounded like he's part of the group. Oh my God, this nigga talented. Oh, that was great. I called a buddy and told them to watch it.
Yeah, I got two of them every show pretty much on Wednesday and Saturday. I mean, and some of them are really good. And you know, some of them, you know, I basically surprised myself. I mean, with a lot of these, and it's basically impromptu, you know, because you know, there's not a lot of options with instrumentals and acapellas. Obviously, all the
I could
songs,
imagine. I saw you in my head. I saw you trying to struggle to keep everything, you know, and on point, like it's, you know, a hip hop beat or something. I saw the you work.
Yeah, like I'm trying to make hip hop without the hip hop type of beat.
Yeah,
because I think they could, you know, because I know that's gonna happen. You know, so that's gonna start happening. You know, there's gonna be all sorts of rap that's not on the, you know, sort of, you know, bass rhythm. I mean, so it's gonna be really.
It have to be, and it probably exists in other places, and we don't really see it. But some people probably doing it somewhere else, and I don't pay no attention because I pretty much listen to the same type of shit.
Yeah, now it's been a minute since I looked at this, but let me look at this here, and then I want to read a section from. Actually, you know what? Let me start with Nietzsche. Let me read the section, section 4 from Nietzsche's Antichrist. So give me 1 second. Antichrist.
Yeah, I'm down with some Nietzsche.
Because this will contextualize things quite a bit. If we go to part 4 of this, it says here,
quiet weapons for silent wars.
Oh yeah, quiet weapons for silent wars.
Yeah, a man used to say that shit all the time.
Yeah, if you could be told what to, you know,
what to believe, what to think, what to say. I know that's so good.
If you could be told what to hear and think, you could be told what to do and say. Right?
We're so easily programmed and trained monkeys that, you know, it don't take a lot. You know, you can get Tyler Perry, Hip Hop Housewives, or whatever, MTV, whatever it is. You just capture a bunch of these motherfuckers, tell them how to think, and you know it when you get on panel and you talk to someone and you try to make a point, and they all have the standard comeback line, right? You know, it's not from their critical thinking. It's because they've been fucking just being told what to say and do.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll go with one of those ideas, and then I'll strike back on the other notion there. But we're gonna move to, actually, I'll go Nietzsche, then Dewey, and then I'll go to the Palantir CEO. And I'll look at some of his ideas, and then I'll move quickly to, and I haven't seen it before, so I'm just going to see what he says, and then I'm going to move to Ellul, talking about the economy. right? Which he says that is this, basically the circulatory
system.
Yeah, circulatory system. I think he says is the state actually, but I think he says the economic ideas are the digestive framework of the of the technological society, right? So the technological society is totally different because it puts man, the technique of how to control man is the central theme. Once that, once techniques of controlling man, become the object. Okay. In other words, once man himself becomes an object of technique, and this technique itself is placed as the center of the society, then it becomes a technological society, right? So that is his key distinction there, and he also, so here's this idea of progress. Says mankind surely does not represent an evolution towards a better or stronger or higher level, as progress is now understood. This progress, quote unquote, is merely a modern idea, which is to say a false idea. The Europe of today, in his essential worth, falls far below the Europe of the Renaissance. Okay, the process of evolution does not necessarily mean elevation, enhancement, strengthening. True enough, it succeeds in isolated individual cases in various parts of Earth and under the most widely different cultures. In these cases, a higher type certainly manifests itself. Something which, compared to mankind in the mass, appears as a sort of Superman. So there it is. The Superman itself is against progress.
Okay, the Superman that he was talking about evolved. He is talking about the guy who has become adept in here. I was trying to keep two ideas in my head because two things can evolve from this. You can get the guy who rejects it, which you would be. One of the people's going into that direction because some people seeing how fucked up it is. They'll be an elevated Superman because they have learned such great lessons because it's so fucked up. And then there's the guy who excels in it and it benefits him. And that's the Superman he's talking about. That's why I saw it.
Yeah. I mean, he's talking about evolution without progress.
Even less. He is talking about evolution in reverse,
right, exactly. Yeah. Devolution. Exactly. Devolution. Because, because he also said that a modern idea is a false idea.
I love it. I want to make note of it. I'm sorry to interrupt you, TML, but
it's okay.
I gotta cement that in my head because that's everyone's argument is that this society, because they're so technologically advanced, they're better than any other societies in the past or present today. And it's all judged on this, which is like dudes say, it's a false assumption that this is better just because it's modern.
And he's saying that he's saying basically collectively humanity is getting worse, but the people who caused those changes to happen, they were a elevated sort of man. All right. So he's saying that just because somebody rises above, the collective progress of humanity, right, which is not to be called progress because it's just so-called progress. Right. It doesn't actually improve anything.
Right.
It doesn't improve. It doesn't. It doesn't have enhancement or strengthening because the thing is that those people that that created things in the European Renaissance, right? There was a lot more of them than there are today. That's the problem that he's talking about.
I think he's also talking about in the Renaissance, they had a slightly different direction. Now just technology for the sake of technology, ease and shit like that. I think he's in there. He was saying there was some art, morality, and we were better people who did the Renaissance than now. It's been reduced too much.
Paul the Seraphim Rose makes a comment about this.
You're kind of coming in muffled there, Unseen. I don't know what's the deal.
All right, hold on.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like you're speaking through a whatchamacallit.
Yeah, I heard
installation.
Yeah, I heard something about Seraphim Rose, but
yeah. So what I was saying is that
much better.
Seraphim Rose made a comment about this Superman thing. What he said was Nietzsche's striving together with his rejection of Christianity led him to develop the idea of, quote, Superman. Man, Nietzsche said, is small and weak. is only temporary. He
Ooh.
must overcome, and the Superman must supersede him. In later years, Eugene was to make the comment that the answer to Nietzsche is Saint Anthony the Great, who did overcome mankind in his own human nature and was like an angel on earth.
Now it sounds like he's talking about the second Superman, the peaceful guy that evolved from this.
Yeah, but so it's like, in a nihilistic sense, it's like, from Nietzsche's point of view, it's like man has to supersede the small and weak, and they're almost like Seraphim Rose is saying that there's strength and weakness to what the average person might say would be weak, but it's actually strength, and this ascetic overcame his human nature and became like an angel on earth, and that's a true Superman.
I was going to draw the parallels. I was going to ask, does anybody see the parallels to different religions and spiritualities? They all seem to say that the majority of people are just sheep, and you got to surpass that. Can't help but notice the similarities of what they're talking about.
That's from his life and works. It's
I'm glad you
called Seeds in Rebellion.
I'm glad you gave me some more on that Superman. Appreciate it. This is good shit. Like TML, like that the machine lies. When you're on other panels, you pretty much get to explain, motherfuckers, what your shit's about. A lot of times when on here, you niggas get so philosophical, you're over my fucking head if I don't know the reference and ain't read the book. But this is my preference when you're explaining this straight out how the machine is a trickery. This is my favorite part of your fucking being over here.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, that's the thing is, especially the thing we did on Wednesday. The opener there, I talked for an hour and a half. Very solid explanation of of most of these ideas and themes. But main thing I'm trying to get across is that progress seen as European, right? Actually seen by the forerunners of European progress, namely Nietzsche, and the classicists, right, as not progress, right, as a devolution, as a collective devolution. So when it goes to this, he's talking about the idea of the collective progress being a hindrance to a type of person, right, which he calls Superman, right? So this idea of Superman does not have to do with progress, right? But it does have to do with evolution. But now, he goes on to say, such happy strokes of the high success have always been possible and will remain possible, perhaps for all time to come. For whole races, tribes, nations may occasionally represent such lucky accidents. Now I'm going to move on to the notion of today. We talked about Nietzsche's rejection of Darwinian progress, right? So that is one of the key ideas that we're going with, because as we read in the book, the linking up of Darwin and Hegel led to this notion of progress. Darwin didn't exactly imply that there would be a progress, right?
Right.
Especially collectively in terms of the species, right? So what's interesting is that how did they get this notion of scientific and technological progress out of the notion of evolution when so they went with Hegel instead of Nietzsche. It's obvious because Nietzsche clearly rejects that idea, right?
Right.
But then when we go to this idea, right, of the compartmentalization of knowledge, which is this other idea, right? Okay, this comes about by and me and Unseen Warfare basically talked about it a lot. On the last stream we did, is that it sort of comes from these sort of adaptations, right, of the Christian idea, right, but also a lapse in terms of philosophy right, going all the way up to Aquinas, right, where they have a total change, in the way they look at, philosophy and theology. One of the main things that Aquinas did, right, was that he separated reason from faith, right, and this is a very important idea that he did, right. So what happened is that we became separate, okay, from the idealistic framework, right, and the reason is, okay, and this was very important for Kant, right, because Kant totally separated ideas from from the notion of empiricism, right, but he still kept ideas intact, right, through his transcendental argument, right. So basically, in terms of Aquinas, where he made a compromise, right, and said that the state belongs to reason and faith belongs to the church, and they both operate in their separate spheres, right. This not only created separation of of church and state, but also a separation of the internal and external faculties. Yeah, exactly.
Philosophy, yeah. That's I get it. Let
yeah,
me interrupt
definitely.
for a second. It's a huge thing there.
Yeah, he
Because
created empiricism. Right. So before it gets to Bacon, you already had this idea that nature is doing something different than the mind. Right. Mind is separate from nature. Right. So that's how they made this compromise. Right.
I know they're saying
go
that,
ahead,
but I
Joe.
think it was a mistake, is where I was about to go with it. I think when he compartmentalized them and made state separate, that's giving it to go ahead to be immoral, right? And I think in reality, any government that is worth its salt has some type of, I don't want to use the word spirituality, it's lacking, but hopefully it'll do, morality or whatever it is. It would be built in to the people that you work for you. Once you give them their own independence, now they can run them up.
See, with the Byzantine Empire, the chief goal of the emperor was to direct the people towards justice and goodness, right? To uphold justice and direct them in the path of goodness. And that was the influence of the church on the emperor itself, that the goal of the empire was directed towards the salvation of man's soul. It wasn't directed towards a utopia. Well, now that's been shifted. But you also have this aspect where society, the limbs control the head instead of a monarch sort of, having it being a hierarchical structure.
Do you have
It's
a
all
preference?
top,
Which
it's
one?
down up now.
Do you have a one that you think works better, top down or the limbs controlling the head?
I think a monarchy that is truly dedicated to God, right, can work, and it would be good for men.
I've heard people say that is the
on a
only way
salvation
a
level,
good
like as a soul
monarch.
level, and as how we react with other people. Because there's a moral basis there. The problem is that there's been demagogues who've taken advantage of that, right, and have set themselves up as monarchs.
There's
But
also
they become totalitarian. They become these vicious leaders.
I think that's cooked in with monarch. It's control. It's cooked in. Control is evil. It's the devil himself. So anytime you start with the monarch who's going to control people and tell them what to do, I think it's baked in that's going to be a bad thing.
Right, but if a monarch was respected by the people,
yeah, I've heard that it can work.
Yeah, like
I'm
you
gonna
take
look
like a
into
Tsar
it.
Nicholas II. The people that were involved in Orthodoxy in Russia viewed him as ordained by God, that he was following a certain path. It was the atheists and those that were rebelling against that wanted him overthrown, and then all this bloodshed
That was
happens
the last
afterwards.
Tsar, Anastasia, and all that. That was that Tsar.
Yeah,
Nicholas?
yeah, right, correct.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, so I'm going to read a bunch of stuff now and contextualize a lot of the information that I put forward here. And first I'm going to start with John Dewey. So he's talking about the necessary consequence of techniques, right? And how the summation of different techniques Okay, it leads to a quantifying of the various human potentials within the society, and a reorganization. Basically, technology reorganizes human society, right? And he explains exactly how this takes place. And of course, John Dewey was the sort of the philosopher of the New Deal. If you guys could come to think of it, right? And actually, let me put forth another little graphic here that I have about the history of the Industrial Revolution, before I move on. And I was going to talk about the Palantir CEO too. So before I get carried away, let me actually bring in some more videos. So give me a second. Actually, I was going to bring in a lot more video evidence here today. I'll continue to kind of look for video stuff and bring in video stuff to kind of support, a lot of the stuff that I'm saying. But this is an interesting video from Lyndon LaRouche, where he's looking at the Industrial Revolution and how it took place and how it changed the land, right, of the United States. Basically, the whole population spread from east to west coast was only possible because of the Transcontinental Railroad, right? So the population greatly increased after they created the Transcontinental Railroad, which helped them get supplies from east to the west coast, right? So it's technology that caused the huge shift in population, right? And of course, he says, in the documentary, he's saying, well, it's obviously human ingenuity that brought about this progress, right? Right, which is true, right? And I forgot exactly where I placed this documentary, but
and if you're going to call it progress, we're back to the same conundrum. It is an advancement. You got to give it that, but it may have led to like Babylon, the Tower of Babylon or something. The further we go into this bullshit industrial revolution, into the technological revolution, the more we doom ourselves. It's like a loop that's we're going to keep fucking ourselves with.
You think about it with the Tower of Babel too. What was that? It's like the first depiction of like a one world government with a one world leader, being what was it, Nebuchadnezzar, or who was over it?
I don't know who it was. Nimrod.
Nimrod, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like Nimrod's over it. This is like a prefiguration of what the Antichrist system will be. He kind of represents Antichrist. And then you got the Tower of Babel. It's like representing a one world system.
Right. I never thought of it as a literal tower. I thought of it as it coming together. It would have to be one world because he broken it into many languages. The story, I'm sure it's metaphorical still, but it gives credence to what you're saying, that it is more of a people came together and he broke them up, as opposed to a tower that he just collapsed and shit.
Yeah. I'd have to read it again. I haven't read it in a while. But, sometimes it'll be like both of something. Like it could be like
usually,
a literal tower
yes,
this thing. You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah,
100%. But no, I'm 1,000% that you're right. But I assume that because men are the storytellers that we concentrated on the wrong thing, which was the height. It reached into heaven. No, it was talking about our heads getting big and replacing, God or something. But yes, it's always
that's the metaphor behind it for sure. That man is becoming God without God. It's like what Satan promised Adam and Eve in the garden.
Technology is going to get us, right? That's going to be our new way of getting to God. We're going to have a computer that tells us all the moral things to do, what to eat, sleep, drink. We're going to build the thing that replaces God, man.
Well, they already got AI priests you can go confess to, man.
I hadn't thought of that, but it's logical. I've to let them about quantum physics and all those sorts of weird shit. I guess there'd be some heavenly priest in there too.
Crazy.
The techno priests.
Yeah, that's what I showed in on one of the episodes. I think it's episode 5, where they had a Buddhist robot, and they said, well, we usually have a statue in the middle of the temple, but this one answers questions.
Right?
You know,
Can you
so
imagine when he gets so smart that it's already happening, but we give this thing authority, all right, where we let it make decisions on what's our best laws to do this because it knows what brings down crime the best. And we give it that and ability to make these decisions, and we're going to worship it at some point. And it will be God to us and to many. You see, I see it going down that road now. Everybody that's so crazy about being controlled by the government, and I'd rather 1,000, or I should say 100,000 kids die in Africa somewhere digging some shit out so I can have my iPhone, and they're okay with that. We're gonna worship that technology. Elon, man, if that fucking that thing that go in your head, which ain't coming to me, Neuralink, if that shit is as successful as it looks like it's going to be, I saw a quadriplegic playing Call of Duty. So if it keeps along those roads, they're going to be able to stick some shit in your head. You'll be able to speak languages, know the stock market. It'll be crazy. And without it, you'll be left behind. You'll be a caveman. The mark is going to be too hard to not to get.
And it says somewhere in Revelation, like men will want to die, but they
yes,
can't.
they
or
will
something.
not find death. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's like maybe that's the thing. Like this thing will make you invincible. You just install it in your head, but then you want to die and you can't. Imagine
and you
that.
can't because the computer or the government decides all of those things.
Yeah.
You might, be having Joe Cool might be around 400 years. I want to go. Oh no, we're making too much money off of you. People out there cursing at the police. We're loving it. We're going to keep you around for another 50. God damn it.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Let me do this first instead. Let me go to this instead first, and then I'll go to the other video that I have. Let me go to this Palantir CEO because I actually don't know what he's gonna say. So I'll just I know he says. I know I heard something. He said something about the Jays. So he's gonna mention.
He's gonna say something goofy.
He's gonna mention how he helped Israel. How this private company basically helped Israel and the United States. So that's true that private companies that develop telecommunications,
right,
they have access to NSA records and all this type of stuff. So this is a very strange time that we're living in, where companies that are based in foreign countries actually have access to all of our personal information. And also private corporations are doing business with foreign nations, and also supplying weapons and intel to the United States government. So if there's not a conflict of interest there, I don't know where there would be one. But yeah,
I get it.
But yeah, here's the dude right here. He's Palantir CEO, right? This is an example of a private corporation that works with the government, right? So and of course we were looking at Peter Thiel. I'm going to present a talk we did looking at Peter Thiel and his views, and of course he's also involved in this company, right? And yeah, he has some very interesting views on philosophy and theology. I don't know if you guys ever checked it out, but yeah, very
I
strange.
just know him as the guy who buys everybody.
PayPal and Cash App. That's how most people know about him. But yeah.
I didn't know anything about his mindset at all, other than greedy corporate fuck.
Oh, he's all for monopolies. Yep.
But yeah, this dude wrote a book called The Technological Republic. It kind of sounds a lot like Technological Society and Technological System.
Yeah.
So I'm here to investigate what he's talking about. Let's see what it goes. Wow, horrible music there. You could tell.
It's low as fuck. You can't turn it up, TML, otherwise I'm gonna have to turn these headphones up.
Low.
Yeah, I can't turn it up. This is as high as it
All
goes.
right, so y'all make sure y'all don't say nothing too loud because I'm gonna turn my blast my shit.
Yep.
In the world, sometimes it's better to be lucky than smart. In 1976, my boss and mentor in Pittsburgh told me there was a man coming in the next day, and that no one had ever heard of him, but the this man was going to be a force and I should stay close to him the rest of my career. That was 48 years ago, and the next day I met Ken Langone. And for the first 15 years, it was kind of my little secret. Not many people knew Ken Langone. And then he became, I think, widely recognized as a national treasure. 15 years ago, Peter Thiel introduced me another man who most of you probably didn't hear of 15 years ago, Alex Karp. And maybe for the first 4 or 5 years, people didn't know much about Alex Karp. Again, I felt like I had a secret over most of the public, but I'm delighted that he now has become a national treasure and a recognized figure. And
Did you guys know that? Did you guys know Alex Karp was a national treasure? Did you guys know who Alex Karp is? I never
I
heard
have
of him.
no clue who he is, man.
He's
Pretty weird, huh?
CEO of Palantir. I
Yeah.
didn't know he was a.
We didn't even.
freaking
Yeah, I didn't even know
national
that.
treasure.
I didn't even
Yeah,
know
like
who he was.
yeah, like 2 months ago, I didn't even know he was the CEO of this company. All right, so
Yeah, he's a character.
yeah,
Well, he's big up in him, you know.
yeah. So I'm gonna drop the link here. Maybe somebody has some information about this. You know, feel free to hop up here, folks. Thank you guys so much.
both these men are the same men that I met before they were famous. They have more moral clarity than anybody I've ever met. And Alex, as a United States citizen, we're so lucky to have you. And it's an honor to interview you today. So I do have a question for you, though. Palantirians.
And he said, as a United States citizen, we're lucky to have you. Does that mean he's either not a you know citizen, or maybe he's a dual citizen of some other country?
He looks like he's from Israel.
Right. That's what I was
Bingo.
gonna say. Right.
Sounds like, yeah, he got dual citizenship.
Right.
Years. You went to Haverford College, philosophy major, then you got a law degree, and you have a PhD in neoclassical theory, I think it's called, neoclassical social theory. I don't know what the hell that is, but it doesn't sound like a software engineer. So Peter Thiel has been amazing at picking leaders of companies. Why do you think he picked you, and can you just tell us about how it all happened in the beginning?
Well, first of all, it means a lot to be on stage with you, and I don't think Stan needs an introduction to this audience. But you know, I've really profited a lot in many ways from our many interactions, and
He's on the Time magazine's Time 100 list of most influential people. He's American. His net worth exceeds $10 billion. Oh, yeah, he's a Jewish, eldest son of a Jewish clinical pediatrician, and Leah James Karp, an African-American artist. And his younger brother in Philly, something, I don't know. I'm just looking over his stuff. He started his career at the research as a research associate at the Sigmund Freud Institute in Frankfurt.
Oh boy. So Frankfurt Institute, that will get you some neoclassical training. I mean, you betcha. I mean,
The Economist chose Karp as the 2024 CEO of the year.
Sad trombone.
Karp never learned to drive a car. He said I was too poor, and then I was too rich.
person who made it. I very much relate to you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I have no earthly clue why Peter picked me. I thought about this a lot. Peter and I were sparring partners and friends in law school. I
That's a strange thing to say about something you're gonna make your like the thing you want to do with your life.
Well, it says in this article that he's the most dangerous man in America, and if Orwell warned us about Big Brother, Planteteer CEO Karp is quietly building his AI-powered control room. He's a warmonger.
Yeah, he's definitely a
Techno-humanism.
big player with that. Yeah.
Yeah, but this idea that he just said, listen to what he just said. He just said that, being a lawyer is moral sophistry as he's going to law school to become a lawyer.
That is interesting. Yeah.
It's like he doesn't have a very high regard for moral frameworks at this point, at this stage in his life, or maybe he just
telling on himself.
Yeah.
He loves
So
a
their
challenge.
products are crazy, dude. Target acquisition, battlefield logistics, drone coordination, predictive policing, and data fusion. And the scale would make at the scale that would make the National Security Agency blush.
Wow, predictive policing.
Yeah.
They tried to roll that out in a few places. What that looks like so far down here on the street level is police knocking on doors and interviewing people and talking to people's kids and stuff who hasn't done anything, but telling their moms, he's on a path where he might do something wrong. And they got a lot of these people who are buying it. They letting them come back and talk to their teenage kids and sit and set them straight and tell them how they need to be acting so they stay out of trouble.
And what do they base this off of, like internet, algorithms or something?
I don't know. I looked into it and I couldn't find a lot. I'd say this a year and a half, 2 years ago, but it was a big thing. They were putting little programs in different neighborhoods. That's where they had the videos up. And most people, it blew me away, accepted that. The police come to your door and telling you, no, he didn't do anything wrong. We just want to talk to him because our what analytics tell us he's at high risk. And it would be all
That's pretty psycho.
It is, man. Or they also they'd go by what was like parole, probation, what his friends been through if they've been on parole or probation.
It's basically pre-crime mixed with like racial profiling.
Yeah, that's like a good definition of that. It was always some poor white person or some teenager, a black teen or something. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but I think it's as Ellul said, and as we'll actually hear, Dewey say too. John Dewey, he's very clear that propaganda and pre-crime are a necessary subset of the technology we use. And I'm pretty sure these Palantir guys would not see it any other way. They're thinking that the enemy can develop even more comparable tools, so we should develop them first, right, and use them, right? So this is the thing: is that once such technology is developed, it has to be put to use. There's no other choice.
Justify the means immediately.
Think about over there, and I think it's China or Japan. I keep getting which one confused. I think it's China that just started posted and bragging that they have 100% of their populated areas covered by facial rec and cameras, gate technology that can tell how you walk and shit. They're bragging about that. And if you say what you say is true, TML, then it must progress and it must come here, and we got to get a colder version of it and cover more people. We got to get the people in the woods on camera to make sure no one does nothing wrong. And if they do, we can identify who they are.
Living in New York City for a while, for about 2 years, it was a surveillance state, So the major cities are going to get it first.
Yeah.
And then it's going to spread out from there. But, it's like a testing ground.
We're Chicago. You know how fucked up Chicago is and the reputation. We get a lot of those testing grounds. We have more cameras than any other city in the world, including London and the CCTV shit. We have, this is what they say. You can't see this high, but the military wants to test these new cameras that they have that can, read a fucking dime from so high that you can't even see them. And it's for enemy shit. But they're testing it in Chicago on the gangs and getting our faces and the shit we do. We're testing ground here for sure. the shot thing that when you shoot a shot off, and it tells you and zeroes in where the shot came from. I forgot what you call that shit. We got first to get all of these great crime features.
You remember that? The Chris Nolan film Batman, with like how they had the technology to sort of like look into people's homes.
Yeah, wait,
Yeah.
even better. There was one with Denzel where they can go back and forth to the future, but they was using that shit to look through the walls and in time. If y'all can remember that was the ultimate of that fucking technology. I forgot how they were, what even the explanation that they were using to do it. But for up to a certain amount of time, you could go to that place and you can have it. You can work it like if you was a administrator of a video game, you could spin around 360, get an up close view, go through walls, in and out of
Remote
shit.
viewing.
Yes, but with computer type shit.
Oh,
It
I
was
see.
crazy. And Denzel, some about time, I don't know,
So
but
there's
he had a,
CIA documents about that stuff, man. Like it's
he had a
real.
remote view, and I looked into them. They released a lot on it recently, and according to them, they didn't have much progress with it. Even the best of them turned out to be turned out to be shams, and actually fooled them. The best student they had was exposed as a sham, and they put a lot of money into him and the people around him and went by what he said. They didn't have a lot of shit that they could really
Really,
point to.
really.
Yeah.
What, as far as remote viewing?
Yeah. Yeah, they put a motherfucker in the room and they tell them, listen, and we know for a fact that in this guy's office, in this desk, there is a file. Go view it. And they'd start off, they'd be like, to pick who they were going to do this with and spend money on and time with, they'd have everybody would pair with someone, and that person would go out. And then that person would go out and look at a thing, a bridge, a castle, whatever it is, and the person is supposed to see what they're looking at. And then if they get close to the picture they take or whatever, this guy moves on. And eventually they try to give them drugs and hallucinogenics. They try letting them be free living hippies, anything that they thought would work. And it turns out now look like these people just took advantage of them. The general they put in charge of it, he was letting them do all sorts of drugs and grow beards and just be bums and hippies, So when the military came around to see what kind of progress they had, they got put on a lot of scrutiny. And then they did have a couple of people that this shit worked so well, it looked like it's got to be real. They went down on them, and their main guy turned out that he had ways to slick motherfuckers, and he got busted. But at least that's what the documents say that they released.
What's kind of interesting, there's like, what this reminds me of, this remote viewing thing. There's these patristic texts where they talk about certain, ascetic monks that would have demons show them where like gold was buried in far distant locations, right?
That's interesting as fuck, yo.
Yeah.
Any success? I'm sorry to cut you. Any success? I'm dying to know.
Isn't that crazy? So there's this. He later became a saint, but his name was Saint Nikitas of the Key of Caves, and this guy was able to locate gold and stuff, but the demons were helping him do it.
Right.
All right.
Well, that's the do as thou wilt. Their philosophy is not like they don't believe in God. They say you're a pussy if you only believe in God and you only ask him for shit. But they're aware that there is a God and a devil, and they believe the story that the devil runs this ethereal plane right here, and that if you really want something material, you don't go to God to get wealth and shit. You go to the devil. If you don't do it, you're a pussy. You're not worthy to be in our organization. So yeah, they believe that the demons can lead you to riches. It's kind of like Jesus' story.
It's like boons or something, like going to like a guru, and then you do X and you get Y or whatever. They're getting it from somewhere,
Yeah, of course.
And so, in the case of this person, he was like world renowned at that time, but the demons were working with him, and they would appear as angels to him. So he thought he was godly, but the demons were appearing as angels to this guy. And they were telling him, don't read your text, and don't worry about going to church. Don't worry about nothing. Just I'll pray for you, and then all these people were coming to him, and he'd tell them where something was, or some future supposed event or whatever. And then there was like false clairvoyance, where it was like this sort of just like false miracles, I guess. And these other monks discovered what was going on, and the demon couldn't hold form as an angel in front of him or something. And then they took him to the monastery. The guy was fighting. He couldn't read after a while. Like, he couldn't read for a long time after this because he was so messed up. But he later became like a high level, like a real saint, because he broke free from the delusion. But yeah,
I believe in that shit too. It was this really renowned bad guy in the neighborhood, and he couldn't be around certain books and stuff, right? He had a problem with them. Anything religious and spiritual, if he got near him, it would make him act weird. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Mass murder in the fuck.
Yeah,
go ahead, Tim.
So it's demonic.
No, but no, but what I was gonna say about that is that they do all types of stuff. I'm talking about the monks and the saints. They be flying around healing people, doing all sorts of crazy shit. So there's stories of them flying and stuff, right?
Yeah. I haven't been able to verify any of them. If it's, I forget what you call that when you leave your body and stuff, astral projection, that I could buy. Yoga flying, monk flying and shit, that always seems to be some bullshit. It look like anything that was possible, and the shit that I give credence to are the people who meditate and leave their body type shit. That's the ones that seem to have more reliable stories than you hear that a monk can literally fly whenever they get out there. And there used to be video of this. They'll find a monk and pay him whatever, the church enough money, and they'll show him fly, and it'll just be like he just hop off the ground, off his booty for a second. And it was just really bogus shit. Look it up, Yogi Fly.
Did bilocation. You know what that is?
I do by what you're saying. Yeah. Two places
this
at
is what
once.
happened with him. So he's an older man, right? He's an older monk, ascetic monk. And he's a metropolitan, really. But anyways, so he was at a hotel room, and there was a monk at his monastery, and the monk at the monastery had left the stove on, and the house was about to burn down. It was like a gas stove at that time. Well, God allowed him to be in one place in that hotel room, and come back here and tap on the window and warn the monk. Okay.
Interesting, right?
So what ended up happening is he comes back the next day. He said he thought it was a dream. Like, he didn't really think he really did that,
Right.
But when he gets back, the monk comes running out to the car and is like, "Was that you yesterday?" So.
There are a lot of a lot of stories. I think it was Duke University just did a story on near-death experiences. I think it was one of these super prestigious colleges, and it just came out maybe a year ago. It was super fresh. They only took the best cases of near-death, people who had provable shit, and they took a couple hundred, 200 or 400 of them or something, and did a study on it. But they had stories, and the reason I bring this up is because it seems to be related. They say there are 3 ways to get there. Sex, at that moment, apparently you can manifest things. Meditation, which is the way everybody suggests. Sometimes you go a lifetime without achieving that shit. And the other way you get there quick is drugs. But all of their stories seem to be the same. What happens in all of these shits. And the near-death shit had, like you say, the guy died, leave his body, go into a room, up the hallway, see a letter, a chick writing a letter to her son, read the letter, and then when they shock him back and he come back and all of that bullshit, he talks about that type of shit. That was the bar before they would even interview these people. Stories like that, they could be confirmed.
Yeah, there's a book called The Soul After Death and Life After Death. There's 2 books. Now, these 2 books are written by, one's written by Father Seraphim Rose, and another one's written by somebody else that is basing it off of that book. And it's full of these near-death experiences and what happens after death, and, all types of kind of questions that human beings have about this, And he talks about the aerial toll houses. That's, if you ever want to look into something, check out the aerial toll houses. It's biblical. It turns out a lot. Like I didn't think it was when I first looked into it, but it is, and it's referenced a few times because it says something like spiritual wickedness in high places. That's one reference to it, and then there's another reference where the devil is arguing with the archangel Michael, Archangel Michael over Moses' body, right? And
following a person's death, the soul leaves the body and is escorted by God and by angels. During this journey, the soul passes through an aerial realm, which is inhabited by wicked spirits. Ephesians, you're right, it goes to the Bible. The soul encounters these demons at various points, referred to as toll houses, where the demons then attempt to accuse it of sin, and if possible, drag its soul into hell, which is what this must be right here, earth as we know it. So there you go.
Yeah, it makes sense to me for sure.
Yeah, this is hell, and I believe that God bless America. She needs it. We need peace. We need a plan, because any nation divided is one that cannot stand. All right.
Yeah, I'm about to light something up here.
Yeah, let me fill up a bowl. I'll smoke with you.
And I'll play a little song, and then we'll move to the Palantir CEO and see what he has to say for himself. And then I'll move to the little piece from the LaRouche thing, and then I'll move to I got Thoreau, then Dewey, then Ellul. So it's crazy stuff. I mean, so we'll see what it do. But yeah, I think I still have enough for like a couple more of these. But yeah, we also have an idea of purgatory. It's not necessarily purgatorial, but it sort of sounds that way.
I'm assuming that this is a version of it. Surely this is where a lot of people like me are being tempted by these demons, and they're trying to grab our spirits eternally. And they got so many spirits that, like the Bible says, bad things look good and good things look bad. It is like, for instance, we'll give an American version. If you help those damn immigrants, those illegal aliens, or you're an evil person. If you don't back Israel, when they're just dropping bombs indiscriminately,
Yeah, I mean, this idea that bad things look good and good things look bad, that's how the demonic realm deceives you. That's a huge concept. Like, that's a concept, I think, in Islam and Buddhism. Because the demons, like, they basically like stuff that we would hate, like bones and like piss and shit.
Yeah,
they love that stuff. Right?
Yeah, there's lots of
blood. Now they like blood too, and
right,
the
blood.
reason they like blood is because blood was always offered to God, and they want to be God. So
also that line from shoot, I don't even know what the book was, but it's about Adam and Eve. Genesis got to be that Adam and Eve, where it says, "Did you kill your brother? His blood cried up from the ground to me." And people took that as some life, as something special in that blood.
Yeah, that's wild.
So the animal sacrifice for towards God, it was always for the redemption of sin, right?
Yes.
Sin sacrifice. So imagine you're a demon and you want to really make God angry. You have men, sacrifice to you the blood, right?
Oh, very good.
Yeah, it's a trip. And the City of God deals with that. St. Augustine's book. That book is insane. He talks about revenants. So there's someone half dead, and a demon possesses the body, and it's basically a zombie, dude.
Sounds like a Republican to me. That was a joke. But any motherfucker who believes in politics, the demon has possessed you, where you think that I'm going to use my morality to control you, and you haven't heard anyone or shown a proclivity, but because I know what morals are, I'm going to hire a bunch of people to bop you over the head if you don't follow my morals. All right.
Yeah, politics it's big into like idealism, and I think like all of that always leads to, especially now, like a democracy is leading towards, me and Machine talk about this a lot, like the Achilleism or millennialism. It's like a utopian ideology, which I think all these systems are just like like the demon's way to establish Antichrist, even through politics.
I love it because any one of them is going to have some huge inherent flaw that must fuck over the people. So it doesn't matter, communism, fascism, socialism, capitalism, whatever the fuck you come up with, you've got to beat people over the head, control the masses, and have things your way. And all of these things are whatever your choice is, like choosing for two politicians. Whichever one of these structures, if you choose what's already in front of you, it's a losing proposition.
Yeah, there's a quote that talks about all these ideas like democracy, and you know which quote I'm talking about, Machine. It's like talks about all these, and we went to like kind of the roots of it, and it's rooted in like Zionism, kind of, or their father, the devil, and it's they've pushed a lot of these movements throughout history, and now it might not have been modern day Zion, but another secret organization that they had before. Like all these secret societies sort of are pushing these false dialectics, especially with politics, like right versus left and all that. That's all Hegelian dialectic,
Yeah.
Sure.
You guys are familiar with Loosh, what Loosh is? Someone in the chat, Luna Song, says demons feed off of human fear and despair. That is so dope, because I was reading about this shit that where they say these demonic fucks that like we're talking about, they feed off of our despair, anxiety, and all of these things. And they're saying that they got people who are around the world who it benefits them, like the people who they say scare the kids and get the adrenochrome out of them when they're scared. Believers in that shit. They believe they get their energy from suffering. And that's interesting what he or she said. Luna said that the demons, this is what they feed off of. If they control us, they're going to have us create that thing. I got to investigate that shit. It's too fucking logical.
Yeah, it is. Demons will. It's from what I understand, it is like the demon will mask himself as you. So you're thinking that's your thoughts. It's really the demon's thoughts. And that's sort of what possession is. It's a demon masking himself as yourself, right? And if you look in the scriptures, when the guy's in a cave, right, and he has got a legion of demons, what's he doing? He's using stones to do what he's doing to his own self, right? And then what do the pigs do when they're cast out? They jump off a cliff. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's despair, man. So when people fall into those type of mentalities, like that's
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, you got to avoid that shit. And this might sidetrack the conversation, but it seems like, just to follow up and with the logic of what you said, if this is how we fall into despair and we must get out of it, it seems like if we take a pill to get out of it, we never will. There must be another way which totally rejects it and gets out of that mindset and shit. But taking the fucking of a big pharma company tell you I can give you Zimpro and your life will be better. That's a gimmick. It must be.
Yeah, and especially when you tell, like, let's say you went to some mental health place and you were telling, let's say a man fell into despair and they want to give him medication. Well, what's causing the despair? And he's saying, well, it's voices. I'm hearing voices.
Yeah.
So what are those voices? Right. And then, okay, so not only that, but And you know, this is what monks do.
Say,
When they're
wait.
dealing
Let
with,
me interrupt you. I want to say with your voices shit. If
yeah.
you go there hearing voices, and if these things are the demonic so and so because you're off your square and it's bringing you in depression and all of that shit, and they give you a pill where you don't hear the voices, again, you've cured nothing just because you don't hear the voices. You got to
It's
figure
a
out a way
band-aid,
out of that
you know.
spiral. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a band-aid over a gash, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's interesting about this, the monks, how they've dealt with demons. They just, like very early on in like ancient Christianity, there'd be monks and they throw stones in buckets and say the Jesus prayer. And why they would do this is to control the thoughts. Okay, so if you're
That's
hearing
dope.
voices, how do you control the thoughts? A constant state of prayer. So when something slips through that's not you, because you're praying with your thoughts, then you know where it's coming from. And it supposedly like burnt them up. You know what I'm saying? In some sense, like it's wild.
It's crazy that you're saying that because to my understanding, the best, most successful meditators, what they're looking for is those quiet moments, right? Which everybody, you know, it's impossible, blah, blah, blah. But you're supposed to be able to erase all thoughts and shit. And entering that state, it seems so logical. I almost said, I guarantee you that anything or anyone trying to interrupt that state of thought is, you know, it's probably one of the bad guys, and it helps you identify shit. This all seems so logical to me. And
Yeah.
Luna's a girl, by the way, she says.
So I talked to a monk. He said there's three types of thoughts. There's the ones from God, the ones from the devil, and then there's our carnal thoughts. Like I have to use the bathroom, I gotta eat, you know, these type of things. And a lot of times, you know, we don't know how to distinguish which thoughts are coming from us and which are coming from God and which are coming from the demons. And prayer helps that distinguishing factor there. And you know what's interesting is in the Hesychistic, you know, like a Hesychist tradition, the Greek Orthodox or the Russian Orthodox, they don't try to silence the mind like meditation, right? And what they're trying to do is fill the mind with prayer,
right?
You know, to root out these other thoughts, and that's it's a little different. But
I wonder,
they direct
okay.
the prayer to the heart. They call it the prayer of the heart.
All right, then I am wrong, and I totally got it. What you were
Well, you're
trying
good.
to
You're
say.
good. But it's. I mean, that's an interesting kind of differentiation
I would
between
have
the
thought
two.
filling themselves with prayer. I'd equate it to some guy who's making a noise. They're just using the prayer as you know, something to find their basic vibration. But you're saying you're taking it to another level, which I'd like perhaps even more, is that filling yourself with prayer. Now it's going to go down religious stuff, but that's reminding you of all the moral things and asking for all goodness and shit like that. That'll get you out of despair, right?
So
That's a
the
great way to
prayer
do
is
it.
asking for mercy. So the prayer is
Even
the prayer
better.
they use is Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner. And they say that, right? So when Christ says repent, this is the, you know, the technique. And there's a book called the Philokalia that's all filled with this, like talking about the prayer of the heart. And if you read the scriptures, he talks about the kingdom of heaven is within. So how do you
Yeah.
reach the kingdom of heaven? Through the prayer of the heart. You direct the prayer to the heart.
And listen to what you're asking for, mercy. That in my head, I've always said everything's a vibration, and we given them all names. Jesus, I always say his mercy is one of the names that we would call his vibration. That is interesting. Jesus, give me mercy. You know, that just make a conspiratorial lunatic like me, you know, get erection.
So what the prayer is based on, there's a section in the Bible where it talks about the Pharisees and the publican, or the tax collector and the Pharisee. And the Pharisee's like, you know, I've done all this and I've done all this. I'm glad I'm not like that tax collector. Well, what the tax collector says is, Lord God, just have mercy on me. That's all he says. And Christ says to him, you know, his prayer was more weighty, you know, admit more than this Pharisee who was saying he did all these things and, you know, I'm glad I'm not like that tax collector.
That's just and understandable too, right? Like, oh wow, it's just microcosm of the fucking YouTube panel in life. It is everybody's judging everybody else. I'm glad I'm not that guy and all of that shit.
Yeah, that
Everybody
guy's just
thinks
humble
like
about
that.
it. You know, he can't even lift his head up to the sky, man.
And is
He's
in
just
the
like,
back.
mercy, man, mercy. That's it.
I think the heart's more powerful than the brain.
I quander that all the time when people I try to shut out emotions and be stoic, but I also have to acknowledge that there's something about the heart that I just am not as adept in as I am in logic. And the heart may be on a higher level, instinctual, closer to God, blah, blah. I don't know. Logic's pretty close to God. I don't know.
I think that like logic
I'm going to
itself.
share a story like of what you just said about the Pharisees.
Yeah.
Because we had this sort of heresy that happens with the degeneration of the caste. It's a caste system. The Varna system about 1,500 years ago. Already there was decadence in that way. So they start allowing untouchables, quote unquote, right? It's actually called Shudra, but they have dubbed it untouchable. That's not what that name means. It just means manual labor. So they said, oh, you can't go in the temple. And there was one devout, he was such a devotee, and it was the Shiva temple. To us, that is the supreme. You know, not really the supreme, but maybe the supreme manifestation of God. But true God has no form. Even Shiva is aware of that. But anyway, so he's a devotee. He wants to get just a glimpse. Yeah, just a glimpse of the Sanctum Sanctorum.
Right.
And he's not allowed. And he's standing outside. So there's always a statue of a cow in prayer that's seen as the highest devotee, the most sacred animal, but also the highest devotee of God is a calf.
So are you saying that the cow represents the guy standing outside the temple that wanted to see him?
No, that statue supposedly got up and moved so he could have a glimpse of the Sanctum Sanctorum.
Oh, that's even a better story.
And even today, you can go to the temple, and that's the only temple where the calf is slightly removed. So from outside, you can have a direct view of the Sanctum Sanctorum. So this is the thing, like all the Brahmins inside doing the prayers and all, it's like, oh, you cannot come, you're not worthy. But God decides at the end of the day who is worthy.
That's my knock on religions, especially Christians. No one is worthy. That is so ungodlike to me that we're special and no one else is worthy. So most of them, or some of them, a good percentage say, yeah, the rest of them are even doomed, damn, they're gonna go to hell. That seems so fucking away from what God. I like what you just said, you know, God will decide who goes. It's arrogance. It's them standing in the temple saying you can't get in. It is 100% the story you
That's
just
what the
told.
Pharisees did, you know, and what Christ, you know, sort of said that to them. He said, you know, you block up heaven for others and you don't enter yourselves. You know?
Oh, that's brutal. I hope you smoking TML because I'm damn up through two bowls already.
I'm about to get up in this thing here with the smoke. And we'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes with that. You know, with the series of things that I said. I mean, we got Palantir, we got Dewey, we got Ellul. So we'll get into some readings here real quick. But yeah, let me play this here. Blessings.
What's out there in the popular culture and what's going on in the more traditional part, then you have something that is lifeless.
I seen the moon rise before the
the sun got a chance to set. I use God's tool to play a game of advanced roulette. The romance of sweat got me feeling things I can't forget. I question life, but ain't been asked for answers yet. Inventing dance steps.
Your man slept on my appearance and got his pants
My
wet.
third eye will magnify while you get burned just like ants get.
Spread the message, period, but haven't felt the cramps yet.
But yo, you're looking bloated, but you know, kid, I canceled your check.
I wish this underground art would have kept its origin and essence. Collection, champagne and a diamond necklace. Yo, stop being restless. Commercialism's hip-hop's devilish. I'll battle both sacks for the Rolex on your left wrist.
Just to show y'all what time it is.
Vocab is divine within.
Sages who this rhyme it
in
is.
every line, we're just trying to live.
These MCs run some crazy rapping like they're in a Scorsese flick. Lazy with their lyrics.
Raise your spirits.
Cause they're selling. The audience is buying. The predicament that I'm in. Got me rhyming in Italian.
It's all Greek to me.
So I'm flipping in Sicilian. Millions of civilians became godfathers with no children.
Microphones replaced with cigars.
Kids and bars.
Thinking they're hard.
Singing wax songs.
But won't listen to ours.
Hey, yo, they won't listen to ours.
I heard the system in their cars.
Bumping.
A whole lot of nothing.
Making me hold the mic like prison bars.
Ignorance has been driven too far. It's giving my wisdom a scar like the one on your face. Smokingism with jar. That ain't the system of Allah. Ha ha. I love God while you love to drop bass. I heard that Sage Francis, he loves to drop bass.
I heard that vocab was so bad I crack a drop bass.
Non-profits, we never drop bass. Too busy picking up the treble.
Levels are out of place.
While heads disgrace, I catch a red face, some stress signals. The music's just to make the women's ass and chest jiggle. Most of these rap stars can pass as sex symbols. Want publicity when the industry flash the next single.
It's simple, but you don't know if they laugh at or laugh with you.
Specifically past issue, their activities ass tissue.
Son, I break their jaw, but I'm not sure if it's glass or crystal. Blow a fast whistle on ass pimples who say they blast a pistol.
It's a cash scandal, their career's a juggling gamble.
Too much struggle to handle.
Our commercial cucker command you. Cucker, commercial, command you. What?
To be a trend.
To be a fad.
To be something brand new.
The origin was underground. Why they have to shapeshift? You went from up to down and couldn't elevate with a facelift. So take this message as a tasteless breakfast to feed your mind. Will sage and vocab make this checklist.
I'm no sexist, but rap tramps would rather blast amps with a lap dance.
But they write their own lyrics.
Fat chance.
But they think their own gimmicks.
No creative control. When I'm in good spirits, maybe I'll save their soul.
When these days get cold,
I can hardly speak till I feel my girl's body heat manifest in the form of a hip-hop beat. People swarm as they stomp in the street. Before I'm gone, I got them clapping their hands and stomping their feet.
They're torn
between what they like
and what they're told to like.
Never too old to fight.
If you're known to bite,
then watch your soldier strike.
I show the light,
but you don't know it right.
Cause someone stole your sight.
Leaving my wisdom scarred.
Like prison bosses, how I hold the mic. Ignorance has been driven too far. It's giving my wisdom a scar like the one on your face. Smokingism with jar, that ain't the system of Allah. Ha ha. I love God while you love to drop bass. I heard that Sage Francis, he loves to drop bass.
I heard that vocab was so bad to crack a drop bass.
Non-profits, we never drop bass. Too busy picking up the treble, cause levels are out of place.
Levels are out of place.
Devils are hard to face. Hip-hop is a disgrace.
No doubt. Levels are out of place.
But devils are hard to face. Hip-hop is a disgrace, no.
Diggity. Yo, my man Joey Beats, he loves to drop.
My son J. Rue, yo, he loves to drop.
Yo, the almighty Big High loves to drop.
My brother Natural, yo, he always drop.
Dave at Boo Studios loves to drop.
My man DJ Perseus loves to drop.
The whole TSS now, we never drop bass. Too busy
picking up the treble, cause levels are out of place.
Levels are out of place.
Levels are hard to face.
Hip-hop is a disgrace.
No doubt.
Levels are out of place.
Levels are hard to face.
Hip-hop is a disgrace.
No doubt.
Dude, I just wrote the coldest line for the intro to this video that I'm working on. I just scrapped one of the other ones and changed it. I grew up on the west side, Capitol Hill, pre-camera. Officers were overseers, brutal. So it's going to be hard to get up out of the programming. So I spent that time wisely.
Yeah, blessings, Joe Cool. And yeah, let me read this line here. This is a crazy line from G.K. Chesterton. He says, the thing that is trying to tyrannize through government is science. The thing that really does use the secular arm is science. And the creed that really is levying tithes and capturing schools, the creed that really is enforced by fine and imprisonment, the creed that really is proclaimed not in sermons but in statutes and spread not by pilgrims but by policemen. The creed is the great but disputed system of thought which began with evolution and has ended in eugenics. Okay, materialism is really our established church. For the government will really help and persecute its heretics.
Wow.
Who you reading from?
That's G.K. Chesterton.
Holy hell, that nigga's on point and he's dismal and he's right.
Yeah.
So I
And
got something on Nietzsche after you're done.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, just out with it. Let's do it.
Okay,
Yeah, I love
okay.
that shit.
So this is from Father Seraphim's book Life and Works, but he's talking about Nietzsche. He's talking about why Nietzsche rejected Christianity. I thought that was really interesting, and he actually agrees with him. So, which is kind of surprising, but the context is interesting. He says, quote, "He was a very romantic temperament and was very open to all kinds of higher ideas. In his youth," he's talking about Nietzsche here. He says, "In his youth, he was a Protestant seminary student and came to hate Christianity because he saw in the principle of weakness. This, of course, was true because of Luther had taken out of Christianity the idea of the ascetic struggle and left it something very weak, which does not satisfy either the mind or the heart.
Ooh.
Nietzsche could see no one was struggling, no great ascetics, no heroes of Christianity. And from this he concluded that the whole of Christianity was a monstrous farce, a deception practiced upon humanity, which does not satisfy the reason that wants truth, and which is full of superstition. Nietzsche was full of the idea that one can know only what is rational, and therefore he rejected everything above the rational. On the other hand, he saw that Christianity is that says nothing to the heart because it's become so watered down, that is feeble. He saw it as simply a way of keeping people quiet and satisfied with their lot, and he said that was for the herds. Quote, Nietzsche himself was filled with the highest natural instinct for nobility and struggle. He was a great student of Greek literature. One of his first book talks about the Dionysian element in Greece. Upon his time, people regarded Greece as the home of the classical tradition of Apollo. But he said no, that Greece was also filled with striving, with romantic feeling, which he symbolized by Dionysius. And this is what he wanted, to be like a Dionysius, constantly striving, struggling for something higher. Eugene had a desire to share in such a struggle and striving, which, although he did not know it then, was actually a desire for the ascetic denied by Protestantism. Nietzsche's striving, together with the rejection of Christianity, let him develop the idea of, quote, Superman. Man, Nietzsche said, is small and weak. And this is the full context of this. He said, and he is only temporary. He must overcome, and the Superman must supersede him. In later years, Eugene was to make the comment that, quote, the answer to Nietzsche is St. Anthony the Great, who did overcome mankind in his own human nature and was like an angel on earth. At this time, however, Eugene had no real exposure to the lofty aspects of Christian asceticism. It's about to end here. It says, Nietzsche, Eugene once said, wrote some lovely poems about the dark side of life, deep midnight loneliness, etc. He was speaking of such poems as, quote, Night Song, in which Zarathustra gives voice to his feelings. Quote, Night come, now all fountains speak more loudly, and my soul too is a fountain. Something unappeased is within me. It longs to find expression. A craving for the love is within me. Alas, ice is all around me. My hands are burned by the icy. Night has come. Alas, that I must be light, and thirst for the nocturnal and loneliness. During the unhappy period of his life, early manhood, Eugene had identified with precisely such dark and terrible, excruciating longings of the soul. Insanity marked the last 12 years of Nietzsche's life, during which time he was unable to write anything, although it was widely believed that this madness came about him rather suddenly. Some astute writers have recognized its gradual development throughout his literary career. Nietzsche's mad ideas were the logical outcome of the proud philosophy of the German idealists, and even of Spinoza, which in denying or attenuating the reality of God led eventually to self-worship, absurdity, and nihilism. Nietzsche, the mad prophet, bellowed out, like the pagan dragon of Wagner, poetic fire, the new religion of the Superman, the Antichrist. And however mad this religion might have been, it made more sense to the young Eugene than what he regarded as the spineless Christianity of his age.
Holy hell.
Yeah, and then I think also I mean, what's important to realize is that is an idea of how he contradicts himself, you know, in terms of both the idea of eternal recurrence and the notion of change. Now, if there's eternal recurrence, then there can't be change, right? But then goes to Nietzsche's view of Heraclitus, right? Where, you know, and I'm going to sort of, you know, talk about why.
Well, you said if there's an eternal occurrence that cannot be changed.
Yeah.
I guess by definition, it cannot be changed.
Right.
All right.
Right. So this whole idea here, you know, of Heraclitus, and this is why it's so important, why I'm talking about Parmenides versus Heraclitus. I mean, here's one text on it. It says, Nietzsche, Heraclitus, it says, in this proximity, I feel altogether warmer, better anywhere else. The the affirmation of passing away and destroying, which is the decisive factor of the Dionysian philosophy. Saying yes to opposition and war, becoming. See, this is the thing I was talking about, being versus becoming, right? So in the battle between Parmenides and Heraclitus, right, you need Heraclitus to begin philosophizing, right? Because if nature does not change, then you can't observe things, right? So you can't have empiricism, right? So this is very important, right? So it says, along with the radical repudiation of the very concept of being, okay? So then he says that, right? So it says, all this is clearly more closely related to me than anything else thought to date. The doctrine of eternal recurrence, that is, of the unconditional and the infinitely repeated circular course of all things. This doctrine Zarathustra might in the end have taught already in Heraclitus. See the contradiction right there? Repeated circular course, but also change, right? Wherefore the change? I mean,
that was where I asked you what the meaning was. That was my first thought. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it goes, and then here he says, so Nietzsche praised Heraclitus in his work Ecce Homo. Okay, that means like song of myself or something like that. I mean, or story of myself or some shit.
I passed up a good no homo joke right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's also the gay science. If you want to make a homo joke, because they really didn't title these correctly, because the other name for it is joyful wisdom or something like that. So they definitely should have gone with that one.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
but yeah, it says.
I think gay science is kind of interesting because it just sounds kind of strange.
It's right because he's like fuck science, basically, is what the book is about. So he's actually right in the book, but yeah.
So it's kind of like science is gay.
Yeah,
is that true? Fuck science. That's the way to go.
Because he's saying, no, he just thinks it should be different. He thinks it should be Gothian. So he thinks you should go with.
Know what that means.
So maybe what he's proposing is a lot worse. He's basically proposing alchemy instead of science, right? But yeah, that's a whole.
Are they not the same thing? Because
they are the same thing, right? Yeah. Right, exactly. So I'm saying that's why he's right. I mean, but that's neither here nor there. Let me go to this. It says, so Nietzsche praised Heraclitus in his work Ecce Homo. Additionally, in a lecture first given in 1872, Nietzsche refers to Heraclitus' self-glorification as Übermenschlich. And in Twilight of the Idols, he speaks of the Greek predecessor with the highest respect. Clearly, Nietzsche felt a strong affinity to Heraclitus. Right, so this is just I wanted to put forward, a promotion of my other lectures where I clearly talk about the difference of Parmenides' philosophy and Heraclitus' philosophy, and how Plato basically tries to merge both of these ideas with being and becoming, putting being in the transcendental realm and becoming in the here on Earth. So that was a huge.
I think Plato is onto something, as much as I don't like him.
Yeah,
but that sounds like it's going to be a
malformation.
It seems to be an article. It's by Gareth something. Gillen, Joshua Roberts Gillen. It's called Nietzsche, Heraclitus, and Interpretation. It's from an academic journal.
So here's my question: did Heraclitus?
But the point is, if you go to that work, Ecce Homo, he talks about Heraclitus. He says gone is every age that doesn't remember Heraclitus or something like that. But yeah, go ahead, Unseen.
Okay, so about his understanding of Heraclitus. So, does Heraclitus have a similar like idea as Lao Tzu, as like a return to primal simplicity?
No.
And he doesn't.
What is Heraclitus? It says, and if you can give it shortly, TML, what is he representing here?
Heraclitus is representing the fact that there is no stable like fact of reality, that everything changes. Right? So everything is becoming.
As opposed to being, it's becoming.
Yeah. So this is a huge thing.
So
Right?
the logos is becoming.
Oh yeah, for sure. The logos is the thing that's you know, yeah, it's all of reality is the logos, and it's changing it's changing, right? So that's the point, right?
Even if it's circular, I don't think it rules out
right. All is flux,
becoming. Right, even if it's circular, it would not rule out becoming, especially with our short lifespans. You can have some circular occurrence that occurs every 1,000 years, and it wouldn't.
Yeah, it's also ontologically transcendent, meaning that it's greater than reality itself, but it's also the thing that's changing in reality. It's also all of reality, right? So Heraclitus worked it all out.
I understand.
Right? I mean, and Parmenides does in a whole nother way, because he just says it's all one and it doesn't change, and he basically says that it's all mind, right? So that's the way he fixes it all, right? So I think Parmenides' solution is way better than Heraclitus, in my opinion. I mean, right?
So Parmenides is just being; he's doing nothing, right?
Yeah.
But how's he clear? How's he? Is there a way to elaborate that it's all mind? Is that like? Someone could take that the wrong way.
Change is mind. Change is just a matter of perception. So that's in Parmenides, right?
Yeah.
Someone could incorrectly take away from that, like solipsism somehow.
Yes, I don't have to do a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and to relate it to this, if technology is a reification of thought, then you can basically get stuck in a mentally created sphere, where you're creating certain
thought form.
Yeah. So you're exactly trapped in a thought form that you created, but yeah, let's go to the Palantir CEO here and see what's going on with him. I mean, I still haven't gained any value from this, but maybe and we'll casually watch this over the next few streams and see what happens over this 55 minutes.
Can you put the closed caption on? Would that work?
Yeah, there is no closed caption.
Disabled.
Seems like
All right.
Perfect.
But if I had to surmise, it's like Peter and I very much disagreed on the outcomes of the suppositions of our argument.
Did the picture freeze too?
I'm sorry, what was that, sis?
The picture is frozen for me. Just wondering if it is for everybody.
It was it's moving on my end before.
All right, thank you.
Yeah,
he's also moving and talking very slow, so that could be it. But yeah, oh man, and now my internet's freezing. So I'll be back in a second here. Give me a second. I gotta come back in. I gotta come back in.
We get a natural. We get a natural.
Crashes. Yeah.
We get a natural break where everybody gets to take a break and talk while he fixes this fucking StreamYard.
Yeah. So I got something on modern science. It's short. Okay. Modern science was born in the Renaissance out of the experiments of the Platonic alchemists, the astrologers, and the magicians. The underlying
I don't even know if I can keep up with the rest of the conversation. I don't know what a Platonic alchemist is. I don't think.
Okay, so Plato, right?
Oh, Platonic. All right. Is that what a Platonic relationship come from? That's where my mind went. So he's talking about Plato. I wonder if that's Platonic in the sense that we use it now. But I'm with you now, so go ahead.
There's like 6 Platonic shape that shape reality. So that's where the entire whatever their science of it comes from, if I understand correctly.
Right. Modern science comes from these Platonic alchemists in the Renaissance.
Okay.
And it's saying the underlying spirit of the new scientific worldview was the spirit of Faustianism, the spirit of magic, which is retained as a definite undertone of contemporary science. The discovery, in fact, of atomic energy would have delighted the Renaissance alchemists very much. They were looking for such a power. The aim of modern science is power over nature. Descartes, who formulated the mechanistic scientific worldview, said that man was to become, quote, the master and possessor of nature. It should be noted that it is a religious faith which takes the place of
That's
Christian
also
faith.
that Tower of Babylon shit you was talking about earlier. We're trying to replace something here too. But.
Right. And this goes back to what Machine's talking about, progress as well. So it's all connected in that way.
Yeah.
And that started, the Enlightenment, the Renaissance, these people, these quote Platonic alchemists. Now, when you go to the Kabbalists, they're Neoplatonic. So all that stuff is basically taking on what the Renaissance sort of produced and taking it to the next level. And technology too, because you got things like the electromagnetic light spectrum. That's why we have phones and TVs and all that stuff. That came from the Jesuits studying the Kabbalah. So
I was on with that shit for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why it's so important that I mentioned the idea of Nietzsche and Goethe, right? Because Goethe is talking about Faust. I mean, so the whole Faustian element, right, comes from that whole idea, right? And I think it first comes from Dr. Faustus, right, and then it moves to Faust in Goethe, right, and of course they're talking about alchemy and Luciferianism and all those ideas, right?
Wait, hey, do me a favor, if you can. It might be too tall of an ask, but you're assuming that all of these ideas, I'm sure everybody else on the panel know, your audience probably knows, when you're saying a Faustian versus a so-and-so, you would help me greatly if you give me the ideas that they're representing, that they're juxtaposed against. Otherwise, I'm getting lost when you just tell me and assuming that I know these guys' philosophies and which particular part of the philosophy you're talking about by simply saying his name. If you can break, it down more.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, the main thing is about these ideas that they're talking about the mind, right? And and the idea is mostly about a phenomenology versus empiricism. I mean, of course, Hegel adopted the idea of phenomenology via alchemy, right? So it goes to this idea, and but mainly I brought that up to bring this into a framework, is this idea of the Faustian face of modern science, that Unseen is referring to, because that was the title of the article, where I found that G.K. Chesterton quote. So it's just interesting that they called it that, Faustian face of modern science. And then you go to Nietzsche's, sort of view of Goethean science, right? And it kind of gets into the idea, and then of course we were saying that, modern science is alchemy, right? So that's kind of where, where I'm going with that. But yeah, this is a totally different thing with this Alex Karp fella. Let's see what he's got to say. Blessings.
Hey, hold on, I want to say something.
Yeah, for sure.
The alchemy keeps coming up, and my man was saying, I don't even know his name, how it's
Unseen Warfare.
Okay, Unseen. It's a new renaissance of the alchemy, meaning it's and then add that to what you were saying. It means that for this to be that persistent, they must have had some success. And I wonder what those successes look like to them. You said one, or maybe you said a few, the atomic bomb, I think you said, and some of the electromagnetic waves and stuff. What, and I attributed them to science.
Yeah, there's much more fundamental ones. Like, for example, Francis Bacon, Galileo and Descartes, right? Okay, so the main things there would be, you know, the whole idea of empiricism coming from Bacon, and how he said we should observe nature, you know, through the five senses, right? So he said that's where knowledge comes from, right? So the idea of nature just being like, you know, mute, you know, not really, you know, adding anything, you know, and also being subject to change, you know, being manipulated by, you know, the human reason, right? And then you go to Galileo, and he dislodges man's, you know, central place within the cosmos, right? Because, you know, Christianity and Islam, you know, the entire universe was created for man.
Right. That would have been a great benefit to them if they can start all their presuppositions on we are the center of the universe, therefore God, so and so. When you find out that he's not, because you've attached God to that, now it's a body blow.
Yeah. Now the third one is Descartes, because he said that the mind is separate from nature. Right, so he separated mind from nature, right? So your thoughts are separate from your experiences and all this other mess, you know, that he created, you know, through his dualism. So man became separate from nature, right? Through this last, I mean, ideas, a final nail.
Anybody by that? I mean, in some extreme ways, he has an argument. But anybody is that belief you guys hold that man is separate from nature?
I don't believe that.
But their idea is to conquer nature. You know.
Yeah. I mean, A, we're made of clay. You know, B, we're the stewards of nature, right? So there's lots of ideas there that could help. I mean, but yeah, nature was created by God, right?
And
So
all of these things make it seem like man would be naturally apart, even our thoughts. Unless that's his out. If he is saying nature just represents solids and these physical laws that we know of, then yeah, you have an argument that we're separate because these things are probably ephemeral and we're around forever.
Yeah, I mean, the way they got around it is that they said nature is mechanistic, right? So they created the machine metaphor, and they basically said, you know, nature is a mechanistic system, but they're comparing nature to man's creations, right? When nature is the thing that we're made out of, right? It makes no sense, right?
And what man bases our creations off of. You take a helicopter, it's like based on a dragonfly or something, you know?
Yeah. And the materials literally would come from nature.
Right.
You drew off of everything. You know, your 3D printer, you use nature, and your concept, you use nature to come up with the idea. And somehow you have the audacity to at some point separate yourself and say, look what I did alone.
Yeah. So yeah, let's go to this. And this is one of these guys. So this is one of these dudes that, you know, believes in human ingenuity. He goes to law school, even though he believes it's moral sophistry. You know.
Well, can I ask? Okay, I can wait.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I want to see if there's anything in here of value, but yeah, go ahead, Joe. Cool.
I wanted to ask, where do you guys come down on the shit that we're talking about? I don't want to influence you by saying anything, so I'm gonna leave it there. And if you guys don't understand, I can refine it. But the things we're talking about is basically a couple beliefs here. I'm wondering what you guys believe.
I mean, I can't speak for anybody else, but I reject, you know, progress. I've looked for, you know, lower, you know, technology, you know, possibly more, you know, human experience.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, human scale technologies. You know, so you know, I'm looking to see how we could actually create technology that exemplifies the human experience. Right, but right now we're improving, you know, technology, and we're disimproving humanity. I mean, right, but yeah, that's some of what I think. But yeah, what do you guys think? I mean,
You're definitely the act of I forgot what we were just being versus whatever word we were using. You're about that, about making shit happen and changes, and yes, I can make a difference, as opposed to woe is me, it's a cyclic system, and and what can I do about it? That's, you're on the other end. But what about the rest of you cats?
Well, I'm a true Orthodox Christian, so I view things as like, I guess
fate. Is
Yeah,
that
I
where
guess
you about
so.
to go?
Well, faith, yeah, faith, and
No, not faith. Fate. I think you were gonna. I could be. I am
yeah,
jumping
destiny
ahead.
goes there. I
Okay.
believe in some form of destiny, like there's something meant to be about the things. Not saying that we don't have control of our decisions, but my viewpoint is that a lot of times things are idealistic. Man falls into this his ideas and think they're the chief goal of reality. And I see a
Oh,
lot of things heading towards like a utopia. I think that is always that
that is
that's an
scary. I
antichrist
think
thought.
I fall into that territory. So I think I fall into that territory. Utopian, idealistic fuck. And you seem like the right person to ask. What is the other avenue? What does it look like?
Okay, so from my perspective as Orthodox, I would say that instead of looking for a kingdom of man, uh, I would rather prepare myself for the kingdom of God. And how do you do that? And that's through the soul. You're preparing your soul, forming the soul properly, and that doesn't mean that reality goes out the window and you don't try to help
Yeah,
the
I'm about
world
to say
around
that
you.
would put you in my idealistic land. I thought you were going to give me something different.
Well, I would say the soul is true. It's like a realistic thing, but
My man, my man, my man. Thanks for the correction. Yes,
you're
I
good.
am
You're
talking
good.
about real shit.
So, but as far as like it, it, that doesn't mean like certain movements aren't good in themselves. It's just that can't be the chief goal of a person, I believe. So it's like, yes, we should help the poor, but that shouldn't be our only focus. It's just like
Right,
helping the poor and this and that. It's
right.
like if our souls were formed properly, we'd get to the root of the issue, which was the fall. Why does man die? It's because we have fallen from grace, and how do we get back to that state
So
before the
that is the
fall?
business we need to set ourselves about,
I
finding our
believe
ways
so.
back to
And
grace.
my worldview is to return to a higher state than even Adam and Eve.
How do you do that? I got a bunch of ways popped in my head, but I'm still asking. How do
Well,
you do that? What's the route to returning to
through an
grace?
Orthodox Christian perspective, it's like living the life in the church, and that's prayer,
Wait.
repentance.
What's it look like if I'm fucking it's just me, I got everybody around me got 100 acres, and we're not so much with the church. How are you going about your business of finding faith then? Or do I must go to the church in what you're thinking?
Well, a church doesn't always mean a building.
Okay.
A church is an organism. It's the body of Christ, right?
All right.
And we're in the church when we're helping our neighbor. We're in the
Yeah.
church every
All
time
right.
you pray for your
All right.
brother.
All right. I was
These type
wondering
of things.
that.
But I would say that the other aspect of that, being physically in a church,
Yeah.
is good too. Going to see a
Is it? I'm
bishop.
scared. I've never been, not even one day have I been to a church service, and it seems scary to me. And it's just cause I don't know. I got a million reasons why it seems so scary. Groupthink, put idolizing one motherfucker. Everybody, my pastor's the greatest fuck in the world. Blah blah blah. I've heard people tell me you don't go to hell if you don't follow my pastor. He's got it right. And
I
this
don't make
cat's
salvific claims. Some
yeah,
people that would seem to be outside the church can be saved, and some people in the church aren't going to be.
right.
Um,
Somebody said something earlier. I think TML was reading somewhere. It sounded like the people in the church were more damned than the motherfuckers outside of the church.
that's sometimes the case. Scripture talks about like wolves in sheep's clothing. Those people are in the church, dressed like priests.
Yeah.
But
there
how do you
would
get by
have to
that?
be
And that's like discernment. Prayer.
Just so you know, I don't know what the difference between Orthodox, Baptist, so and so. Baptist, I think, dance. So it tells you I don't know anything about the religions and beliefs.
Well, I don't want to take over everything for too long, but I'll fill you in on Orthodoxy just a little bit. Orthodoxy is the church established by Christ in 33 AD. He taught his apostles. His apostles ordained bishops for different sees in that region. When you read Revelation, it mentions 7 churches. Those 7 churches were Orthodox churches.
They
and
were
still are to
established
this
while the
day.
apostles were still around.
Huh?
Those churches were established while the apostles were still alive.
Yeah. So St. James established the church in Jerusalem.
Okay.
St. Peter established the church in Antioch. Okay, and then when he passed it on, he's passed it on to St. Ignatius. Then you got Polycarp. There's different people that were trained directly by those apostles.
And what would be the difference? You know, say Orthodox and whatever another name of a Christian.
Okay, so let's say the Catholics came about in
Yeah,
1054. They broke communion with the Orthodox by saying that the Pope was infallible, which we said it was an honorary title based on the imperial capital of Rome.
So the Orthodox don't follow the Pope and all that.
No, but
that's
see, we understood that popes did exist prior.
And neither do the Protestants, right? So,
yeah,
I mean the
book for me.
yeah. So there's 3. There's Orthodox, Catholics, and Protestants, right? And there's also Coptics, right? So, so the Coptics and the Orthodox and the Catholics, they have traditions going back to the early church, right? They talk about the saints going back to the early church, and then then the Protestants, they say there's new stuff that happened, right? And there's some Jews who say that too, right? So there's groups of Protestants and Jews who say that the religion's been changing the entire time, you know, even after after the Middle Ages, way later, all of that stuff, right? So yeah, it's crazy stuff, but yeah. It's wild. But yeah, blessings, guys.
Yeah.
I was at the time a classic progressive. I still am, unfortunately. The part of America has been turned over to a pagan religion. It's not intellectual and not liberal.
Okay, so very odd things, set of things. He described himself as a progressive. Then he said that modern leftism is "quote unquote" a pagan religion. Now I've also looked at some of the subtitle of his book. His book is subtitled "Hard Power, Soft Belief."
Damn.
So
there's some kind of innuendo in there.
Yeah.
Well, he was trained at a Freudian school, dude.
Yeah.
That's unseen. That's your whole belief. Whatever the fuck. I'm too high, but whatever he just said there. Subtitle.
Yeah, wild. Yeah, wild combination of ideas there. But yeah.
So, but and I think culturally, I was very honored when you asked me to speak, but I didn't say just if you're asking me to speak. If you asked me to speak, then you asked me to speak. So just have to. But I'm not saying anything I don't say in public. So, I do think, my father's side of my family.
Weird. He said the paganism comment about leftism and paganism, and then he sort of retracted his statement and said, "Oh, I'm getting too out of line." And again, you invited me to speak, and so I get to be free here. And then he put his arm on the chair, and so
he very get into it.
Yeah. So he felt like he was going to talk about occultism and different things there, and the pagan influence on modernism. But he didn't want to get too deep. Weird.
Family is Germanic Jewish, and Peter is German Huguenot. You're Germanic. There was a cultural affinity. That's definitely true. And there are some very Germanic aspects of Palantir we can go into.
So they're Jews talking about how Germanic they are, which is very interesting as well.
It's a bit goofy, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, there's a huge Germanic influence. Okay.
But at the end of the day, I think all greatness is artistic. I think Peter is an artist making count. I think if you asked him, he would give you an answer, but the real answer is he recognizes an artist when he sees an artist. And we've worked very effectively together. And by the
There's the
way,
ego there.
the thing is, it wasn't just, no one else would have picked me to run anything. I mean, I might, but I think there's picking and promoting and giving, operational authority to, all of which Peter has done. Very, very unusual. I would say our dialogue, one of the things that has made us, or how many people follow our company, maybe you should have followed us closer, but hopefully you ensured us.
This nigga ain't talking about nothing since he shifted the conversation.
Right.
I would say the rigor of our dialogues where you can have, I'm not really trying to impose my opinion on him, and even though when we started the company there was a massive stature difference, it really was about having a very rigorous opinion that you could defend. And inside Palantir, there's lots of things about us, but I think the thing that's most special about us is the platform that changed the course of arc of history on terrorism was built by us. The platform that changed the arc of history on the battlefield, the first actual use of AI on the battlefield, the first actual and most impactful use of AI is not large language models, was built by us, Project Maven. The way in which software is managed on-prem will be managed by us. The most useful, most impactful by any standard in US commercial platform in the world, Foundry was built by us. The platform that ended up being the only thing on the market useful for managing large language models is built by us. The view that large language models would be the management of the resource as opposed to the resource itself was heretical.
TML, does this make him inherently evil for inventing all of that shit he just named off?
I think I mean, I think you already said it. He's saying, he's sort of responsible for all this, and yeah, I think he's overstating the importance of all these ideas, right? But
do you think he sees them as evil? Because I believe you do.
I think obviously not. I mean, if he's going to law school and he's like, this is moral sophistry, then how evil can you think what he's doing now?
Yeah, I think he just sees it as the ends justify the means,
Yeah, that's the one.
I think this is a slimy dude.
It's a slimy dude because their software was used to target the people in Gaza, if I remember right. The AI stuff. So
that's obviously evil.
That's the way I see it. He thinks that we helped out, we saved the country, we're great people.
Yeah, there's no reason for you guys to put the target on your back, but I'll go ahead and say what I have to, to do the show. But but yeah, this guy could definitely look you up. But yeah.
Yeah, what it seems to me too is like it'll get to a point where it's like, well, like Neurojack was saying earlier, it's like, well, morally, we want to protect as many soldiers as we can, so we're going to just use drones, or what I mean?
The logic even sounds logical to me. It sucks, but I could buy into it. You're right. I'll help you invest some good drones, and they're dropping them on school kids and shit in some country I don't even know about.
Yeah, exactly. That's the type of cat this guy is.
Organize almost every defense tech startup is an ex-Palantirian. I don't think you can even get investment in enterprise software at this point without of any kind, without an ex-Palantirian or trying to copy what we're doing. And the idea to organize, do a DPO and engage non-professional investors in essentially an army was, I'm proud of, organized by us and me. The death and pain that is brought to our
Old calendars.
is mostly, not exclusively, brought by volunteer. The moral clarity in terms that to stand up for Israel when on October 8th was done in great
May
part by
5th.
us and some others, but we leaned into that. The battlefield using large language models, moving to small to large devices powered at the operating system by us. And it goes on and on and on and on. Like the best talent, organized talent in enterprise software in the world is bar none Palantir. And that's been true for 20 years. It's one thing to have a startup where you have the highest peak of comparative talent, but we're 20 years in, and if you ask any venture person, people who, whatever, some of them have liked me. Like now, actually, I'm pretty popular, but and more aligned actually with the venture community because it's newly pro-American. And actually, I would say stood up when Israel was under massive assault, and it was popular to, especially in Europe where I spent half my life, blame all problems on the Jews. Our integration doesn't work. Our software industry doesn't work. Our tech industry doesn't work. But we can go to the International Criminal Court and pretend human rights abuses are happening where they're not. And complete, utter, intellectual, cringe level BS. Or
Listen to that. Passionate defense of Israel, not committing any international crimes, which we know in fact they do. So he's lying about it. Right? And then basically he's saying that they stood up. So this private corporation is really involved with defending Israel, right, when they're under attack by the International Criminal Court in Europe. What a weird thing for them to be involved in.
Techno-Zionist.
Techno-Zionists, exactly. I mean, so there's another glimpse into this dude. I mean, so yeah, we'll get back into that. But yeah, you heard some of his ideas, who he is. He's a Zionist who heads one of the greatest tech companies of today, right? That's also being used for defense.
And he's very proud of it.
He's very proud
of it too.
Very proud of all that. He claims anybody who claims anything else is anti-intellectual, right? And cringe. And
this is your natural enemy, bro. This is your counter fucking part. You're antichrist.
I hope not.
Like him.
I hope not. I'll basically be wasted. I mean, right? They hit me with a beam right now. I mean,
but this is the guy you preach against. If the machine is full of bullshit.
Not the enemy you want to have, bro.
This is it.
It's not the enemy you want. Let's put it that way. And I mean, as arrogant as he is, right? If this guy has more power, right, because he's involved in the kind of things then what does that tell us about the state that we're in today? I mean,
that they're in with private corporations, ancestrally.
Yeah, let me move into this here. This 1932 movie, and look at this population growth. And then I'm going to read something from Thoreau again, and then I'm going to read something from Dewey, and I'm going to look at a few of these ideas and contextualize some of these ideas after I watch this last video here. Right, and I know today's show's been like video heavy. I usually bring 0 videos. It's usually all text, right? And then people get super bored. So
I don't think it was video heavy at all.
Do you think that's like a loophole, sort of, to do war crimes in a sense, by having a private company sort of back that?
Yeah, definitely.
100%.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah, and also with the police, with the private security firms, right?
Yes.
So it's going to be both. I mean, because as you said, they're involved in pre-crime. So
prisons.
Yeah. So
respond to that idea.
The human economy exists within a universe organized by this dynamic ability of man to willfully change nature.
You already said willfully change nature, right? That's pretty interesting.
By this dynamic ability of man to willfully change nature.
When you think about this, Christ, logos, anti-logos,
Yeah. A more dark logos, with Dugan, You know, he's going dark logos. You know? But this whole thing is very interesting. The population increase. He's saying that man willfully changed nature, but actually, all of these humans, right, that were then affected by sort of crypto communism, based on the fact that we could move supplies around, you know, from East Coast to West Coast, right? The population grew exponentially.
I gotta ask that word
through
willfully.
technology, right?
I gotta ask that word willfully. I'm a little confused with it because
Right, exactly. I'm confused with it too. Like, I use the word willful there. Like this is not a willful process. Like, how could this be a willful process? Right? Yeah, exactly. Right. It's silly. I mean, but yeah, he's saying this here, population growth and rail line expansion, that this was willful. Let's check this out.
yes, it must. He's probably talking about a small number of elite.
So this is how drastic industrial expansion took place from 1790 to 1930.
Most of that be railroad.
Yeah, like, can you imagine? Like, during the middle of this time, they had the Civil War. Could you imagine? Like, obviously, this is going to become an issue. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna say, instead of having one amino part of the population be slaves, so that they do the work, you know, we need to have the entire population of slaves to work in the factories.
But the South, like, man, but you're gonna fuck up our hustle with that. We're good. We don't want no part of it. No, we need you. We need all these niggas to be slaves like we want. We ain't got room for two forms of slave. We need your guys too.
Oh yeah.
Which is much better. You got the willing slave now.
Right. So there it is. They covered up the whole country, and there's the rail lines.
Who's that railroad baron? He's popping in my head. I can't think of his name. Bought up all the railroads. Really, Rock something. I don't think it was Rockefeller or something. Another. He bought up all the fucking railroads. And he made the competition. So anyone who had private individual railroads, because he had monopoly, he'd make his shit so cheap, it'd send him out of business. He'd buy their companies, and that's how he expanded. But he was apparently a really evil fuck. That's when I see them railroads stretching across. All I can think about is all the evil shit that happened to get that to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, here's another thing on that by Thoreau. He says, our life is frittered away by detail. An honest man has hardly need to count more than his 10 fingers, or in extreme cases, he may add his 10 toes and lump the rest. Simplicity. Yeah. Simplicity. I say, let your fears be as 2 or 3, and not 100 or 1,000. Instead of 1,000,000, count half a dozen, and keep your accounts on your thumbnail. In the midst of this chopping sea of civilized life, such are the clouds and storms and quicksands, 1,001 items to be allowed for, that a man has to live. If he would not founder and go to the bottom, and not make his port at all, by dead reckoning, he must be a great calculator indeed who succeeds. Simplify, instead of 3 meals a day, if it be necessary, eat but 1. Instead of 100 dishes, 5. Reduce other things in proportion. Our nation itself, with all its so-called eternal improvements, which, by the way, are all external and superficial, is just such an unwieldy and overgrown establishment, cluttered with furniture and tripped up by its own traps, ruined by luxury and heedless expense, by want of calculation and worthy aim, as 1,000,000 households in the land, and the only cure for it, as for them, is in a rigid economy. Right, the economy is imposed.
It's built in, yeah.
Yeah, it's built into the system.
Wait,
right?
is that what all these ortho bros we talking about? With the birth rate's going down, we need more babies because they need more contributors.
They need people to run the machines. They don't need people because they like people or because they want to continue humanity.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right. So they're Christian nationalists. That's what they would call themselves. And I'm not a part of those guys. So
yeah, it's a total
separation.
Yeah, it's a totally different thing.
That's good to hear, man. Because I ain't Christian nationalist. I think of Make America White Again.
Isn't that what you're talking about? What you're talking about, the trains? Isn't that?
Yeah, my friend. Yeah. My friend. fire starter, he said it the best. He said they're white nationalists who don't criticize Jews. That's what a Christian nationalist is. That's a perfect definition. 100%. I mean, so
very good. That's so.
Yeah. So but anyways, guys, I got to go on here. It says
probably Vanderbilt for the railroad.
For the railroad, dude.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, but check out what Thoreau says. He says a stern and more Spartan simplicity of life and elevation of purpose is what we need. But he's saying the society today, it lives too fast. Men think that it is essential that a nation have commerce and export ice and talk about and talk through a telegraph and ride 30 miles an hour. Without a doubt, whether they do or not, but whether we should live like baboons or like men is a little uncertain. If we do get out the sleepers, i.e. the large wood timbers that support railroad tracks and forge rails and devote days and nights to work and go to tinkering upon our lives to improve them, who will build railroads? And if railroads are not built, how shall we get to heaven in season? But if we stay home and mind our own business, who will want railroads?
Hey, pause. This is brilliant, right? I love it. It's brilliant.
Here, hold on. Let me just finish the paragraph here. It says if we got out the it says that we devote days and nights to the work, but go to tinkering upon our lives to improve them. If we don't do this, who will build the railroads? If railroads are not built, how shall we get to heaven in season? But if we stay at home and mind our business, who will want railroads? We do not ride on the railroad; it rides upon us. Did you ever think that those sleepers are that underlie that railroad? Each one is a man, an Irishman, or a Yankee man. The rails are laid on them. They are covered with sand, and the cars run smoothly over them. They are sound sleepers, I assure you. And every few years, a new lot is laid down and run over, so that if you have some pleasure of riding on the rail, others have the misfortune to be ridden upon. And when they run over a man that is walking in his sleep, a supernumerary sleeper, in the wrong position and wake him up, they suddenly stop the cars and make a hue and cry about it, as if this were an exception. I'm glad to know that it takes a gang of men for every 5 miles to keep the sleepers down and level in their beds as it is. For this is a sign that they may sometimes get up again.
It make a nigga don't even want to ride the fucking railroad, right? There's a train that go across Canada that I'm dying to ride, right? It's way out of, I'd never be able to afford it. But, when put in that perspective, first of all, it's brilliant. Your claim is that you want to make life easier. But to pull it off for a couple motherfuckers riding in sleeping cars, you got to work a bunch of people to death. So it's moronic. It's not even logical.
Yep. And that was back when they started building the railroads. You remember he was saying. You got this idea, posted by the Elon Musk. I think it was posted by Elon Musk yesterday, where it's a bunch of kids playing with fire. And the cavemen, mommy and daddy are saying these kids are addicted to technology.
Jack posted that in the back.
Yeah.
The other day.
Yeah, so he's saying that if your concern is technology, improving, then you're a boomer.
What is the modern? If it is technology is the modern railroad, what does the man look like who's put all them tracks in that they're running over and fucking over all the time in order to make their lives more convenient? I think I answered my own question in my head.
Right, exactly. Right. Right. So let's go to this thing from Dewey. He says the formation of parties, or the 18th century writers call them factions, and the system of party government is practically necessary counterweight to a numerical and atomistic individualism. Okay, the idea that the conflict of parties will, by means of public discussion, bring about necessary public truths is a kind of political watered-down version of the Hegelian dialectic.
Yeah.
He says, with this synthesis, arrived by the union of antithetical conceptions. The method has nothing in common with the procedure of organized cooperative inquiry that has won the triumphs of science in the fields of physical nature, intelligence, and politics,
when it is identified with discussion, means reliance upon symbols. The invention of language is probably the greatest single invention achieved by humanity. The development of political forms that promote the use of symbols in place of arbitrary power was another great invention. The 19th century establishment of parliamentary institutions written by constitutions and the suffrage as a means of political rule is a tribute to power of symbols. But symbols are significant only in connection with realities behind them. No intelligent observer can deny, I think, that they are often used in party politics as a substitute for realities instead of as a means for contact with them. Popular literacy in connection with the telegraph, cheap postage, and printing press has enormously multiplied the number of those influenced. That which we term education has done a good deal to generate habits and put symbols in place of realities. The forms of popular government make necessary the elaborate use of words and influence political action. Now he makes the main point. He says propaganda is an inevitable consequence. And so he agrees totally with ellul, right? He says that propaganda is an inevitable consequence of the combination of these influences and extends it to every area of life. Words not only take the place of realities, but are themselves debauched. Decline in the prestige of suffrage and parliamentary government are necessary, intimately associated with the belief, manifest in practice, even if not expressed in words, that intelligence is an individual possession to be reached by means of verbal persuasion. So it seems that Mumford was not the only person talking about the preeminence of symbols in 1930, right? But it seems Dewey was also, of that same mental configuration, right?
I don't think he said nothing wrong though.
Oh yeah. So far, no lies detected. It's pretty. Then he goes on to say, this fact suggests by way of contrast the genuine meaning of intelligence in connection with public opinion, sentiment, and action. The crisis in democracy demands the substitution of the intelligence that is exemplified in the scientific procedure for the kind of intelligence that is now accepted. So think about that. He's lamenting the fact that we don't use scientific analysis, to govern public affairs. Okay, so you have to really pay attention to what he's saying. He wants the scientific process to be more of a part of the way we govern society. And of course, this is exactly what the Palantir guy is already understanding, and right? Years later, right? But he says here, and I'll say this again. I'll read this again. The crisis in democracy demands the substitution of the intelligence that is exemplified in scientific procedure for the kind of intelligence that is now accepted. The need for a change is not exhausted in the demand for greater honesty and impartiality. Even though these qualities be now corrupted by discussion carried on mainly for the purpose of party supremacy and for the imposition of some special but concealed interest, these qualities need to be restored. But the need goes further. The social use of intelligence would remain deficient even if these moral traits were exalted, and yet intelligence continued to be identified simply with discussion and persuasion, necessary as are these things. Approximation of use of scientific method in investigation and of the engineering mind in the invention and projection of far-reaching social plans is demanded. The habit of considering social realities in terms of cause and effect, which is empiricism. The social policies in terms of means of consequences is still inchoate. The contrast between the state of intelligence in politics and the physical control of nature is to be taken literally. What has happened in this latter is outstanding demonstration of the meaning of organized intelligence. That means in the state of intelligence of politics. That is different than in the physical control of nature. He said man has exceeded his intelligence in the physical control of nature than he has in intelligence and politics. That means that we understand how to control nature, but we have no idea how to govern human beings. Is what he's saying. And he's saying this is a huge problem for the modern society. Right now he goes, the combined effect of science and technology Okay, the combined effect of science and technology is release more productive energies. Okay, in a bare 100 years then stands to credit to prior human history in its entirety. Productively, it has multiplied 9 million times in the last generation alone. The prophetic vision of Francis Bacon, okay, of subjugation of the energies of nature through the change in methods of inquiry has well nigh been realized. The stationary engine, the locomotive, the dynamo, the motor car, turbine, telegraph, telephone, radio, and moving picture are not the products of either isolated individual minds. Okay, let me read that again. The stationary engine, the locomotive, the dynamo, the motor car, the turbine, telegraph, telephone, radio, and moving picture are not the product of either isolated individual minds, nor the particular economic regime called capitalism. Nor are they products of capitalism, he says. It's getting very, very interesting now. And now he says, they are the fruit of the methods first penetrated to the working causalities of nature and then utilize the resulting knowledge in bold imaginative ventures of invention and construction. What is that? Gobbledygook. Nonsense. Nonsense. He then reversed his statement and made word salad.
Isn't he just saying that they just built off the shoulders of men? Anything they got now, they stole from other motherfuckers. That's all I was getting out of it.
Well, the issue, though, that I see in this...
He contradicted himself in 2 sentences, but yeah. And I'll show you guys how, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just seems like if we base, everything off science, right? If we base like how we're dealing with politics and all this other stuff off science, a lot of times the scientists are conflating philosophy. So then it would be like policing lies.
Well, it's not science anymore if you put in philosophy and
they call it that, and that's how they pass off certain ideas. I'll give you an example: evolution. Okay.
Right. Like science assumes empiricism.
Right.
It assumes it.
Yeah,
like it assumes induction, right? And not just as a form of a method, right? But it actually assumes it at the level of epistemology, right? Which
it's a quest for truth. I can't be mad at it. It is the best we got at defining what we can call truth. That means any man can reproduce it, and it holds true.
Yeah, this is the first argument that me and Joe Cool had.
True, though. Sometimes what you'll see is, and what I mean by this conflation of science and philosophy is that there won't be evidence for it. There'll be the theory there. And the theory doesn't necessarily mean it's true. It's just that it's the accepted position of the scientific.
You say a lot of times. You say a lot of times. I can't think of a lot of times where science has failed us and is not. I can think of a lot of times where people have used it in fucked up ways, but the science itself. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. Now, the common belief system of modern Americans is that evolution is true. Would you agree with that?
100%.
And they base that off of science, correct?
Yeah.
But the truth of the matter is if you look deeply into this, it's not based off science. It's based off philosophy and science conflated.
Well, we don't have to we can leave philosophy out of it. Science would get us there alone.
That's
if
what they
some
say,
idiot
but
throws
it's not
philosophy in there.
Statement.
But science, observation gets you there alone. Why does it have to involve
because sometimes
philosophy?
they're lying about what they're observing.
You observe yourself. You don't have to take motherfuckers' word for it.
What I'm saying is, okay, so but the majority of people do. With the Peking man, for example.
Yeah, let me go back. Yeah, true. But let me go back to this idea. Like it's true that science works. That it's a level of at the level of methodology is true. Science works, right? But it assumes epistemology. That means it assumes that it's the only type of knowledge. Now, then it's wrong, right?
Yes, agreed. A good scientist knows that there's always a command, something that can change what you believe at the moment.
So how did it get there? How did science
begin to equate itself with the only type of knowledge. The answer is philosophy, right? So that's how it got there,
That's
right?
what
So
made his error then, yeah.
yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I mean,
And there's another error they make. They say, I'm not religious, I'm a scientist, as if they're two different things.
right.
Yeah, that's another error built in.
You know, science in itself isn't so bad, right? But when it
Exactly.
becomes like almost a political party in itself,
Yeah,
to
it's
push
going way
against
beyond
other
its
belief systems.
yeah. Yeah, it's going way beyond its bounds when it becomes philosophy, a theology,
Yes.
Epistemology. It's going way beyond its.
I would agree, man. Keep your
You know,
personality and opinions out of it. Just give me
yeah,
the
and that's why
facts.
we've gotten away with it. All right, I think is what he's saying is that and he's looking up the conflict. He's presenting two ideas that are extremely important, which is the conflict between technology and liberalism, and the conflict between technology and the idea of capitalism. Right, so technology is going to destroy these two things. Right, he's saying that in 1930. Right, that our technological capacity isn't in line with our our moral framework, our political framework. And he's
It's a
saying the thing that's going to be on the
built-in
chopping block.
destructiveness
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, he's saying the thing that's going to be on the chopping block is going to be liberalism and capitalism, and he already said that. Right? And now he goes in to say, we hear a great deal in these days about class conflict. Okay? Now he's a quasi-socialist guy. That's why he's one of the architects of the New Deal. Right? The past history of man is held up as almost exclusively a record of struggles between classes. Notice he says that.
Yeah.
Right, ending in the victory of a class that had been oppressed and transfer power to it. It is difficult to avoid reading the past in terms of contemporary scene. Indeed, fundamentally, it is impossible to avoid this course with a certain proviso. It is highly
Can you
important.
slow down on that one? And is he a certain incident of war he's talking about when man got beat up and had to see him give up a thing? Is there a certain time in history that he's referring to?
This is during World War II, so you got to put that into context.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. With a certain proviso, it is highly important that we are compelled to follow this path, for the past is gone, save for the aesthetic enjoyment for refreshment. Notice that. He said the past is gone. Right? While the present is with us. I kind of agree with him. Knowledge of the past is significant only as it deepens and extends our understanding of the present. Yet there is a proviso. We must grasp the things that are most important in the present when we turn to the past, and not allow ourselves to be misled by secondary phenomena, no matter how intense and immediately urgent they are. So notice he's totally rejecting tradition with that mindset. And then he goes, viewed from this standpoint, the rise of a scientific method and of technology based upon it, genuinely active force in producing the vast complex of changes in the world, is now undergoing, not the class struggle, whose spirit and method are opposed to science. If we lay hold, and I totally agree with him here, and he totally agrees with the ellul here, right? And now he says, if we lay upon the causal force exercised by this embodiment of intelligence, we shall know where to turn for means of directing further change. Now he says, when I say scientific method and technology have both been an active force in producing the revolutionary transformation society is undergoing, I do not imply no other forces have been at work to arrest, deflect, and corrupt their operation. So notice he's thinking of everything in terms of improving technology and our relationship to it, right? But now he says, rather, this fact is positively implied. At this point, indeed, is located the conflict that underlies the confusion and uncertainties at the present scene. The conflict is between institutions and the habits originating in the pre-scientific, pre-technological age, and the new forces generated by science and technology.
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The application of science to a considerable degree, even its own growth, has been conditioned by a system to which the name capitalism is given, a rough designation of a complex of political and legal arrangements centering about a particular mode of economic relations. Because of the conditioning of science and technology by this setting, the second and humanly most important part of Bacon's prediction has so far largely missed realization. The conquest of natural energies has not accrued to the betterment of the common human estate in anything like the degree he anticipated.
I can't sell a nigga that shit on a panel. Everybody thinks the world is better off, and there is no argument. Anyone who thinks there are some better than capitalism is in fantasy land. I mean, people are sold on this shit that he's talking about.
Yeah, but he just said that it can't possibly be the case because we have a total disproportion in the way we understand our political beliefs and the scientific, technological maxims.
And the effects that they will have on us. Yeah,
exactly. So there's a total mismatch between those two ideas, and he sees it, and he's saying that Bacon didn't understand that. Right, he thought he thought that technology would everywhere increase, this idea of liberalism and wealth, but the reality is that these two things are in conflict with it, and it's not, and it's not, as he says here, he basically agrees with ellul, where he says that, it's not the class struggle, that's producing the change in society, but it's the technology that's producing the change in society, right? So, yeah, and that's what's the objective factor of power. So, I think that helps contextualize a lot of things. I mean,
yeah, it does. It helps me a ton. I think I'm sharpening my arguments. Just listen to this shit.
Yeah, that's from a book called Liberalism and Social Action by John Dewey. Right now, I'm going to move to ellul and read a little bit of ellul, right? And then we're going to go ahead and play some more music for Spooky Saturday here, right? And then, and then that's basically where we're headed here. But yeah, this stuff that ellul is pointing out about how human beings become systematized by the when both economics and techniques combine, right? They totally systematize human beings, and the person who is responsible for this is the statistician. Right, and how does the statistician become, basically, given this job is by the rule of experts, right? Is in the compartmentalization of knowledge within the technical society. But yeah, he goes on to say that the economic techniques that he's describing is public opinion analysis. Everyone is acquainted with the Gallup Institute, which has branches in almost every country of the world. Various systems, soundings, samplings, inquiries are used to establish periodically the feeling of a given class or category of the population about any important question. Certainly, there is a strong skepticism about these methods. No one believes that he thinks and acts like his neighbor. No one is sympathetic to the notion that he is a mere number in some list or series. And this unconscious rejection makes for skepticism. Nonetheless, the result of such samplings must be deemed valid, in spite of the seeming setbacks they suffer. As, for example, in the well-known case of the American presidential election in 1948, the results reflect various phenomena: sociological currents, ethical preferences, political opinion, with which we are not here concerned, but other results reflect economic currents, opinions concerning prices and wages, commercial choices, urgent economic needs to the extent that they are measurable, and so on. In sum, anything in the nature of an opinion which can be grasped by a good observer or report will henceforth be numerically measured and followed scientifically during all stages of its development.
Damn.
Oh yes,
Machine. I'm gonna listen, but I'm out, my brother. It's good.
Yeah,
talking to
blessings,
you,
brother.
man.
Yeah, blessings,
It was
brother.
good
Thank you so
meeting you,
much.
man.
All right, same.
Joe, cool.
Yeah,
Awesome.
man.
All right. All right.
Same. Peace,
Yeah,
bro.
thank you for your contributions. Blessings, brother.
Always, man. Later, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, he killed it.
Yeah, there goes the homie Unseen Warfare. We got some more stuff at the end of the show with Unseen Warfare.
Oh,
Where
fuck,
we
I meant
look
to
at
ask him a question, and you, before we got out of here.
Yeah, but his breakdown of Peter Thiel, interview, we looked at about Peter Thiel. We'll play that at the end of the show. But yeah, continuing on here, it says he says that that in sum, anything in the nature of an opinion can be grasped by a good observer or report will henceforth be numerically measured and followed scientifically during all stages of development. This method represents a great revolution. It permits the integration of opinion in the technical world in general and in the economic technique in particular. This system brings into the statistical realm measures of things hitherto unmeasurable. It affects a separation of what is measurable from what is not.
The more scientifical you try to get, the more unscientifical you become. Now suddenly you think you're a scientific motherfucker who can who factor in opinions. But factoring an opinion means you're so far away from science. You know, jeez.
That's very true. That's a very keen observation. You know, definitely. But yeah, they have to make numerical things that aren't numerical, and they have to only rely on what can be quantifiable. You know, so then he goes, so then he says, whatever cannot be expressed numerically is to be eliminated from the ensemble, right? Either because it eludes numeration or because it is quantitatively negligible. We have therefore a procedure for the elimination of aberrant opinions, which is essential to the understanding of the development of this technique. The elimination does not originate in the technique itself, but the investigators who utilize its results are led to it of necessity. This is a huge point.
Yes,
you know,
that's what I was trying to say with when you try to sell them on a different system other than capitalism or something, they must by necessity jump on you, down you, and don't listen to what you're saying.
Yeah,
he's saying some of that.
Yeah, definitely. But he goes on to say, you know, this is a very important point. He says, no activity can embrace the whole complexity of reality except as a given method permits. For this reason, and obviously all systems, you know, they neglect anything that can't be systematized. You know, so this is a very important point. You know, so anything that falls outside of the process of systematization cannot be measured in the system. So the more closed off and complete a system is to what's going on outside of it, the more the less reactive it can be about changes that go on outside of the system.
It'd be impossible to be reactive, right? Because they barely even observe.
Exactly. And this is the main point that we keep making over and over, you know, right? And this is a problem of creating a world based on logic and reason, you know, because you could create a world, you know, such as in Alice in Wonderland, where everything works, but nothing makes sense, you know, and it's all absurd, right? So this is a thing that we're doing with science here, you know, that we barely see. For this reason, this elimination procedure is found whenever the results of opinion probings are employed in political economy. The economist is thus provided with an arsenal of technical means which enable him to observe and sometimes to predict economic reality in detail. Then the following question is unavoidable. Will these techniques remain simple techniques of observation of pure knowledge? We grant that their creators had no ulterior motives. The means are there simply to be assistance to economic science, but will this motive be adhered to? I think he knows the answer. Let us consider the position of the economist J.U. Neff, N-E-F, has described it. The economist, more or less stricken with an inferiority complex in regard to the public, quote, abandoning the hope of affecting policy by objective thinking, seeks refuge by becoming an expert and counselor on questions of technology or practical politics, unquote.
Or
economists,
data.
Economists cherish the hope of influencing reality. The technique of knowledge the economist is now acquiring allows him through the state to exercise his influence. Doesn't it sound like the Palantir guy? We know this in all countries, no matter what type of economy or form of government, it has been called in the reign of experts, but it is in actual fact the reign of technicians. Economists today have the means of being technicians near the seat of state power, but even without wishing to take account of this tendency, we know that these means of observation of reality will not remain inert. Like all techniques, they possess specific weights and direction. The reasons are very simple. And he goes on to say, an organization for establishing statistical data is extremely costly and cannot continue without profits. One way of making a profit
is to sell statistical products to a capitalist clientele.
That's just making feeding the loop. You
Yeah.
built on statistics. You feed yourself the statistics. What good
Right.
are you?
Yeah. Yeah, but this is crazy what he says. He says one way of making a profit is to sell statistical products to a capitalist clientele, which will utilize them to guide its business into certain channels. This is exactly what Palantir does. Right? He says a statistical bureau then becomes a counseling bureau. But the use of statistical data in semi-liberal capitalist economy is restricted and cannot be developed to its full effectiveness. This incapacity of capitalism correctly to employ techniques appears time and time again. Mumford says, quote, one of the most flagrant faults of capitalism is not to have known how to make use of existing laboratories. For example, the Bureau of Standards to determine norms from which the whole body of consumers would have benefited. The tendency of technological society is to determine the movements of the macroeconomy. Yet it is striking that the more statistics once established tend to revert to the level of microeconomy and individual decisions and define employment only on this level.
Right.
This is obviously insufficient. The economists are in a position to lay claim to something better than a clientele, which in any case seldom enables them to cover their costs. They must address themselves to the state. So here they there goes Palantir going to the state now. And right, certain semi-republic corporations finance the operations. But it is clear that the state demands its quid pro quo. If the state is to pay for statistical research, it must get something in return. Assistance in directing national affairs, the state requires the economist, on the basis of statistics, to seek out methods of intervention, either directly or by subtle means, such as those advocated by John Maynard Keynes. When the great private exactly. When the great private corporations or the state ask the economist for a method to influence reality, they are addressing the economist's own invincible longing.
Right.
Which in the beginning engendered the improvement of these scientific means. Suppose that we have accumulated enormous quantities of facts, have encompassed the whole of reality, and possess the means to follow mechanism of economic phenomenon, and even to a certain degree to predict them. Shall this accumulated force then serve no purpose? The 1952 report of the American Bureau of Labor Statistics shows clearly that this ensemble of means leads inevitably to the planning. Okay, now let me go on. And this is only a couple more paragraphs I have left before we go to the music here. You know, he says.
Before I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Okay, we can do it now. I could have waited till you're done with this.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean,
okay.
It's only two more paragraphs left.
Yeah, why don't you do the paragraphs, because I need your philosophy or something.
Yeah, he goes. We confess that we are unable to follow Clausen's reasoning when he declares that the operations of compatibility nationality, I don't know what that is, are not a threat to freedom because in fact they are not applied. Once the trends of the economy have been recognized and reduced to numerical form, will it be tolerated that no intervention be undertaken when the catastrophic consequences, of some decision or other have been clearly perceived? Now, this is a main point that he makes right here. Huge point. Prepare yourself for the bomba. On a more modest but still significant plane, what meaning has a detailed accounting of all the needs of a thoughtless worker, including the number of springs in his mattress and the number of razor blades he uses annually? He then says, undertaken in order to establish a minimum wage.
Yeah, keep money, make money, yeah.
Yeah, let me read that again. This is so funny. He says, on a more modest but still significant plane, what meaning has a detailed accounting of all the needs of a thoughtless worker, including the number of springs in his mattress and the number of razor blades he uses annually, undertaken in order to establish a minimum wage? If he can spend his money haphazardly,
Oh.
Mere prediction would plainly be absurd. The irrationality of the individual keeps him from living on the amount he could live on according to the calculations.
That's dope.
Yeah, he would die of hunger on a subsistence minimum unless an authoritarian education made him conform.
Ooh, damn. Damn, you die without us, right? You die without us, nigga. Ooh.
Yeah, then he goes, let us grant that this represents no more than a temptation to the economist, but it would require superhuman strength not to yield to this temptation. More action becomes possible, the more so because the informational techniques described are closely connected to techniques of action. So this is going to be the next section, is techniques of action.
Right.
Which we'll get into next time.
Then you'd finance that too, right? You if it tells you all these things that can happen and what you need, of course you're gonna act on them, even if it's frivolous and mean, that built into there. It's a way to make money, or they're gonna tell you it's a way to save lives or do something positive. But if I have the knowledge that this motherfucker spends X amount of money on razor blades each year, I'm going to put it into effect where I can get some money off of this dude. Any knowledge I have along those lines, I'm going to get some money off him. It's built into that shit. All right, here's what I wanted to ask you. I wrote it down somewhere. And I wanted to ask Dude Unseen too. How do I sell people are suffering? All right. See, this is the problem. People are happy in the slavery, right? And when you try to fuck them up on the panel and tell people that they're suffering, they have no fucking idea. How do I convince these niggas that what they're doing is wrong? Suffering, slavery, however you want to put that shit. They think it's the Joe. I got Netflix. Are you shitting me? You know, that's all they, fucking give about. I mean, I don't have these heavy fucking words that these people have to tell them that it's baked in, that the so and so, I'm not that great an orator. How do I sell them? How do I tell them that there's a better way and that their way is a way of suffering and sadness? These niggas made it look like, you go down that road, your heart, that whole side is heartless. I don't know. I don't want to get too far off the track. I need to know, how do I let these motherfuckers know that the life they live in is crushing them along with a bunch of other people, controlling them and their lives and a bunch of other people. It's one thing if you want to jag off your own life, but now you're part of a system that makes me do what you do, or else I'll die of starvation, as the dude pointed out. And the other cat up here, Lone Wolf, if you understood the question, how do I sell these motherfuckers that they're selling themselves out short? What do I say? All right, I guess it's just me. TML, you don't have a response?
Yeah, I would say that mainly, well, it's going to be easier to sell it to the men than it is to the women.
All right,
so let me start off saying that. We got to assume that we're talking to men.
Okay.
First.
All right.
But after that, I think you have to look at the quality that man has degraded and how he's been made equal to women, right? And all that type of stuff. So I'd go with the whole feminism idea, right? Now,
use it how? Use it how to tell them that,
that technology's made them into females.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
right.
that would be the main. So that would be my main impetus for going about it. So how would I quickly sell this idea to people?
Yeah.
I would talk about women going to work, right? And all of that idea, and how that is not a natural situation, that we've been placed in this situation. By technology, right? And we can't change it, and our children are going to be affected by that, right? and all the daycares and the nursing homes, right? So
That has
so,
so
you know,
many built-in potholes because it immediately associates me with, I don't even know the colors of the pill, but I guess it's red pill. Whoever the ortho trad wife group is that want to take away women's right
yeah.
to vote, and you go down that line.
Secondly, I would go down this line of showing them how they're being poisoned on a regular basis, right? And
Mentally or physically?
physically, I think physically is more
okay.
attractive
Right.
because not everybody believes in mental or
Very
spiritual.
good,
Right?
very good.
Physically is
Okay.
is more provable,
Yeah.
more conclusive proof.
Yeah. So I'd go with that, and you know, and then thirdly, I would say that you know, show them how they're not in control of their lives the way I just
That's a
demonstrated
good
many
one.
times, right?
That's a good
So
one.
so those three things I would go with. I mean, and I assume I'm talking to men, right? So
Right.
I think those three would be the main things, and I try to and you know, when I first came out and did this show, I did huge specials on those three areas, and right. So this is the thing here.
How do we show them that other people are hurting? Because that railroad analogy, I got to come up with something for that. How do we show them that their actions are hurting other people?
I think that might be, you know,
Tough to sell.
a tougher sell. Yeah, I think more. You know, you have to more go to their, you know, level of
How it,
agency.
how it
Yeah,
hurts
if you show
them.
them, yeah, I think if you show them that nobody's really responsible for it, that is the hugest problem. You know, that we're all culpable, but we're not responsible. Right?
I think pointing out a problem to them, that there is a problem, is you know, just starting. And I'm trying to figure out how the way to orchestrate you're being poisoned in there. But it's got to be big more chunks that I got to be able to sell these motherfuckers on. Why is it? Joe, I got a good job. I can afford my mortgage and my car. I got Netflix. What the fuck are you talking about? What is my argument? He's happy and content.
Yeah. If it's religious people, then it's very easy too, because if you're a religious person, then I could say to the religious people,
yes,
right? I could say, what difference is it being a good person in a society that doesn't have technology and being a good person in a society that does? Will you still make it to heaven?
Yes, yeah, that's a good argument. So I don't need to use religion.
I go on.
I can still just say morality, because some people act weird when you say religion. I can still use morality in there. What's the difference between a moral man in the technological age and a moral man, you know, hundreds of years ago?
And then I go set out to prove to them exactly how we just did, that a man in a modern age has way less moral responsibility than one back then, and so, you know, they've already polluted, I mean, poisoned the well here. Right?
Yeah. Morals. I got to check. I'm just trying to remember the basics. Morals. So what my goal is, my objective, my task is to prove that the shit they're doing are fucked up morals, and that should be at least a little bit easier for me, because most of these people will be Christians and or moralists in some type of way. I could probably start there.
To dovetail into that, the unexamined life is not worth living.
Unexamined?
The unexamined life is not worth living.
Unexamined life is not worth living.
If they don't examine their life and really search themselves,
truth. If they don't examine their life, they won't find truth.
See whether they're just slave to their passions, or if they actually have a purpose, a goal for their life.
They must have a purpose. Yeah. See, I should have been writing this shit down.
That's
well, what would they say their purpose is? Because my observation of their shit is purposeless. If you just live to fucking pay a mortgage and sit down somewhere and be able to pay your fucking bills and get Netflix, you have a purposeless life. I'm wondering what their comeback would be. about purpose, you know, I don't see a strong argument for them over there. I'm sure they have some justifications or maybe some good arguments, but nothing's ringing in my head. What is the purpose of that life where you just go to work for a motherfucker, you know, 9 to 5 and do all these things that everybody else does? What was the purpose, man? You get to 75 and you get to retire? I don't understand. Security? There's security there. There is security there. All right, I'm just spitballing in my head. I ain't got to indulge this. But I think about this all the time. I hop on a lot of panels, and this shit comes up when I try to explain to motherfuckers government is control. I'm as basic as I judge people how evil they are, people, groups, everybody, by how much control they want to exert over another motherfucker. You can damn near use that as a measuring tool for a person's heart. If you know, if they on some live and let live shit, that person's probably a good person. If they're on some no, we need more structure, we need to make motherfuckers do this and that, and I'm all down with motherfuckers, you know, making a law to keep a motherfucker at a curfew at 6 o'clock on the West Coast, that motherfucker's evil. And the organization that put that in his head, they're exponentially more evil. Shoot, I forgot where I was going with that. But control is a fucking, it's how I observe shit. And I got a big task. I had to talk niggas out of controlling me and other people. And if they've achieved any power, that's really hard. And they don't have to achieve real power. If they can say I'm part of this group, that'll suffice and get them past in this fucking life. You know, I got a Benz. That'll do for 90% of the population. You know, I passed. You know, they don't have to examine, you know, heavy shit like we talked about here tonight, morality and suffering, one building your shit on one man on another. They don't have to examine any of that shit. And girl.
Yeah, I got the link in the chat. I don't think there'll be that many communications in the chat, so the link is there in the chat. I'm not gonna pin it. You know, it's already too late for all that shit.
Hey, I'm gonna abandon you, man. It's down to 1 o'clock here, man. It's been nice rapping with you.
Yeah, no worries.
Man.
Yeah, have a
Okay.
blessed night, Joe Cool. Thank you so much for
Thanks.
contributing. I mean,
You're welcome. Be easy, guys.
Oh yeah, blessings to you. Yeah. Yeah, there goes Joe Cool. Yeah, thank you for being here. Definitely we got the link out there for you guys. It's just me and Reddington on the panel now, so so it's crazy lonely out here. But yeah, pin the message there. I guess I'll just pin the link since there's now nobody. You know, but yeah, we greatly appreciate Joe Cool for being here. And being here with us. But yeah, let's go to this here. Some music.
I mean, as if someone's alone, but they're not, it doesn't necessarily mean they're lonely.
Right. That would definitely apply to me. You know, and that would definitely apply to most people in the modern world. You're never really alone, but there's plenty of lonely people. I mean,
And plenty of spies, plenty of
Right.
surveillance.
right. So, yeah, let me actually turn this on my TV so I don't get stream unavailable or whatever. Yeah, I have actually covered some of Ivan Illich. I mean, especially Energy and Equity. You know, I read some of Energy and Equity about the cards and read passages that basically relay the ideas of technological determinism. That was back when we were reading Uncle Teddy. So yeah, Ivan Illich, huge, right? He also corresponded with Skrbina.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, Skrbina corresponded with Illich and Kaczynski. Actually, he has a handwritten letter by Illich too. It's hilarious.
He's ill.
But yeah, Illich. But yeah, spooky Saturday, folks. So I hope you guys are scared out of your mind, you know, at the prospect of a technological society. But yeah, I'm gonna get up and put this show on the TV so I don't get, you know, stream unavailable or whatever before I play this. So give me 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, Skrbina connects. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, don't everybody leave at once. Crazy guys over here. But yeah, here we go. Let's check this out. Thank you guys for being here. Spooky Saturdays. We got a frightening break for you guys in terms of music. So I hope you guys enjoy some of this. Right, blessings. Lord of Illusion and Deja Vu.
Yo, it's Lord Osiris in darkness. About to bash your fucking brains in. Check it. Yeah. I'm the Lord of Illusions. I cause confusion, biological infusions of Satan and his communion. My contributions to fumigate a pestilent pollution, dissecting a revolution throughout of your institution. My syllables abused of you cats like domestic violence, an alliance of tyrants infected with the T-virus. We're evil residents in a solitary confinement. The assignment is to leave you direct with the dead's alignment.
Yeah, darkness, I cut the mask, tuck the gas, stuff bodies with stacks, rough them up in the lobby before the attack. The 21st century Vlad, no, not Vlad TV. This is the Vlad that impaled peasants, fangs out, night breed beast. I leave the scene bloody, open the gates to hell. Lord Osiris with the sharpener, sharpening the shells. I got a story for the fates to tell. Some of the harpies, the furious, looking for
We're
vengeance.
dark lords, dark sorcerers, dark forms, black magicians who contradicted the holy lord, illusionists, the putrid Sith that sleeps adored, all faithful peasants that menace. It's time to climb aboard. We're dark lords, dark sorcerers, dark forms, black magicians who contradicted the holy lord, illusionists, the putrid Sith that sleeps adored, all faithful peasants that menace. It's time to climb aboard.
What the fuck are you?
A man who wanted to be a god and changed his mind. Going to be robbed of shit from now on.
The Dark Lord, Street Satan, looking for the anarchist. Time to exact punishment. Grab the pitchforks and finish it. Rise above trials and tribulations and end this shit. Rise above styles that mimic and reinvent the skip. All eyes on the villains, all die for the demons. All lies get extinguished. My eyes on the prize. This is called being ambitiously gifted. Darkness, yeah, let's go.
Yo. Manipulate cerebrals to perform a suicide. Razor blades are utilized upon the flesh. They're applied. Your jugular is the guided direction for you to die. Try and analyze the shape that your iris can visualize. You will all die, nailed to a cross like Jesus Christ. A sacrifice that's denounced by the ghost of the poltergeist. You should know my rights descend from a previous zeitgeist. I'm a dark knight misguided from rays of twilight.
We're dark lords, dark sorcerers, dark forms, black magicians who contradicted the holy lord, illusionists, the putrid Sith that's least adored, all faithful peasants that menace, it's time to climb aboard. We're dark lords, dark sorcerers, dark forms, black magicians who contradicted the holy lord, illusionists, the putrid Sith that's least adored, all faithful peasants that menace, it's time to climb aboard.
I'm going to show the world who's waiting at the end. And I am going to make despair.
Yo, I'm having deja vu cause I've seen this scenario before. And what I saw was your skull penetrated through a pitchfork. Your corpse distorts and is guided through a narrow course. And yes, of course, this happened once I applied my force. I punctured holes throughout your flesh like the Matrix with the stainless. This hollow tip dispatch has left you brain dead. Needles acupuncture my cranium so I look like Pinhead. You've been misled instead of your residence to your deathbed. See Edmund Kemper, I resemble that. My state of mind has not been balanced since I last smoked crack. I'm trying to stay on track while tracking the murders high off of Prozac. Each month victims were carefully picked based off their zodiac. It's a real life horror film, I'm Tom Savini with the special effects. Me and the cult speaking codex to manifest the hex. The apex predator with objectives far too complex. I'm getting oral sex from your female subject in the duplex.
Yo, I'm having deja vu. Cause I've seen this scenario before. Yo, I'm having deja vu. Cause I've seen this scenario before. Yo, I'm having deja vu. Cause I've seen this scenario before. Yo, I'm having deja vu. And what I saw was your skull penetrated through a pitchfork.
Saber tooth, gold fangs, bite the tit of mother's milk. Should've been my baby, outcast and killed with no guilt. Have you seen my live stream lately? Normies blasted, cannon shots fired, revolver clips blasted. Change a cartridge, 8 years of practice, finally mastered. Then I proceed to cinemas and movies, listening to music with a slick wrist, screaming horror call. It's responsible and did this. I fell from grace like Damien Karras. When I woke from my trip, I was in a pumpkin field, submerging carrots. The sarcophagus that buried me in was worth 13 carats. Resurrect to burn the earth and leaving nothing but ashes. My political views, banned by the local media news, tend to be fascist. Yet I'm not racist. I blended with more colors than when I last tripped on acid. Due to antagonists, they say suicide's a leading cause of death. But like Johnny Depp, I'ma make sure I fuck up burnt corpses even after she's dead. Gunshot make it look self-inflicted. Mama knows best. I'm the nicest, dopest since the opiate crisis.
Yo, I'm having deja vu. Cause I've seen this scenario before. Yo, I'm having deja vu. Cause I've seen this scenario before. Yo, I'm having deja vu. Cause I've seen this scenario before. Yo, I'm having deja vu. And what I saw was your skull penetrated through a pitchfork.
Yeah, we got more music for you guys. But first, let me go to the Tao Te Ching. And I'm afraid we don't have that much time left in the show. Right? But I'm proud to have brought forward some of those discussions and that curation of
topics, ideas, and themes, right, that you just witnessed. But yeah, I have a lot more to say about the architectonic realm and about the progression of ideas throughout the ages, and about techniques' influence on society and the development of ideas. And of course, we will be looking at a very deep analysis of Peter Thiel, and his ideas at the end of this show as well. Right, brought to you by me and Unseen Warfare and Neurojack in Reddington. So here, let me open this up and get going with reflections on the Tao. Now, I have many things to say, as you already know, about the Tao Te Ching, as I've brought forth many different hours of explanations of things about the Tao Te Ching. But yeah, give me 1 second here, and let me open up where we're at here. Because I know we were in the middle of a chapter here of 51. So let me put that on the screen here. Give me a second. And of course, this is Crowley's translation of the Tao Te Ching, right? Which many people are not even aware that Crowley had a translation of the Tao Te Ching. Now, why are we reading Crowley's translation? It's because of looking at the modern contextualization of Taoist concepts, right, within Western ideals, right, such as being and becoming, right, essence and change, right, and how the Tao applies to all of those concepts, right? So he's talking about, essentially how the Tao is related to becoming, right? Whereas, if you look at Seraphim Rose's translation, he's talking more about the primordial essence, right? How to return to simplicity. Whereas, the return to simplicity is more of a personal journey here in Crowley, right? So there's an important contextualization of these ideas in their own form and of two different sides of modernism, right? Give me 1 second here, folks. Whoops. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. So it says, all things proceed from the Tao and are sustained by its forth flowing virtue. Right? So you see that Tao and virtue are actually not separate. Right? That Tao is simply just a maintenance of virtue. And of course, the virtue is inherent in all things. So all of this is very important to realize, right? That nothing could actually exist without this virtue, right? So existence or being is manifest through, basically the Tao being what it is, right? And of course, Tao means the way things are, right? So, he says that, there's a perfectibility within each person in his particular way, right? So obviously, the force that governs over all things, right, doesn't actually leave anything out, right? It doesn't govern some things more than other things, right? And henceforth, each thing has perfectibility through, the unique essence, right, which is in all things, right? Because all things proceed from the Tao, right? So he goes on to say, therefore, each and every one of them glorify the Tao, right? So all beings, whatever, whether they know it or not, are glorifying, the nature of existence itself, right? Whatever you don't pray to, Krishna will become that, right? Simply put. I mean, whatever you pray to, Krishna will become that, right? So essentially, it's just like,
Dang.
It takes a expression of what you love itself, right? So, so he says everything, all of existence basically glorifies the Tao, right? Everything comes from it, right? Whether they know it or not, their own virtue or the way that they are sustained comes from the Tao, right? This glorifying of the Tao, this worship of the Te is constantly spontaneous, right? So nothing's guiding it, right? So it's not based on natural law. It's constantly spontaneous, right? And then he clarifies and says, and not by appointment of law, right? Okay, thus the Tao budded them out, nurtured them and developed them, sustained them and perfected them, ripened them, and upholded them and reabsorbed them. It budded them forth, claiming not lordship over them. Now here it's using the pliability of plants, right? And also about growth, right? Now, obviously, he uses the idea of growth to talk about plants and babies. Right now, it also talks about the nature of what assists growth, namely the mother or water. So it also talks about the nature of nourishment and sustenance itself. Right? So it says, it is the overseer of their changes, boasteth not of his what? I can't even say that, folks. We're a family show. I hope it meant to say pursuance, but yeah, I have no idea what that word is. I'm not even going to touch it with 100 for poll. Perfected them.
Puissance, maybe?
Puissance. Oh, baby. The interfereth.
Look that one up.
Yeah. The interfereth not with their ways. This is called the mystery of its virtue. Okay, so not by interfering, right? Okay, by guiding things and not leading them, right? Joe went to sleep. He actually sounded incredibly sleepy. So we wore him down. I mean, he's an old man. Blessings to Joe. Thank you so much for being here. And we greatly appreciate his time. He's a recurring character here on these panels. So, yeah.
It's power, strength, force, figure, jurisdiction, power, control, armed force.
Whoa. That's intense.
Looks like there's different ways to pronounce it. I don't know.
Definitely doesn't sound like what it sounds like. But
I was kind of close pronouncing it.
Yeah, we got to go all the way to 51 or 50. No, I think we definitely read 50. Yeah, we were going to 51 in Crowley, so that means we're in 51 here. So we're matched up 1 and 1. Yeah, we'll see how long we can go with this. Now, I have some, things I have to replay as well. So, so obviously we won't be here much longer, right? But yeah, I greatly apologize for not making it through that much of the text this week. We did like 2 chapters, and The reason is because we're coming back and full swing into the lectures and the ideas about technology. And this is a show about technology, right? I'm only doing a presentation on Eastern philosophy. I mean, just because I think it's a subject that's rarely covered on YouTube, right? There's a lot of videos about Western philosophy, right? There's not that many like that really get to the nitty gritty and read like Confucius and cover Taoism and different things and look at different historical analysis of those ideas as well, right? And I think all of them are not looking at the ideas in their own terms, but they're looking at them in terms of Western ideas, right? It's always some occultist that's telling you, Hinduism or, Taoism or Buddhism in light of Western values. And you can never separate the two things unless you study both. And it's just not, there's not enough time in the world for people to actually sit down and engage in multidisciplinary studies to compare Western philosophy and Eastern philosophy, right? But we will provide resources on how to do that, right? During the course of these various streams, right? And yeah, we've done a lot so far, right? We've already looked at Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, Confucianism, right? We've read 4 different translations of the Tao Te Ching. Okay. We're looking at 2 modern interpretations of the text now, right? And we're comparing them across the widest break of ideals that I could imagine, which is Crowley and Seraphim Rose, right? Okay. So I think I'm contextualizing these things rather well. Not to blow smoke up my own ass, but for the people that have been following so far, right? Okay, there's been quite a lot of this stuff. Now, I'm very excited to get into some of the Shangzu. Right now, I will focus on the Shangzu as seriously as I've done with these translations or with anything else, right? So, when I get into the Shangzu, I'll be extremely excited to look at the Shangzu and expand on Taoist ideas going into the 4th century, right? And yeah, and those are going to be hugely significant for the Zen teachings, right? So yeah, we're looking at the development of Buddhist ideas throughout the centuries, right? So we're giving not only a contemporary view of the ideas, but also a historical view of the ideas, right? But also a philosophical view of the development of the ideas on their own terms, right? So we're contextualizing these things in many different forms, right? But yeah, let me and I don't really know how many of the 17 people here even understand the weight of what I'm actually saying I'm doing, or actually followed the various things we've done so far, or I have no idea, right? But the fact is this, is that I'll have the tape, and yeah, I'll be producing and annotating and cataloging my various discussions and discoveries that we're seeing on the show. And anytime anybody would come in, it would be of use, because we're looking at like, for example, this Father Seraphim Rose, huge in the Ortho Bro community. He's one of their main guys, right? If you want to know about Ortho Bro philosophy, where it comes from, or what the complaint is against modernism, look no further than Seraphim Rose, right? But can they hold his critiques, right? Especially when he combines his critiques of modernism with things like Taoism, right? Now, a lot of those people would say Chinese philosophy and all these Hindu philosophy and all this stuff is demonic. But their own saint, I'm sorry, I don't know if he's a saint or not. I think some people consider him a saint. But yeah, their own priest, let's say, Yeah, I mean, from our layman perspective, it's enough that somebody's a priest. Right? Because compared to us, then he's an expert, right? Or should be. But yeah, thank you so much, DeFreak. I really appreciate that, sir. You know, blessings, right? I'm not gonna put that comment up because I don't want to blow smoke up my own ass. But yeah, I appreciate you, DeFreak. Thank you so much, I mean. I greatly appreciate you, DeFreak. Blessings. But yeah, by means of the way and the ancient sage, one is forgiven when one sins. Okay, let me go to this. I gotta scroll down here a little bit. When one loves, expect nothing. One has the power to forgive anyone anything? Oh yeah. Yeah, anyone anything. Therefore, the way who is perfected love, perfect love and loves perfectly, and who came to earth out of love, came with the power to forgive all people, all crimes. This was his gift he offered up, but it can be received only by him who himself loves. Okay, and this goes also to the ideas of social Trinitarianism. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. Right, but the whole idea of God is love is only possible, some of the Christian philosophers claim within the Trinitarian framework because there's other people there, right?
Yeah,
who
they
you gonna
would
love?
say that.
Yeah, who are you going to love if it's you alone, right? So this is one of their polemics, right? Okay, and the concept is called social Trinitarianism, right? That God himself created the world through love, right? Through love for his son, right? So so this is a main concept within the Christian idea, right? And this is why God cannot be responsible for evil. Another reason why, right? Okay, is this within the Christian idea, right? Because God is limited to doing good, right? And he's also limited, I believe, to the immaterial, right? So, I read a quote by Saint Basil earlier. He considered God to be immaterial, right? So I believe that within the Christian philosophy is the case, right? And of course, that explains a lot of the disagreements that go on between the Christian and Islamic polemics, right? Because the Islamic polemics claim that Christian is too otherworldly. And of course, the Christian polemics claim that Islam is too carnal, right? Too much of this world. That God himself is physical in Islam, right? So they totally disagree with that, right? But they do agree that God has a physical aspect, namely Christ, right? So, yeah, all of these are different ideas, right? I'm going way off the map here, right? But it helps it'll help you understand how he's presenting certain concepts here, such as love, right? Love is a deep reality within the Christian element, right? It says many times within the New Testament there's a connection between God and love, right? Like God loves us, right? God so loved, it's all there, But yeah. That he gave the world, only begotten son, right? But yeah. And who came to earth out of love? See, there's that right there. He came to earth out of love. Came with the power to forgive all people, all crimes. This was a gift he offered up, but it can be received only by him who himself loves and thus forgives. For when one loves, hold on, I got to go back here. For when one loves, expect nothing. And this goes to what they were saying in the last text, right? Which is that, that you know, it's the overseer of their changes, perfected them, and interfered not with their ways. You know, the mysterious virtue. Right? It's about a love that creates out of love but expects nothing in return, right? Create without possessing. That's mysterious virtue, enigmatic virtue, right? One will not only forgive everything, one will be forgiven everything. Of those who love much, said the way, much will be forgiven. But of those who love little, little will be forgiven. This is the way of heaven. The spirit of forgiveness is the spirit of the way. The heart of the follower of the way is distinguished by its power to forgive, and the heart cannot attain to perfect forgiveness. I'm sorry, but the heart cannot attain to perfect forgiveness until the uncreated breath enters into it. With the perfect love that he had with the mind and the word, that's the Father and the Son, right? From pre-eternity. Right? So there's the timeless nature of the events in question, right? Okay, they're not about, see, timelessness is not about progress, right? You can't have timelessness and progress. We dealt with that earlier when we were talking about Parmenides and Heraclitus. Okay, if you're paying attention, it's many lessons packed into one about the development of philosophy, but also the development of science, right? And also the ideas about history. Now, okay, philosophy, theology, history, and religion, and science, you know, these are all made to be architectonic, right? Symbolic reference frame for all ideas, right? The arts that create all other arts. Arche, the ruling principle. Techne, application of art or skill. Anyways. Let's go to some more music and then we'll be back soon. Thank you guys. And of course, we're moving to the transhumanism. You know, section of this show, even though most of it's been basically highly critical of technology, engaged in public discussions on those matters. And reflecting on different points in terms of technological determinism. But anyways.
Who killed it, you know what I'm saying, is also...
Give us shotguns in hell. 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 Give us shotguns in hell.
I went from petty dealers to the West Marina, lacing chicken breast with zest and the fresh paprika. Mics are crawling out, but it's hard to keep up. We got you running short of breath like an emphysema. I'm at Duncan Miller's trying to cop a fixture. Fuck you pricks, bash your buttons till you're getting blisters. Keyboard warriors, leaving you bewildered with the smooth elixirs. My dogs are kinda hungry and you look like piglets. I'm Nacho Libre on the Champs-Élysées. You're the shittest in your team, type to drop the relay. I'm a keepsake, dagger in the briefcase, rolling out the cinematic action that the streets crave. A big shot, make a pit stop, shit is swap, dropping rocket fuel, make them lift off like Hare Krishna. Mixture in the orange ziplock, your plug is obsolete soon as you can work the switch box. Hey.
Give us shotguns in hell. Give us shotguns and help. Give us shotguns and help.
It's ironic how these rivals work though. The same that would never give me time on the fiber verse. Snakes is staking out, so it's high alert. Old dear used to say, never sacrifice your worth. You can't rely on karma for these lying bastards. I'm saying sayonara, fellas, I'm your father. Gallo got the fire of Gaza frying up the sampler. Menuda skya mukabla here, bang nu bafla. I grace the canvas, pain and anguish. Stand in patience while I'm praying like a praying mantis. You better latch onto your safety blankets. Cause we finesse it like it's ancient Sanskrit. I'm bursting bubbles more than water whipping. Got the bits, quarters flipping out the sports edition. Yeah, I'm quick. I'm moving mountains with the force of wisdom. See the sources dripping from the source of bitches. Shout my villains in Mubasa. Hit the club, strippers back to shake it like maracas. My Aussie girl put the stracciatella in burrata. Smooth papa, dip my dinner fork in the moussaka. It's all done.
Give us shotguns and help. Give us shotguns and help. Give us shotguns and help. Give us shot.
Yeah. And let me move to Warwick here. But before that, I have Techie's Wet Dream. And I don't know if I'll actually get to Warwick here, right? We'll see how I progress in terms of this. Now, obviously, there was a few ideas I mentioned earlier, namely the ideas about transhumanism, right, and evolution that could happen with or without technology, right? There's an idea of transhumanism without technology coming from Huxley, right? It just means that whatever comes out of us will be as far removed as we are from the monkeys, right? So I talked about this notion in Darwin, okay, and also the notion going about this whole notion of evolutionary leaps and things, right? So this whole idea really relates to this notion of singularity, right? But it also kind of is a quasi form of dispensationalism, right? Where it's like talking about new ages or new epochs developing, right? So it's a highly interesting idea. Now, when you add technology into the framework, right, either human beings, right, could merge with the technology, right, or the technology can develop on its own, right, and supersede humans in the process of development, right? And this last idea is what some people are, even talking about, right? That technology may become like a god compared to humans once it gains the ability. Now maybe what comes out of us will be more technologically advanced combined with technology and not even resemble humanity, right? So obviously a combination of all these ideas is also possible, right? But let's go to Techie's Wet Dream, because this is simply not some sort of pre-formulation about the goals of science, but it's in their own words. It's in their opinion, right? Okay, namely many of the people I've discussed so far, Huxley, Darwin, and also Kurzweil, right? Which he'll talk about here briefly, right? So we'll see where we can get to, but he says, there's a current of thought that appears to be carrying many technophiles out of the realm of science into that of science fiction. Okay?
Okay, and this is part and parcel of the problems that we were talking about before, is not relying on science purely on the level of methodology, but then applying it to all sorts of other conceits, right? Like epistemology and spirituality and all these other things, right? And of course, we've seen that it's not able to make human decisions calculable, right? Anyways, but yeah, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Let me pour this coffee here.
Coffee is just burnt bean water. I don't really like coffee.
Yeah, it's greatly going to help my sore throat here. I have terrible sore throat developing here, so I'm happy to get off here soon. If that's how this is going to go. You know what I mean? So yeah, and also I don't know if you watched the show Wednesday, but I definitely fell down a flight of stairs and have had tons of trouble sleeping ever since, and also had walk to the prayer yesterday. You know, I'm hugely exhausted. I mean, so we'll see what happens. I mean, but yeah. But yeah, Techie's wet dream. Here he goes. He goes that there's going into the realm of science fiction for convenience. Let us refer to those who hide this current as the techies. The techies. I like that he didn't call them liberals or something stupid like that. Getting tired of that. The current runs through several channels, he says. Not all techies think alike. What they have in common is that they take highly speculative ideas about the future of technology as near certainties, and on that basis predict the arrival within the next few decades of some technological utopia. Some of the techies' fantasies are astonishingly grandiose. For example, Ray Kurzweil believes that within a matter of centuries, human intelligence will have re-engineered and saturated all matter of the universe. The writing of Kevin Kelly, another techie, is often so vague as to border on the meaninglessness. It's a border on the meaningless? No, on the meaningless. Sorry. But he seems to say much the same thing as Kurzweil does about human conquest of the universe. And of course, we mentioned Martine Rothblatt, right? And Bina Rothblatt, declaring that the goal of humanity is to create self-replicating machines that can explore the universe. Go explore the solar system. And propagate new machines, and to what end? But he says that the human conquest of the universe, that's a legitimate goal for these guys. The conquest, the universe is mostly empty because it is waiting to be filled with the products of life and technium. Technium. The technium. Okay, I remember we talked about it's like the black goo or something, right? Is Kelly's name for a technological world system that humans have created here on Earth. Technium. Most versions of the technological utopia include immortality, at least for the techies. Among their other marvels, the immortality to which the techies believe themselves destined is conceived in one of three forms. Okay, now, of course, we added a fourth form, which is technology going rogue, right? And that's not us that thought of that. That's Breakfast Tacos, right? Thanks to him, but also many other people
alluded to the same thing, right? We had, you know, Our Dying Sun, ODS. We also had Nick Volt come up here and say a similar thing, right? So yeah, there's been many people on the panel that supported that view. Right, but here's the three views: the indefinite preservation of living human body as it exists today. 1, 2, the merging of humans with machines, and the indefinite survival of resulting man-made hybrids. 3, the uploading of minds from human brains into robots or computers, after which the uploaded minds are to live forever within the machines. Oh, goody. Right, and then the fourth is machines that surpass humans and then kill off the humans. Right, and, you know, some atheists have no problem with that. Why? Because they say, well, it's the next stage in evolution, and how many species have died in processes of evolution? What's one more? Right? So some of them will declare that they have no stake in the game if in the development of technology humanity gets eliminated. And of course, we've heard these views by the techies themselves on this panel and in many reports, right? So these aren't made up things that I'm saying, but they do sound like science fiction. So it's pretty dangerous that people believe in them. Okay, because are those people to be considered sane? Okay, now obviously I'm very much against pathologizing ideas, okay? As I talked about in my special on the other channel, on the woke right, or whatever the hell that was, right? That we were looking at. Basically, liberals talking about liberalism. Anyways, of course, if the technological world system is going to collapse, says Uncle Teddy, in the not too distant future, as we've argued, it must then, no one is going to achieve immortality in any form, but even assuming that we're wrong and that the technological world system will survive indefinitely, the techies' dream of an unlimited lifespan is still illusory. We need not doubt that it will be technically feasible in the future to keep a human body or a man-machine hybrid alive indefinitely. It is serious to be doubted that it will ever be feasible to upload a human brain into electronic form in sufficient accuracy so that the uploaded entity can reasonably be regarded as a functioning duplicate of the original brain.
That's the other thing. Like, they keep focusing on the brain, but they don't ever say about downloading the heart into this technology. I'd say the heart's more powerful than the brain.
Yeah.
So it'd be like almost like a soul. Like, yeah, you download your consciousness, but it's almost like I don't want to say equate heart to being the soul, but it seems somewhat analogous.
Yeah, so he's saying that he's gonna he doesn't believe that you know, that each of these are technically feasible, but he's gonna assume they are. Why? Because the people believe these things, right?
Right,
So
right.
so it's important to take their beliefs about them seriously, because they could do extremely irrational things based on those beliefs, and we're all in one big technological boat here, right? So there's a problem. You know, the system is so interconnected that changes in the system go throughout the entire system as a whole. So we have to be extremely careful about what changes we allow, right? Or if we are allowing any changes, right? If we've lost control of the change within the system, then we need to abandon the system as a whole. And that's a solution that most people are not going to be wanting to take, So we already have to configure that. Most people are not going to want to take that solution. Right? And if the system develops in a bad way, then it could collapse as a whole. Now, of course, there's many existential risks to the system as a whole. And we've talked about many of them on this show, right? And there's many incalculable risks about the technologies that can be developed in the future. Anyways, he says it is an index of the techie self-deception that they habitually assume that anything they consider desirable will actually be done when it becomes technically feasible. Of course, there are lots of wonderful things that already are here for a long time and have been technically feasible, but don't get done. Intelligent people have said again and again how easily men could make things much better than they are if they only all tried together. But people never do all try together, quote unquote, because the principle of natural selection guarantees that self-propagating systems will act mainly for their own survival and propagation in competition in other self-propagating systems. Okay, that can be disputed, right? But we'll just move on for now, right? Okay, and will not sacrifice competitive advantages for the achievement of philanthropic goals. Okay, certainly this is how people have become. Okay, whether they are like that by nature is another question, but certainly that's how they operate within the present system, right? Okay, they refuse to sacrifice competitive advantages. Okay. Okay, because immortality, as the techies conceive it, will be technically feasible, and the techies take it for granted that some system to which they belong can and will keep them alive indefinitely or provide them with what they need to keep themselves alive. Today, it would no doubt be technically feasible to provide everyone in the world with everything that he or she needs in the way of food, clothing, and shelter, protection from violence, and what by present standards is considered adequate medical care. If only all the world's most important self-propagating systems would devote themselves unreservedly to that task. But that never happens, because the self-propagating systems are occupied primarily with the endless struggle for power, therefore act philanthropically only when it is to their advantage to do so. That's why billions of people in the world today suffer from malnutrition or are exposed to violence or lack what is considered adequate medical care. In view of all this, it is patently absurd to suppose that the technological world system, and that's exactly what it is. Okay, it's not nation states that are competing for power. It's even less a struggle between classes or some international struggle of the poor against the rich. Okay, but the power we're actually living under in the world is the world technological system. Okay, he says it is patently absurd to suppose that the technological world system is ever going to provide 7 billion human beings with everything they need to stay alive indefinitely. If the projected immortality were possible at all, it could only be for some tiny subset of the 7 billion and elite minority. Some techies acknowledge this. One has to suspect that a great many more of them recognize it but refrain from acknowledging it openly.
Bingo.
For it is obviously imprudent to tell the public that immortality will be for an elite minority only, and that ordinary people will be left out.
The techies, of course, assume that they themselves will be included in the elite minority that supposedly will be kept alive indefinitely. What they find convenient to overlook is that self-propagating systems in the long run will take care of human beings, even members of the elite, only to the extent that it is to the system's advantage to take care of them. When they are no longer useful to the dominant self-propagating systems, humans, elite or not, will be eliminated. In order to survive, humans not only will have to be useful, they'll have to be more useful in relation to the cost of maintaining them. In other words, they'll have to provide a better cost versus benefit balance than any non-human substitutes. This is a tall order for humans. Are far more costly to maintain than the machines are. It will be answered that many self-propagating systems, governments, corporations, labor unions, etc., do not take care of numerous individuals who are utterly useless to them. Old people with severe mental or physical disabilities, even criminals serving life sentences. This is only because the systems in question still need the services of the majority of people in order to function. Humans have been endowed with by evolution with the feelings of compassion. Because because hunting and gathering bands thrive best with their members to show consideration for one another, to help one another. As long as self-propagating systems still need people, it would be of systems' disadvantage to offend compassionate feelings of the useful minority through ruthless treatment of the useless minority. More important than compassion, however, it is self-interest of human individuals. People who would bitterly resent any system to which they belonged. If they believe that when they grew old or if they become disabled, they would be thrown on the trash heap. But when people have become useless, self-propagating systems will find no advantage in taking care of anyone. The techies themselves insist that machines will soon surpass humans in intelligence. When that happens, people will be superfluous and natural selection will favor systems that eliminate them. If not abruptly, then in a series of stages, so that the risk of rebellion will be minimized. Okay, give me 1 second.
Man, that's some dystopian shit, bro. So,
yeah,
I'm assuming it's the machines that are developing the criteria for whether to determine humanity as a net negative or a net positive.
Right. Well, it's not, individual machines, obviously, but it's,
right.
The system as a whole. Once man is made calculable. But yeah. Take a sip of this coffee finally. Blessings. But when all people have become useless, self-propagating systems will find no advantage in taking care of anyone. The techies themselves will insist the machines will soon surpass humans in intelligence. When that happens, people will be superfluous. Okay, rebellion will be minimized, right? Even though the world technological system still needs large numbers of people for the present, there are now more superfluous humans there have been in the past because technology has replaced people in many jobs and is making inroads even into occupations formerly thought to require human intelligence. Consequently, under the pressure of economic competition, the world's dominant self-propagating systems are already allowing a certain degree of callousness to creep into their treatment of superfluous individuals.
in the United States and Europe. Pensions and other benefits for retired, disabled, unemployed, and other unproductive persons are being substantially reduced. At least in the U.S., poverty is increasing, and these facts may well indicate the general trend of the future, though there will doubtless be ups and downs. Notice nobody's talking about that anymore. Nobody's talking about all the poor people. Pretty weird. Just by selling people a better way of life, right? With all these celebrities and stuff, everybody forgets about the poor. We're gonna say, oh yeah, look at Kanye West and his KKK outfit. This is a waste of time. But I know many people who spend the time that other people spend, looking at Kanye West and all this stupid shit, and going to McDonald's and feeding a bunch of homeless people in the city. And of course, it'd be great if we could give them something better than McDonald's, right? By organizing kitchens, right? But yeah, anyways, it's important to understand that in order to make people superfluous, machines will not have to surpass them in general intelligence, but only in certain specialized kinds of intelligence. For example, the machines will not have to create or understand art, music, or literature. They will not need the ability to carry on an intelligent, non-technical conversation. The Turing test. They will not have to exercise tact or understand human nature, because these skills will have no application if humans are to be eliminated anyways. To make humans superfluous, the machines will only need to outperform them in making the technical decisions to be made for the purpose of promoting the short-term survival and the propagation of dominant self-propagating systems. So even without going as far as the techies themselves do and assuming intelligence on part of the future machines, we still have to conclude that humans will become obsolete. That's right. None of those science fiction related goals need to be possible for humans to be made obsolete, right? That can still happen with a high level of technology. Immortality in the form, the indefinite preservation of the human body as it exists today is highly improbable, he says. And I mostly agree with him there. I mean, you may be able to keep a human being alive indefinitely, but you won't be able to maintain the systems that keep him alive indefinitely. So eventually those will fail. Nothing in this world can last forever there. Let's be completely honest. Other than maybe the world and heaven, right? Those are going to end and then begin again, right? Apparently. Begin anew, but I don't know. It's either that or heat death. What are you guys on? Of course, there's other options. But I think those are the two standard ones. But yeah, the techies, or more specifically, the transhumanists, will argue that even if the human body and brain, as we know, have become obsolete, immortality in the form can still be achieved. Man-machine hybrids will permanently retain their usefulness because by linking themselves with ever more powerful machines, human beings or what is left of them will be able to remain competitive with pure machines. Well, that's why they're improving technology today, right? They say this. They have to for competitive advantage, right? They're caught in a bind, a power struggle. With who? Well, they got to create a boogeyman, right? I think Islam is going out of fashion now. They might need a new one. You might be next. But man-machine hybrids will retain a biological component derived from human beings only as long as the human-derived biological component remains useful. When purely artificial components become available that provide a better cost versus benefit balance than human-derived biological components do, the latter will be discarded and the man-machine hybrids will lose their human aspect to become wholly artificial. Even if the human-derived biological components are retained, they will be purged step by step of the human qualities they detract from their usefulness. The self-propagating systems to which the man-machine hybrids belong will have no need for such human weakness as love, compassion, ethical feelings, aesthetic appreciation, or desire for freedom. Human emotions in general will get in the way of self-propagating systems utilization of the man-machine hybrids. So if the latter are to remain competitive, they will have to be altered to remove their human emotions and replace these with other motivating forces. In short, even in the unlikely event that some biological remnants of the human race are preserved in the form of man-machine hybrids, these will be transformed into something totally alien to human beings as we know them today. The same applies with the hypothesis. The same applies to the hypothesized survival of human minds in quote-unquote uploaded form inside machines. The uploaded minds will not be tolerated indefinitely unless they remain useful. That is more useful than any substitutes not derived from human beings. And in order to remain useful, they will have to be transformed until they no longer have anything in common with the human minds that exist today. Okay. Some techies consider this acceptable. I mean, let's face it, Kurzweil literally proposed it, right? Good Lord, folks. I wonder what else is going on YouTube. It's awfully quiet in here. Let me see. Is somebody on right now? It's like doing something crazy. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. Maybe everyone's watching Flow State.
Sad trombone.
Oh gosh. I gotta hand it to Flow State about totally beating Glenn Lawrence, Verbal Combat, Paul Enslaved. You know, him and Talcott stole like all their audiences, right? And a good portion of them, right? And they increased their own stock, and now they're competing with those shows. I mean, Glenn Lawrence and Verbal Combat got blown out of the water
by Talcott and Flow State. So yeah, the panel wars are on. But yeah, I can't believe it. I can make Flow State quiver. Oh man. I believe it. It's a deep thinker in the chat there. But yeah, I wonder what that means. Quiver in what way? Yeah, blessings. Saying songs in his chat. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. Yeah, but competition for survival among entities derived from human beings. Whether man-machine hybrids, purely artificial entities evolved from such hybrids, or human minds uploaded into machines, as well as competition between human-derived entities and those machines and other entities that are not derived from human beings, will lead to the elimination of all but some minute percentage of all entities involved, of all the entities involved. Okay, this has nothing to do with any specific traits of human beings or of their machines. It is a general principle of evolution through natural selection. Look at biological evolution. Of all the species that have ever existed on Earth, only some tiny percentage have direct descendants and are still alive today. On the basis of this principle alone, and even discounting everything else we've said in this chapter, the chances that any given techie will survive indefinitely are minute. So it's Techneboros, snake eating his tail. They're literally destroying themselves to get to the goal. And he says the techies may answer that even if almost all biological species are eliminated eventually, many species survive for thousands or millions of years. So maybe techies too can survive for thousands or millions of years. But when large, rapid changes occur in the environment of biological species, both the rate of appearance of new species and the rate of extinction of existing species are greatly increased. Technological progress constantly accelerates. And techies like Ray Kurzweil insist that it will soon become virtually explosive. Consequently, changes come more and more rapidly. Everything happens faster and faster. Competition among self-propagating systems becomes more and more intense. Whoops. Whoa, what the hell?
Did you
As a
mouse over the citations?
Yeah. It showed up big as hell. So the basis of the techies' own beliefs about the exponential acceleration of technological development, it's safe to say that the life expectancies of human-derived entities such as man, machine, hybrids, and human minds uploaded into machines will actually be quite short. The 700-year or 1,000-year lifespan to which some techies aspire is nothing but a pipe dream. Singularity University. That's Kurzweil's little university, right?
His grift.
Yeah, it's grift. Singularity University, which we discussed in part 6 of chapter 1 of this book, purportedly was created to help technophiles guide research, quote unquote, and shape the advances of so-called technology. I'm sorry. So that technology would improve society, quote unquote. We pointed out that Singularity University served in practice to promote the interests of technology-oriented businessmen. And we expressed doubt that majority of technophiles fully believed in drivel about shaping the advances to improve society. Okay. It does seem, however, that the techies, the subset of technophiles that we specified at the beginning of part 5 of the present chapter, okay, which are also the transhumanists, right? Okay, so these are people not just regular technophiles, right? Meaning people who believe that technology and science and all these things, they've collectively improved humanity, that there's some net benefits, right? That would be a technophile, right? But a techie is somebody who thinks that technology is the sole guiding force, or that it has to be improved at all costs, right? Somebody who literally believes that technology and human evolution are directly linked. In other words, a transhumanist, right? Somebody who wants to accelerate technological progress and not just believes that they benefit from it, right? Okay, let me scroll down here. And it says, yeah, so it'll help them shape the advances of technology, keep the technological society on the road to a utopian future. A utopian future will have to exclude the competitive processes that would deprive the techies of their 1,000-year lifespan. But we showed in chapter 1 that the development of our society can never be subject to rational control. Never be subject to rational control. The techies won't be able to, quote unquote, shape the advances of technology, guide the course of technological progress, or exclude the intense competition that will eliminate nearly all techies in short order. Okay. So, okay, so I'm going to read this sentence here, and then I'm going to end. In the view of everything we've set up to this point, in the view, moreover, of the fact that techies' vision of the future is based on pure speculation, is unsupported by evidence, one has to ask how they can believe in that vision. Some techies, e.g. Kurzweil, do concede a slight degree of uncertainty as to whether their expectations for the future will be realized, but this seems to be no more than a sop that they throw to the skeptics, something they have to concede in order to avoid making themselves too obviously ridiculous in the eyes of rational people. Okay. So that's where we'll leave it, folks. It looks like nobody stepped up here. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. And yeah.
That's like a real cheap way of like them trying to deflect people from telling them that they got too much opium. It's like, oh yeah, there's some uncertainty involved in our delusional utopia utopian plan.
Yeah, not with the attitude of science that they have today. And if they reach deep inside their own attitude, they'll realize their Heraclitean view. Right, that actually everything's in flux. You know, the next thing you find out could radically change everything you know. Right, and that's the state of knowledge when you're relying on induction. There's no way to get out of it. Right, so empiricism is a dead end. Right, and I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? So they're trying to go beyond this, right? And other than, you know, philosophy being the handmaiden of science, they have to expand their view of what science can accomplish. I mean, so, you know, all these things are fascinating developments that most people are not really aware of, unfortunately, as we're trudging along this path to an unknown future. Well, I hate to leave on a bitter note, but see you guys next time. You know, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. You know, it's been a frightening evening. Spooky Saturday. We got another one for you guys next week. Another spooky Saturday I procured. So we'll see what's going on then. Right? And yeah, you know, you can't kill what you can't see. You know, unseen warfare. Spiritual warfare, folks. Okay, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. Yeah, I greatly appreciate you guys. Here's a very important song that I love, called Soldiers of Darkness. Okay. Blinded by the light. All right, folks. But yeah. This is my anthem, honestly. I love this fucking song. You ever hear Soldiers of Darkness by Sons of Man Reddington?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I hope we don't get canceled for this. But yeah, blessings. Because this video is kind of different. But yeah, see what happens.
Attention, soldiers! Kill everyone.
Ha ha! Another fucking live ass track from the Temple Shaolin.
What, nigga?
Hold up.
Yeah, what?
Real. The Killer Priest. You know what I'm saying? The Palaku son. Sons of Man. Madman representing for the Killer Army. The Killer Sin. The Resurrector.
Yeah, yo, I gotta get a grip and edge on life for living type. Gee, I'm shiesty. Now I see why nobody likes me. It might be the image projected, I selected, but F it. Shit is mad real as well as acted. Inspected, the best and got tested. Suggestions molested my thoughts, I manifested, but check it. My mind was designed for crimes. The bottom line, cause it's my time to shine with the nickel weighted knives to my spine. And there's no remorse in my source of madness. With my temper, my anger rises like my status. Because alone on the borough of Shaolin for wailing. Don't think that it's peace when I be smiling. A heart stone cold is what I own. For niggas who brag and break bones, leave them ungagged to hear the moan. I hate snakes on that fake shit. I get mad, leave them shook in the back like when the quake kick. I got a sneeze, oh that's raw, man. Another brother provoked the gun smoke, now that's all. Damn, why did he bother the father of horror? Knowing full well that he won't live to see tomorrow. Be on your guard when I start to flip shit.
sick, work the guard, it's hard to get a grip. Razor streaking iron flame, building still heavens. Clinks of shovels, deeping in the shallow trench of reverend. I rush like lions who throw and slaughter. Then I assume my human facility. I'm playing the hits on the governor. Open, he holds the gift, designed to kill many men. I stick them for billion pins and carry some world in. Flashing death like lightning from the heavens, leaving rappers suffering the thirst of a silent curse that came from the earth when the planet was reversed. Here are the needles, see that he dies, while the effect of a drug come bleeding out of his eyes. I chop off his feet so he can't walk his prayers and throw his
by prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle class white people. Achieving total political control through revolution and dismantling technological society is incompatible, since this kind of political control is only possible with technology. Due to leftist psychology, they could not be trusted to dismantle the system, even if they did gain control.
Yeah, I think essentially the whole idea with systems neatest trick is making the case in propaganda that is a sister work to the technological society. And the reason is because the whole concept of mass psychology and propaganda only becomes feasible in a society, that it, is basically run by industrial technology, right? So, once you have large scale technology, large scale systems of production, then you can have, communications technology and all that type of stuff. And then a certain level of cultivation of means in terms of the mass media, the mass psychology, the mass population becomes necessary. You know what I mean? And it becomes a factor. I mean, and how the system operates. So, propaganda becomes a political reality within large scale systems, where, the central power is technological, right? And that's one of the main points that ellul makes.
Now, obviously, there's plenty of examples of this today, and since Ted wrote this, I mean, this is just kind of a common thing on the right now, right, and even in the center, to point out how the left kind of reinforces the values of the oligarchs, right? And, it is the ridiculousness of the SJWs claiming that, capitalist oligarchs are somehow like conservative, like stuffy Christians that want like some kind of fascist closed borders dictatorship. And so they go out and they advocate for equality, and they advocate for absolute feminism, where women can be in the workplace, and open borders where there'll be masses of migrants to lower wages and among the native workforce. And they see this as rebellion. And Kaczynski's claim is simply that all of these forms of pseudo-rebellion, they're basically based on integrating people more deeply into the technological system, right? The leftist wants to enforce human rights. They want to enforce equality. They don't want any corner of the world to have sort of backward, bigoted beliefs that deny LGBT people or other minorities their rights. And so in this push for equality, this this sort of noble push for fairness and justice, what they're actually pushing for is to break down these divisions, these barriers that exist for the oligarchs, to turn everyone into kind of Western consumer that can work long hours and purchase the junk that the technological system produces. And they never stop to question if this is a real rebellion against the system, because of course they've deeply internalized these values. He also writes against conservatism pretty briefly. He mostly focuses on leftist psychology, but he's also scathing of conservatives. He says the conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of the society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well. And that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. I don't think I need to get too much into that.
So that's paragraph 50. I focused on that an extra amount. And obviously the reason why he doesn't focus on conservatism as much as leftism is that the problems with leftism are endemic to how the technological system functions. Leftism as a political reality is only brought to fruition through the technological system, right? So without the technological system, leftism would not be a feasible political thesis or reality, right? Okay, and you can see that in Marx and other things. And, they basically presume that you have industrial society in place, right, for the leftist project, right? Just as uh, a certain level of autocratic society, democratic society fits rather well with technological society, right? Because they wanted to apply the same type of theories to governance as were there in like the theories of Newton, right? So they thought if you could create the perfect system that it would improve man across the board. And of course that yet has to be seen. It's yet to be seen.
You can think of ample examples, right? A conservative that supports technological progress, and you can think of the revolutionary effects of things like technological advances like birth control and so on. And of course, his final conclusion is the anti-tech revolution, right? He advocates an immediate revolution against the system. The more the system grows, the greater will be the destruction brought about by an eventual collapse. We can't embrace accelerationism because the end technology is accelerating towards is actually the end of our species and the irreversible destruction of the biosphere. This isn't really in the manifesto, but he wrote about this in other writings. He believes that we're inevitably heading to a future where humans themselves are replaced by machines and we become surplus to requirements. And so any arguments about reform or about accelerationism, they're kind of made moot. But I mean, it's like you want to accelerate and you think that will bring about the collapse of the system. But actually what you're accelerating towards is people being totally replaced by robots. And then there's no future for us, right? We also can't rely on a political revolution because political revolutions are directed against some system that isn't the base of all of this, which is the technological system. But instead, they're directed at some secondary system like capitalism, but not the source of the problems. And the other aspect of it is if leftists got control because of their psychology, if this was a Marxist revolution or something, because of their psychology, they couldn't be trusted to use any of this for good means or to reform it because they're so power hungry, they're so spiteful that if they were the ones in charge, they would just throw away all their principles and just use the power for their own ends and to destroy their enemies and to gain greater power and influence for themselves. So there's no hope of any leftist revolution bringing any real change to the system. Now, that's the basis of his worldview, right? And like I said, what's interesting is that like Ted's a mathematician, and you can see in his system, somewhat in the manifesto, but in his later writings, he gets a little bit more into it, where he's doing this. He's taking this like Spinoza-like approach to these problems, or like Euclid or something, where he starts with a few propositions, and he tries to kind of abstract this into like a complex system and say, right, what's the key components of this? How do they interact? And what are they like? If we kind of put these together in an equation, what's the endpoint of this? And that's the basis for his worldview, right? It's a very kind of scientific approach. It's not really a deep like spiritual sociological critique. It's like, here's what humans are adapted for. Here's what the system's created. This is the gap between those two things. Therefore, people are going to be unhappy under the system. And, here's what the system is inevitably heading towards based on these principles underlying it. And this will be the end point. Therefore, we have to stop it, right? It's very logical. It's very mathematical. And you can see the way he kind of tries to construct that with like as few propositions as possible. And so on that, it's interesting to look at his influences and how he formulated this. So while the ideas in his manifesto appear as novel insights, they're largely derived from three thinkers, right? There's the French philosopher Jacques Ellul, British zoologist Desmond Morris, and the American psychologist Martin Seligman. Kaczynski owned an annotated copy of Ellul's The Technological Society, and also in a 1996 letter, Kaczynski recommended two books that seem to give some support to the manifesto's assertion about the power process. Desmond Morris, The Human Zoo, and Martin E.P. Seligman, Hopelessness on depression, development, and death. Now, this is kind of this is little discussed in the story of Ted, because he didn't really talk about his influences, and there's kind of good reason for that, because if he had, in the manifesto, if he had used citations and cited these authors, it would have given more clues to the FBI, especially if he was in correspondence, sending letters to any of these guys. So he kept that quiet, and you'll also see he changed some of the terminology. A lot of these ideas are kind of adopted directly from these thinkers, and he adds a new term for it that isn't even that different from the original term. But it's no like conspiracy that he was cribbing from these thinkers. He references their writing a lot. In a letter to Scribina from prison, he also referenced Seligman when he was talking about some of his theories about learned helplessness and over-socialization. So yeah, Kaczynski hit his intellectual. That's his.
Yeah, we read that letter on the show. So yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. In terms of the show today, it's past midnight where I'm at. So, I don't know if Neuro's gonna be here. Let me see if Neuro's around. He wants to end the show. If not, we'll keep it going somehow. I'll play a video.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip. It's been fun, y'all. I appreciate the Insane Asylum episode.
Yeah, blessings.
Blessings, Timo.
Thank you.
Everyone have a good night.
Yeah, have a blessed night.
Easy.
Okay, okay, let me tell Neuro will be shut down soon. So yeah. Yeah, and then I think maybe I'll play a Chad Hague video. That'd be a good way to.
Yeah, I've just been snacking, so.
Philosophy of technology. Let me just type in philosophy of technology, see what comes up. A lot of Heidegger. Huh. Not one Chad Hague video comes up. What a bunch of trash.
Sad trombone.
Yeah. Okay. So nothing here. Guess I'll have to. Industrial society and its future. Okay, yeah, we'll play this list here. That'll be good. Okay. So until then, arrivederci, my nurchies. And yeah, blessings. Yeah, professor's name, yeah. Yeah, which professor? We talking about Dr. Scribina? But yeah, peace be with you guys, man. And thank you for joining me today. I don't know if I'll do this tomorrow, maybe Friday or Saturday. One of those days, we'll start this up again, on this channel. And I'll do some major reviews. Today we did some good reviews. I mean, this video went way too long. I was planning on doing maybe only an 8-hour video, but yeah, we have an 8-hour video from yesterday too, where we reviewed the totally strange clip, Cenk Uygur or whatever, Andrew Wilson, Cenk Uygur clip, and we also looked at Alex Jones.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, we looked at Made by Jim Bob earlier today. Then we looked at the debate, paganism. We had Twilight on. He was arguing with Unseen, and then we moved into this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then we moved into this Keith Woods. So yeah, it's all there on this channel here, Cyber Caliphate. I mean, so go ahead and check that out. Yeah, and yeah, but yeah, we're gonna be shutting down here today. You guys want to say anything to these people?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, yeah. Blessings, death to compromise, and what about you, Red?
Mixed is up number 7.
Oh yeah, yeah. Check out the mix, Reddington. We played some of that on yesterday's show. The mix, people were feeling that. Yeah, yeah. The music. Yeah, we played lots of good music here today. But yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, but anyways, I'm gonna dump you guys here. Blessings.
Easy.
And yeah, to the rest of you guys, this has been the second assembly for Cyber Caliphate, right? And all the Sand Ninjas, they got to come under the assembly of the Cyber Caliphate, or else, they will perish. I mean, there's nothing more to say, but yeah, Sand Ninja Assembly, yeah, and there's a lot going on, a lot of balls in play. We'll give you guys more updates on the situation. But yeah, as soon as we venture on back to the Machine Lives, we'll be dual streaming or triple streaming or quadruple streaming, however you like it, right? However many channels we have up at the time, right? And at that time, we will then hit you with ellul, Taoism, Kaczynski versus Kurzweil. We got lots of material lined up for you guys. I got lots of music lined up for you guys. So yeah. Best piece to you guys from the Machine Lies. Where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Right. And I got a couple more debates and things I want to look at before we go over to the other channel. But yeah, blessings. We're trying to build up this channel, Cyber Caliphate. So yeah. Thank you for your participation.
mass media board of directors, policy formers, espionage, interlocking, sub-level serpent, drum out, scatter, fraudulent, pervert, waymaster, treason, Anvil 120, the horny pointed dragon, march of deviant bearded Zaxxon, database GPU 28 permeator, amnesia, heavily strip slimmer, megalopolis, cheap transponder beamer, weather modification ordinance to T3 coaxial transmission slush from corporate governance. The William Casey Cap City takeover, Reagan era protocol, decimate digi patent nano server farm, screw face and motor card, global positioning interference throughout the matrix, mother of all blasphemous, nebulous rhythmless station, pompous, spiny, arrogant, emotionless, gray-faced slave, pale zealot horseman, destroying God belligerent. This is personal and business, while purple creatures lullaby your infants. Stop encouraging your own censorship by supporting a profit over your survival. Be responsible for repping your own independent movement. This is Black Nigga State of the Union. Fuckery word retaliation against American neocon who use media as a weapon on its sole population. While half the world starving, suppressed image, iridium Hubble station. With a rogue general named Electric, with financial interests in fusional nuclear weapons, who broadcast the March of Fate Holy War while you watch Kobe score 40 during the playoffs of Armageddon. Alpha Bravo Zulu time, keep America online guessing. Hand back my style and essence. What the fuck are you even thinking? Cabbage Patch, Kentucky Fried with your Edomite chicken. Don't worry, mommy, Nintendo served as the covert secret training. So while little Joey became a collateral damage sand trooper agent, deep in the killing fields with Wycom as the only source of entertainment. The same little techno Autobots you watch crush each other for harmless enjoyment. And soon time will be on remote control protest cloud deployment. Titanium elbow jointed, cracking your primitive cerebral cortex. Got you uncertain channels surfing, who's behind the control surface in certain bloody escalation tampons. The true nature of the threat, viciously rip free speech out the throat pot clarinets. To keep Halliburton call out group profit in the dark. So every nuclear winter the Bin Laden George exchange Christmas cards. Why do you think Saddam most trusted warring regiments called the Republican Guard?
Demons fight demons on Beast Vision. Tonight at 5 after the presidential speech. Lyrical Babylon fixation on dinosaurs, demigods, and winged creatures. See the DNA and all that walking out. The mind whose energy developing cheap pressure. Bone compression process step by step. Sitting low in a microscopic orbit. Internal exercise in the eye sockets. Receiving transmission from mathematical substance. Proof the projecting dying in the living room is flat. Neo-national geographic man. Had a barbaric aftershock of the master plan. Blueprint of the matrix. Respected already mastered man. Destined to destroy itself. Making into info worship or stay still your soul from behind the TV screen. And to recessive for 1995 plus shipping and handling. Trapped in the square spectrum of light by Superman's father. Flipping towards the biosphere of the Earth atmosphere to the glass shatter. Antimatter, deflecting asteroids from the planet using my soul sonic force shield. Animal bypass surgery, hitting a 6 chip perfected identity unification. First century television broadcast Christ execution across the Roman Empire. 666 Roman numerology engraved in the Pope's crown. 30 minutes of watching the false light reduce simulation of brain activity. All God. Beast Vision.
Resistance is impossible. You said you were time travelers.
There is nothing. The special blood of Jesus Christ is the only thing that can remove the stench of sin from your soul. The blood of Jesus Christ is the only thing that can stop the death angel from invading your family.
Hey, how's it going? This is Chad Haig reporting from Southern India. I'd like to continue this series of videos on the philosophy of Ted Kaczynski in this fifth lecture within our ongoing paragraph by paragraph group reading of the so-called Unabomber Manifesto, Industrial Society and Its Future. We will move on to the section of the text spanning from paragraphs.
Yeah, my bad if I fall asleep, guys. But if I do, I would have fallen asleep listening to the soulful sounds of Chad A. Haig. But yeah. Oh, we still got Truther in here. Blessings. Hey, what's up?
I was just jumping on the end real quick. I think
Yeah,
Kill
for sure.
Trap may jump up here. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we'd love to talk to him. Yeah. We still got 7 people watching here. So yeah. But I had to end my stream. I was getting a little hazy, so I didn't want to.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm so focused on research right now.
Yeah, I don't want to like. I already tell my people we're gonna be like, what the fuck?
Hey,
Is
sir.
the same guy? Yeah. But yeah, man, I've been loving the sleep. I'm loving the strike. I mean, what can I say? It's nice.
The break.
It's a nice break, yeah.
What did you strike for?
Medical misinfo.
Allegedly.
The good old. I mean, I played a video literally on YouTube.
So did I, apparently. Or at least
Right.
Nuero did.
Yeah, we both did that. So.
Right, and then mine got something when I was on Sunday.
Hey, greetings.
A little after I was talking to you, it was crazy. On a Sunday.
Yeah, blessings, Kill Trap.
How's it going, everyone?
181 to 200 and.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty. I hope you guys had a chance to hear about the news, or if not, the news with people leaving OpenAI. If not, read the article I sent you in the chat.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's wild. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. Fortune.com. Researcher Stephen Adler quit AI labs. Interesting. Yeah, technology's a gamble. I mean, it's a swindle. You know, definitely. Progress is a swindle. Right? Progress is the belief that tomorrow will be better than today. Right?
Yeah, and that kind of is the whole goal of the transhumanism, AGI, saying, like they want to be able to, if someone gets a hole blown in their fucking skull, hey, now we can just make fake parts of the brain and throw it in there. Maybe this dude will live and have a healthy, functioning life. But also, you have concerns about people doing like the nuclear option and trying to rush for it, and nobody wants to be the next fucking Oppenheimer. That's kind of why I think these people are leaving OpenAI.
Yeah, because the next Oppenheimer is gonna be, is gonna be the guy, who made Edward Scissorhands. You know what I mean? Or the guy who made Android 18. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
It's a Minecrafter.
But 18 is kind of cute.
Yeah, but it's gonna be the same thing. You know what I mean? The first thing the thing's gonna do is kill the thing that made it. You know what I mean? For real, for real.
This is the section of the text where Kaczynski really discusses both the strategy of a hypothetical revolution against the concept of modern technology and the ideology of Freedom Club, which really is just the ideology of nature itself. This is a part of the School of Forbidden Text. Remember, you can join us there too for the extremely low price of just $2 per month. Link to both my Patreon and subscribe to our accounts in the video description. Also, if you find this discussion interesting, you may want to check out my 2019 book, The Philosophy of Kaczynski, my 2022 book, Leftoid Psychology, and the upcoming book, Accelerationism and Deep Ecology. Might sound like a contradiction in terms, but you'll find within this video that none other than Kaczynski himself might be associated with this strange combination of ideas. And we also must begin with the disclaimer that this.
Yeah, Chad Higgs published tons of books, tons of
Yeah, man.
I think like 10. You know what I mean? So he's definitely on the level of somebody like Giorgiani or somebody like that. I mean, so he's a real deal. You know,
Hodges, people aren't going to complain that much.
Acceleration
We
and
just got a
deep
bunch of
ecology. That's crazy.
yeah, those are two topics I cover a lot. You know, actually, I gave a range of presentations where I linked those two concepts together. So,
Yep.
yeah, especially transhumanism and techno-Gaianism. I was talking about that, and how Discordianism and accelerationism are related. You know, and how really Enlightenment thought and Romanticism are related. You know, and the whole return to nature thing is really just part and parcel of the entire scientism idea. Primitivism and scientism are the same, are two heads of the same coin, in other words. You could see that in the French Revolution and in other things. I mean, the return to nature ideology. Exactly.
This video is for educational purposes alone. The purpose of this video is neither to promote nor to refute any theories, but rather to examine them from a strictly philosophical perspective. All right, so as we get into the content of the text itself, the main thing which I find interesting in this part of the book, spanning from paragraphs 180 to 212, is whether in this section of the text specifically, one might be able to find some evidence that Kaczynski actually espouses, what I myself call the deep accelerationist stance. That is the paradoxical combination of deep ecology and accelerationism. Now, your first reaction on hearing that very term will likely be the objection that such a stance is impossible to attribute not just to Kaczynski, but to anybody, because these two terms would seem to be polar opposites of one another. After all, the accelerationists openly promote the acceleration not just of capital, as is usually thought, but of technology itself, while deep ecology tends to be associated in people's minds with the exact opposite movement, which is usually called the deceleration. So deep acceleration would seem to be the ultimate contradiction in terms. Well, I will argue over the course of this video and on a much deeper level within my upcoming book bearing this title that this is not only a possible stance, but this is one which none other than Ted Kaczynski himself already provides arguably the single best instance of, and he does so within the Unabomber manifesto itself. And so as we get into the paragraph by paragraph analysis of the text, we find in paragraph 180 that
Yeah, and that's also what links it to the leftist project in general, you know, is the whole concept of progress within dialectical materialism. That collapse and progress are really just two heads of the same coin. You know what I mean? Because they're both future oriented, you know, or future driven ideologies. I mean, you know, so I think the Discordian versus acceleration thing is really a huge, you know, honestly, there's a better way to explain it. You know, because one seeks archaic revival, and the other seeks, you know, eminentizing the eschaton. You know, so.
that Kaczynski famously opens this part of the book with the quote that the technophiles are taking us all into an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. He goes on to note within this same paragraph that even among the small minority of people within the population who consciously realize how dangerous the trajectory of continued technological advancement will be, well, most of those people still feel completely powerless to actually stop it. Freedom Club will differ then in that they will make up the hyper minority of thinkers who not only realize what is going on, but also believe that it can be stopped. Over the course of the rest of this video, we will explore Kaczynski's reasoning behind this uniquely bold claim, not only that a revolution against the concept of modern technology is hypothetically possible, but also his ideas over how it might actually unfold on a concrete level. But before we can get to that, there are a few very complicated ideas which must be unpacked even in this one short quote which has opened this section of the text. A perceptive reader might ask, for example, why exactly it is that Kaczynski is describing the trajectory of continued technological advancement as a quote-unquote reckless ride into the unknown. That would seem to contradict everything which Kaczynski and ellul have already said about technology as basically being the antithesis of anything having to do with the unknown. After all, technology is really all about solving every mystery of nature. It's about generating technical procedures which are guaranteed in advance to yield whatever predetermined results one happened to desire. Well, technology's obsession with full epistemological transparency and the creation of fully predictable operations, this might seem to be the exact antithesis of anything having to do with the unknown, but the situation is a good deal more complex, pun intended, than that. Well, in order to make sense of this apparent contradiction, we must bear in mind that when Jacques Ellul and Ted Kaczynski talk about technology, oftentimes they actually are not speaking about the thing which you might think that they're talking about. As you may recall from our reading of Jacques Ellul's Technological Society, technique cannot be defined as being identical with any particular physical machines, because technique had to pre-exist those machines as a fully abstract, systematic rationalization oriented towards maximizing things like, say, efficiency, adaptability, or productivity. It had to have that abstract character of a systematic rationalization before any one machine could come to instantiate that logic on a more material or concrete level. This is not, however, the maybe naive view that you have to have the theoretical knowledge about how to manufacture a given machine before that machine could come to obtain a physical existence as a real entity. It's rather the deeper point that the machine had to have a space opened up for it within a pseudo-ecological system of many other machines that had to be predetermined by technique itself on a purely abstract level before that particular machine's existence could be justified. As Ellul noted in the second chapter of that same book, this is because there is no such thing as a machine in the singular. There is always instead a whole system of many interconnected machines working collectively towards the goal of maximizing the efficiency and predictability of the whole system. Likewise, the paradox of technology is that despite its obsession with materialism, it actually holds a purely abstract character. Crucially, we can now see that it is only in the purely hypothetical realm of such systematic rationalization that something like quote-unquote full predictability can seem to be a realistic goal. The problem for technique is that as it progressively comes to actualize itself into the realm of concrete reality, transforming those ideals into physical machines one body at a time, it has to actually accomplish that goal through continually transforming nature itself into more and more pieces of its own self-propagating system. This is a process which admittedly does succeed in the short term in converting much of nature into the kind of predictable extensions of technique's predetermined logic which it would require. But in so doing, technology still has to reach out into a realm where the problems of complexity theory throw a monkey wrench into its plans. We know from the terminology of complexity theory that the kind of formally unpredictable side effects one gets through meddling with natural processes are called emergent properties. Emergent properties might be described informally as new parts of a whole whose characteristics cannot be deduced in advance, even from a bulletproof analysis of the characteristics of any of the pre-given parts of that same whole. An example of an emergent property within nature, which lies very close to home for us, is just human consciousness itself. Human consciousness is formally unpredictable in its characteristics if you only limit yourself to the standpoint of the set of the material elements within the brain from which that human consciousness emerges as a secondary epiphenomenon. Well, we now understand the irony that the same technological system which requires a full predictability still inevitably ends up generating so many unpredictable side effects, because it is specifically technology's interaction with nature which is both necessary for its advancement, but also guaranteed to eventually cause the system of technology itself to cross a certain threshold where it will overstep its own hard ecological limits. At that point, the global technological system will collapse as a result of its own accidental ecological disruptions. It is in this precise sense that deep acceleration actually makes perfectly good sense as a credible position which somebody could espouse. For Freedom Club's insistence that it can be stopped really means that technology is already guaranteed in advance to eventually reach a point of ecological impossibility where its interaction with nature will create the mother of all unpredictable side effects. That's the deep ecology side of it. The accelerationist side is acknowledging that that point will be reached not through thwarting technology from its current self-dooming trajectory, but precisely through following it through to its own logical conclusions. We must bear in mind that in the second chapter of Kaczynski's 2016 fragmentary magnum opus, Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How, he revealed that the true solution to the mystery of Fermi's paradox, asking why it is that despite untold billions of years that have unfolded and countless inhabitable planets out there in the universe, no evidence of intergalactic space travel has ever been found, despite the fact that on a purely logical level, you'd have to conclude that at least one alien civilization has been able to do it. Well, Kaczynski's solution to this paradox is that the kind of technological society which would have advanced to the point of being able to do intergalactic space travel would have already long since crossed the point of self-destruction. This is because self-destruction occupies a hardwired position on the timeline of technological advancement, which is necessarily much earlier than that of intergalactic space travel. In other words, self-destruction is a necessary rather than accidental outcome of all advanced technological societies. Likewise, we can now see that the deep accelerationist is somebody who understands that certain flashpoints must exist in which a phase transition into a singularity, which suspends the laws of technique itself, where that will occur, and then understands that intensifying those flashpoints will only speed up the inevitable arrival of a certain point where technology has to confront the limits of its own ecological impossibility. Well, we now see that all of this mysterious talk of the singularity as the point at which the laws of capital or technique come to be suspended, we now realize that that is something that will happen only because the laws of technique never had anything but a purely abstract and negative pseudo-existence. The singularity, which pulls back the curtain to reveal the purely abstract nature of technique, despite the fact that it was obsessed with materialism, well, that will really just be a revelation of the nothingness of technology and the liberation of nature to reclaim the fullness of being which it had already had. We now see that the formally unpredictable antithesis to technology really is just the kind of nature which Kaczynski has otherwise called freedom. Paragraph 181, Kaczynski explicitly repeats his suggestion from paragraph 166 that the way technology can be stopped is through intentionally adding stress to the system. But in this paragraph, he clarifies that the reason for this is that adding stress to the system will progressively make it more and more unstable until it eventually reaches a point of critical state instability in which a revolution against it might be possible. If you look at Jim Rickards' writings on financial collapse theory, he also uses complexity theory to argue that a given system has to reach critical state before a phase transition can occur. Great example of this is the boiling of water. That water has to reach a certain temperature before the phase transition from liquid state to gaseous state can occur. It is in this precise sense that Rickards has repeatedly warned his viewers that a coming financial collapse is guaranteed, but not because Rickards himself claims to know in advance which particular event will push it over the edge. All of that's unnecessary because all one really needs to know is that the financial system is already dangerously close to reaching critical state due to factors like structurally unpayable debts, mass money printing, etc. Rickard's own favorite analogy to illustrate this is that if snow in the mountains has already reached critical state in which an avalanche is guaranteed to occur, one would be missing the point entirely if one obsessed over asking which particular snowflake would be the one to cause it to tip over into avalanche state. Well, similarly, Kaczynski implies here that adding stress to a system which is already dangerously close to critical state as a result of its own ecological impossibility, that will help finally push the system over the point at which it becomes unstable enough that a real revolution could be possible. Kaczynski explicitly references the French and Russian revolutions as concrete examples of successful man-made revolutions in the past, because in both cases, the revolutions only came to be executed after the political orders they were rebelling against had fallen into critical state. In the case of France, this was due to financial crisis, while military defeat was the cause in Russia. Paragraph 182, Kaczynski acknowledges that one might very well object at this point, but weren't the French and Russian revolutions failures? Well, that really depends on which goal of the revolutions you're examining. The revolutions had both a positive and a negative goal, and in the second positive goal of creating a new society that functions exactly as it had been envisioned to, well, that was indeed a failure, and thankfully so, as Kaczynski says himself. But the first purely negative goal of destroying the old form of society, that was actually a success. Similarly, Freedom Club has no illusions of even trying to create a new social order that will function exactly as predicted. In fact, Kaczynski would later go on to devote the whole first chapter of Anti-Tech Revolution Why and How to the theme of why exactly it is that it's impossible to steer a given society in any predetermined direction, no matter how powerful one might seem to be. This really is explained in that same chapter as something which is impossible due to the same problems of complexity theory, such as feedback loops, adaptability, and emergent properties, which are tacitly playing a major role in this part of the Unabomber manifesto as well. Well, as he notes in this part of Industrial Society and its Future, Freedom Club is perfectly content with the merely negative goal of dissolving the technological society. But he notes in the next paragraph, paragraph 183, that this is because Freedom Club's positive goal is just nature itself, but by nature he means something perhaps different from what you might expect. When he talks about nature, he's talking about really wild nature, which is a kind of nature which is allowed to spontaneously create itself without any interference. For this reason, Kaczynski subtly rejects any attempt to impose, say, a Penty-Linkola-style eco-authoritarian state in which a green police force would be tasked with coercing people to have to live within strict ecological limits. For even this green police state would still be a form of technology in disguise. Let's remember that because Jacques Ellul defined technology as the replacement of the laws of nature for the laws of technique, we now realize that the true deep accelerationist is just the one who suspends the latter entirely in order to allow the laws of nature to return to their former, completely unrestricted state. This makes more sense, perhaps, in light of Ted Kaczynski's unpublished 1971 essay, Progress versus Wilderness. In that classic text, Kaczynski favored the idiosyncratic term wildness over the more usual term wilderness in order to show that much of what we consider today to be wilderness no longer really is wild. And this is for the precise reason that it's no longer really free from the interference of the technological system. And consider the way that even if something like forest is allowed to continue existing within the United States, it's largely reduced to the status of a recreational campground. This is a place where suburbanites can go away for the weekend to barbecue hot dogs and take photographs of themselves in front of some scenic lake before they go back to their corporate office jobs Monday morning. This sort of wilderness has therefore lost its natural freedom in much the same way that humans have under modern technology. But this sort of symmetrical relation between the two losses of natural freedom really does make sense in light of this paragraph of the manifesto, in which Kaczynski explicitly includes human nature as a smaller part of wild nature, rather than think of it as something which is inherently predisposed to negate natural conditions in favor of technological ones. He does not take the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory approach, in other words, of saying that the only problem with technology is that it extends human nature's pathological will to domination much further than had been the case in pre-modern conditions. For human nature is exactly what technology has been hardwired to negate as it has progressed. For this reason, Kaczynski implies in paragraph 184 that the hypothetical return to really natural living conditions will ironically be the exact opposite of what anarcho-primitivists like, say, John Zerzan envision as the green utopia. Kaczynski clarifies this surprising claim by noting that if nature and technology really are polar opposite terms from one another, then even the agenda to willfully engineer a John Zerzan-style anarcho-primitivist utopia, well, that would still be a very strange technological project in disguise. For that would miss the real point of nature by simply turning it into a perverse technology, which is guaranteed to function as intended as a means to an end to create the ideal living conditions for humans to escape from the miseries of civilization. You might bear in mind that John Zerzan is fond of reminding his readers that even the modern SJW causes of gender equality, pacifism, and animal rights were supposedly universal staples of the prehistoric hunter-gatherer past. So if you really want these values to go mainstream, you have to return to those conditions rather than continue progressing beyond them. However, this misses the point of nature by turning it into a means to an end to give humans the kind of society which they think they're entitled to, no doubt as a result of living under the same 21st century conditions which they claim to want to transcend. Now, Kaczynski clarifies in this paragraph that after the collapse of the technological system occurs, living close to nature won't have anything to do with a consumeristic choice. Living close to nature will be strictly necessary in such a context because in the absence of modern technology, one really doesn't have any choice except to live much closer to the natural world, even to do things like meet very basic survival needs. The vast majority of people in such a situation will have to farm, hunt, fish, or forage just to be able to eat. And this is not a historical anomaly, for the vast majority of human existence, that was the case. The grand irony here is that there will be no such thing as environmentalism under these natural conditions, because the environmentalist is really just a person who thinks that he or she can make the consumer's choice to like nature in much the same way that one can choose to like an NFL football team over another, or a brand of beer, or a genre of popular music. One only really lives naturally if doing so is not a choice, for this idea of choice presupposes the existence of an advanced technological system, as well as so many marketing niches and an industrial production apparatus to satisfy those largely artificially created desires. In paragraph 185, a hypothetical voice speaks up and asks the legitimate question of whether such a real revolution will have some negative consequences. Well, the answer to that is, of course, yes, but it bears mentioning that negative consequences are inevitable even if technological advancement continues unimpeded. And the negative consequences of the latter are far worse, even up to including things like human extinction. Paragraph 186, Kaczynski goes on to suggest, in light of this maybe difficult realization, that Freedom Club's ideology has to take on two different forms depending on its intended audience. There should be one form of the ideology for the unthinking majority, who can only process arguments in black and white terms and sweeping generalizations. But beyond that, there should be another version of the ideology which might be called its true form. This is the ideology as tailored to an audience capable of a much higher level of nuanced critical thinking. Paragraph 187, he notes that the ideology which is tailored for the minority of rational thinkers should be something like what Jacques Ellul did, which is a thoroughly philosophical exposition of what technology really is, in contrast with what the general public mistakenly thinks technology is. However, this ideology should also be practically geared to using these serious thinkers as influencers, although by influencer, we do not mean this in the sense of some dumbass on TikTok who dances for 30 seconds for a mostly non-existent audience of bot accounts and thinks as a result of that that they're famous. Nor do we mean influencers in the sense of the kind of paid trolls who are sent out by, say, the pharmaceutical industry to flood the comment sections of any problematic blogs with views that seem to be those of ordinary people, but just happen to directly coincide with the opinions of Pfizer's corporate boardroom meetings. No, real influencers will use reason and logical argumentation to provide an ideological revolution against technology, which is every bit as important as any more concrete action. Paragraph 188, Kaczynski interestingly notes that rabble-rousing propaganda of a very base and vulgar type should generally be avoided. But he makes one exception to this rule by acknowledging that rabble-rousing propaganda actually will be quite useful to employ when the system finally reaches critical state. Isn't this just an admission that accelerating technology in the very precise sense of the technology of cheap, unthinking propaganda will be used as the final nail in the coffin to bring down the idea of modern technique itself? Well, the big idea of accelerationism, you might recall, is to keep pushing the same trends which the system had already created, and to do so with the realization that it is these same trends which will lead the system to overstep its own laws. What better example of this than the kind of cheap, vulgar propaganda referenced here? You might recall Jacques Ellul noted in the Technological Society that you can only defeat one technology of propaganda with another. This was proven very recently by CNN's complete and utter defeat by Fox News, much of which was driven by the reptilian brain-based success which Fox News had at being just plain better at featuring hot babes like Emily Campagno as their anchors, in contrast with CNN's inexplicable decision to keep fat asses like Brian Stelter, Jeffrey Toobin, and Brianna Keilar on the air until recently when they were removed. Well, in paragraph 189, Kaczynski warns that even when one reaches the moment of critical state, the movement will still be unlikely to have a majority of the population on their side. But this won't really matter because the quality of a small group of rational and committed people should easily outweigh the sheer quantity of a numerical majority of the population. Paragraph 190, Kaczynski warns that adding social stress is good, but not all social stress is created equal. For example, one should avoid pitting the revolutionaries against the American public itself. They should instead make the widely despised elites the common enemy of both. One should focus one's energy on the latter, despite the fact that it is technically true that both of these groups are guilty of causing the crisis. It is factually true, for example, that Americans drive pollution and resource depletion through their overconsumption. But it's also factually true that the elites use marketing gimmicks to induce the public to do so. They convince people to spend money they don't have on stupid junk that they don't even want. If you follow the analysis of John Michael Greer, they do this through literally dabbling in black magic. Well, even though both of these diagnoses of the problem are true, it's better to emphasize the latter explanation because it adds stress against the elites rather than needlessly add stress against the populist mass. But wait a minute, isn't this exactly the point which CNN has missed? Isn't this one of the reasons why its audience continues to shrink down to microscopic levels of irrelevance, as CNN recently reported their worst ratings since the administration of George H.W. Bush in the early 1990s? Well, if you really think about it, CNN dug its own grave precisely through flaunting itself as the marketing niche which only wealthy liberal elites with perfectly politically correct views could identify with. Well, insofar as CNN directed all of its energy into courageously waging war against the ignorant masses of the American public, they found out the hard way that that was not a very smart strategy for a cable TV network to adopt, because there are simply not enough wealthy liberal elites within the country to keep a network that needs millions of viewers to meet the expectations of advertisers afloat. And paragraph 191, Kaczynski warns that the greatest danger in promoting conflicts against anyone except the elites is that this will inadvertently create rivalry between sub-niches of the population, in which one side will inevitably have to use more technology to gain the advantage over the other to win. Consider the rivalry between different nations, or the rivalry between different religious groups. The only way that one side can beat the other is through winning an arms race of technological advancement, which negates in advance any idea of a revolution against technology. Well, the only acceptable terms should be to oppose a small class of powerful elites to the populist mass of the people, though the real opposition, Kaczynski is clear here, is between technology and nature. Paragraph 192, we find that the main thing not to do is to fall for the system's neatest trick, or the idea that intersectional disenfranchisement alone will serve as the standard to determine which group is the worthiest of our attention. Kaczynski notes that we should avoid this despite the fact that it may be empirically true that one group actually is more disenfranchised than another. If you take Native Americans as an example, they actually are more economically disenfranchised, but the solution to that economic disadvantage will inevitably have to be more help from the technological system, which is exactly the reason why the system openly promotes playing the game of the system's neatest trick as really using all of these groups as a means to an end to just advance itself. Paragraph 193, Kaczynski reiterates his claim from the beginning of the manifesto that this is not a political revolution, but rather a revolution against technology. Few presidents demonstrate just how irrelevant the office of the president actually is, like the current puppet-in-chief, whose cognitive decline is actually something which the system had a perverse incentive to prefer back in 2020, for this only shows that the president never was anything except a purely symbolic figurehead who provides a digestible human face over a set of impersonal economic and technological functions, although that face has become a lot less digestible as it has looked more and more like a corpse. In paragraph 194, Kaczynski warns that the revolutionaries should actually avoid, and he does use capital letters here, avoid assuming power too early. The grand irony is that the revolutionary movement would be destroyed precisely if the revolutionaries seized political power before critical state was reached in the system as a whole. If that were to happen, the result would be quite predictable. The movement would become just another Green Party, just another mainstream environmentalist group in which they'd raise taxes on the public in order to siphon off more money for clean energy and electric car companies, and then they would use the donations from those same corporations to fund their re-election campaigns. In the third chapter of Anti-Tech Revolution Why and How, Kaczynski would go on to provide a much more detailed explanation for why exactly it is that the timing of assuming power is so sensitive, by noting that the rationalized laws of possible and impossible objects shows that any political movement which hopes to have a successful revolution must obviously be powerful. And keep in mind that a successful revolution against the modern technological system would be the single most difficult thing to do in history. But on the other hand, any movement which becomes too powerful inevitably becomes corrupt. You could just consider the academic industry as a great example of how true this is. So time really is of the essence here. The movement has to reach its highest level of power, but only during that extremely brief window of time, just before it becomes too corrupt to actually do away with something like the technological system, which it will become parasitic on in order to maintain its power. But this same moment where it assumes power but is not yet corrupt, that must also coincide with the window of time in which the system itself has reached the kind of critical state in which a revolution against it would be possible. Kaczynski's ongoing opposition to the emptiness of linguistification therefore makes the most sense in this context. For if the moment arrives in which all of those things happen to coincide, and the only thing you can do is send out a tweet, well, let's just say you're screwed. Kaczynski also notes that on a demographic level, the revolutionaries should be outsiders, because if they happen to be drawn from the class of elites, or even if they come from the conformist bourgeoisie of the upper middle class corporate professionals among the American suburbanite population, they'll probably just turn the movement into another parasite on the technological system, like the academic industry and environmentalist political parties already are. They'll use the critique of technology to go through the motions of radical critique while sucking up the funds to prop up their own privileged lifestyles and to advance their own careers. The outsiders who come from that region called Chimeria in the writings on Conan the Barbarian, well, those Chimerians will be the ones needed to actually push that system beyond the point where even being such controlled opposition would be possible. Paragraph 195, we find that the revolution has to be worldwide and should not be seen as a way to promote the interests of America, or any nation for that matter, over its rivals. You find Kaczynski note here explicitly that nationalism is a great promoter of technology, because the only way for America to beat China, for example, is just to be better at industrial manufacturing or to have more geopolitical influence. It's obvious the only way that those two goals can be met. You find in paragraph 196 that Kaczynski shocks the reader by openly favoring NAFTA, precisely for its accelerationist potential to add stresses to the system. He notes that globalist economic policies disadvantage workers in the short term, but they make the system itself more interconnected, which serves the unintended consequence of enabling one revolution in one part of the world to multiply itself many times over, effectively spreading to all of the other nations for free. In contrast, if each nation were too self-contained, one would have to have multiple revolutions over and over again against the technological system in each one. It is precisely the technological system's own hardwired tendency towards global scopes of operation, then, which should be accelerated in order to lead it to overstep its own ecologically impossible limitations in the long run. In addition, the workers' discontent from getting screwed by unfair globalist trade deals is something that can be used as an accelerationist flashpoint, rather than maintain the short-term stability of allowing more people to be gainfully employed enough that they remain content with a life of mindless consumption on the weekends while slaving away for the system Monday through Friday. In contrast, allowing the technological system's own self-created stresses to compound over one another is what the real revolutionary must favor. From paragraphs 197 to 199, we find that the greatest irony here is that the environmentalists claim that the problem with modern man is that he has too much power over nature. That misses the point that prehistoric hunter-gatherers actually had far more power than we do. And they had that power because they could go through the power process to meet really serious needs. The only thing we can do with the power process is kind of stupid surrogate activities like getting to choose which NFL team we'll cheer for, or trying to collect a bucket of likes for social media posts, which will inevitably be buried into invisibility by the algorithm just a few short hours later. What we should argue for then is precisely for man to get his power back. But this does not contradict the ideal of upholding nature, for in a very strange sense, we can only get our power back if nature also gets its power back from the global technological system. In paragraph 200, Kaczynski repeats once again that the movement can only have one goal, because if another goal happens to be allowed onto that list, one will inevitably have to use a technology as a means to an end to advance that other goal. Consider the uniquely controversial 2020 book, Transgender Industrial Complex, as a great example of this. If your goal is to attack gender binarism as oppressive and outdated, begs the question how one can do that except through presupposing the help of modern technology to do things like, say, allow sex change operations, which simply would not have been possible a century or two ago. This in turn presupposes a new growth industry in which a sophisticated medical industrial complex will have to ramp up its production to meet all of this new demand. and savvy investors can realize this to be the great opportunity to make money that it is, insofar as anyone who buys stock in these companies can count on the media, the Democrat Party, or public school systems to artificially bid the monetary value of those stocks a little higher by obsessing over things like, say, having children as young as 8 years old undergo surgeries, which just happen to line the pockets of those woke investors who were clever enough to buy in on the stocks early on. Well, similarly, if you define the problem as just the environmentalist cliche of global warming rather than technology in general, well, solution to that will have to be to improve the technology of manufacturing electric cars or solar panels, which will in turn require a whole other industrial production apparatus, which the same woke savvy investors will realize they can make a return on through having, once again, the media, Democrat Party, and public school system promote these same things too. Paragraph 201, Kaczynski mentions what I call the Bernie Sanders fallacy in my 2019 videos, or the idea that modern technology might be bad, but it can be allowed only in those cases where it promotes social justice causes. Well, this is the ultimate false choice of trying to save the good parts of technology while only getting rid of the bad, because it misses the deeper point that the same terms of intersectional disenfranchisement, which allow you to judge which parts should be saved in order to promote the interests of certain groups who deserve it, well, these terms of intersectional disenfranchisement were invented by the global technological system itself, but as nothing more than a means to an end to spare its own eco-crimes from criticism by distracting the public with so many arbitrary identity categories, which are all actually on their way out as the system programs all of us to become carbon copies of exactly the same robotic non-person. In paragraph 202, Kaczynski admits that one exception to this general aversion to modern technology is that you can use communications technologies if you do so to spread the ideology. In 2019, I personally interpreted this as saying that publishing on Kindle or making videos on YouTube is fine, so long as one uses this to spread the word about texts like this one. Paragraph 203, Kaczynski reminds us of a situation in which an alcoholic is sitting with a bottle of wine in front of him, and it's only so long before he begins to rationalize taking one more drink on grounds that, after all, science has proven that a little bit of wine is actually good for you. It's proven that many of the people who lived to be over 100 years old, well, they were red wine drinkers particularly. Well, it's just the same with the human race and technology. It's only so long before you find some rationalization to keep using it, so long as it is there sitting in front of you like the bottle of alcohol for the alcoholic. The only solution really is to not have it. Paragraph 204-5, he notes that revolutionaries actually should have many children, objecting to this on grounds that the earth is already grotesquely overpopulated. This is the point that the added benefit of having more rational, committed opponents to the problem of modern technology will easily outweigh whatever modest burden these few extra mouths will impose on a world which is already crowded with so many billions of human bodies that trying to stop that by not having a few extra children would be an exercise in futility anyway. Paragraph 207, Kaczynski begins his famous discussion of the two kinds of technology by entertaining a question from a hypothetical voice whether the historical record only contains instances of technological progress, never examples of technological regress. However, if you scratch the surface here, you'll find that this claim is historically simply false. In paragraph 208, Kaczynski clarifies that the real source of this error is the logical fallacy of equivocation, which treats technology as one thing in the singular, when in reality there is a distinction between small-scale and organization-dependent technologies in the plural. The former, that is to say small-scale technologies, they can survive even if society breaks down. But the latter, that is to say the organization-dependent technologies, they necessarily break down along with the complex society of which they were a part. A great example from the non-modern era is Roman pottery. At the height of the Roman Empire in the ancient world, there were pottery factories that were large enough and productive enough that archaeologists have excavated pottery from these factories as far away as Scandinavia. We also have reason to believe that these products were mass-produced on so large a scale and for so reasonable a price that they could be found even on the table of commoners at the height of the Roman Empire. But in stark contrast with this, an archaeological dig confirmed that just a few centuries later in the Dark Ages, even a king in early medieval England was caught eating from pottery, which would have seemed embarrassingly crude even for a peasant in former times. This proves that even so basic a thing as wheel-thrown pottery was lost as a technology after the civilizational technology of the Roman Empire had collapsed. In contrast, small-scale technologies can be maintained by individuals or small groups like guilds, even in such difficult times, because, as Kaczynski explains in paragraph 209, before the Industrial Revolution, almost all technologies were small-scale. The Roman pottery factories were something of an exception in the ancient world, but it was only after the Industrial Revolution that almost all technologies became organization dependent. A great example of this contrast is Kaczynski's own example that a local craftsperson, no matter how skilled he or she might be, simply cannot build a refrigerator all on his or her own. For the construction of that refrigerator requires a globe-spanning network of resource extraction, factories for parts, shipping, etc. If just one link within that massive chain of dependencies were to disappear, the fridge would be impossible. In paragraph 10, he notes, likewise, enthusiasm for progress is not the a priori feature of all human nature, which we might think it is, for the ideology of progress simply did not exist in its present form until the 17th century. And it continues to be propped up today largely as a redundancy of our realization that modern technology is a ubiquitous and dominant force in our lives. Paragraph 211, we find the proof that modern technology is not an inevitable or a priori feature of human nature is that the historical record shows that there were 4 major civilizations in the late medieval era, but only one of those, which was, of course, the European civilization, went the technological route, which led to the present state of things. This proves that such technologization is something of a historical and sociological anomaly, for to this day, nobody really knows why the Europeans did what they did, while the other 3 great civilizations did not. The only thing which we can be certain of is that this sort of technologization required abnormal historical conditions to arise, so leaving it behind would actually be a return to the historical norm. Paragraph 212, it's acknowledged that just in case somebody objects that even if a successful revolution is carried out now, how can you guarantee that there won't be another industrial revolution 500 years from now? Well, in response to this question, Kaczynski notes that even if that were the case, we certainly don't have time to deal with that right now, because that'll be a problem for the far future. We have more than enough on our hands right now as it is. Hey, how's it going? This is Chad Haig reporting from Southern India. I'd like to continue these series of videos on the philosophy of Ted Kaczynski by actually revisiting his well-known essay, The System's Neatest Trick. Some of you might recall that this was, in fact, the first video I ever did on Kaczynski on this channel, all the way back in September of 2018, was over this essay. But I do think it is necessary to come back to this topic once again and do, in my opinion, a much better video on it today. The first video a few years ago largely just summarized the argument of the essay, but of course, it's pretty easy to understand just from reading it. Kaczynski had a remarkable ability to communicate very profound and sophisticated ideas in a way that is pretty much universally intelligible. This was why he insisted on having the manifesto be published in several major newspapers for a general readership, rather than go down the academic path of pumping out a monograph, which might be studied only by a few other scholars who happen to be in that particular sub niche of academia. Kaczynski was not interested in just dabbling in arcana for its own sake. He wanted to actually enlighten people about what's going on in the background, show them how the system of modern technology is always functioning. So the argument, of course, within the essay is pretty concise and pretty clear and easy to understand. But I do think it is necessary in this video to show you some maybe theoretical presuppositions which are not so explicitly spelled out within the essay, but are still crucial, I think, to fully understand what is going on. And this is really going to come down to the distinction, to use my own terminology, among first-order leftism, second-order leftism, and third-order leftism. Leftism, of course, within the manifesto is not an ideology or a group of people, but it's a psychological type. defined by the traits of over-socialization and feelings of inferiority. But I would argue that in a lot of ways, that's just a narrower definition of a much broader phenomenon, which is actually working on multiple levels all the time within the context of modern technology. As I will show within this video itself, the system had to already be a leftist in some sense, even before any human individual was, let alone any explicit linguistic ideology came to be. I'd like to remind you that this is a part of the School of Forbidden Texts, in which the students have been given the first assignment to draft an essay in response to one theme in Kaczynski's work. Remember, you can join us there for as little as just $2 per month. Link to my Patreon is in the video description. Also, if you find this discussion interesting, you might want to check out my 250-plus page book from July 2019, The Philosophy of Ted Kaczynski, Why the Unabomber Was Right About Modern Technology, as well as my upcoming 150-page book, Social Justice Madness, available sometime in March of 2021, basically just a few weeks from now. This short, cheap, and fun book will explore why the SJW movement is enslaved to the Ellulian logic of technique, or the Kaczynskian definition of modern technology, as we will discuss in great depth in this video, even while pretending to go through the motions of a pseudo-accelerationist collapse of the system, however vaguely defined that term might be. I also like to give the disclaimer that this video is for educational purposes alone. Purpose of this video is neither to promote nor refute any theories, but rather to examine them from a strictly philosophical perspective. So Kaczynski opens the essay with the well-known quote that the system has played a trick on today's would-be revolutionaries and rebels. The trick is so cute that if it had been consciously planned, one would have to admire it for almost mathematical elegance. This is a great example of a statement which is certainly clear on the surface level, but for which there really are still a few things going on in the background on a properly theoretical level, which have to be unpacked for one to fully grasp what this means. It is interesting, for example, that he affirms that this trick has almost mathematical elegance, despite the fact that it was not actually consciously designed by any one human mind. It instead somehow originated in direct response to the technical needs of the system itself, a statement which, of course, complicates our understanding of who or what the system is. The trick was somehow in the system at the level of pure abstract rationalization, rather than in any one person's mind, qua the physical machinery of the human brain, or even in the layer of linguistification in which the needs of the system are explicitly spelled out within ideology. The system itself is therefore in a very strange position, which is neither totally empirical nor totally rational, for it precedes any physical machine as such, yet it is also based on its own ever-changing whims, rather than on any Platonist notion of enduring or eternal values. We can only really understand this bizarre position of the system through first abandoning any naive view that technology is simply synonymous with physical machinery, which of course requires us to revisit Ellul's claim that technique must be an abstract system of rationalization before it can manifest itself as any type of machine. So Jacques Ellul noted near the very beginning of his classic The Technological Society that we usually make the mistake of defining technology through the formula technique equals machines. This is, however, proven to be dead wrong when you notice a very strange reversal whereby the machine itself is revealed to be dependent upon technique rather than the other way around. As to say, we usually assume that the artificial rationalization of technique, which is hardwired to replace any spontaneous expression of nature with a systematic organization oriented towards maximizing efficiency and adaptability, we usually think that that is just an accomplishment of some fancy AI program or electronic brain understood as a super advanced physical machine, but rather that rationalization has to be something of an abstract presupposition which is already there in the background before any one such machine can even begin the empirical process of execution. It is precisely technique as this abstract system of artificial organization, etc., which must determine the proper location of the machines themselves, for they cannot simply exist in isolation, but must be incorporated into exactly the right position in order to maximize their own productivity and adaptability within the whole. Machines themselves are usually thought of as self-contained wholes which are filled with cogs to serve their own purposes. But it's actually the other way around. Machines are themselves only valued as cogs within this broader system. As we shall see, the system's neatest trick consists of getting people to willingly make themselves more like the kinds of cogs qua machines which the system needs, even when it contradicts their own hardwired nature. So to return to Kaczynski's essay, let's just start with what the system is not. The system is not, at least a year ago, Donald J. Trump or any other world leader for that matter. The system is not any one evil CEO, corporation, bank, university, religious organization, or any other cog, which of course would distract you from the abstract presuppositions which had to already be there in the background before any one of these physical machines could manifest itself in that way as such. It was quite peculiar, for example, that the Chaz rebels in Seattle last year managed to keep every other part of the technological system intact, but prided themselves on having liberated a few square blocks from the rule of Donald J. Trump for a few weeks with the approval of the local government and police force, of course. Clearly, however, this was not nearly good enough to count as a revolution because it got the objective factor completely wrong. Kaczynski noted, in fact, that the opinions of seemingly powerful figures like CEOs, presidents, etc., may and often do conflict with the values of the system itself, because the latter are purely rational and need not be directly embodied in any one person's brain, let alone be reducible to them for their existence. To use Kaczynski's own example, CEOs and presidents might very well steal, even if this is just through not paying their fair share of taxes, etc., but it would still be absurd to say that stealing is a value of the system itself. Their theft is, to the system, actually a disease, or let's just say a technical flaw, rather than a hardwired part as such. This is not for any moralistic reason, of course. It's simply because the outlawing of theft makes the system function better as a vast machine. In a certain sense, any human's theft is the result of their own pathological drives hardwired into their human nature, which the system does indeed recognize as a technical problem, which must be solved through making these people more like machines and less like humans. Also, contrary to the claims of BLM, the corporate media, Hollywood celebrities, Democrat Party politicians, CEOs, and all of the other courageous rebels against the system of global capitalism, it is absurd to say that police brutality is a part of the system, let alone that any chimera of institutional oppression is the system's true essence. For cops don't actually resort to police brutality, except when their own psychological functioning runs into a conflict with the purely rationalized mandates of the system, which they are, of course, forced to try to carry out without letting their emotions get in the way. It is only when the stress of the job simply overwhelms them that they explode into an act which, from the standpoint of the system, is indeed a technical problem or disease rather than a formally included part. This is why, from the standpoint of the system, robots would actually make much better cops than humans, for the additional reason, as Kaczynski noted in one letter from prison, they would be ruled out in advance from sympathizing with the people they enforce the law against. So they could never risk siding with the revolutionaries, as had been the case in past revolutions and had played a major role in the successes of the past on that level. If this occurred, Kaczynski warns us, the very threat of revolution will have basically been solved by the system on a technical level and will have been conclusively prevented from occurring. Also, contrary to the claims of Marxist theory, capitalism actually does not generate poverty intentionally as a hardwired part of the system, for the presence of poor people in poor neighborhoods is indeed a technical problem. Which is why you might have noticed anything like the kinds of slums or rural villages which do still exist to a certain extent within the third world have been systematically regulated out of existence and then physically demolished anywhere they might have once existed within the United States of America and similarly first world nations. Even old-fashioned houses like 19th century style log cabins, which are actually perfectly habitable, but happen to lack running water, electricity, central heating, etc., were torn down for violating bogus regulations. But the truth is that technique had literally made it illegal to be poor, simply because poverty, in a very biased and narrow definition of the term, is indeed a technical problem which must be eliminated to improve the efficiency of the social machine as a whole. The losers, therefore, of a certain game of careerist musical chairs whose salaries do not happen to be rising along with the fraudulent stock values of a handful of technological companies or through the unethically obtained profits of the usury industry, are thrown from the frying pan of pre-modern cabins to the fire of actual homelessness. This only confirms Kaczynski's claim that the underlying rationalization of the technological system really does not ever originate from any one person's mind in order to meet the needs of humans any better, for the logic of technique makes no presuppositions about the existence of us at all. The difficulty of understanding how the system's neatest trick works is therefore that it advocates for things which universally seem to be agreeable, despite the fact that opposing poverty, for example, means something rather different from the standpoint of the system than what it might seem to mean to the humans living under its influence. He can find this at work also in the real reasons why the system itself claims to be tolerant, another thing which sounds universally agreeable, despite the fact that its technical meaning is a little different from any humanistic chimera thereof. The technological foundation for the mixing of populations which had been uprooted from the localities where their ancestors had lived for generations, for example, had to have already preceded any explicit linguistification of ethnic tolerance or religious tolerance, which are, of course, only really promoted by the system because they ensure the technical requirement that people of diverse backgrounds will be able to work together as cogs in the system. It really would be a problem if sectarian hatred or ethnic animosity provided an unnecessary obstacle to the smooth functioning of a vast pseudo-organism, which is in itself utterly indifferent to any humanistic concern as petty as religion or race. You can see the same thing at work in the real reasons why the technological system is itself feminist. The technological foundation, which had automated away most traditional housework, either by machines within the home or by external, say, food processing factors, etc., that had to have already allowed the luxury of a two-income household before the system agreed to promote feminism as, in all honesty, little more than a euphemism for the demand that the number of workers and consumers in the population effectively double. It really was not misogyny, but rather strict technical necessity, for example, which required women in Jesus' era to spend some 3 hours every day just grinding enough grain by hand to be able to make bread the following day. You must bear in mind that even if women were liberated from doing such a task, in the absence of modern technology, it would have just been done by some other human slaves, but somebody ultimately would have had to do it. The abstract rationalization, once again, had to have already preceded the opinions within individual minds. And in fact, even if it contradicts the latter, it will still be accepted as the norm simply because the latter have grown totally insignificant in comparison. Yet even if one is willing to dabble in the blasphemy of considering the things I just mentioned, one might still be quite hesitant to extend the same logic to the one remaining sin in secular postmodernity, and that is, of course, violence. But Kaczynski asks us whether the system does indeed require a population that is meek, domesticated, docile, obedient, or, to cut all the euphemisms, non-violent. You might have noticed that it only became fashionable to demonize toxic masculinity after it was found that any tendencies that could lead to disruption or disorder, or any aggressive impulses or inclination to violence at all, must be ruled out as a technical problem. Of course, violence doesn't actually disappear when that happens. It just gets monopolized by the technological system itself, which is still extraordinarily violent in its use of modern warfare, mass cruelty against animals, and horrific factory farming conditions, deforestation, mass extinction of wild animals, damage to humans' physical and emotional health, just to name a few examples. SJWs learned, though, to ignore most of the violence I just mentioned, simply because their own linguistifications are not really their own invention, but had instead originated in the underlying system of rationalization, which requires all the things I just mentioned, but still forbids any dangerous individual from ever overstepping a certain line. As could be expected, living under the excessive regulation of the technological system inevitably generates feelings of discontent among the physical bodies, which of course had evolved over hundreds of thousands of years for very different conditions. The system, however, works ahead of itself by actually using these artificially manufactured feelings of inferiority to its advantage, to trick people into actively fighting to become even more over-socialized. Kaczynski noted that people's rebellion is initially directionless because they don't know why exactly it is that they feel this way, or more specifically, they don't have the right objective factor. So they work against their own interests by proposing technological solutions to problems which were themselves caused by technology. You can notice this in Anita Sarkeesian's claim that if there is an objective factor, it must be sexism rather than technology. And in fact, we can only correct the problem out there if we first reach down into the machines themselves and manipulate their algorithmic functions to hardwire them to further social justice causes. Likewise, people have the feeling of discontent first, largely for biological reasons, and only then does a long list of abstract linguistifications provide some sort of direction for that feeling of rebellion. This third phase, however, only reiterates the underlying abstract rationalization which caused it in the first place by forcing the physical bodies to conform to it even more. Why is it, for example, that SJWs advocate for tolerance, feminism, the elimination of poverty, and the elimination of toxic masculinity only after the system had already decided that it needed exactly those things and only in the ways that require even more technologization? Interestingly, Kaczynski noted that a big part of the system's neatest trick is to actually have the activists go even further in their own linguistifications than the system actually needs them to. But even this is not a contradiction, for it serves a properly technical function. For example, Anita Sarkeesian's pseudo-accelerationist attempt to force the ignorant masses to surrender their pathological attachment to video games which are actually fun to play in order to accept games which had passed through so many filters of political correctness as to be totally lame in comparison, was indeed resisted by the public at a rate of some 91,000 dislikes to just 3,000 likes on the video I show on the screen. A ratio, by the way, comparable to the trailer of Cuties on YouTube as well. But even as the public's fearful resistance to the kind of huge changes promoted by the most extreme SJWs is absorbed by lightning rod figures like her, virtually no one notices in the background all the smaller but still significant changes which easily went through in practice rather than word alone. Likewise, Kaczynski formally listed the phases of the trick as follows. First, a major technological change is implemented in order to improve the function of the system without any regard for humanistic values, etc. The second, because it contradicts hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution, feelings of frustration inevitably emerge within the population of, let's just face it, natural physical bodies. Then SJWs are tricked into using this energy to target the old and outdated values that are no longer of any use to the system, while rebelling in favor of the new values that the system needs us to accept. Finally, the impulses which might have been dangerous suddenly become useful, giving the system a perverse incentive to create even more discontent in civilization. Kaczynski emphasizes that university intellectuals play a very important role in carrying out the system's trick because they are the formal teachers of young people. They help play the trick by steering their rebellious impulses toward the standard stereotyped targets of racism, colonialism, women's issues, etc., and all of the other things you will be charged $100,000 in student loan debt to learn about. Interestingly, Kaczynski noted that there is indeed something of a process of the natural selection of ideas going on here, because even the young people who are not in college themselves will still pick up through the media or through personal contact with those who had been infected by the latest SJW meme originating in the academic industry. They'll catch the bug themselves and then replicate it and spread it to other people. Not because they agree, of course, but simply because it seems to be trending among a lot of other young people and they really want to fit in. Interestingly, he cites ellul's distinction between integration propaganda and agitation propaganda, which we will briefly review before proceeding to see how exactly the system's neatest trick works at arguably its most impressive level. In Jacques Ellul's classic Propaganda, he, of course, contrasted agitation and integration propaganda as follows. Agitation forces you out of the everyday life into action. Likewise, the kind of methods usually employed are quite crude, such as pushing the most primitive buttons to make people feel hate, blame, hunger, etc. on demand. However, agitation propaganda suffers from the technical flaw that if its goal is not reached pretty soon, the enthusiasm risks breaking down fairly quickly. Propaganda of integration, he says, did not exist before the 20th century because it is characteristic of more technologically developed societies. It is, above all, the propaganda of conformity. In the propaganda of integration, total adherence is required because the only path to self-fulfillment we find is as a part of the whole collective. Unlike agitation, which is more or less limited to urgent occasions like war and then wears off quickly, this one is constant and permanent. Above all, it thrives on the principle of comfort. It fits the modern first world suburbanite, in other words, more than the pre-modern peasant, because it presupposes a certain kind of audience which has sold his or her soul in exchange for the mostly meaningless modern comforts such as central heating, internet access, fast food, and reality TV shows. In The System's Neatest Trick, Kaczynski noted that sometimes the integration propaganda, demanding people to be nonviolent cogs in the systematic collective, conflicts with the agitation propaganda, which provokes people to support things like war or other forms of system-sponsored violence through pushing primitive buttons to make them feel anger, etc. on demand. When SJWs rise up to oppose a war, for example, they demonstrate a certain tension between the linguistification and the underlying rationalization. They thought, for example, that the system really was against all forms of violence because it said so. So when the system makes an exception to have a war for oil out of strict technical necessity, the SJWs don't really understand, as they had interpreted their own linguistifications far too literally. The system, however, uses this too to its own advantage by allowing the SJWs to nominally oppose the war, but only because it is colonialist or imperialist, which is, of course, just a euphemism for saying that national interests are a technical problem which can only be resolved by implementing a new globalist order, which is, of course, exactly what a global technological system would need. One might be reminded of Julius Evolar's claim in The Metaphysics of War that it is not a coincidence that any call for pacifism in modernity is always phrased in globalist terms. The system, of course, would never oppose any war just because it's violent, for the system has an unlimited tolerance for the use of violence so long as it is its own. Similarly, SJWs think that animal rights fit into the general ban on violence because they interpret the linguistifications far too literally. Under certain conditions, the system actually agrees with them, such as in the recognition that having more people adopt vegan diets would actually be good for the system because it would free up resources which can, of course, be absorbed by other technological projects. Obviously, there's no question of just not putting them to use at all. The system, however, would never agree to end experimentation on animals for scientific purposes, despite the fact that that is indeed torture. The only factor determining the outcome of this natural selection of ideologies is whether it does or does not advance the technological system's interest. The SJWs therefore fault the underlying system for not living up to the labels which the SJWs think that they alone have access to, despite the fact that the labels originated from the system itself. They miss the point that this is itself the trick. Likewise, it is not an exaggeration to say that the system was a leftist before any one human mind was, and before any string of linguistification was invoked. We can agree with Kaczynski, of course, that leftism is the psychological type of feelings of inferiority and over-socialization, but this is only one of three orders of leftism, and really not by far the most important. First-order leftism really is the underlying rationalization of the technological system as demanding artificial order, or one might say first-order over-socialization, and the suppression of natural instinctual drives, or first-order feelings of inferiority. The second-order leftism is, of course, the psychological type of feelings of inferiority and over-socialization, but third-order leftism is the linguistification which translates the system's needs into explicit symbolic notation, which can then be communicated to the maximum number of human minds in order to infect them too with the virus of second-order leftism in order to cause them to further the interests of first-order leftism. Kaczynski emphasizes, though, that this was not consciously planned by any one human at the level of psychological minds qua physical bodies. It originated in the first layer of abstract rationalization and actively uses the third layer of linguistification to push the first layer even more, and to make the second layer of physical bodies even more disgruntled. For example, well-armed militia groups are opposed universally in the media simply because having independent groups of people with weapons who can use them for purposes that were not predetermined by the system itself is indeed a technical problem which inhibits the system from functioning in exactly the right way. Feminism is, however, universally accepted within the media, except in its most extreme forms. And even then, the extreme forms only serve the purpose of getting people to accept the milder versions. This is simply, of course, because having women be incorporated as workers and consumers is far better for the system than keeping them stuck in the home. Also, having them away at their careers all the time allows the system to basically raise everyone's kids for them in institutions where they can be over-socialized by the system itself in a guarantee that this will happen rather than leave it up to each individual group of parents. SJWs who think that condemning militias and praising feminism is anything new have, of course, only fallen for the system's neatest trick. Because the underlying rationalization inherently conflicts with people's bodies qua psychological and physical machines, which had been hardwired for natural conditions very different from the technological conditions we live under, the system actually uses this negation to drive people to feel that they have to do political activism. As Jacques Ellul noted in Propaganda, that only political propaganda can really fulfill the role of providing meaning, which mere entertainment or the empty pleasures of, say, fast food really cannot. The underlying rationalization conflicts, however, also with the layer of linguistification itself, because the SJW who interpreted these mandates far too literally finds himself or herself or itself in a state of confusion asking, I thought no violence applied to animals too, and I thought it applied to war. But then the system uses this negation to double down on even more linguistification and more technological rationalization by allowing animal rights only if it means the kind of veganism that would be good for the system, allowing a critique of war so long as it is really in opposition to colonialism, a hatred for the West, and the proposal for a globalist update over the outdated notion of any nation with borders. The true point of double negation is that there are indeed two negations here, but the system makes use of both of them, and the negation is never of the underlying rationalization. It is only of the elements in each layer which fail to conform to its mandates. This is not the double negation of dialectic, which succeeds in birthing the revolution against the system through the magic of determinate negation as described by someone like Zizek. This is actually just the boring grammatical negation, which flips the negative sign back to a positive one, from negative 2, for example, to positive 2. It is true that leftist political activism is not the system, but that is just another way of saying that it really is.
With background play on the YouTube Music app, you can play official tracks and live recordings in the background while you clean up all that mess in the foreground.
Oh, boo.
Get YouTube Music Premium. Try 1 month free.
What happened to Chad?
Assoluto cosmico, regolare realtà, respiro di un'immagine, sintonia di civiltà, confusa progenie di cellule ribelli,
infatti vede, Dio mi perderà. Oh, scegli lei, la mia libertà. Scegli lei, oh no. Oh, scegli lei.
I thought you was asleep.
Yeah, I'm trying to wonder why I had that in there. But definitely not to my liking. But yeah, definitely trying to sleep and wondering oh yeah, okay, so there's still 30 minutes left. Yeah. Blessings.
Yeah, I sent Nero a message too. He hasn't responded.
Oh boy.
Well, we'll just go over time and that'll be that. I mean, what else can
Exactly.
you do?
Exactly.
We is in YouTube jails, so what does it matter
Yeah,
anyway?
exactly. Yeah, it doesn't matter anyways. Yeah.
Stack the bricks.
Hey, how's it going? This is Chad Haig reporting from Southern India. I'd like to continue these series of videos on the philosophy of Ted Kaczynski in the sixth and final lecture over the so-called Unabomber Manifesto, Industrial Society and Its Future. We will finish the paragraph by paragraph level reader's guide to the text by talking now about the section of the text which is titled The Danger of Leftism. We could call that the danger of leftoidism, in line with the definition of that you saw in my 8th book, Leftoid Psychology. And speaking of books, now that we are finishing this group reading, I want to announce that all of this discussion will be collected and then greatly added onto into a new book called The Technological Crisis, a Reader's Guide to the Unabomber Manifesto of Ted Kaczynski. So once again, taking all this discussion that has gone on kind of on an off and on basis over the past 2 years on the channel, but add to it significantly by also showing you a holistic picture of how Ted Kaczynski's thought has evolved in line with these particular topics, going all the way back to his early unpublished essays on technology from the 1970s, the letters from prison, the published works like Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How. And all of this, by the way, will also be discussed on the channel. There will be videos on those particular unpublished essays, letters. We'll be revisiting Anti-Tech Revolution, Why and How. Really, my New Year's resolution for this year is to go back to discussing the anti-technological thinkers like Kaczynski, ellul, Evola, etc., which admittedly did not get enough attention on the channel last year. We were talking about things like grammar and language, which is, of course, also very important. But my New Year's resolution, once again, is to spend a lot more time with that anti-technological material, which is so important. So I also want to begin with the disclaimer that this video is for educational purposes alone. The purpose of this video is neither to promote nor to refute any theories, but rather to examine them from a strictly philosophical perspective. Also, if you are interested in supporting the channel, links to my Patreon and subscribe to our accounts in the video description. So if we get into the text itself, we find in paragraph 213 that Kaczynski warns the reader that leftists often become attracted to movements that are not originally leftist in nature. This is simply because they perceive that such movements are vaguely rebellious and therefore might provide them another excuse to publicly vent their rage about some other grievance du jour. After this initial infection by one leftist occurs, however, that movement proceeds to get overwhelmed with a stampede of so many other leftists who follow their influencers like so many lemmings and then subtly transform that movement into something very different from what it was originally supposed to be. Kaczynski therefore strongly cautions the reader to never allow the same fate to befall the anti-technological movement, because this would provide the single most efficient means of undoing all of the hard work which Kaczynski put into formulating a crystal clear and logically bulletproof anti-technological philosophy, let alone any viable plan to thwart the human race away from the doomed trajectory of technological overshoot which is currently stuck on. Well, the casual reader might have the knee-jerk reaction of explaining away all of this as nothing more than Kaczynski's supposed and ultimately non-existent conservative bias. We should unpack why exactly it is that going mainstream within the SJW movement would be the single worst thing which could happen to the anti-technological movement. Now, first of all, we must recall that Kaczynski clarified near the very beginning of the manifesto that leftism is not to be equated with any particular ideology because, as a psychological type, leftism is quite literally pre-ideological. According to Kaczynski, leftism is primarily defined as the coincidence of a pair of psychological traits called oversocialization and feelings of inferiority. To put it very briefly, oversocialization is an excessive tendency to do exactly what societal expectations require one to do, while feelings of inferiority refer to a tendency to project one's resentment over one's powerlessness and lack of agency onto any available outlet of socially acceptable aggression. Needless to say, these two traits would be problematic in any historical era, but under the domination of modern technology, the leftist traits come to be accelerated by conditions that are basically hardwired to turn all of the humans living under modern technology into something like the leftist psychological type. This is because modern technology requires excessive over-socialization in the form of fully regulating people's behavior. It has to do this in order to maximize the predictability and efficiency of the system as a whole. This, in turn, generates even more feelings of inferiority by actually making people as powerless as the leftist feels himself to be in their ressentiment against those who have the agency which they feel themselves to lack. In a post-arrest essay called "The System's Neatest Trick," Kaczynski noted that because modern technology contradicts hundreds of thousands of years of hunter-gatherer evolutionary conditions, people will always already feel on a subconscious level that they want to rebel against something, even if they have no idea what that something is. But the system cleverly works two steps ahead of itself by allowing them to act out on these rebellious impulses by openly encouraging them to fight against certain things which the system just happened to already need to get out of the way by tricking them into increasing the system's technological efficiency by pushing through some much needed updates. Very good example of this is that the system has no problem with SJWs taking to the streets to fight for things like racial equality or gender equality because the system needs human cogs to come from every ethnic background and every gender identity. All 68 of them are fine because the system would find it to be a problem if anybody could not be incorporated into the vast pseudo-organism of economic production as workers and consumers. If only half the population were allowed to fill that role, as might have been the case at the very beginning of the Industrial Revolution, when it was mostly just men who took jobs in factories while women stayed at home and cared for the family, this would indeed be a technical problem because it would inhibit the system from advancing itself as a self-propagating system, which we know from the purified laws of them as presented within Anti-Tech Revolution Why and How, is always in pursuit of the largest possible scope of operation. Likewise, we find that the person who is hardwired to exhibit these two leftist psychological traits will only later come to espouse any number of different ideological contents because the latter are valued far more for their ability to provide an outlet for these negative psychological drives than for their semantic meaningfulness as ideologies in the proper sense of the term. You have probably already noticed that SJWs have virtually no limit on how many different causes they can incorporate onto a laundry list of grievances, which they understand on one hand they're required to pay lip service to in public in order to remain in good standing with the rest of the herd, but they understand on the other that they don't have to actually know what they're talking about when they do so. proof that any one of these ideologies is nothing more than a means to an end to allow the SJW to publicly vent his or her frustration can be found in the way that many of these items on the laundry list flatly contradict one another. But the contradiction goes unnoticed because the list contains so many dozens of other items that one never feels the need to concern oneself with any one of them unless one has been prompted to by the media. One only really thinks about the issues which are trending in the news or in one's social media that particular day. A few examples of such contradictions that go unnoticed include the following. SJWs realize that they have to support environmentalism, which is supposed to mean saving nature. They also realize that they're supposed to support unlimited technological progress, which means the destruction of nature. They don't realize that progress in technology requires things like pollution, or habitat destruction, or resource depletion, or just the regulation of everything within nature, for this is the only way that the global technological system can maximize the things it really needs, like predictability, efficiency, and productivity. But of course, SJWs don't really think about environmentalism unless the media tells them to on the days when it happens to get a tip from so-called clean energy companies in China that they need to run a news story promoting solar panels or wind turbines to artificially bid up the stock value of these same companies. If that is not the case on that particular day, SJWs don't even remember that they're supposed to care about saving nature. Similarly, back when the Iran nuclear deal was trending in the news because a Democrat president needed to raise his approval rating by pretending to be single-handedly delivering world peace, SJWs also favored portraying a strict religious theocracy in which homosexuals are put to death as being fully consistent with the leftist movement and its values. Then turn around the very next day when something else is trending in the news and use these same social media accounts to promote things like transgenderism, homosexuality, polyamory, and the public school grooming of children, without realizing that these same things would all be harshly criminalized under the same religious theocracy they had just claimed one day earlier had been granted full membership within the SJW movement. More recently, last year in 2022, when gas prices got high enough to start impacting another Democrat president's approval rating, Transportation Secretary p.52 showed an even more impressive display of leftist cognitive dissonance when he assured the public that the solution to the combined problems of petroleum shortage and global warming could be as simple as removing the barriers to start importing oil from Iran and Venezuela. This is because apparently Mother Nature herself cares enough about nations' political affiliations that she only causes carbon emissions to exist if the oil in question originated in a capitalist nation. But she'll suspend these same laws of physics if that oil came from a communist dictatorship or from a strict religious theocracy in the Middle East. Buttigieg so easily combined the self-contradictory motifs of a politically motivated desire to keep gas prices low until the midterms, combined with pseudo-environmentalist concern over drilling on federal lands and climate change, and then combine both of these with the understanding that communism and Sharia law are currently more trendy among SJWs than capitalism. But in doing so, he only showed that all of these motifs could be so easily shoved into a single monstrous composite image because, as an SJW, he didn't really have to understand what any one of them meant. There really is no need to think about any item on the laundry list of leftist grievances because the whole point is just to find some available outlet to whine about something on that particular day. But the deeper question, which few ask, is where exactly does this constant need to whine come from in the first place? Well, ironically, the only thing which is never allowed to be added onto the laundry list of leftist grievances is the one thing which all of them really provide a mask for. And that one thing is one's suffering under the domination of modern technology. Now, a perceptive reader might very well ask at this point, isn't Kaczynski's warning in paragraph 213 to never let a leftist rebellion against technology become a thing, isn't it therefore just wasted breath, since he would seem to be warning about something which can't happen because it's impossible? Well, here we have to be very careful with our words. the irony here is that even if it did somehow become fashionable among leftoids to pay lip service to opposing technology, they still would not really be talking about technology in the sense that Kaczynski uses the term. If one is skeptical of this, one should be reminded that we can already see concretely the way that this works in the example of how it has already become fashionable for SJWs to
Greetings,
publicly
stranger.
oppose things like fossil fuel companies, or to
Hola,
voice an
sí, español.
environmentalist concern for
I
trying to
think
save
nobody's
nature.
watching anymore.
In both
I'm
cases,
sad.
they somehow miss the point
Except
twice
me,
as
I
much,
guess.
precisely through seizing the surface level linguistification, which actually does.
What do you think about the what's being talked about there?
I think Haig's on point. It's like I'm listening, but I'm also distracted by other stuff. So I guess that's my supposed ADD.
How dare you? Well, the good thing is Twilight's now live with his Luciferian chill.
Oh yeah.
Let's see
Always
here.
streaming like weird hours. It seems
Oh,
like, right?
and guess who else is live right now? Benjamin.
Yeah, I would have guessed wrong.
Well, and Gen X Jeff too.
What? It's kind of late for
Yeah.
him. Oh wait, he's what, 2 hours behind? That's
Well,
kind
you
of
know,
late for him.
you know what they say, satanic, FAGGOT.
Was it the witching hour?
Yeah, obvious. With those three streaming, it must be.
Yeah, well, Benjamin doesn't count. He's what, in the middle of the day or something for him.
Well, in Israel, there's always a witching hour.
I can't argue with that.
But that was just because he calls his Gen X Chef called his thing the what do you call it? Something disco. The disco apocalypse. These boots were made for dancing. So I don't know what that means, but
I don't either.
you know what's really weird? Pill Eater sent me this thing, this part. You know who Jason Kessler is?
No idea. I was wondering about that earlier.
He's literally the guy who organized the Unite the Right event.
Huh.
And he just like reappeared out of nowhere and just started streaming tonight, as far as I know. So it's pretty weird. Like he only had 35 people watching too. It's very odd. And I wanted to. I was gonna try to like
That's not too
restream.
bad for just popping out of nowhere. That's not too bad.
Well,
Unless
I
he's
don't
got,
know.
like, a lot of subs or something.
Yeah, he has like 2,700 subscribers, but he's kind of a weird guy. I don't know what to think about him, but like just being aware of that whole thing going on, and like there's other people who were involved in that who are like really going through a hard time, and it's very interesting. Like, you know, Trump lets all these Jan 6 people out, but then like all these people who got caught up in a very strange, like total Fed operation with like the Unite the Right thing. It's like, you know, they're still going, they're literally going through like one of the most important legal cases in history, in my opinion, because it's like literally they're like the prosecutors and the Virginia state or federal, I don't know if it's state or federal or both, but it's literally like imagine like using civil court as a criminal case. Like that's what they're trying to do. Like kind of what they did to Alex Jones, but worse. Like basically just like literally like taking some weird law and like turning it into like basically like a Patriot Act case.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's like really weird. So
Or if
these guys
if
after
it
10
isn't
years
at the if it isn't at the federal level, maybe they're trying to make precedent with the state level.
it's really weird, and because I think that it's going to set some sort of weird precedent. And the reason I think that as well is because nobody will talk about the case, because it's like when you look at the case, it's like, in my opinion, it's like literally out of like 1984. It's totally doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's like basically just totally making up stuff that never happened, essentially, and like trying to rewrite history, and so it's pretty weird. And I tried to ask Paul and Slave to cover it, and he just like basically went on like a 15-minute diatribe about stand in your principles and freedoms or some shit. And I was like, okay, so you like literally don't even care what I'm talking about. So I was like, that's the last time I talked to that guy, because I was like, okay, so you're supposed to be Mr. Court Case. You're sitting here reviewing cases for like 8 hours, and then you won't even like look at. He basically just like totally ignored like one of the most important court cases, I think. So it's pretty interesting. I need to do something on that stream.
I don't really watch that guy, so.
Well, I never really watched him either, but like every time I clicked on him, he had some like Jewish lawyer on there, like talking about court cases. So I figured he'd be interested, but obviously,
It's very goofy.
Almost that goofy. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. This Chad Haig is pretty on point, I have to say. Like I was listening to him covering a lot of the stuff. I pretty much agree with almost everything he's covering. So
He's got like the funniest memes on the side.
Oh really? I didn't see. I was just listening.
His little PowerPoint slides here. He'll have like the text on the left, and then he'll have like a meme on the side or a picture or whatever.
Yeah, eventually
Not
I want to
like
make
that, but
I want to make this more of like an audio visual thing too, but I think the audio is really the important thing. So like if we could try to make this like friendly for a podcast thing that we won't get like, deplatformed, that would be awesome. Maybe I should find some AI that like edits out the bad words and bleeps them out, so like that something was said there, but you don't know exactly what it was. I think it'd be kind of cool.
if it can even get, maybe the AI could catch on to the image. I don't know.
Well, they won't catch on all the like code words and evil Jew jokes and stuff, but
not yet.
Yeah, not yet. So once they can, then that means they'll put you in prison.
I'm sure. What's his face? Altman's working on it, or
Oh my
having
God,
his
dude.
minions working on it.
I don't know anything about that guy, but the rumors about him tells me about all I need to know. I mean,
Bad news bears, I'd say. If
he looks very creepy. He looks very creepy though. Like
Not-
shit that.
not looking good in his favor right now, in my opinion, allegedly.
But imagine how bad that looks on Trump. It's like you have this guy who supposedly did that, and then it's like here's $3 billion or however many billions of dollars. I'm just going to give it to you.
Oh
Half
my
$1 trillion,
gosh.
whatever.
It's just money laundering at this point.
Well, I think the surface level it is. Like I think that like everything Elon Musk does is like fake, honestly. Or not fake, but it's like
Just
it's
a
like a
front.
shell. It's a front, yeah, exactly. Like I think it's mostly like just like NASA. Like NASA's
Right.
like basically a black ops program. They just say, "Oh, we're doing some space shit." So,
Yeah.
whatever,
And Space Force is probably the same thing too.
Oh, dude, I found this awesome picture of Space Force. I need to upload it, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to use StreamYard because I like it. It's very convenient, but it's also kind of like I feel like there's
Not
something
not
better.
versatile enough.
Yeah, I feel like it's like almost perfect if I could set it up like a virtual desktop or something where like I don't have to like have my laptop open all the time. That would be the best. because it's almost like that, but it's like they just didn't. I think they should add like a virtual desktop feature and like charge extra. I might talk to them. Maybe they'll want to hire me. Oh no, they'll
I'm
probably hire
just
a bunch
not
of Indians.
sure if any of these streaming systems programs are good enough quality for streaming music or not. Like maybe
Well,
maybe I just
yeah.
don't know
Well, I know that there's some guys on
what
Twitch
the
that
good
do
ones
it.
are.
I know there's some guys on Twitch that do that kind of stuff. Like, you know who we should talk to is like that Mark Ribbolett guy who I really hate. I really hate that guy, but you know who
Mark
that is?
who?
Mark Ribbolett or whatever.
No idea.
Oh, let me find it before I forget because I'll just send you his stuff. Like he's got amazing. He's really a douchebag, but yeah, here we
A
go.
lot of artists are douchebags, really.
Yeah, no, he's like hardcore. He has 2.42. Oh my god. He has 2.42 million people, but subscribers. But he does this thing where he
On
like sets up
YouTube or Twitch.
Yeah. Yeah, and I didn't realize he was that famous, but
Sheesh.
well, I'll just put it in the back chat so you know who he is, but he does this pretty cool thing where he does like man on the street like music. So he'll like literally make up a song in the moment and then he'll start singing over the song. So he'll just like write a song in real time and sing over it live and record it in like perfect audio. So it's pretty incredible.
It's like
Like I don't know what he's doing.
it's like live sampling or something.
Yeah, but the sound quality is like insanely good. Like that's what's impressive about it. So like I don't know what he did to do that, but I mean if I would love to do something like that if I was musically talented.
Well, he would know about the quality, I suppose. He's got all these streams on here.
No, but you should I mean his music is like I wouldn't say it's like super good, but it's pretty impressive, especially if you consider he's just a douchebag, but his music is pretty it's like some of it's okay. It's kind of like I don't know what you call it, but yeah, I would love to find out like what are these guys doing? Like, is there a cheaper way to do it? Like, I'm trying to figure out how to hack into like not hack in, but like how to like do like the least amount of effort and get the most results. Like StreamYard's pretty good for that, honestly. Like if you want to do like very little work, I think StreamYard is really good, but it's like there's just a couple things that like it should be able to push, like the fact that you can't really like I said, basically like you can't really like bring up clips and down like a machine has this stuff playing in the background, right? So like it's coming from his laptop, but like if you didn't have to have a laptop open and you could just like set up a playlist and say like and pause and in real time and stuff, that would be like
It's
I'm
funny
just
how
I just
how
don't
it
like
says
laptops.
here in his about page. And it says, "I hope you enjoy my little channel." With his 2.42 million subs.
Well, I thought he was organic, but if
231 million views, and that's what I forget. That's not the total views over lifetime views. I think that's only
that's
like
probably like the last year.
last year. So he's probably got like close to at least 500 million lifetime
Yeah,
views,
for sure.
probably.
No, for sure. And but it's really weird because like a lot of guys like this, like they seem like they're organic, but then if you look into like his history, he's connected to something really weird. But a lot of these guys are like that, where you just think, oh, they're just like a cool artist. But like I'll tell you the one that shocked me the most recently. Do you know who Henry Rollins is?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
Oh shit, machine's going now.
Well, you see, he was like falling asleep or something.
Yeah, he probably just woke up and closed the computer, or he might have died because he left it on unplugged or something. But
Either that, or he sees that you're here, so to close up shop and all that.
yeah, but But yeah, Henry Rollins is like a famous punk rock singer who
Mm-hmm.
seemingly was like some homeless guy who just joined a punk rock band and all this, but somebody alleged that basically his family's all like involved in like the energy sector, and that he's like basically like a Fed who joined the
Mm.
punk rock scene and stuff like that. Which is really weird when you consider like who he hangs out with and stuff. Like if you look into like who he hung out with, it's pretty sketchy. Like you're like, wait a second, that's pretty. He's like a handler, basically. That's the way to describe it.
I could probably see that. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't. I want to talk about more, but I'm kind of.
I
had a long
wouldn't.
day.
I wasn't really into punk rock all that much, other than like reading thrash magazines and shit.
Some bitch. You ain't no kind of man if you ain't a punk rock fan. I'm just kidding. But no, I'm not like a big punk rock fan as a genre, but there are a lot of punk bands that I do enjoy, if that makes sense. Like I think most
Yeah.
punk rock sucks, honestly, but
Yeah.
there was a lot of good ones, Like I'm extremely picky. I think Black Flag did a lot of really good songs. I think
Okay.
Misfits, Dead Kennedys,
Yeah.
Agent Orange, TSOL. There's a few other really good bands. Like I'm an album person too, so like
What do you think about
it's
Sex Pistols?
I think they're a really good band, honestly. I think they're I think there were I think there are a lot of these bands are kind of corporate to some
Yeah, or
degree,
like
but
like they're punk, and then like I don't know, I don't know the history, but then later in life they're like kind of like part of the system. It's like what happened?
well, yeah, exactly. Well, I think Johnny Rotten is I think a lot of these people are genuinely good artists. You know what I mean? Like they're not just dummies who just get a script and read it out, right? It's not like Machine Gun Kelly or something, right? Like it's like these guys, and again, even Machine Gun Kelly, like he is an artist. I just think he sucks, but he is an artist. But I think someone like Johnny Rotten is genuinely a very brilliant person, and I think the
But
people that
they kind of like paved the way for. At least in my opinion, I think it's sort with the kind of culture it cultivated, I don't know, for lack of a better way of describing.
well, he was misunderstood because
Paved the
he
way for. I mean, not like just like the genre in general. Paved the way
yeah.
for kind of like maybe hip hop, but
Yeah, well,
hip hop
and
was kind of invented anyway by the
and
same
I
people.
think his band, Public Image is a pretty good band too, honestly. I think their music was I mean, I don't love everything they did, but some of his music was pretty
But yeah, Johnny Ron's a character.
yeah. But I think in interviews and a lot of his lyrics are very insightful, and also like he's kind of like he was always a conservative too. I think a lot of people think he was like some sort of left-wing guy. I don't think he was ever a left-wing person at all. I think he's um basically not even really an anarchist. He's kind of like he was almost like a Christian nationalist, but not really a Christian, like kind of like a monarchist slash um I guess you'd say like kind of like right-wing fascist almost, I would say. So that's what's kind of weird is like people think he's like a total anarchist and stuff, but he's actually like he's basically just like wants society to be kind of like work better, and he basically was just kind of witnessing like the be- the beginning of the end for Western civilization. I mean, he's talked about it pretty extensively, so
Yeah, you would know more than me.
yeah. I mean, if he's someone that like I might find some old interviews with him in it because he said he was just a very interesting thinker. I mean, he's definitely like not someone to emulate because he had a weird life. Like he married a woman who was like 20 or 30 years older than him or something and never had any kids. But that was pretty weird story. Like his story is very weird, actually.
Yeah, he's a weird dude.
Yeah, definitely. But he's a smart dude. But I think he tried to warn people about like Jimmy Savile and stuff like that too.
Right.
I think so. I can't remember the details, but
Yeah.
but also like Prodigy. You remember Prodigy?
Mm-hmm.
He was really good friends with that dude. With those guys too. I'm pretty sure. So I think he kind of like influenced that band a lot. Which I don't love everything they do, but I think Fat of the Land is a great album.
Yep.
It's probably one of my favorite albums of all time, honestly. I should use more Prodigy music from that. That's a good album. It's a really good album. But yeah, I have a
Johnny
lot of
Rotten was, I guess, conscripted is probably not a great word, but he was featured on a Flip, the original Flip Sorry video, skate video, and he introduces each skater, and he has like some goofy comments to like, make it funny and shit. And one of the parts they did use a Prodigy tune.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I think
Which one?
yeah.
Which one was it? Exhale, I think, was the one that was used.
Yeah. That was a great song.
For Rune Glifberg's part.
And but oh shit, I almost forgot. What is it? It's oh, you know who else is pretty weird? It's like the whole Jackass thing, like all those bands associated with that. Like you have like the Norwegian like death metal and like kind of the weird stuff, and then you have like all these punk, like kind of weird European punk rock bands, and it's kind of like weird, but like you also have like Bloodhound Gang, and there's a lot of Pennsylvania connections to which is like where Matt from Quantum Conscious is, and like that's where Pill Eater's from, and that's where like a lot of deep state stuff goes on, and that's where like Bam Margera and guys like that are from too. So it's kind of like it's kind of weird, and Bloodhound Gang's from there too. I used to talk to I used to know one of the guys who was in Bloodhound Gang a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
When I was in my teens, I used to talk to them, like one of the original members. So it's pretty weird. Like he's now like a super like conservative, like Trump Christian dude. It's pretty weird, dude. It's totally strange. Yeah, and
Okay, we is be live and shit. Okay, so but yeah, we were just this is like in the middle of the conversation, but so we're live now, and but so what you were saying just there, I wanted to go off of this. So um like I would open your book last night and I read like just a paragraph. I was trying to read with my kid, and you said something about how Constantine and Paul were kind of like similar, and that basically rather than give unto Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God, they kind of merged it so that Caesar is kind of like God or something. You were making, I wish I had the book in front of me, but you were making this argument, and I thought it was very interesting because I think it kind of relates back to what we're talking about. Like you have like the Jews and their whole monetary system, and now they're trying to fuse it into, New Rome, which is, the American Empire or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's like, And they're just trying to do it via like technology and all this shit. So that's kind of I'm trying to see where that overlaps for you in your mind. Like you have Alex Karp writing the Technological Republic and all that, like you just said. And so I guess like, do you see any overlap between like Paul, Constantine, and then now you have these guys like Thiel who are invoking like Augustine and because you were mentioning Augustine in that as well. And I can't remember exactly what you said about Augustine, but you said that he was basically like the most important figure after Constantine. So I just want to throw that in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole two parts of this entire thing to get away from the church, right? And the Protestant Reformation, you know, the kings basically created the state, right, at the behest of the church. So when there was a conflict with the church and the kings, you know, the Protestants would support the kings, right? So it's a really strange thing that they did, right? So the whole idea of the republic, because it's this two sides, right? You have the Republic of Rome and then you have the temple, right? So you have Rome and Jerusalem. So there are two sides of this entire thing. And the Alexandrian Jews, obviously, they're exploiting the Roman Republic in order to gain power, right? The same way they're exploiting the world system today to gain power, right? So it's actually a very interesting idea because the Technological Republic, it's like this Jewish guy writing it. And, you know, he's saying that, you know, that technology is going to be a new form of republicanism, which is that we're going to be able to divide power, right? Because republicanism is basically a way that you consolidate power, right, at the end of the day, right? So, you know, so that's also very significant. Yeah, but I was just saying that that the way that the republic is used to consolidate power, right? So it's the pair off from the federated idea, right? The federal idea, right, is that you know, the United States is going to be a federal republic and a democratic union. That means that it was going to divide power at the federal level, right, and unify power at the democratic level, right? So it was a huge experiment in governance, right? Because you know, obviously, you know, the central power, right? You know, the republicanism is a central power, so they try to use it as a decentralizing power. You know, and the democratic power is a decentralizing power. They try to use it as a unifying power, right?
And who are you saying did that? Like Constantine did that, or
No, no, the American, the people who created the American system. Yeah.
right? But would you say that's the fruition of essentially like Paul to Constantine, Constantine to Augustine, Augustine to
To
fucking
Aquinas, probably.
to
You know,
Aquinas, and then
then Aquinas to Descartes. You know, basically, you know.
right. And then you would say that what would you say that the role of Protestantism from like Calvin and I always forget the other dude's name, the main dude, what's his name? Luther. Fuck, what's wrong with me? You know, like what would you say their role in it was into bringing this into fruition essentially? Like,
Well,
I mean, yeah,
well, that's
but,
exactly what it is. You know, like Calvin wrote a considerable amount about republics. He wrote a whole treatise on republicanism, you know, and how states should govern themselves, including the Republic of Geneva, Switzerland, where he was from, right? So, you know, so they wrote a considerable amount about governance and politics to Protestant writers because the reason why they were involved in statecraft is because the church was a state and they were trying to supplant the state, right, and form their own state, you know, at the behest of the church, right?
And so, what is that? So, how would you put all that in perspective when you look at like a Thiel and you look at Alex Karp and you look at the cryptocurrency stuff and you look at all this? Like, is
well, it's like how Thiel talks about. You know, he's really he's hugely concerned about the import of Enlightenment ideas, right? Like he continuously writes about that, right? So he's hugely, so he thinks that it's a huge significant that the Enlightenment happened and now there's a world system in play. I mean, he's keenly aware of all these facts.
Did I ever? So actually, you know what? Let me see if I can find this this interview that I think we never really fully discussed it. I think I had a part of it. Let me see if I could find this interview he did about the 500-year mark of Protestantism. So he's allegedly a Catholic and all this. And did you ever? I don't think you ever listened to that. Let me actually find that because I think that if we listen, if you see what this motherfucker said.
Yeah, that was the one where he's talking to the Jesuit Fed guy with the glasses, right?
No, it's audio only, and like almost nobody listened to it. 500. Let's see, 500-year 500-year. Let me see if I can find this really quick because it's like an audio only interview he did, and it was on a tiny channel that nobody watches, but it was like he was so honest in what he was saying. Like it really like struck me. I was like, wow, this guy is like, that's like, I never took Thiel seriously until I heard this thing. And but it's weird because he's a Catholic, but he's saying that like the Protestant Reformation was great for Christianity essentially and great for the world. And I was just like, what? Like, and so it makes you really wonder. And more I've heard these people, like somebody said the other day that Jesuits invented futurism. I can't remember who said that. You probably said it, but I mean, somebody else.
It's Teilhard de Chardin that he's going to get pinned for it. But
and what do you? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, that's premature because he's all the way in like, the 1900s and stuff. So that's way too late for futurism to come about. You have to look at, obviously dispensationalism and all that stuff. The Kabbalah, right? It talks about futurism. Why? Because it says that the Jews are in a period of diaspora. That's because they've sinned, right? So they're going to return to the land, right? So they knew that this was an eventual thing that was going to happen once Israel is done paying for its sins, right? So this is written in the Kabbalah. So it's a sort of futurism, right?
Right. So you're saying whatever his name, Chardin or whatever his name is, Teilhard de Chardin.
Yeah.
So whatever. So you're just saying that was just an externalization.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an externalization of the concept of original sin, which is internalized in the Jewish Kabbalah because it's Jews' own sin, right?
And so again, I know that I'm jumping all over the place, but this is like I'm really trying to like synthesize, for lack of a better term, hopefully not in a Hegelian way, but I'm trying to really like get a grip on this. So you're saying that like you had whatever, like Christians and Christians and Islam see ourselves as a continuation of an ancient faith, right? And then all these other people, like the Jews and the Protestants and all this,
yeah,
they don't exactly see it that way, right? Like they have a different view of things, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They've been getting updates this whole time, and those updates have been coming from God. Lo and behold, right? So,
right. So, I guess is that where the original sin goes on, where they're like trying to make us scapegoats for their continuous updates that they can just keep rewriting over and over again, or something like that?
Yes, because they literally say that this world came about because Christianity and Islam was the most barbaric systems, right, ever invented, right? So, that's why Thiel and all these people are talking about this, because they think that liberalism brought them to the age of technology. Now they can go back to their religious age again, right? So this is the Gothic futurism, that they're taking part in, right? So they're happy that it happened, but now they want to, and that's what the whole trad thing is, right? It's trying to ameliorate the effects of liberalism but keep the technology. I think, right?
Can you repeat that last line one more time? I want to make sure I understood what you said. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
Repeat
yeah,
that one more time.
yeah. They're trying to ameliorate the effects of liberalism but keep technology. So what? I mean, what essentially they're doing is they're trying to, you know, acknowledge that that liberalism led to this future world, right? But they need trad principles to get them through the ruin of liberalism due to the technology, right? So if you look at accelerationism, see, this is what I've been saying is that essentially accelerationism views itself as a new epoch, um, a more essentially heralding a new epoch that's way past capitalism and liberalism, right? So they want to use technology to go past capitalism and liberalism. That's the project, right? Because they think that liberalism is basically pseudo Christianity, right? So that's exactly what Nietzsche said too, right? So you have to acknowledge that all these guys like Giorgiani and all these people, when they're saying that, they really take it seriously, right?
Right. So I guess what you're saying is like in the way, and again, I'm just using Pinoid as a example. I'm not like attacking Pinoid right now or something, but I'm just saying like when people say that like liberalism is Christianity, obviously that's true in some sense, but
Right,
in
because
another
of
sense, it's kind of like
because of Protestantism, right?
right.
So this is the thing is like, you know, and actually some Protestants are more severe on this idea than the Catholics are. So it's not Protestants that are to blame for it, right?
Right. And
So
so yeah, exactly. It's and again, so I'm saying all this to say that like you
see, I don't
know
really blame the Protestants. What I blame is the idea of the church taking control of the state, right? And then this uneasy compromise happened where, you know, you have people like in the 300 years war, you know, like Joan of Arc, right? Where she is loyal to a different king, you know, and, you know, pick your own king, pick your own pope, you know, and that seems to be kind of crazy, right?
and again, I think you know, I'm trying to put it all in perspective. So I guess now that they're trying to put in the cryptocurrency and they're trying to put in all these things, um, would you say that the God of the philosophers has kind of hijacked creation? I know that sounds really schizo, but I think hopefully you kind of get what I'm saying. Is that or which is techne essentially like
Well,
I guess you know.
it invented nature's laws, you know, and then it hijacked that through the concept of nature's laws. Yes, indeed, the God of the philosophers hijacked nature, right? You know, or creation, right?
And that would be basically like the embodiment of techne from your perspective. Does that make sense? I mean, is that right or is that not make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it makes sense.
And I, you know, again, since you're a determinist, more or less, I mean, incompatibilist, but you know what I mean. But would you say that this is a part of God's plan, or is this more of just um, uh, you know, I mean, I don't know exactly how to put it because I don't know. I don't know exactly.
Well, I think
Like
there's
we,
a general plan and then there's a specific plan, you know, for this age, right? And the specific plan has not been figured out because God can change that. But, you know, the general plan, you know, is just like a story. See, I don't think in terms of universals and particulars, right? But I do think in terms of, you know, that God has a general story where the minute parts of that story can change and yet the story can still remain a consistent story, right? So I think that, you know, for whatever reason, or or not, right? We're going through a certain form of tribulation, and it can either continue on or end, right? But that's basically up to us, right?
Yeah, and the reason why you
Yeah, but
say you
ultimately
don't
we're not in control. I mean, ultimately there's no way we're in control. But
right.
I mean, but I mean, in the sense that God wants to see if we'll see our way through it, we do have a modicum of control, right?
Right. Well, yeah, and I think it comes back from and would you say that free will is more like giving power versus control? Like the term free will ascribes power, or like I guess I mean the only thing I can think of is like it gives you a Crowleyan will over existence or something. But you're saying that like that's a fundamental flaw in the ideology, and that's and I guess how would you say that the concept of free will fits into this whole futurism and scapegoating of the sins of hijacking nature for another god, essentially?
Well, it's nature's God, right? That's Aristotle. He's nature's God, right? So they do believe in God, but they believe it's nature's God, meaning that God is limited by nature himself, right? And therefore, if they go beyond nature, they can go beyond God, right? No problem.
So you're saying that free will is trying to ascribe men can rise above nature and basically, I mean, it's basically trying to become your own god, or trying to make yourself basically trying to make yourself into an idol, uh, or make a god of your own in a occult sense or something like. Is that kind of what you're like? Would you say that that's kind of like a Trojan horse of occultism into, for lack of a better term, or would you give it a more specific name rather than occultism of like what do you think what do you think free will is a Trojan horse for? If you had to put it, sorry, maybe I'm asking the questions weird, but
I mean, I think it's better if you just use the term freedom, right? What is freedom a Trojan horse for, right? Because then you don't have to deal with the philosophical issue, right? But I think it's a Trojan horse for, all of these ideas, right? Science and technology, right? That's what, like basically the technology and the science represent, right? It's mastery of nature. So, I mean, I think it's about, having your own potential instead of, being made in the image of a creator deity, right?
right. And I have a lot of things that I'm thinking. I'm trying to like grab a lot of thoughts that are kind of fleeting at once because I don't want to like jump around too much. I sent you the link for Thiel, so I'll mention two things if you don't mind pulling that up, because I do want to listen to a little bit of that with you, because I don't think you've ever listened to the whole thing. I think you maybe listened to like a couple minutes of it, but like if I remember right, like a few, like 10 to 15 to 20 minutes in, it gets progressively like more insane what he starts saying. And I really need to get Unseen over here, because I think if he hears this, he's gonna shit himself. I mean, like, not in a bad way. He's gonna be like, "What the fuck is going on?" But so a couple things I want to say really briefly, and I kind of wish Annapurna was here. She might know something about this. But what comes to mind is like, so like in Cambodia they have that Angkor Wat place, right? So if you're to believe history or whatever, 1,000 years ago, there was all these Hindu temples all over Southeast Asia, right? And I guess the guy who built a lot of these bigger temples, he was supposed to be like Juvimon II or something like that. Have you ever heard of that guy? Juvimon the second. Let me see if I can look this guy up. Second
No,
Hindu. Let me look him up. God, I can't remember the name.
no, look at Marisa.
Let me see.
Marisa
I'm gonna look it up.
Tomei. She's
Say
old,
again.
but she's still good looking.
Marissa Tomei. Oh yeah, beautiful. I always thought she was one of the most beautiful actresses when I was a young man. Oh, here we go. Suvurimon. Okay, Khmer Empire, Angkor Wat. So I just want to read a little bit about him because I was kind of curious what you thought about this. So, the variety. I'm going to bring this up to Anna sometime too. That's why I'm just saying this now. So, he was trying to conquer the people in different places, right? But he, remember Genghis Khan also had a giant empire that stretched, all the way to Indonesia to like Europe essentially. And again, I'm not sure of the timelines and all that, but so something interesting about him is he had a particular view of. Let me see if I can find this part. Hold on one second. He had a very particular view about gods and kings. Let's see here. And he seemed to try to do the same thing that you were describing about how they're trying to merge like Caesar with God and stuff like that. And I think he did something very similar to that. And that's in the context of Hinduism. And obviously, if we try to go and do some sort of weird like revisionist history, we could try to draw some sort of ancient parallel to these things. But and it's kind of like in the Christian sense, we say that like, well, really all these heresies kind of lead back to the same place. But would you say that that this kind of belief is actually really old? Like you could trace it back to the pre-Socratics and whatever the parallel would be in the ancient religion that Islam and Christianity like to think. Like if you could take it back to like one idea or thought that led us to this merger between like state and God and religion and all these different things, what would you trace it back to?
I mean, I think it's clearly a product of some sort of idea. I mean, that I've been sort of tracing down on my show, right? That you could actually go back 2,000 years and see that it's been a product of an idea, that's concerning not only human civilization but the human mind and its mastery over nature, right? So I think that it's all been culminating in a sort of philosophy, right? Especially in the West, obviously, right? And I think where it manifests from, right, is this belief of being and becoming and how they can be linked up, and how neither one takes precedence over the other, right? When it's clear to me that you have to have being take precedence over becoming, right? Or else, it's sort of a botched philosophy, right?
Right.
And I'll tie it back to that idea. I mean, I think that some of what Evola says on the subject is pretty much true, right? Except for he's blaming too much of the notion of like he's putting too much emphasis on this idea of being separated from nature through the Christian message, right? So he's got some kind of hang up there, right? But I think that other than that, I think his attack against, you know, this notion of becoming and how nature is reduced to becoming, you know, I think that's a pretty good place to start. But I think that's too ethereal for most people. So I'll have to just put it to this idea of, you know, man using reason to master nature, right? And how that develops in the West, and how, you know, if you try to master nature, what ends up happening is you change yourself, right? Because you're part of nature, you're made of clay, right? And then you know, you lose control, right? And then that's more the way that I'm going with, you know.
So
But yeah,
I found it. Go ahead, sir.
that puts it on. There you can see why Christianity and Islam lend itself to it, right? Because they agree about man's the specialty of man, right? So they got caught up in that, right? They got caught up in science and philosophy, right? Because they had an incredible notion about man's ability to know things, right? And to have a one-to-one relationship with the knowledge of God and all that type of stuff.
Right. So it's almost like and I think we've said it in different ways, and it's kind of escaping me, unfortunately. But you know, but it's kind of like you said, being and becoming, but also, you know, this kind of like knowledge for its own sake.
Well, they use science
know?
against philosophy, right? Right? Because the philosophers were like, the religion doesn't make sense, right? Souls don't make sense. All this stuff doesn't make sense, right? By reason, if you look at nature, it doesn't make sense, right? So what the Christians and the Muslims did was they created science. They said, look, if you look at science, it makes sense, because what the Bible is talking about is just science. It's not talking about transcendental realms and all this stuff, and you know, and about the purity of reason and all that stuff that the Gnostic books and Plato talk about, right? They thought that stuff's just a bunch of ethereal nonsense, right? So the way they made the compromise was they created science to go against philosophy, but then science got hijacked by liberalism, right? You know, the occultists and the Kabbalists created something else called liberalism, and that was way more appealing than the science that was created by religious people to go beyond philosophy. You know?
So it's almost, well, so it's almost like the Gnostics, for lack of a better term, or whatever you want to refer to them as, had their own little Trojan horse of philosophy that hijacked science towards, you know, blasphemy, I guess you'd say, or something like that. I mean, or basically got people.
They tried to philosophize religion, right, and try to create religion into a science, because at that time philosophy and science were the same thing, right?
And well, it almost turned things into like kind of a weird cult.
Yeah, because that's what I was showing about Zosimos. That Zosimos did alchemical experiments, but he also read the Gnostic books, right? He read the Secret Gospel of John, right? So the guys who were talking about alchemy and Hermeticism and creating it were also Gnostics, right? So most people don't know that. They think those are two separate movements. You know?
Repeat that one more time. You're saying that you say that one more time. You're saying that Zosimos read the Gospel of John.
Yeah, he read the Secret Gospel of John, and he broke down alchemy. And he thought his form of alchemy was a form of science at the time, right? So he thought it was the most advanced version of science. You know, so so essentially what I was saying is that people think alchemy and Gnosticism are two different things, but they were, you know, created around the same time.
Right.
And it was not strange for somebody who read one thing to read the other thing.
And so what you're saying is like, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you say it's fair to characterize that from Newton forward or Descartes forward, science became Gnosticism essentially?
I mean, maybe the other way around. Gnosticism became science. You know.
Gnosticism became science.
Yeah,
Can you put it
yeah,
in
because
different
Newton.
words?
Yeah, because Newton was a Gnostic, right? And they took what he was. See, he thought what he was saying was ethereal, but then they emptied it of its ethereal nature and secularized it. Essentially, and that's basically what Galileo is, right? Galileo is like the secularizing of Newton, right?
Galileo secularized Newton. That's fair. I don't think I've ever heard anything like that before. That's very interesting.
Yeah, it's like how like like Galileo did an experiment to prove Newton. The same way they had to do an experiment to prove Einstein, right?
So it's almost like they merged. I'm trying to think of the right term, but it's almost like they're merging pragmatism with religion. I know that sounds like retarded, but it's almost like, are you saying that they basically tried to hijack pragmatism and bring it into religion so you can excuse all anything that you do if it's in service of the religion, and you can just say it's pragmatic and it's okay?
I mean, it's all what you think is the most important, right? Like, and that's been a battle that's been going on for centuries, where they used to, and especially in the medieval times, where they used to argue constantly. Okay, with the Aristotelians, what's more important, reason or revelation? It was like the debate of the century in the 1100s.
Right. And obviously we would say that. I mean, well, where would you fall on that between reason and revelation?
I would say both are necessary, right? But for reason, I wouldn't say that's humanity. I would say that's nature.
You need reason for the revelation.
Yeah.
Well, and would you say that they try to synthesize these things like in a Hegelian sense as basically, well, like would you say that?
They tried to
Right.
take it. They tried to make it man's reason above nature and God's revelation. Which I think is
Right.
false.
Right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And so I guess what I'm saying is like, would you say that Hegel, like definitely, I mean, the more I've looked at Hegel, and that's kind of why I sent you that quantum of conscious thing yesterday, is like, I think Hegel is very important because I mean, I used to think that he's just another asshole, basically. But let me ask it like this: do you think that he was psyoping or he was psyoped himself?
He's definitely psyoped, especially by the French Revolution. I mean, Hegel's hugely psyoped by the French Revolution. Including going with Schelling to plant a tree of liberty every morning or something like that. I mean,
so when Alex Jones is saying the tree of liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots alike, he's actually invoking Hegel.
no, I think that was originally a church line. That the tree of Jesus is like watered by the blood of martyrs or something like that. But yeah.
But that's what I'm saying is like, if you're saying the tree of liberty, was that something invented by Hegel?
No. It's like Kant and all those, those American guys. They all talked about it before.
Okay, so but okay, that's interesting. So somebody invented that line, and again, I know that I'm being like super schizo, but hopefully you're kind of getting what I'm saying. It's like the tree of liberty. So they supplanted the tree of Jesus, the tree of Jesus with the tree of liberty, which liberty is one of these terms that people conflate with freedom and stuff like this, but it actually has a very I would characterize it as has a degenerate connotation to it personally, but
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right.
Very cool.
Yeah, I got a bunch of people at my house.
Very cool. You can hit play on the button if you want. Hello, Reddington.
What's up?
Yes, we're going to listen to Peter Thiel jibber jabber.
Well,
like
I
the
guess
like
he
the
didn't hear you say play the. Wow, I am not able to talk today.
Well, I thought I was cutting in and out. What happened?
I guess he didn't hear you say play the play button.
Well, he probably already stepped away. I figured he was busy, so
That's what I mean.
yeah. But it's all good. Yeah, I'm just trying to tie a bunch of stuff together, Uh-oh, we got some more LARPers here. Uh-oh. Here's another LARPer. Unseen the LARPer, you son of a
Shut up,
biscuit.
boy. I just went fishing, dude. I just caught the biggest bluegill I've ever caught. Honestly, it was huge.
Nice.
We're going. Well, what they say, fish don't fry in the kitchen, something like that.
Red gonna crack on the ground. Whatever, man.
Was it catch and release or?
Yeah, but I mean, I could have took it home if I wanted to. I just didn't. I don't have many hooks, and I don't know. I just didn't let him go. So.
What the?
Not that you have to keep the hook if you keep it. I know. I mean, lose the hook if you keep it.
You guys like George Droid?
Looks like he got upgraded to like an Egyptian god or something.
Yeah.
He was king.
Oh, he is a king in the future. That's Wakanda. It's they're building Wakanda right
He
now.
was pharaohs.
Did you guys watch that Billy Carson's thing with the West guy?
Wes Huff?
No.
So it was like a Billy Carson debate with this guy that was like an expert in biblical text.
Oh.
And
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know all about this debate, by the way.
he got super embarrassed. It was bad, pretty much. It's pretty bad. And like went to the guy's house and he was like, if you don't take down that video, he was like threatening him and stuff. But then the guy Wes ended up going on Joe Rogan, and like it kind of went viral for.
Well, I noticed. I do remember hearing about that, but I don't.
Drifter anyway.
I don't know who Wes Huff is, but I do know that. Fuck, man. Just see when I start talking about this kind of shit, that like I don't even know much about Wes Huff.
Yeah, I'll tell you guys what happened is that it was over within 2 minutes because the guy literally said he has the Sinai Bible. So Wes Huff had to correct him and say, "You mean Sinai? The Sinai Codex, right?" Which he was talking about Codex Sinaiticus, one of the original codex.
No.
Yeah, and he called it the Sinai Bible, and he didn't even know what it was. And then he
Carson.
And then and then he said, and then he insinuated that Jesus Christ was married to Mary Magdalene. And he said that this is in the Sinai Bible. It's not even in there. It's in the Gospel of Philip where it's alluded to. But that's a totally bullshit gospel, and it's like a fragment.
But what it says in Philip is like he kissed her on the lips.
Yeah, no, no. Actually, it says he kissed her on the blank, and it's just missing, right? So they don't even know, right? So it's total.
It doesn't even say that.
So
It
the
doesn't even
main
say that.
He kissed her on the hand.
is missing that part.
Yeah, and he didn't even reference the Gospel of Philip. He mentioned he referenced Codex Sinaiticus for that.
But like conflated it. Yeah,
That's
really
pretty bad.
But the guy Wes
pretty
Huff
bad.
is
Yeah,
like
he
an
got
expert.
obliterated.
That's like really bad.
He's an expert on like documents, so he was like pulling out the original documents, like the original scribes, like sitting on his desk, and he's like, blah blah blah, like this is this is the type of ink that it used in this time period in AD blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like, so
Like that's really bad.
detailed,
Like
dude.
I feel like Archaics would do better than him. That's pretty embarrassing.
Well, I'll
Yeah.
tell you this. I'll tell you this.
Yeah,
I don't
Archaic
know.
lost his mind. He had a whole entire he had a whole entire thing and said that they were trying to gatekeep him away from it by putting Billy Carson to debate Wes Huff because they know he would have obliterated him. So he made this whole thing. He's like, they're obviously trying to cut me out of the picture.
Well, I don't know the specifics about Wes Huff and Billy Carson because I've never really watched them much. But first of all, I've heard a lot of people going after Wes Huff recently. I'm pretty sure they're like Orthodox bro adjacent. So I'm sure there's something else going on with it. But number two,
Not necessarily though. I think I saw someone did a live stream where they're critiquing Huff, and I think it was a Dead Sea Scroll scholar and a Assyriologist maybe.
Well, but that's the thing is
Scrolls
like,
guys are kind of the worst. Like I've like heard them say stuff that like certain apostles didn't exist. You know what I mean? Like, it's just scholastic stuff most of the time, like what I hear from them. But in the Westhoff situation, like, you know, Protestants, they have the Bible, so they think that it's like this, the only thing that we can really go off of. So, you know, the like, I guess the more heavy Protestants, they go straight to like the early manuscripts. You know what I'm saying? Like they're specialists in the manuscripts, which is cool. And like Orthodox should be appreciative of that, because I don't know if we necessarily do that. We have those old manuscripts sometimes in our churches. You know what I mean? Depending on where it is.
Well, this I want to say these three things really quick before, because I will definitely forget in 2 minutes if I don't say it. First of all, the QAnon movement ties back into the New Age hardcore. Like, if you don't know who David Wilcox is, everybody should go follow that guy and see what he's saying. The Shadow of Ezra Twitter thing, I mean, it all ties back into QAnon and all this. And so there's a very real connection between the Dead Sea Scroll bros, the esoterica, you know, Israeli Jew people, you know, the Protestants, the Ortho bros. Like, they're all selling some sort of fucking weird ass fucking shit. I'm sorry to be like rude about it, but like, it really is like so much worse than people can imagine. And like, and so, and I want to go back to what I was saying to Machine just for 1 second. So Surya Varman II, the guy I was talking about before. So usually the Hindu god king people, like the people who thought they were god kings, they thought that they were the incarnation of Shiva, but he changed his to Vishnu, and he's like, I'm Vishnu. Does that mean anything to you in regards to what we were talking about before? I know he's a syncretist and he's incorporating Buddhism into Hinduism, and
I mean, it's like we were talking about with Annapurna. It doesn't mean that much because they're all the same guy, right?
Right. So
it's like when they change from Hindu guy to Hindu guy, it's not really that huge, you know.
Right. But would you say that?
Whereas whereas if you change from like Jesus to like God the Father, like, well, now you're like some totally different. You know, you're like an Aryan or something.
Right. But I guess so again. We had a whole conversation before everybody showed up, but you know, I know that you'll bring it back to where we were if we get off track. But let's listen to a little bit of this. What's his name? Theo, a little bit, because I think this is going to relate exactly to what we were just talking about. I don't know how, but you know, you might. I mean, if you don't mind, you could speed it up a little bit, because in the beginning he goes off on a little bit of a tangent, but I think what this dude is saying in this video is like, it seems to be a big giant culmination of, you know, 3,000 years of heresy, in my opinion, what he's saying here. But you know, maybe I'm tripping, but I'm glad that Reddington and Unseen is here as well, because I think they're gonna trip on what Theo's saying in this video. So we'll see how it goes.
I mean, he's done worse.
All right, bye, Marissa.
We miss you, Marissa. Miss you, Miss Marissa.
Hi, I'm Jerry Boyer. I'm talking today with Peter Thiel. Peter is many things, author of 0 to 1, which I reread in preparation for this interview. He's a founder of PayPal, early investor in Facebook, earliest investor, outside investor in Facebook, early investor in SpaceX. And LinkedIn. He's an entrepreneur and he's an investor. And I think you're going to find during this interview that he's somebody whose knowledge is far broader than technology and entrepreneurship. First of all, Peter, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me on your program.
You know, you gave a speech at the King's College on All Hallows Eve, 2017, the 500th anniversary of the Reformation. And you said, we read the Bible, but in a very almost more real way.
What the hell? Just that is insane. He gave a talk on Halloween about the Bible.
Sad Jumbo.
Like, what the fuck? It's already pretty crazy.
It's pretty goofy.
It gets weirder in like half a second.
Yeah, like, and then it's about the Enlightenment. Yeah, so that's very weird.
The Bible reads us. What did you mean by that?
Well, it might take a while to unpack, but there's always there's always probably a conceit that we are above the Bible, that we are above the revelation, that it's something.
Oh man, this would be a perfect time for that clip of the debate that me and Wilson had. Where I say, where it says, name a technology that hasn't changed for 2,000 years, and I say the Bible.
Well, that's what he seems to be saying here, so just it gets really weird.
What the fuck?
That happened in the past.
The wheel.
And of course, if it's if it's true, then it must, in some sense, be above us or ahead of us, or still tell us something about the future. I was very influenced by René Girard as an undergraduate.
Oh yeah, we might have to replay this because we're actually doing a whole thing on the show about René Girard and Peter Thiel. And also, I had one of those French TV interviews remade about René Girard, where it's René Girard instead of ellul. So it's gonna be crazy. We're gonna actually look really hard into this idea.
Who is René Girard again?
He's Christianized Nietzsche. So he's
Okay.
combined Nietzsche and Christianity. So this is the
Alright.
final boss. This is the
It's
final
like-
boss
like-
of philosophy.
like Pill Eater says that basically everyone in the whole tech sector and the Tradcath and the Ortho Bros, they're invoking Planiga and René Girard to basically like trick Christians into becoming.
Oh yeah, yeah. The whole
science.
presuppositionalism is basically just all planting that me and Pill Eater went over already, right? So
You know what's
hardcore Calvinism,
In Anton LaVey's book on satanic rituals, he talks about how secret societies have these Christian trappings in them. So it's kind of weird that there's like a relation there. But you know what I mean? Like this, like a Satanist.
Well, what else are they
going
gonna make it off of, right? Like it's gonna be made, like it's always made off of Jewish, Christian, and Muslim iconography.
Yeah.
So at least the iconography is always of the from the Bible or the Quran, which is basically just using biblical. I mean, the Quran is using biblical imagery, so.
There's this Theophilus society that presents themselves as Orthodox externally, but they're Theophilus, or whatever, and they make icons. And some people get caught up and they buy icons from this company or whatever. And we had one here, and my political was like, I think somebody had maybe gifted it to us and he didn't realize it, and then looked at the back of it and was like, oh, like this is this place, you know what I mean? And we kind of like put it somewhere else, you know. We didn't throw it away because it's still an icon of Christ, but it's like it's made by a shoddy Theophysist, you know, society that paints icons, and they look orthodox, you know what I mean? Like you couldn't really tell the difference unless you looked at the stamp on the back of it or something.
Yeah, like I heard some other stuff like Masons, like they put like the devil's eyes in like a Mary statue or something. So if like you're praying to the Mary statue, it's like the devil's eye or like some stupid thing like that. Like
They
obviously it
do that
wouldn't
with
work.
rosaries too.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So
they'll have like satanic symbols like intertwined in like the rosary design, and it's like pretty kind of like invisible to the, you know, the eye a little bit. So
yeah,
unless you're really looking for it.
Molek.
And ever since this French intellectual, I think in some ways, you know, perhaps one of the more important Christian thinkers of the late 20th century. And Girard always, you know, thought that he did a lot of work. You know, he always said that in you know, there's been a lot done in Christianity and theology, you know, the nature of God. But if it's true, if the Bible is true, it must also contain an anthropology. It must tell us something about the nature of man, something that we would not otherwise know. And for Girard, it had to do with sort of you know, violence.
See, that's so weird because it's like if you read the Bible, what does it say about God? Like almost nothing. It's talking about humans, right? So it's super weird how he said like, oh, the Bible is about the nature of God, but what can it tell us about humans? Like, wait, it's all about humans. Like,
For the most part, yeah. I mean, there is like revelations of God that are pretty deep, but
right, like,
you know, man can never really know the essence of God. You know, in His essence, we can know the energies. We can sort of touch on what's been divinely revealed. A lot more is revealed in the patristic texts that are, you know, talking about the scripture. You know, because that's like the key to the text. You can't like one without the other. It's just half of the tradition. But yeah, I agree with you to a certain extent. Yeah.
yeah, it's from, you know, God's perspective about man, not man's perspective about God. I don't know. I mean, but
the way in which human sin is deeply conflictual, deeply violent, and deeply obfuscated, and that you know, the city of man is built on hidden victims, and you know, you did a lot on sort of comparative mythology, and so you take something like the myth of Romulus and Remus versus the story of Cain and Abel. They're very similar stories. One is Romulus and Remus' story about the founding of Rome, the greatest city of the ancient world.
yeah, there he is. He's saying that there's two poles, and he'll say this all the time about Rome and Jerusalem, right? He'll actually point to these ideas, right, about Rome and Jerusalem that I was pointing out earlier, right? But the fascinating thing is that Rome and Jerusalem was a book written by a Talmudic rabbi named Moses Hess that actually taught you know, Marx and Engels you know, the ideas about socialism, right? So there's an extremely pivotal ideal about Rome and Jerusalem because it pins two people, right? It pins both the ideas from the Bible and also the ideas about the republicanism, right, that I was talking about. You know, so I just think that this is crazy stuff, right, that he's talking about here specifically. We go back like 10 seconds and hear that again. Something about
Romulus and Remus.
Oh yeah, yeah. He said the pagan story is akin to the story in the Bible. it's hugely significant move there, right?
Yeah,
Like what?
I think it's an idealistic take for first of all, where you're kind of just like making comparisons, a scholastic comparison, and a lot of this stuff I feel like is just like rooted in intellectual pride. You know what I mean by that? It's just like saying things that you think will sound smart to people, so they look at you like you're smart, but they're really not that.
Well, he's selling a very particular worldview under the guise of, well, this is just Christianity, and we're just ever
Right, Rene Girard. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, to him, Rene Girard is a saint. That's the truth. I mean, he thinks Rene Girard is like beast class of this new like revelation from God that, and it's I'm sure Machine can say it better, but it's kind of like what we're talking about. Like, there's all this like revelation never stops, but they use it with reason and say, well, reason's going to dictate what revelation from God is real and what God. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that's kind of what I'm getting.
No, that's exactly what it is, because Aquinas does the same thing, and that's what led the Catholics into this scholasticism, And the funny thing is, it was kind of like rooted in feeling inferior to Protestants, in the sense that Protestants wanted answers, and they were depending on scholastic, thought, and the Catholics were like, well, okay, then we're gonna have to speak in their language. It's kind of like what Dyer and those guys do when they're in debates. They use rhetoric, and it's like, why would you use rhetoric when you're an Orthodox Christian? And it's because that's the new Christianity.
Well, I was reading Machine's book last night, and he made some points about something, and I don't want to detract too much, but this is what initiated this conversation, which is that he said that I think he said that so you have like Paul, and then you had Constantine, and they basically merged the state with the religion in some sense, and but then you mentioned somebody. I think you mentioned who was it that was like trained in rhetoric by certain people? Who was it that you were talking about that was trained in rhetoric? Was it Augustine or someone else? I can't remember.
A lot of those early guys were St. Justin Martyr, St. John Chrysostom was trained in rhetoric at the philosophy schools. I don't know who he mentioned, but I know a lot of the, Arius he tried to use a lot of rhetoric in his debates.
Yeah, Yeah, like rhetoric used to be more important than philosophy, and then it changed to philosophy. And the main thing that changed it was basically people like Aquinas, right? At that time, they won a huge victory against Aristotle, right?
Well, I mean, I think rhetoric is more important than philosophy, because rhetoric is like trying to make yourself more clear to the person, or at least be more convincing. But I think ideally, make what you're saying more clear, so it's not,
I know this is what happened at Nicaea, right? Okay, you take Arius, and he's doing all these debates, and he's got the emperor on his side during this because his arguments are so well thought out. Like, the majority of the Orthodox couldn't compete with the guy in an intellectual debate. Okay, well, he didn't get beat like that. Okay, so like with rhetoric, right? So the other Orthodox were trying to use rhetoric, and they weren't doing well with this guy. He was just too crafty with his arguments. And it wasn't Arius. It was somebody. It was like a lawyer type guy that was associated with Arius that was also like really good at rhetoric. Okay, and there was a saint. What was his name? I can't think of his name right now, but whatever. This saint goes up there, and he's like a simple shepherd. Okay, it's Saint Spiridon. That's his name. He's a simple shepherd, and all these, other Orthodox are like, no, don't go and debate him, Father. Like, you're gonna get destroyed by this guy. This guy was like, he was looked at like a simpleton or a bumpkin or something. Well, he goes up there and he takes a brick and he turns it into clay, water, and fire. Like it breaks down into those components, and then it turns back into the brick, and it shut everybody down, you know. And then the emperor kicks out, you know, Arius and his people. The lawyer guy, the rhetorician that was doing all the rhetoric stuff, he ends up converting to Orthodoxy because of the miracle. But yeah, like that's been sort of how Orthodoxy has dealt with those things. It's like, for whatever reason, if an Orthodox council were called, the Holy Spirit tends to work in that environment. So if you had somebody trying to push rhetoric, they'd likely, if God saw it fit, he might allow a miracle in that moment or something.
I didn't know that, but that's very interesting. I've definitely never heard anything like that before. It's great.
Yeah, so that's the whole point of you know, that the nous or divine revelation is, and the miracles of God are a higher form of understanding than rhetoric. And the early church fathers understood this, that the nous was higher than human fallen intellect. And a lot of those that fell into heresies were so focused on the intellect and what they could acquire through, you know, study, you know, books and whatever, you know what I mean, whatever. But that was the difference. It was like there was these ascetics that reached such a high spiritual level that they could prove their arguments without arguing, you know.
And again, I'm not trying to like paint it as one way or the other, but you would say that it's almost like in a modern lingo, you'd say it's almost like shamanism or something like that, where like you.
What do you mean?
You kind of, I mean, what I mean is like you don't need, like, it's almost like not. It's almost like people have to experience the truth. They can't be told the truth. Does that make sense?
Well, like we would say that the Holy Spirit converts people to the truth. Like there's nothing I could say to you to change your mind. And it's only through the Holy Spirit that a person could confess the Holy Trinity. You know, like it's only through some form of divine revelation that the Spirit has moved this person to have eyes to see and ears to hear. There's no like intellectual argument that you could understand intellectually to actually change your mind. That's why a lot of times argumentation, it doesn't work. And you sometimes see like Orthodox Christians stumble over what they're saying and stuff because we don't, that's not how we view the world. We don't view the world like in an atheistic, like logical way. Where you're saying shamanism, I understand your point about that, but it's like that. I wouldn't use that as a comparison. I couldn't personally. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't even know what shamanism's official definition is. So don't take it.
Well, I would say it's like paganism, right? So I would say that would be like a false, diluted, like satanic associated, right? Like, but like a divine miracle is something that's defying the natural.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is like it's actually it's like it's not it's rejecting reasons the arbiter of a valid revelation.
Well, it's not putting limitations on it. You get what I'm saying? Like with logic and reason, a lot of times, like people get obsessed with, you know, that's not possible. Well, sometimes, you know, God can defy nature and the set laws of reality that we think that are there. You know, he can supersede those. Another example of this with the same guy, Saint Spiridon, the Arians cut the heads off of his horses. He had 2 horses in the stall. They cut their heads off because they didn't want him going to the council. Okay, because they understood he was a great miracle worker. That some Arians from his hometown understood he was a great miracle worker. They did not want him to go to that council. So this is what ends up happening. He goes into the barn, and you know, the keeper of the barn is a boy, so a teenage boy. He sees that, you know, the heads have been cut off. He tells Saint Spiridon. Saint Spiridon tells him, put the horses' heads back on each other. Well, what ends up happening is he puts the horses' heads back on, but they're switched. So one horse is one color, one horse is the other, but they have switched heads now. Do you understand what I'm saying? And he rides these horses to the, you know, Nicaea, and they have switched heads.
That sounds like some gothic reanimated like Dungeons and Dragons shit right there.
Well, the way that like that would be looked at is like God sort of allowed this horrific thing the Arians to do, to give a miracle that sort of proved the truth of orthodoxy, if that makes any sense, right? It's like it had a purpose behind it. What was the purpose? It's like to prove the Arians are wrong about this, their doctrine. You know, that all their rhetoric is incorrect and their interpretations are wrong. And how do we know this? Because of this miracle worker is showing it. Like only God could allow you to put a horse's head, and there's going to be people out there that say, well, that's just a story, it never happened. Well, we trust that story as Orthodox Christians, and like, you know, you might go to a mental hospital if you told somebody that today, but it is what it is. We truly believe that happened, because I don't think there's any limitations with God. Why would there be? You know, it's like that doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility if we believe that God is who he says he is. So
Let's hear what good old Theo got to say about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems to have gleaned a lot of information about the nature of God from the Bible, which is very surprising because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot. Then he's conflating the notion of Cain and Abel with Romulus and Remus, which in my mind, to my mind, they're totally different stories. You know, one about the origin of humanity and the other about the origin of people, right?
I've always thought it's more like Jacob and Esau, but I don't know.
Yeah,
like the comparison between Cain and Abel and Jacob and Esau. Is that what you're saying?
Well, and Romulan and Remus too, because it's like, I mean, I know. Well, I guess it is technically more Cain and Abel, but still, I think they're all prefigurations of the same thing. And Romulus and Remus, like the story seems to be, you know, either appropriating that story about the creation of Rome or Israel or
I
something
think
like
that's
that.
the likelihood of it. Now, a lot of people don't realize this, but the philosophers took a lot from, you know, the Septuagint, you know, which was the Old Testament. It's just the Greek translation. They were well aware of this text, and they used it a lot of times for philosophy. You know what I'm saying? Like those books were held to high esteem in that time period amongst the philosophers. Now, maybe they didn't come to the same conclusions as Christians, but they definitely seen the text as valuable for philosophy and understanding. You know what I mean? Because how many great books were out there? Like, you know, if you had a copy of the book, you know, the book of Isaiah or Moses, you know, Genesis and all this stuff. I mean, that was looked at as, you know, like great stuff, and they did take from those and form their own ideas from them. So that's not, you know, too crazy.
Versus the story of Cain and Abel. They're very similar stories. One is Romulus and Remus' story about the founding of Rome, the greatest city of the ancient world. Cain and Abel is the founding maybe of the first city in the history of the world. And the you know, they're parallel stories, but the perspective is different. The Roman story, like all of mythology, takes the point of view the city of the human community of Romulus, and says that the murder of Remus is justified. It's a founding murder, but it's justified, and this is what you have to do. And then the even at the beginning of the Bible, even at the start of Genesis, the Bible takes the side of Abel, whose blood cries from the ground, and take the side of the victim. And in some ways, that's sort of this explosive potential in Christianity that gets developed, through Israel, through Moses, through the prophets, and then brought to its culmination with Christ, and then this revelation has continued through the last 2,000 years of Christian history, and still
There's an important
powerfully
aspect to that.
animates
What
our
he's
time.
talking about is because in pagan, the pagans. Let's say that someone was homeless, like it would be absurd to help them in their culture. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you don't help the poor, like that's stupid. And they didn't have soup kitchens, and they didn't have orphanages and things like that. Like the early Christians are the first people to sort of introduce this to society, to helping the downtrodden. And people, I think that especially like social movements, it can get taken away into idealism, but some social movements, like I guess in our society wouldn't necessarily exist unless sort of Christians sort of revolutionize the way people see the world. We're sort of getting back to that, like a pagan outlook on the society, where it's like, all me and I don't care about anybody else, and whatever. I understand it, I get it, because there is nuance. We've talked about that before, but yeah, like you take like somebody like Lazarus and the king. Like Lazarus is out there, no one wants anything to do with him. He's got dogs licking his wounds. Like people are stepping over him, basically. Like they don't want anything. The king's got all this food, but one reaches heaven and the other doesn't. And this idea of seeing everybody, as sort of as Christ in a sense. Like, and what I mean by that is like what the saints say: if you don't find Christ in the beggar at the door, you won't find him in the chalice. It's like that type of thing. It's like helping the downtrodden. Whether the person does the right with what you're doing, that has nothing to do with what you did, and especially if it's for the right reasons and not for yourself to big up and like these guys that go out here and like film themselves like doing charity or something. It's like you do it for Christ and you'll get your reward for it. It's like, if that didn't happen, then you wouldn't have some of the services we have today in America, or like all over Europe, really. The world, straight up.
Yeah, but this whole thing that he's putting down here about he's trying to paint Christian as the feminine side of the coin, right? Because it's about weakness. And he's saying Rome is the male side of the coin, right? So he's putting so he's putting Christianity in the Dionysian realm, and he's putting the Roman ideal in the Apollonian, where he's basically saying that it's the active force, meaning that they're part of the same morality, right? So he's not distinguishing.
Like a dualistic, there's a balance here, whatever. Okay, yeah.
Looks like what he's doing. He's trying to put another balance. Another weight to balance the Bible's morality, so-called. That's the idea of Rome. So it's very interesting what he's doing.
It reminds me of Peterson. Jordan Peterson, when he does his biblical lectures, like he'll be talking about like the archetype
it's the same type
of Moses.
Yeah.
Like
it's the same type of guy.
Yeah.
And it's probably funded by the same exact people. On the alt-right as well.
Probably.
Did you guys like my Jordan Peterson impression? What's up?
Yeah.
Moses.
Yeah, but But one of the people who worked for Thiel was Eric Weinstein. Okay, he
Yeah,
was
yeah, I know.
basically he was basically a member of his investment firm, and that guy is also one of the architects of this alt-right stuff. So I wouldn't be very surprised if Jordan Peterson and Peter Thiel, they run in the same groups essentially.
Yeah, you know, with the whole Gnostic thing with Peterson, which is clear, like, you know, that's his roots, is Jungian psychology, very Gnostic. So, I mean, where is he? You know, a guy that's obsessed with that's in the position that he is. It'd almost be absurd to say that he's not into Freemasonry. You know, like he's a Freemason, dude. Like, ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way.
Yeah, and it would do us right to basically point out Kabbalah, Freemasonry, all these things. I mean, even Protestantism as historical movements, so that people don't then accuse us of saying that these people are part of these groups. You know, because then they'll try to disqualify us on those grounds. But it's like, no, we're talking about the historical movement. They're definitely influenced by these movements. You know.
Well,
So
and
it's obvious.
kind of what you and I were saying before we started is like it seems that it could be camouflage essentially for protecting the fact that just in the way that Islam and Christianity sees themselves as an ancient faith, Judaism and all these different cults or see themselves as an ancient heresy that is now controlled, taken power essentially. So it's kind of like a weird, you know.
Well, even let's say, for argument's sake, like Peterson isn't a Mason. How many Masons was he influenced by intellectually? You know what I mean? So either way, Masonry is having an influence on this guy and a lot of these guys, knowingly or not, because America, like, it's a Freemasonic experiment, you know. And most of the quote great philosophers of the ages were involved in some way. You know, they had connections there.
Yeah, I agree.
Christ puts himself in continuity with Abel, even thanks to Jimmy, who sent over some quotes from the Woes of the Pharisees that Rene Girard had cited in a lecture. This generation will have to answer for the blood of all the prophets shed since the foundation of the world. We can talk a little bit about what that means since the foundation of the world, from the blood of Abel to the blood of Zechariah. And Jesus is predicting that he's going to be killed. So he is in that line from A to Z, from Abel to Zechariah.
Yes, so there's certainly some sense of continuity, and there's also some discontinuity where you could say that Abel to Zechariah were relatively innocent, but not absolutely innocent. And so, the Orthodox Christian context, which Girard would not have questioned, they were still under original sin. And so, in some sense, they were scapegoats, but then in some sense, perhaps, they had not been perfect human beings. And so
I think he just said that Orthodox Christians believe in original sin. I think he got that wrong, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, let me go back like 20 seconds. But yeah, it seemed like he totally fouled that up.
say that Abel to Zechariah were relatively innocent, but not absolutely innocent. And so, the Orthodox Christian context, which Girard would not have questioned, they were still under original sin. And so, in some sense, they were scapegoats, but then in some sense, perhaps, they had not been perfect human beings. And so you couldn't say they were absolutely innocent. And so there is a way in which Christ is continuous with that line, but then there is also a way in which he is radically unique. He is completely innocent, and in some sense, the human community is completely guilty in the case of Christ. And so it's both.
Well, he's monogenos, right? He's only begotten. Abel isn't. And Abel doesn't resurrect. Abel is not resurrected. Abel is replaced by Seth, right? Appointed. Jesus is not replaced. He's raised,
right?
Which is the vindication, which doesn't play a big role in most of Girard's writing, I guess, because he's writing from within an anthropological context rather than from within a theological context.
Well, Girard would always stress that there's some way in which the crucifixion and the resurrection are separate events. You know, there are 3 days separating them, and so even though there are all sorts of ways in which they're linked, and you know, obviously, if Christ hadn't died, he wouldn't have been able to be resurrected. There's somewhat. Girard wanted to stress the discontinuity of those two events in a way where the crucifixion was, even if there was something providential or there's some way in which God could bring something good out of this, it was at its core an evil act and a fundamentally bad thing. And then and then the resurrection was something very separate. And it was truth had departed from the world for those 3 days. And so when Peter denies Christ, the threefold denial, the human community has closed in on itself. There's no truth left in the world. And this is very, very different from, let's say, the death of Socrates, which is sort of the classical counterpoint where, Plato and Xenophon both, write these apologies for Socrates and defend Socrates. And they pretend that philosophy always preserved the truth. That you could say that the gospel story, it's many things, but among one of the things it is also a deconstruction of the Platonic Socratic story. The Gospels tell us that Peter ran away, like everybody, even the person whom the church was founded was, there was would run away. And it tells us what Plato did when Socrates died. He wasn't preaching philosophy. He was somewhere running away, hiding at best. And the lie that philosophy tells us is that it's somehow strong enough to preserve the truth in a purely naturalistic, rationalistic sort of way.
Which isn't in the Socratic dialogues, right? We don't see disciples of Socrates running away. You get they try to create the impression that Socrates speaks. He does his philosophy thing, and Plato just, all right, thank you, master, and just goes on and keeps philosophizing.
Yeah, it can act in a way that's quite autonomous. And this is always a theological problem in Christianity, where or theological issue where if you say that everything was in the classics, that was in the in the Greco-Roman tradition that you have in the Judeo-Christian, there's always a question, why do you need it at all? What does the revelation tell us that we couldn't already know? And so so on the level, and what Girard wanted to say was, even on the level of knowledge, there were things we could not humanly know. They had to be revealed, and one of them was the absolute innocence of Christ.
I've heard you refer to this as key knowledge. So in the tradition that you're alluding to somewhat negatively, Plato and Aristotle basically had almost all of it figured out. We just needed a little extra to go to heaven. But you have a logos.
So it seems like not only is he conflating the Bible with pagan philosophy, right? But he's also then conflating Judaism with Christianity. Right? So he's made both moves because he just said Judeo-Christian. Right? So he's following the Jordan Peterson program very closely. Right? So he's very much ideologically linked to Jordan Peterson at this point with that term Judeo-Christian, and linking it with the development of Western civilization. Right? So these are exactly the type of people I warn about in my book, right?
Yep.
They're following the entire program, so.
Yeah, well, on the other end, you have the people that are overtly like, F the Jews, the Christians have nothing to do with it, the Jays did X to Jesus, and you know what I mean? So where do you think all that fits in together, since they're all coming out of the same, source most likely.
I think it's coming out of this idea that the ideas need to benefit the technology, right? So that's why they have technologists making the philosophy now, because they're like, we got to cut out the middleman. Right, and that's why modern philosophy begins with Wittgenstein. He was an engineer in World War II, and he was a Jew. So I think he's the perfect guy to do the job. Here you have a sophist, a Jew, an engineer. It's perfect. And I think Thiel's the same thing. He's a sophist, a Jew, an engineer. He's all the same thing.
Right. Well, and so you think like the Andrew Wilsons and all these other people who are like, oh, F. Thiel, he loves the Jews. He's a Judeo-Christian. We're not like that. But so they'll just take Nietzsche without the Jesus, or they'll take Jesus without the Nietzsche. But ultimately, they all arrive back at liberalism, anyways, which is kind of interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they're positioning themselves against Thiel. It's literally limp-wristed approach. Like you can't accept almost all of his philosophy and then try to challenge him, right?
Well, I guess what I mean is like, and I know you probably just answered it, but like just to make a little more of an example, like the the Nick Fuences of the world who say, well, the Catholics are good, but the Jews are bad, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing, is that there's three factions here, right? There's the Jesuits, there's the white nationalists, right? And there's also the nominal Christians. And sometimes the nominal Christian agrees to either Jesuitism or white nationalism in some sense, right? Because they're like, oh, this will help us move forward. I mean,
Well, kind of what you were saying before is like that's kind of why they're trying to bring the Enlightenment to Islam. You're saying that it's not only because they're trying to get that futurism or accelerationism or whatever.
yeah, because if they believe in it too, then
Do you think that's what they're doing with this whole Mahdi psyop thing? Is like that's like a preview to what they're trying to do?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're using Islamic slogans and presenting them in a modernist tone. Of course. That's exactly what it is. You know, and it's the same reason why they're trying to get Christians to believe in this Judeo-Christian thing. I mean, is because it unifies, it accelerates, it does all that stuff.
I was listening to you guys what you're saying. I was kind of busy though, but okay, on the original sin things, like
Yeah, I was
Orthodox
wondering
Christians
about that.
believe in original sin, but they don't believe that we all inherit sin from Adam. We do in a sense that we inherit a proclivity to sin from Adam, but we all kind of eat the fruit ourselves. That's the way that I would put it. There's a great book by a Father Seraphim called The Place of Blessed Augustine in the Orthodox Church. It kind of covers like his, I think, Augustine's misinterpretation a little bit on that. But I think people blow St. Augustine's interpretation a little bit out of the water and say he believes something he didn't necessarily. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely linked to his idea of the ontology of evil, right? He says evil has no ontology, right? So it's very much linked to Augustine's characterization of evil itself.
Mm.
And that goes to the idea that most people don't understand, that God cannot do evil, you know, in the Christian teaching. Like, for example, with Hank, right? I could very clearly explain this to Hank because, you know, because I could talk about, you know, how, you know, evil has no ontology, and God has to do good, and then there's that third issue about, you know, I forget exactly how it's called, but it's like when the sin is passed down. You know, there's an actual word for it, but yeah, I don't know.
Like a Christian word for it, or
Yeah. When Adam passes his sin down to all the generations, it's like generational sin. Like there's an actual term for it, but I forget what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. Well, I could say a lot of Christians, at least Protestants, they do believe in that to some degree. But I've always thought that kind of like what Unseen said. It's like, yes, we have a proclivity or we have the ability to do sin, but that doesn't mean that it's all just because God wants us to sin or we're damned because other people made a mistake. It's kind of because like from Jesus forward. Well, and this gets into some other stuff I don't want to get into, but from Jesus
Everybody
forward,
sort of
essentially.
takes the fruit themselves in one way or another, But
Well, from Jesus forward, it's supposed to be on the path to reconciliation,
right.
right? So,
Getting back to that state or a higher state that Adam and Eve were in the garden, that's really.
but it seems that they're trying to turn that into like a Hegelian materialistic utopianism, which is not what we're talking about. See what I mean? So like they're trying to merge those two
That's the
things together.
whole, theistic evolution thing, where they take the concept of the theosis and push it into idealism, make it about a kingdom of man instead of a kingdom of God. But what can you do?
Yeah, and it's time to start looking out for that just when they say the word Judeo-Christian, because that means that they're talking about some sort of quasi form of dispensationalism there. You mean?
Yeah, Killism every time. It falls into that, and I don't know. Like it's pretty strange. Like I mean, we talked about it before, but how these separate movements are all working for that same goal almost. You know, it doesn't matter if it's like, protests for, whatever movement out there. That it's almost chileistic and idealistic. Like it's the same Antichrist spirit behind them all these different.
Well, that's why it's funny. Is like they basically made the political game where no matter what role you play, you're still on the same team, which is insane, right? Like you would think it wouldn't be that way, but it seems like
Yeah, they get
quite a long
they
time
put
they've
you in
been
a
doing that.
false dialectic, and make people feel like they're, against something, but really the goal always ends out the same,
Yeah,
either
and
way.
look, I'm not trying to cause a fight right now, but when I was reading Machine's book last night, he basically said something to the effect of like, the danger. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he said that at the very least, there's a danger from where Constantine merged the church and the state. Not, regardless of intention or whatever, that it basically set into motion this kind of
When it's
concept of
right, it's
Christianity.
right.
Right.
When it's good, when it's for the right, and when the government's focused on upholding justice and pointing people into the direction of good. All right. And the church and the state working together for that cause, right? For the betterment of man and God in a synergistic way. That's a good
Yeah,
thing.
Constantine, he was not exactly pure in his decision to, go with Arius and then go with Athanasius. He kind of switched around in his opinion too. So
Right.
historically, Constantine didn't really know where he stood in the whole thing. And
Well, up until Nicaea, right? Now you'll have the Arians sort of give a different history of him, like where he's like, baptized on his deathbed by like, an Arian or something. As far as Orthodoxy is concerned, is like once Constantine, after Saint Spiridon did his miracle, Constantine was fully about Orthodoxy, and we just celebrated Saint Helena, his mother. So his mother was a Christian, and she was pushing Constantine to become a Christian as well. The story about how he had a dream. God tells him to put the crosses on his men's shields, and he'll win this battle. Well, he wins the battle. A sign of the cross appears in the sky. His mother ends up finding the true cross with the help of Saint Macarius of Jerusalem. They end up putting a leper on the true cross, and it heals a bunch of people.
With Constantine and Augustine, the reason why these guys are going to go after them is because, and the reason why, I go after them in the book is because they're constantly used, because of their mothers were Christian, and they're constantly used to offer up a critique of Rome, and that puts them on the other side of this dialectic, of Rome and Jerusalem.
Well, this is the issue, the main issue I see with like, like having church and state together. Like a monarchy is good in itself if it's for the right cause and it's actually formed, like Tsar Nicholas II. Like he actually was ordained and was chrismated for his role and blessed by God. Well, once the Bolsheviks take over, you got people like Lenin saying, I'm just like to his mother, telling his mother that he's just like the czars. And she tells him, you would have been better if you became a priest, because it was a lie. So today we see it with Putin, where he acts as if he's like the czar, but he's really more like, Lenin, So yeah, it can go the wrong way when it falls into like ethnophylatism, into nationalism, into the external church, being controlled by the KGB or something like that, and the government's not directed in the good of God and the good of man. Then this flips it on its head, and they use the good aspects of it, of the past, to justify this evil antichrist monarchy system. And that's the dilemma there, I would say.
Yeah, it's an extremely nuanced issue. Now, for example, That's a whole issue because when you have democratic values infiltrate the scene, this whole notion about whether you view the church and the state as separate or whether you view the ruler as appointed by God, this is a very, very important issue. It goes down to being a very important issue. Now, obviously, liberalism throws this idea in the trash, but the fact is that, the majority of the people's world still follow, a religion, right? And then they're part of the state. And this is the problem: is that they've somehow worked out that politics is not part of their part of their religious ideal, and this is extremely dangerous, right? It means keep your religion in the closet,
Right.
right? And that's
Well,
a
the church
fucking
does that now too in
yeah.
world orthodoxy, where you'll have like these liberal leaders like Bartholomew, who'll be pushing for like the green movement, some idealistic cause to make sure the earth is okay, or supporting homosexuality, or whatever, whatever the modernist secular take is, and they kind of separate their experience in the church and their experience in politics because they want to be of the world and have their cake eat it and eat it too, kind of thing,
Well, I don't want to detract too much, but I want to say this. I want to ask you the same question I asked Machine. What would you say is the ultimate heresy that all this goes back to? Like, what would you say is like the original? They talk about original sin. What's the original heresy that all this? Would you
A
trace it
lot of
back
this
to?
stuff I feel like is Killyism, like what it is, idealism, Killyism. There's a number of heresies, modernism.
But I mean, if you had to boil it down to one,
I
like
would
all the way back,
I
like all
would
the way
boil
back
it down to
into the.
one because like I say, like it can't be boiled down to one because that's not how the devil works. It's not just like one thing that's over another, all heresy is sort of separation, is separation from God, and every aspect of it plays a certain role in the Antichrist move. But what a common thing I'm seeing, and we've talked about it, is Killyism. I would say that is the common theme, you know, millenarianism, like this type of thinking. That's a major one.
Well, I guess I mean like I don't. What I'm saying is like the oldest one or like the moment in history you could say it started at, like as far as
The first heretics were I believe the Docetists. These people that said Christ didn't really get crucified, that it was a phantasmal body. Because St. John writes about those. And then in Revelations, you read about the Nicolaitans, which were an early Gnostic sect. And then you had, Simon Magus, who formed the Simonians. And then you had the Arians, which were like kind of like a culmination of different Gnostic beliefs in one way or another. But it's just a distortion of doctrine. So it's taking the basis of Christianity and distorting it just a little bit. Sometimes they have all the external practice, like with the Coptics. They for the most part they have Orthodox beliefs. But
what
they
if you were
have
to
all
take it
these
into
little
the
things that make them not.
what
Right?
if you were going to take it back into the Old Testament though? What would you say it is?
Like probably like Baal worship or something. Like idol worship, which is the same. It's the same thing, because they turn these ideas into idols. They put the idea above God. That's what it seems to me. Yeah. Because you got like, for instance, with Ezekiel, like Ezekiel goes and he challenges the prophets about Baal, and he's like, well, whip yourselves and sacrifice to the pagan gods, and if we'll see whose God wins, essentially. And they tried all day to get God to light their sacrifice with fire, their God. And he said, well, maybe he's sleeping or something. It doesn't happen for them. And then he does something 3 times, which is a prefiguration of the Trinity. That's why he did it 3 times. and then his sacrifice is lit on fire from heaven, and then the prophets of Baal are killed. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would say that was probably one of the earliest, heresies, or like Israel whoring after, like a golden bull or something, or you got Solomon, kind of going after the pagan gods later on in his life. But with this government thing, I'll probably leave on that. It's like now government is secure insofar as it has God for its foundation and His will for its guide. But this surely is not the description of liberal government. As a liberal view, the people will rule and not God. God Himself is a constitutional monarch. I've said this before, whose authority has been totally delegated to the people and whose function is entirely ceremonial. The liberal believes in God with the same rhetorical fervor with which he believes in heaven. The government erected upon such a faith is very little different in principle from a government erected on total disbelief, and whatever is present residue of stability is clearly pointed in the direction of anarchy. And this last little bit, it says, in the Christian order, politics was founded upon absolute truth. Now it's talking about a correct monarchical government. The principal providential form of government took union with the Christian truth was the Orthodox Christian Empire, wherein sovereignty was vested in a monarch and authority proceeded from him downwards to a hierarchical social structure. On the other hand, a politics that rejects Christian truth must acknowledge, quote, the people as sovereign and understand authority as proceeding from below upwards in a formerly egalitarian society. It is clear that one is the perfect inversion of the other, for they are opposed in their conceptions, both of the source and the end of government. Orthodox Christian monarchy is government divinely established and directed ultimately to the other world. Government with the teaching of Christian truth and the salvation of souls as its profoundest purpose. Nihilist rule, whose most fitting name is anarchy, is government established by men and directed solely to the world. Government which has no higher aim than earthly happiness. And I would say that in Machine's critique, he's right, because what you'll see is that you'll have these world Orthodox Christians who will talk about, a Christian monarchy, but what is their focus? Is it on the salvation of souls, or is it for worldly happiness? And I would say it's for worldly happiness. So it falls into the same hang up that the Zionist or anybody else that has tried for this utopian ideology goes for. It falls into the same antichrist one world system. Like, it's pointed in that same direction.
Us and the Logos is the second person of the Trinity, so they were really close to it. That's that story, and I think that's imposed on the Areopagus, discourse. And I think what you're suggesting, what Gerard is suggesting, and you're suggesting, is that it's mostly subverting the pagan story.
Yeah, now I talked about how the writings of Dionysus, the Areopagite, are going to be misused, right? Because they're going to see this as a combination of Christian and pagan traditions going all the way back, right? Because he was the guy that talked to Paul in Athens, right? So when they're trying to, when they're going to go and falsify these ideas, they're going to go back to, Dionysus, the Areopagite, which I read, in the intro of the Dionysus, the Areopagite, little book that I have. The guy's talking about Gospel of Thomas and Thomas going to India and the Indians studying Christianity and combining Hinduism with Christianity. The guy goes crazy. He goes insane. Right.
I have a book called The Life of Saint Dionysius the Areopagite, right? And it's by Sectorium Press, and it kind of explains that this idea that the pseudo Dionysius was inspired by pagans or something like that, right? Like Neoplatonic thought or something, or Platonic thought. It's actually the reverse of that. it kind of lays out that, and I'll send you a digital copy of it. I have that, so you might find it interesting.
Yeah, pseudo Dionysus is kind of like a Gnostic text, whereas Dionysus the Areopagite, he wrote a work called Divine Names, and it's actually a legit work by one of the by the church or whatever. But yeah.
Well, you know, there is some text of the corpus of the Dionysian corpus that they say is pseudo Dionysian, right? But
right.
This book here, it kind of lays out why that's not so, and I don't know necessarily like which ones you're, because there might be some that are false. I don't know, right? But there are some that they've claimed are false. You know, for example, on the heavenly hierarchies, okay, they'll say that was like pseudo Dionysius, but it's not, right? And this book is sort of breaking why that is down. Because there was two, like I think it was like 15th century scholars, maybe Catholics, something like that. 15 or 16th century scholars that questioned the validity of these texts, and that's where the pseudo Dionysius idea came from. Vala and somebody else, but I mean, this book kind of lays it out like they're wrong on it. But I can see where some ideas could be taken, but they do that with everything. You know what I mean? Like, no
Yeah, this
what,
is the one that I have right here. I'll show you.
Mm-hmm.
This one. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but
no, I'll show you which one I got.
Divine Names, Dionysius the Areopagite. Now the you know, so not pseudo Dionysius, but
you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, based on the introduction that I have in mind, I don't trust it very much. Like I told you, he's saying like about Gospel of Thomas in India and all this crazy stuff.
Well, from what I understand, like, you know, Thomas did go to India. But yeah, I mean, there's kind of like a book out there that talks about how, you know, somebody went to China, you know, well, there was historians in China that sort of combined Taoism with Christianity, you know, so that does happen, and they have kind of like that, like, you know, Jesus was a magician that was from Egypt, and then he went to this place and this place, you know, it's kind of absurd, crazy stuff.
Yeah, so I think it's obvious why they mentioned him. You know, it's just what I was saying here.
Yeah.
You know.
Including the Socratic Platonic story.
Yes.
Which really was just while pretending that it's demythologizing, was just creating another mythology, a more intellectually respectable mythology than Zeus.
I gotta go. I just,
you know, some
sorry,
poor
all
maid.
right. I'll
yeah, blessings.
But in essence, the Gospels are, they're not just turning the pagan.
Yeah, peace, homie. Blessings. Oh, he already.
Myths upside down. They're turning Platonism and Aristotelianism, the whole project, upside down.
Yeah, so Girard would always stress the more the discontinuity between mythology and Christianity, and you have certainly a lot of of the great medieval theologians like Aquinas who tried to synthesize the two, and Girard would say that we should also perhaps stress some of the differences and some of the ways in which Christianity was radically different, and then of course on a cultural level, and maybe there were a few idiosyncratic people who could sort of figure some stuff out, and they were too scared to tell anybody about it, and sort of say what did that really matter? But when the idea of a victim, the idea that victims exist it comes from Judeo-Christianity and nowhere else. If you sort of imagine Christ in the time of Pontius Pilate, if he had told Pilate, I am a victim, this would have made no sense whatsoever. Pilate would have said, no, are you a Roman citizen or not? And, the idea that you were a victim made no sense at all. And Girard would claim that this was, gradually as the Christian story became internalized, as it became the basis for, a Christian culture in the Middle Ages, partially Christian, partially not. But you gradually got the society, and then you.
Yeah, and I think by conflating Christianity with victimhood, he's also putting it on the left side of the coin. So he's saying that Rome was a conservative movement. That's a movement towards rights and towards improving society and towards improving humanity. Whereas, Christianity is going to focus on general rights and universalism, right? So he's putting Christianity in the bounds of universalism, right? So it's pretty obvious what he's doing there.
You get to all sorts of ways where it's maybe deformed, maybe gone crazy in modernity, where we talk about victims and nothing else.
When you say Christ, if Christ had said to Pilate, "I am a victim," that would have been
called it. He said it's just like in modernity where you have the victims and the leftism and propagating leftism, and see, he just conflated Christianity with leftism by conflating it with victimhood. So Christianity is leftism, it's victimhood, right? That's essentially what he's saying here. So it's very, very interesting. Obviously, what's on the other side of the coin? Rome. It's very interesting. You would think that Rome was a houser of democratic principles and Christianity was a houser of all these conservative values, right? But he's inverting this whole process, right? It's very interesting, right? And of course, he's a gay libertarian Jew.
meant nothing to Pilate. I think you're talking about.
Oh, wait, what was that, Red? Was that San Trombone?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely Sad Trombone.
About a situation where Christ would have allegedly been invoking his victimhood as having moral status.
If you said it's a mob dynamic, it's
I'm the scapegoat, I'm the victim.
Yeah, you could not say that. And what Girard would claim is that when people started to think of different classes of people as victims, maybe already in the Middle Ages, maybe and then as the centuries progressed, it was actually always interpreting it through this sort of.
Yeah, Denise says they always get it backwards, right? And it's also on purpose, right? It's Kabbalistic inversion, for sure.
Of Christian story.
So Jesus creates actually the gospel accounts create this idea that the victim can be innocent, and suggest that these humans, this thousands and thousands of years of human sacrifice, these victims were innocent. Maybe not perfectly innocent, but they were innocent of the charge. They weren't witches.
They were relatively innocent, and then, but more disturbingly, that the human community was relatively guilty.
Mm.
And it always has been a way in which atheist philosophers in the Enlightenment thought that Christianity was uncomfortable because it blamed humans for too many things. You had the noble savage and the state of nature, or or there's sort of all sorts of ways that if humans were left to themselves, they would just be wonderful. You can just put children in a kindergarten, there would be like some return to
Hobbes. I don't know what he's talking about. Right. I mean, you look at Hobbes, you look at different thinkers, you look at the idea of Darwin, look at the idea of Galileo, right? They're dethroning humankind from the from the central place they had achieved through the Christian cosmology. So see, he's inverting things again. Like, what do you mean, Dave? Like, you know,
the Garden of Eden or something like that. And there were sort of all these, and there was some way in which Christianity said this was always not quite true.
Because the community was built on killing the innocent victim.
And it told lies about that. It told lies that said that the victim was innocent.
that's the Girardian notion of killing the victim. You know, that the scapegoat improves the moral wealth of society or whatever. You know, that moral progress is based on this idea of both victimhood and the scapegoat and all of this notion. So he's bringing in his moral framework with Girard right here, combining Christianity and Nietzsche, of course.
Or that the victim was guilty and that the community was innocent. And then as those lies, you know, have gradually unraveled, you know, we had this, we sort of got to this very, very strange late modern world we're living in now. Girard always thought of Nietzsche as sort of the strange philosopher who is somehow extremely close to the truth of Christianity, because you know what Nietzsche always says is, you know, Christianity is this belief for slaves. It's this thing that people who have victims for whom things hasn't gone well in life, they like to explain, and we need to go back to this sort of harsher, more pagan world in which we have no problem with sacrificing humans, and we're not so sentimental and all these things. And Girard would claim that, yeah, perhaps Nietzsche understood almost better than anyone in the 19th century that Christianity had subverted, you know, all of the values of the ancient world. You know, there's the story of you have all these sort of comparative mythology things where you have the story of Dionysus, who's sort of this god who gets killed by his worshippers, versus the story of Christ, and they're sort of parallel stories.
There it is. It's a sort of neoconservatism that's framing Christianity as liberalism, right? That's conflating the Roman Republic as conservatism. Right, and it's conflating statism with conservatism when it's actually liberalism. So I think this is the crux of the problem right here, right? Man, I mean, these guys think they could get one over on me. This is going to take a long time before you fool somebody like me, buddy.
But you know, there are differences of perspective where, you know, Christ is innocent, the community is guilty. In Dionysus, it's just this wonderful pagan ritual, and it's you know, it's the mania is just this wonderful expression of humanity, and so Nietzsche would have said, you know, that yeah, Dionysus was somehow life affirming and Christ was life denying. So and he saw a lot of it, but he just put the moral valence very, very
Didn't
incorrect.
he sign his letters Dionysus sometimes, and sometimes the crucified one? So
well, at the very end, when Nietzsche went insane, he.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that these 2 hours is going to be better than my show, the opening of my show right now. This is the greatest 2 hours we've ever done. What the fuck? Dude, what the hell? Yeah, I'm going to have to play this after my show because this is pretty definitive. I mean, but there's only 16 minutes of this. But yeah, I can't wait to get into the Thiel series. This guy's off his rocker, you know.
Dude is he gets nervous too when you ask him certain questions.
Yeah, that's the thing is that he makes me sound smart because of the stuttering. So that's interesting too. We match our stuttering. I mean, so it's cool.
He finally saw that Dionysus and the crucified were the same. And so I think it was his very last letter just before he went insane that he signed the crucified. And so
we can have some hope maybe for
maybe that's what finally drove him mad, was when he realized they were in some sense the same, and that and of course, you know, Nietzsche in some sense, you know, tried to turn himself into into someone who was crucified. You know, maybe he, you know, this is probably not totally correct history, but maybe he intentionally went insane so that he could, you know, he could become elevated in this way. Something like
The hell
that
is he
happened.
babbling
Well, yeah, in
about?
some ways he's anticipating the
Yeah, that seems like a hyper leftist ideal. Yeah, insanity is liberation. Yeah, that seems like, you know, you've gone into hyper left. You've even gone to postmodernism at this point. You know, so that's what's wild about this. You know, wait. So Christianity is a problem because it's leftism, but insanity is liberation, which is essentially postmodernism. Now, what the fuck?
Is he trying to be a revisionist with Nietzsche or some shit? Just speculating like that. It's talking out of his ass.
Yeah, Nietzsche's madness is the stupidest thing. It's like Kaczynski's madness or Nietzsche's madness. It's like, who cares, dude? Like, you know what I mean? Right? It's like they wrote so many brilliant things. Like, you know what I mean? Right? Like, who cares what they were like in person? Like, it's like, I'm not trying to smoke a blunt with the guy. I mean, I mean, like, what the hell?
victim culture. So let me fill in some blanks. You know, in the ancient world, you have these victims. They're not identified as victims. They're evil. They, you know, he slept with his mother. He killed his father. That's why he deserved to die. And then the social order is built on these human sacrifices. And then along comes the gospel accounts, and it's the first ancient literature that acknowledges the true story, which is that the victim was innocent, not guilty. And then as that story is told throughout history, you just suggested and Gerard did, anytime somebody's picking up the stone to throw it at somebody, they stop for, if they've heard that story, they say, well, maybe this is like that Jesus story. Maybe this victim is innocent. So the ability to create order by killing an outsider is weakened.
So how is Socrates not innocent? And surely Nietzsche saw this. He saw the Plato Socrates story is exactly the same thing that they were trying to do in the Jesus story. So why can't these guys see it? Right.
And eventually in the modern world, we essentially just have that concern for the victim, no forgiveness. We have the mob says victim, 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 and then there's competition and there's victim Olympics, but we don't actually kill anybody. So we can't get the pagan order. We don't forgive, so we can't get the Christian order. And that's essentially what progressive woke mobism is.
Yeah, there are many different ways this has worked its way out in modernity. So there's certainly, if you think of it as almost like a drug, because, you know, the
don't actually kill anybody, so we can't get the pagan order. We there's victim Olympics, but we don't actually kill anybody, so we can't get the pagan order. We don't forgive, so we can't get the Christian order. And that's essentially what progressive woke mobism is.
Yeah, there are many different ways.
So unactionable victimhood? You know, yeah, that's part of the psychology of leftism, but that's a symptom and not the disease. Right? So, you know, they're simply focusing on psychological aspects that are down the road of ideological constraints, right? And they're dancing around the ideology, right? And they're also butchering ideas while they're at it. So
this has worked its way out in modernity. So there's certainly, if you think of it as almost like a drug, because, you know, the Greek word for there were these people called pharmakoi, the same root as pharmacy, and they were sort of kept in reserve. And if there was a crisis in Athens, you'd bring these people out and parade them through the streets and then kill them. And so it was like
He's a textual scholar now.
Formula for restoring order to the community, and these people had the same root. And so if you think of scapegoating as
yeah, what? Like pharmakoi. Yeah, this is some wild stuff. You know, I wonder where he heard this great tale. And that also sounds like some occult thing, pharmacoi. That sounds like alchemist type of thing, spiel. I mean,
I
I've
think
heard
it's
that.
also the word used for sorcery.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. It's literally witchcraft. I mean, it's like he's talking about pharmacoi. It's like that's alchemy back in the day. You're working with like spirits and potions and stuff.
Yeah.
The fuck? So he's like, oh yeah, by the way, there was these ancient alchemists they would blame in society and they didn't deserve it. What the fuck? Like, I don't understand what that had to do with anything.
I mean, he's sounds like he's taking some pharmacoi right now.
Kind of drug, but that only works when you don't know how it works. So, you know, there's some problems in the village. Nobody's getting along. We're going to identify this woman as a witch and kill her. You know, that can be socially efficacious only if you don't know what you're doing. And then as you know what you're doing, yeah, the basic thing that happens is it doesn't quite work anymore. But one kind of thing you can try to do is just increase the dosage of the drug and you know, multiply the number of victims. And Girard saw the big totalitarian movements of the 20th century, you know, fascism and communism, as these attempts to turn the human community in on itself and to get to increase the dosage. And maybe if you had millions of victims, you could get the old formula to work again.
One victim's not enough. Needs to be 6 million Jews and 4 million.
It was never enough.
Poles.
It was never enough.
Because if it's a drug, it's never enough, right? You develop.
There are ways in which, you know, fascism and communism were quite similar, and I think, you know, I tend to think people often, you know, on the left sort of, you know, make them more different than they were. But one difference that I do think is interesting between the two is that fascism was sort of an attempt to go back to the past, and it was, you know, it was to say, you know, the historical victims really were guilty. You know, the homosexuals, the disabled people, the Jews, the, you know, whereas whereas you can think of communism as actually sort of more modern, sort of hyper modern, and in some sense, this may be a confusing word, you know, almost a form of ultra Christianity, where we're going to take the historical victims as real, and we're going to victimize the victimizers. And so we're going to go after the aristocrats, the capitalists, the landlords, you know, all these sorts of people who were historically victimized, and we're going to turn them into victims.
We're going to scapegoat the scapegoaters.
We're going to scapegoat the scapegoaters, and in this sort of vaguely, you know, in this powerfully Christian world, that's actually the much stronger move, and in some sense, that's the more dangerous one. You know, if you say, you know, take the Middle Ages, where people would have said that the secular where it can, I do think, you know, it will increase the dosage.
I'm sorry, I kind of gonna go back like 2 minutes there to see what just transpired.
And maybe if you had millions of victims, you could get the old
Under
formula to work
sophistry,
again.
it seems
One
like.
victim's not enough. Needs to be 6 million.
Yeah, the rhetoric is getting pretty heavy at this point. So he's taking some of his original points he made before and now contextualizing them into the modern situation. Right? And it's fucking wild, dude. He's saying you don't want to blame the capitalists and all this type of stuff. It's crazy stuff. That the blame of the capitalists is scapegoating and all this is crazy stuff.
Million Jews and 4 million.
Yeah, and it's Christianity and all this stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It was never enough. It was never enough.
Because if it's a drug, it's never enough, right? You develop.
There are ways in which, you know, fascism and communism were quite similar, and I think, you know, I tend to think people often, you know, on the left sort of, you know, make them more different than they were. But one difference that I do think is interesting between the two is that fascism was sort of an attempt to go back to the past, and it was, you know, it was to say, you know, the historical victims really were guilty. You know, the homosexuals, the disabled people, the Jews, the, you know,
like you.
Whereas
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, how are those people historical victims? I thought historical victims would be like Native Americans or something. This is fucking stupid. I mean, I don't even understand that part at all. I mean, it's like you're choosing who is the historical victim, and they're actually the privileged people. They're like, what the fuck? I mean,
Whereas you can think of communism as actually sort of more modern, sort of hyper modern, and in some sense, this may be a confusing word, almost a form of ultra Christianity, where it's we're going to take the historical victims.
so see, hypermodernism is ultra Christianity. Those two are the same thing in his mind. It's wild stuff.
How the like? Where is he coming from? Like, what
From
the
that,
fuck is he smoking?
from that shit from before, right? That 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 Rome is neoconservatism and Christianity is liberalism. I mean, so yeah, it's wild stuff. And there's going to be more people that are looking at it in this way. Like I said, Moldbug and all these guys are already running with the idea that liberalism is just basically Christian atheism, right? And in that way, they're trying to supplant ideas that myself and others are trying to put forward.
This is real, and we're going to victimize the victimizers. And so we're going to go after the aristocrats, the capitalists, the landlords, all these sorts of people who were historically victimized, and we're going to turn them into victims.
We're going to scapegoat the
We're
scapegoat.
going to scapegoat the scapegoaters, and in this sort of vaguely, in this powerfully Christian world, that's actually the much stronger move. And in some sense, that's the more dangerous one. If you say, take the Middle Ages, where people would have said that the second most important attribute of Christ after his divinity was his poverty. And if you saw a beggar on the street, it might be Christ in disguise, and you would be held to account at the last judgment for how you treated that person. And then, in some sense, you could think of even the forerunners of like Tolstoy, all the sort of forerunners of communism sort of weaponize this. And we are going to be more Christian than Christians. The poor shall inherit the earth, but we're going to have a violent revolution, and the proletariat will get it in the here and now. It's, even though on a philosophical level, of course, Marxism isn't materialist, atheistic type of philosophy. On sort of the sort of ethical, moral valence always comes from saying something like the Christians aren't Christian enough, and we need to be even more Christian than the Christians. And that's
so its power depends on a partial appeal to a distorted version of the gospel.
Yes. But sorry, we're jumping all over the map here a little bit, but one of the
jump wherever you like.
One of the
a partial appeal to the distorted version of the gospel. Do you not hear yourself, man? That's you. What the hell?
And obviously, I guess the interviewer guy, it's like no pushback whatsoever. It's like jump wherever you want.
Right. I mean, he's cloud sharking it up. He's not going to be bigger than Peter Thiel, so it's just like,
yeah, right.
Yeah.
One of the gospel passages that Gerard always liked to refer to was the curses against the Pharisees, where the Pharisees were these people who were saying that if they lived in the time of the prophets, they would have honored them. But somehow the fact that they said that suggested the opposite was true. They thought they were better than other people, and as a result, they didn't realize how they were they were acting just like the people who were going to persecute the prophets. And then when they were about to do to Christ what their forefathers had done to the prophets. And so somehow, in claiming that they were better than the people who had come before them, they were just proving they were going to repeat things in this cycle of violence. And Girard
So by
always
emphasizing their discontinuity with the past, they inadvertently put themselves in
preserved the continuity.
Yes,
Exactly.
because they won't let the text read them, starting off, where we were. right?
Exactly. Going right back to the
Yeah.
beginning. Exactly. And Girard thought, so we have, the two parallels in the past, the time of the prophets, the present for the Pharisees, where Christ is about to be killed. But Girard thought that this was also a prophecy about the future. And it happened in a way in medieval Christianity where anti-Semitism was justified because the Jews had killed Christ. And the conceit was that if we lived in the time of Christ, we would not have been like the Jews who killed him. And so there's a way in which medieval.
Okay, I think I'm starting to get the picture of why they like Girard so much. It's because he painted the Christians as anti-Semites, and you need that for the progress of civilization, after all, don't you? So
Right.
Evil anti-Semitism, where you're saying you were better than the people who'd lived in the time of Christ. You were more Christian than they were.
And then they killed Jews.
And then you somehow, in some way, repeat the cycle. And
jump in, and then they killed gift. It's like, just to clarify, it's like, what? Get out of here, dude! You're fucking wombat. You're deranged.
then, of course, Girard would have extended this also to the 20th and 21st century, where, let's say, atheist leftism, atheist liberalism, atheistic communism, the moral conceit is we're better than the people who lived in the Middle Ages, and if we'd lived in their time, we would have been so much more wonderful and so much more tolerant. And when people say this stuff, you should be very skeptical, because almost a tell that the opposite is true. And then this is, of course, dramatically true of something like communist movements in the 20th century. But there probably are versions of this with a lot of the phenomena that sort of get broadly labeled under political correctness in one form or another.
But in this particular case, because we're a gospel haunted culture, at least we're not to the point where we don't kill people, so we don't reestablish the order. So it just keeps going and going and going. And I don't know if it's, a lot of books say that they're Rene Girard's last book, but Battling to the End might be, right? He talks about how this just keeps going, and we keep having these rivalries. Who's the victim? Oh no, I'm the victim. No, you're the victim. And then we're gonna.
Well, it's both. It's there is a dimension of late modernity where it's potentially we sort of know too much, and we can't motivate ourselves to really kill people in certain contexts. In other contexts, obviously you have the totalitarian catastrophes, where people didn't seem to have that problem. Girard would argue that there's actually something latently apocalyptic about late modernity, and that perhaps this somehow related to the apocalyptic prophecies of the Bible, where and Girard saw the prophecies of the Christian apocalypse not as something that should be read mystically, but as an almost scientific prediction of what humans would do to themselves in a world that had been informed by Christianity, but which had not fully taken the Christian message to heart. Because if you were informed by Christianity, certain forms of scapegoating wouldn't work. You couldn't blame human causes. You would start looking for natural causes. If the Jews or the witches didn't cause the plague, maybe you would look under a microscope and gradually figure out it was a bacteria that caused it. And so there would be so even the whole history of science.
So there it is, very clear conflation of Christianity with superstition, right? And talking about the preeminence of science. So yeah, he's totally brought it home there. We know what he wants to exemplify, right? He wants to exemplify the scientific ideal, not the Christian ideal. So here it comes out, right? He thinks Christianity is superstition. There's nothing in there that's actually true that he actually thinks is true, right? So fascinating. He's just using Christianity to get to a specific goal. And I bet so are the people that are working with him and praising people like Jordan Peterson, like Andrew Wilson.
Can be seen as a byproduct of what happens in a world where certain crude forms of scapegoating work less and less well.
So this is the idea I've heard you say, and Gerard, that we didn't stop burning witches because we invented science. We invented science because we stopped burning witches.
And that seems correct to me as just a matter of history. Like, in the 18th century, there was no
So he's a
comprehensive
history
scientific theory that witchcraft was impossible.
PhD now.
Yeah, that was an interesting statement, right? So science caused the positive change, right? It wasn't that we had some sort of idea about religion and then started sciencing. But I think that's overstated, personally, because it's so obvious that certain ideas or certain religious ideas had to be totally eclipsed, right, by notions of liberalism, right, for technology and science to actually take over society, right, in the 1800s, right, when the Industrial Revolution happened, right? So it's pretty obvious to me that there's a lot of ideological groundwork that was already put forward. It wasn't just that, yeah, we found things out about the way the world worked and then applied it to the religion. That's what the science says, right? But that's definitely not what history says, right? So I think that's very interesting. It's
I'm telling you, he's a revisionist.
Yeah, total revisionism here.
You can still go to a bookstore in Berkeley and get a book on how to be a witch. And so we still haven't, proven that something like this is impossible, or that maybe it was a long lost art or something like this. But we know that the witches were innocent, and it's an amazing thing, because you had trials. In some cases they produced the contract the witch had signed with the devil, and we're sitting here 400 years later and saying these trials were kangaroo courts, and they were travesties of justice. And Gerard would claim this is sort of another way that the revelation is working its way out. But
so we have a reverse witch hunting now.
So you said we're saying that. Who's we? I mean, other than Jews and liberals, who else is saying that these were some sort of mistake?
Let me just come back to the other point.
Go ahead.
Gerard would have argued, though, that there was a dimension of this where things had the potential to spiral out of control, that there was a potential for limitless violence, and that the sort of conquest of nature. Gerard was focused on nuclear weapons, but there certainly are a number of other ways in which science or technology are potentially limitless in their violence. And perhaps in the post 1945 world, we're always living in the end times for Christianity, but perhaps post 1945, there's some sense in which that's more true than it was in the 19th centuries that went before. And so if you fast forward to some place like 2021 in the United States, there's one level in which you can analyze it where it's all these sort of super dysfunctional chronic relationships. It rarely gets acute. You have crazy wars on Twitter. It normally doesn't lead to actual scapegoating.
Twitter doesn't have an execution button, so we can't actually end it by killing somebody. We can cancel them, and but if you cancel them, they just become conservative celebrities. So you haven't really killed them.
It's sort of complicated. I think there are.
Yeah, just a statement that you have wars on Twitter. That means that this guy is extremely removed from the decisions he makes in the real world that affect millions of people. And you know, what he's actually involved with, right? The notion that he worked for Palantir and he's saying wars on Twitter. It's just insane levels of detachment, right?
Well, doesn't you know from Chappelle that Twitter's not a real place? Guess
Right.
not.
But it's from an archaic perspective. There's one way in which it's shockingly non-violent, but there's always a thought that it can snowball. There is in theory no limit to it, and so I think Gerard would also have felt that people weren't entirely wrong to somehow feel the sense that the violence was potentially unlimited, because the sort of mimetic aspect of Gerard is these things do have.
Hello.
Hey James, what's going? Oh, what's
It's
going on, brother?
okay. It's okay,
You doing
bro.
okay?
Yep. How y'all today?
Chilling. Yeah.
Good.
So I guess y'all both been reviewing this video, I guess. That's what's up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this guy's talking some crazy stuff about Christianity, liberalism. Well, first of all, he thinks Christianity is liberalism. So that's really
Huh?
Oh yeah.
What? No.
I know.
It's not liberalism. It's conservative, and it's liberal and conservative. But it's like it doesn't really have political lines.
Yeah. So it's kind of weird because he's saying that, Christianity destroyed the fruits of the Roman Empire, which is, kind of wild. I mean, and then
No, the Romans destroyed themselves. I don't know what he's talking
yeah, and then he's going into some other ideas. So they're essentially he's saying that the victimhood complex is invented by Christians or something like that. Because of the Bible. And so this is some of the weird shit that he said so far, right? That we broke down and basically shown how it's totally nonsense. I mean, especially in the way he's contextualizing it with historical ideas, right? And he's trying to conflate different ideas. He's a liberal pretending to be a conservative, right? He's a gay libertarian Jew that's basically using Christianity, right, for some type of end goal. Right. So
Wow.
he's using Christian ideas to promote liberalism, I think is ultimately what he's trying to do. Right. So it's really weird. Yeah, it's definitely. And also he's one of the top spies in the world, basically, because he ran Palantir. He wrote a bunch of books. Right. He invented Cash App with Elon Musk. Right. So this guy's a huge dude.
You mean PayPal?
PayPal and Cash App, I think.
Oh,
He was
and
working-
Cash App?
And he was working with like huge Federal Reserve adjacent Swiss banks and shit like that before he ever got into PayPal and shit. So
Oh, that's not surprising.
Yes, I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy, Peter Thiel, but yeah, he's totally.
I have not. I use Cash App and PayPal, and I didn't even know about him.
Yeah, right. So yeah. So yeah, it's definitely relevant. But the way he's framing certain ideas, especially certain Christian ideas, I think people are becoming, aware of, some things. But yeah.
Hey.
But yeah, so that's why we're reviewing this. But yeah, welcome, James. Blessings.
Yes, sir. Welcome. Blessings. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Potential to snowball, out of control like crazy.
So mimetic is imitative, right? Just to fill that in,
yes,
for people. And Gerard was concerned about mimetic rivalry, which is we imitate other people and are rivals with them rather than imitating Christ.
Yep.
Who's not the rival.
Like in some ways.
Yeah, they're trying to be complex. They're trying to say mimetic when they actually mean symbolic. Right. So they're saying that you can use symbolic forms to basically hack ideas. right?
Or
And
hack people, essentially.
right,
Like
exactly.
monkey
Yep.
see, like basically, like we're gonna do a little monkey see, monkey do, but we're gonna make it sound real fancy, so you think it's coming from you. Ooh, I like
Right,
that. I'm gonna turn that to
right.
rap.
And then you're saying there's no logic in it. You're reducing everything to a rhetorical device by saying it's mimetic device, right? So that's what's interesting. There's no underlying truth behind anything if it's just mimetic, right? So Christianity being a mimetic instrument, that means there's no truth in it. That means that you could just use it for some type of symbolic goal, right? And so their plot to use Christianity in this way, in the mimetic sense, it's postmodern. It's itself liberalism, right? So
Well, and it's kind of like what Rand says. Like they've hijacked the English language themselves. I mean, itself from the very beginning, where they injected irony into things. Where basically it's like, and again, this has probably been going on longer than that, but it's a long project of essentially like let's just make language into a symbol where there's so many different codexes where it can mean this, it can mean this, it can mean a million different things, and until you're trained in the deciphering process of the encoded or encrypted stuff, you'll never know what it actually means. And I think that's kind of where they're trying to do. It seems or feels as if that's what they're trying to do with the whole cryptocurrency. Why do they call it cryptocurrency? Because what one set of data might look like to you on a blockchain, if you have the the decoder ring, it might mean something totally different to somebody else, right? So I don't know. That's kind of where it seems like they're trying to do that with the economy as well. So
There's the Steven Pinker view of our world where it's just gotten less and less violent, and you look at the number of murders and all these things, and if you believe the statistics, we're at an all-time low in relative violence. But this can't be the full story, and we also have 10,000 nuclear weapons, and the potential violence seems greater than ever, and there's some sense in which we're in this strange intermediate zone where we are perhaps not insane enough.
So he agrees with some of Pinker's notion of progress, but not all of it. You see, he agrees that it's less violent than before, but the capacity for violence has increased. So obviously he's gonna blame this on on technology or whatever. But this is so interesting that his whole idea of just how he's constructing the idea, right?
To push the nuclear button and go all the way to limitless.
And the mention of Pinker is not accidental, I think, right? He's mentioned several names here: Gerard, Pinker, right? And of course, he mentioned that Gerard is emptying Christianity of its metaphysical value systems or whatever, and kind of saying that it's also scientific in some way, right? So he's also mentioned that earlier.
Violence, but we're not sane enough to embrace the gospel wholeheartedly and reject violence in all its form. And so we're in this sort of in-between zone of what Gerard would call like sick revenge, where we still think we should be enacting revenge, but we don't really believe in it, and it just sort of keeps going like this, and we don't know yet whether it's going to end in the apocalypse or the kingdom of God.
Okay, so that's a good point. We don't know yet, because in reading some of this stuff, one can get the impression that it's inevitable. And a big theme for you is that we do have agency over the future, right? Definitism. Not, as you say, we don't just eat popcorn and watch what unfolds. We're participating in it, and we're not. We don't have a non-K. We don't.
Definitism.
We're just being dragged to, or maybe
it's supposed to be different than determinism. Since he just said that they have free agency in this regard with a eschatological kind of viewpoint.
So then so they don't believe in predeterminism then, or they have to be free will. right? I mean,
Yeah, I think Thiel is a libertarian. So I think he believes hugely in the idea of free will, right? But it's from an atheist, secular idea, right?
Probably,
So,
but I think
yeah.
he LARPs as a libertarian, in my opinion.
Yeah.
and I don't know how they can blame technology for our current violent problem. I think it's societal issues that's causing people to possibly be more violent because we're going through a lot of societal issues of like men and women not getting married, not having families and stuff. Which I mean, you could say is maybe because of the technology a little bit, but I don't see how it could be as much.
Yeah,
As
he thinks technology has made everything more peaceful, but also that it's to blame for the capacity for violence. So he doesn't think that we become more violent. He just thinks that we could be more violent if given the technology, for example, nuclear weapons, we could kill a lot more people is basically what he's saying. So I think that is interesting. The only notion I wanted to point out is that he's accepting Pinker's idea of progress a little bit. So he's saying that we're living in a much better time now because of the technology, which I don't think necessarily is 100% true, because like you said, people's social behavior is a lot worse, right? So
they're
people don't have any
violent.
values, so
Yeah, and they're violent because of politics. I mean, they may not be violent for war, but they're violent because of social issues.
right.
And the pressure is just getting more and more and more to the point where it might even lead to a war if nothing is done to relieve the pressure.
I think technology has a lot more to do, and infrastructure as well, do not have a lot more to do with it than people think.
I don't know. I think it's just our mindsets. We're not updating ourselves with the technology. I don't think it's the technology. Maybe that's just because I'm a techie kind of guy. I like technology.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, but yeah, blessings though. But yeah, totally. Yeah, of course. And this isn't really about, the overall, like whether we personally like it or not, but more about, how it changes social values, right? So that's a little bit more of a thing, because from one end, you could say that technology's brought everybody together, but on another end, it's created international, global system. So there's a possibility for globalism and one world government and all that stuff, right? So that's a negative thing, right? Because you want people to be who they are, right? You want them to represent their views, and obviously, it's good that they do once technology brings them together to help them do that. But it could also lead to people imbibing all sorts of ideas that are destructive to their society, right? So it's kind of a, because the people who make the technology, they see things one way.
Yeah.
They see things in terms of liberalism, in terms of progress, in terms of secularism. So that's what's interesting, Like, for example, Peter Thiel. He's one of the main guys that's making the technology, and look at how he's seeing things, right? In this sort of progressive sense, right?
Yeah. But blessings back. But the thing is though, we allow it to do that to us, to change our values. If we didn't allow it to change our values, I don't think technology in of itself would change our values. That's a lack of human willingness, because a lot of people out here are just, they're going along with whatever the majority of people say, or at least what they perceive as the majority, when it's really the minority that are saying this. They'll just go along with
Yeah,
what they
like people
perceive
like Thiel,
as robots.
yeah,
Basically.
Yeah, like people like Thiel, they're developing the technology at the highest level, right? How would an average person be in control of the technology, or how would we let it do that to us, when obviously for most people who aren't developing the technology, it's being imposed on them? Wouldn't you say, James?
I don't know if technology is necessarily being imposed on people.
Well,
I mean, I have to wonder how.
well, for example, right? You're basically in a technological society, right?
I mean, yeah, basically, but people can
But
still use money
did you
right
choose
now.
that? Yeah, but did you choose that reality?
No,
No.
not
The answer is
really.
no. Yeah, the answer is no, right? And
Yeah.
now you would function better in the society if you use technology than if you didn't use it, right?
Yeah, it'd probably make things a lot easier, yeah.
Yeah, by necessity. Because we live in a technological society, right? We use technology to survive. Now, none of us has a choice in this, right? So that's the problem, is that it is being imposed on most people, right?
I
Like they don't
still
have a
would
choice.
think,
Like they don't like we didn't all vote and say, oh, we're gonna use these machines. These are the bad machines. These are good machines. Nobody took a vote on that, right?
yeah, but still, yeah, there's some choices for people to make. They could, still, yeah, go live out in the country or something, and and
Yeah,
not
the
have to
people
use
who live
all.
out in the country, they're still affected by the world around them, right?
How effective do you have to be depending on your choices you make?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a great
'Cause
question. How
I
affected?
don't know how.
I think that's an intelligent question. Because it's like, how affected do you have to be by the technology? But if we say, well, nobody's affected by it, then that's kind of a lie, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, to say that nobody's affected by it, but still, yet people choose to allow themselves to be affected
Well,
by
not
it. So,
not everybody chooses. Like, for example, the people who lived in the forest, and then they took down the forest, and then they made them grow sugarcane, and basically, the kids have to grow sugarcane for $200 a week so that they could pay money to go to school on the weekend, and we have sugar because of that. Do you think those kids chose that? I'd say no, they didn't choose that, right? They
yeah,
probably
but
choose. They would choose to live in the forest, right? Their
yeah,
choice.
but what
They
kind
chose to
of
live in the forest, right?
yeah, but we live in a society where we're supposed to be free, though, in America.
Right.
Supposed to be is the key
Right, we're supposed to be
part
free.
there.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is most people on Earth think they're free, but they're enslaved by technology, and they don't.
Yeah, because most people will allow themselves.
I agree. To a large extent. They're allowing them to be enslaved by the technology. I totally agree with that. But
It's a very
yeah.
small, I would say, very small percentage that don't choose.
I mean, if you go with the 90% of people, they'll tell you they can't live without their cell phone, and there's no going back to a simpler time. So I think that most of them would.
They tell you this, but if you look at their
But you
life,
think
I'm
they're lying?
sure
Yeah.
you could have made choices. They may not be lying. They may really think this. They may really
Yeah.
believe it.
Yeah, sure.
But if they looked at their life and analyzed their life, they could probably have made better choices.
Yeah.
If they sit down and take an honest look at their life and analyze.
Yeah. Yeah, I think ultimately we should make a choice. We should decide, like, all right, these are the technologies we like, these are the technologies we don't like, and then make a decision together. But that's not what's happening. Large part of technology is being imposed because it's efficient, right? Because it'll help the system work better, more efficiently, right? And it's imposed on the people without them being part of the decision-making process, right? And that
Maybe.
yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how much more efficient it's gonna make it. It seems like technology in a way does make things efficient, but in a lot of ways make things not efficient, especially when it shuts down,
Oh yeah.
because they don't have protocol set up in place for when it shuts down.
That's right. That's another problem, is that if you put all your eggs in one basket, and you're simply relying on the technology, then what happens when you don't have it? What happens when the system fails?
Most
It's a huge
people
question.
starve.
Right, exactly. And that's a huge problem then. That means that most people today are dependent on technology, and that means they're not in control at all. Because if the system crashes and most people starve, then how are they in control? You know
They're
what I'm
not,
saying?
but they're in control of allowing it. How much allowance they give it?
Oh yeah. That's it. But see, this is the thing. They're allowing it because they gave up control. You know, or are they giving up control because they're allowing it? Right?
I could probably argue from both ways.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting for sure.
I think part of it would be is because people are enslaved to their desires, so they've crafted technology to tap into their desires. So that's got to be some part of it. So if you're
but
just ruled by your desires and you don't actually have control over yourself,
yeah, which they
then it
allowed
makes
to
you an
happen.
easy target.
Yeah. Which I think they allowed to happen, though. Allowed them their desires to get out of control.
Of course.
Maybe we do. I'd like to hear you speak to this. Can we avoid that apocalyptic scenario where the sick revenge? We're not Christian enough to forgive, but we're not pagan enough to kill and tell a lie. So we just kind of go on, and maybe that gets to the point where it's dueling nuclear powers rather than Trump versus CNN, which is at this point just sort of rhetorically violent. Does that have to happen, or is there an off ramp?
You know, you know, the cosmic question is always hard. It seems ambiguous, you know, in Christianity, even though if you had to take a side, you'd say that it certainly feels like the apocalyptic ending is more likely. And so, you know, Girard would have argued that there was an off ramp for the Jews in the time of Christ. And if they had all followed Christ, you would have had the kingdom of heaven could have happened then and there. And in a similar way, if, you know, at the point where the whole world has heard the gospel message, if it were to embrace it, there could be an off ramp. And then, and in some sense, it is a question of human agency and human free will. And that's implicit.
So I mean, that made no sense. The off ramp to Christianity is globalism. You know, like what? The only solution, the only off ramp to the gospel message is if everybody believed it. What is that nonsense? I mean, you know, and that means what? You know that Christianity only works if everybody believes it. That means that he's conflating it again with idealism, right? And that means that you know, it goes back to that idea of him conflating it with leftism as well, and with the idea of victimhood, right? So he's going back to that old shtick here.
In Girard, but then there's also always this idea that probably it's not what's going to happen, although we're not sure. Girard always thought that, you know, you have the haunting last question in the Gospel of Luke that Christ asks, you know, when the Son of Man returns, will he find faith on earth? And it's framed in a way where it could be, in one sense, you say it could be, could not be, could be either way. But certainly it seems suggestive that there won't be that much, and that somehow Christianity will have, you know, there's an element of Christianity that predicts its own failure, that it predicts people will hear the message, but then will reject it, even though certainly individually they can choose otherwise. But I would say maybe these are all.
Yeah, I think the idea is extremely important, right? It's because the Gospels basically predict modernism, right? And it's not in the way that he's framing it with Girard, right, which is the secularizing of Christian teachings, right? That without you know, without the religious notions in Christianity, it basically becomes like liberalism, right? Which obviously he's borrowing from Nietzsche, right? So this whole notion, I mean, you know, and I'm gonna go back like 20 seconds here, so because I kind of forgot what I'm talking about.
Seems suggestive that there won't be that much, and that somehow Christianity will have, you know, there's an element of Christianity that predicts its own failure, that it predicts.
Yeah, this is the idea of Christianity being the antithesis of futurism. Right, of course, he's trying to use a quasi-dispensationalist approach by saying the word Judeo-Christian and conflating Judaism with Christianity. Right, so it's pretty obvious that, you know, he's missing the point here. Right, the point is that when Jesus returns, he comes to clean up the mess. Right?
Yep.
It's not that Christianity predicts its failure. That's a wild interpretation, dude. A misinterpretation for sure. Like, what the fuck?
People will hear the message, but then will reject it, even though certainly individually they can choose otherwise. But I would say maybe these are all, you know, another point on this question of the apocalypse I've always thought is that if one is too sanguine about it, that's probably a formula for it happening. So, you know, if we're in a
If one is too what? Sanguine? Says the guy who drinks blood. I just want to point that out.
Whoa.
L-adrenochrome.
Pretty weird.
What now?
Yeah, that's right. That's right, James. You hear something weird every day, don't you? This is crazy, man. Yeah, this guy has a company. Yeah, he has a company where they inject young people's blood into old people.
Oh, that's what's that? The one guy gets it from his own son. Not Teal,
Dang.
but there's another guy. Yeah, so that's definitely the same thing.
Yeah, so you're too sanguine. It's like, hold on, dude.
It's like some kind of projection on his part.
Vampirism reference there.
a world where people are really worried about this stuff and really worried about how we need to change, maybe something will happen. If the sort of Steven Pinker formula that or Coué, the New Age thinker from the 1920s, who said that you just needed to tell yourself, every day in every way I'm getting better and better. If you just said that, that would be enough. The sort of utopian New Age formulas seem to me to be a recipe for apocalypse, and then maybe the only hope is somehow the opposite, to say we are in this crazy apocalyptic situation, and maybe there's some hope that if we're aware of it, we can get out. This is probably reading a little bit too much into Girard, but I often think he vaguely thought of himself as like Jonah going to Nineveh, where it's like announcing the city is about to be destroyed.
Right, and it gets a stay of execution. It gets.
Then when they believe it's going to be destroyed, they repent, and then that paradoxically leads to a stay of execution.
Right, and then historians are always puzzled about why does Assyria suddenly become so prosperous and stable around this time. Well, they believed Jonah, and they stopped burning witches, so they maybe got some science, but then they became, as you say, sanguine about it. By the way, interesting choice of words, sanguinate, blood. So
yeah, very interesting.
Not sanguine right now. Do you agree with that?
We are probably, well, it's always in.
Crazy vampirism. You guys see this? And they wait till the end to start mentioning the sanguine stuff.
Yeah, it's like, kind of like in plain sight.
Like, are you talking about drinking blood here or what, buddy? What the fuck, dude?
Like hint.
Hint, right at the end of the talk, by the way, people are too sanguine, and let's prolong this discussion. The optics are high.
Yeah.
Hashtag pedo pogo.
Possible to sort of have a perfectly accurate reading of one's time. I think there certainly are ways in which it feels like some things are intense. There are some ways in which people are worried. There are a lot of ways in which these things are, it seems to be very, very poorly articulated. And then, so I don't know. It's always very, I don't think it's impossible to have a feel for what's going on. And from my perspective, it seems that we have, this crazy, I wouldn't say quite Marxist, but this crazy form of political correctness that's this insane deformation of Christianity, and it's too political, and it's not sanguine. It's very unhealthy. It might also be that so much of it is virtue signaling, LARPing. It's all like some video game. People think
that we talk apocalyptically, but we do it from a place of safety.
It's the least serious we've ever been.
Right. So everyone says everything's terrible and it's about to blow up, but it's a game. We feel safe, right?
Yeah. I mean, one of my colleagues, his dad was this Tea Party baby boomer a decade ago, and it was Obama was a communist. He was going to destroy the country, and you asked the dad, so what are you doing? It's, well, I'm just playing golf, and are you going around?
So do you really believe that stuff? Right. I mean, that's a great point.
You'd be acting in a very different way, and there's and that's the ambiguity I also find right now. Is AOC, is she really a communist revolutionary, or is she just Fox News construct that's like some mirror image of the bad
This is crazy. Is he giving away the plot here by saying that AOC is controlled opposition? This is very strange. Like, what? Did he just admit it? Like,
yeah, he's just admitting what people already knew.
Right.
But now it's just flat out there.
Yeah, she's not serious. She was created by the Republicans. Like, what the hell? Holy shit!
By the Republicans, I didn't catch that part.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said they basically created her as their like dummy. I mean, so they could go after her. Crazy, weird stuff.
Well, I knew she was controlled by somebody, but I didn't know Republicans.
That's what he said. Yeah. So, and of course, he's saying that's some kind of a hypothetical scenario, but it's much more interesting.
Maybe there's something to it, because what was it? Alex Stein calling her a big booty Latina,
right? which he stole from Davy Crockett, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wild. That he's not only stalking him but stealing his jokes in real time. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah. They gotta steal from the best, of course.
Right.
The people in silly costumes that stormed the Capitol on January 6th.
So we're maybe not worried enough, therefore we should be worried. In essence, you're saying if we're worried about apocalypse, then apocalypse is less likely. If we're not worried about it, then it's more likely. And at this point, maybe a dominant cultural motif is we're pretending.
What's up, fellers?
What the hell was that just now? If we're worried about apocalypse, then apocalypse is less likely. Like, no man knoweth the hour of the time, man. Like, what are you talking? What are you smoking? I mean,
that's some kind of Discordian kind of nonsense.
The truth of the matter is that the apocalypse began in the after Christ's resurrection. That was the beginning of the end. So, it's the fact that it's been 2,000 years. That's nothing to God. It's one day is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is one day. Where there's signs of the end, birth pains till the end. We're in, as Father Seraphim Rose said, he said it's sooner than you think, So we should be prepared for it at all times, even if no man knows the day or the hour. That's why I think it's kind of like we don't know, so we're always prepared.
This is insane. Not only should you prepare for the apocalypse at all times, you don't know when it's going to be, but he's saying you should slow it down in some sort of weird accelerationist move. How do you slow something down that's initiated by the creator?
Yeah, only the creator knows.
They either want to accelerate.
Nobody else knows. Not even
instead of let him do his thing.
Like, not even Satan knows when the end's gonna be.
Who?
Satan.
Who?
Satan, the
I'm
devil.
playing with you, dude. I'm playing with you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. I thought you were being like serious. Yeah, I don't know you that well, I guess. 'Cause I think this is the first time I met you, ain't it? All right.
Yeah, this is our friend Unseen Warfare. He's an Orthodox Christian monk, and
Ah.
I think you met Reddington. Obviously you met myself. They got a comment up here praising you. It says, "I remember James' life talks came to the determinism free will debate. He asked a couple of good questions and shared good knowledge." So yeah.
Yeah, I came to that debate and I went up to the after thing. I think it was on Sarah Raging Tomatoes. That debate. If I remember right, it was the one between JS and Stepfire.
Oh, okay.
Not to get in your business. Where are you from, man? What part of the South?
Virginia.
Yeah, I'm North Carolina, but I lived in Petersburg, Virginia for a while.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So you're a monk, like a.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I've been to at least one monastery, as far as the Orthodox Church.
What, in Virginia?
No, North Carolina. Because closest one to
Oh.
me is North Carolina.
Oh. I don't even. Wow. I wonder where that was. Where was it?
Not gonna go that far.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm in New Jersey right now. I'm in a monastery up here. So.
Dirty Jersey.
Yeah, I can tell you if you have Discord. I don't mind telling you on Discord.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, but it's not like like a city part of New Jersey. Like I'm on top of a mountain right now, so which
Jersey
I didn't know
has
it
a
was like
mountain?
dude, I didn't know either, man. It's crazy, beautiful.
Dang.
Yeah, it's beautiful up
I
here.
grew up outside West Philly, so going to Jersey Shore and all that, but I never knew they had a freaking mountain.
Yeah, it's surprisingly it feels like home because I grew up going to like the Appalachian Mountains because I'm from North Carolina. It feels a lot like that here, surprisingly.
Oh, Boone.
Yeah, Boone, North Carolina.
Oh yeah, I know where Boone is.
The Black River, yeah.
We're a bunch of good old country boys.
Yeah, I lived in Boone for a little bit actually. Like I had a house on a lake in in my early teenage years. Well, my dad
Nice.
did, but that's cool.
Who's Griff the Grifter? Is that Brown's boy?
You already know, man. The
It's
man
gotta
of many
be.
names.
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Actions, we're not really that concerned at all. I mean, is that basically an
That would
accurate
be
sum up?
yes, and with the big qualifier that I think it's always unbelievably hard to really know what's going on in our culture
because you're in it.
All these things can be qualified in all these ways. Even if we talk just about the nuclear standoff, it was really crazy from the 50s to the 80s, and there was probably something very dangerous about the brinksmanship of Kennedy or maybe even of Reagan at the end. But the brinksmanship worked because people were scared, and then the last 30 years we still have nuclear weapons, but it's a very strange way how this deterrent works. If you take something like the totalitarian nightmare that is North Korea, and that country should not be allowed to have nuclear weapons. Any rational calculation says we should have just bombed them in 1994 right away. And instead we treat it as a sort of cartoon villain where they send videos of nuking the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. They produce videos doing that, and And if we took them seriously, we would escalate. By not taking them seriously, we don't escalate. Although on some level, from a nuclear deterrence theory, it feels like that shouldn't be able to work at all. So,
Well,
so
what
I
do
think
you
we're just
think?
in a
What do you
very,
think
very strange zone the
about
last
this,
30
man?
years.
You know
So
how
is the
Trump was
domestic
saying.
political apocalypticism, is that
Uh,
to
you,
some
you know how Trump was saying, like he had a conversation with the North Korean guy, and he said, the North Korea guy brought up the nuke, and then Trump was like, well, I got a button too, but mine works. So what do you think? Like theirs doesn't work? Like it's just a bluff?
Yeah, I mean, this is dancing on the razor's edge there for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I do think that, believe it or not, I think North Korea has a love, at least their demigod leader has a love for American culture, and maybe Dennis Rodman's keeping us all right with those guys or something, like, of all people. It seems that way. I don't know. And Trump kind of like walking over the border, I feel like that was pretty big, like a sign of respect or something between them and us in some way.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much Theo played a part in any of that, right? Because, if he's talking about ideas on this level, the Bible and the Enlightenment and all this stuff, then, I bet he's curating some of these news stories, for sure. Even
Yeah.
like the thing he said about AOC was wild. He said that she might be controlled opposition created by a Republican. Crazy stuff. Right?
Huh. What do you think?
I mean, she definitely fits the bill. She's dumb enough.
Yeah. It definitely, thinking about it, yeah, it seems like a false dialectic. But I've thought that for a long time, like the Hegelian dialectic is sort of playing out between right and left. But the fact that, does he have evidence for that claim, or is he just saying that?
Yeah, I mean, he kind of just floated it out there. It's very weird, but yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I understand why he would say that, because she's so absurd that it would almost feel like that's got to be controlled opposition. But it's hard to tell sometimes. Sometimes it's natural. It could be naturally controlled opposition, where the person doesn't necessarily know they're being used to funnel people into that dialectic, And maybe it's spiritual dialectics, and that's something that I've tried to think about, but I don't know if that's just like me not wanting to believe necessarily that people are really doing these things, or not. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Neuro was right. This was a very interesting talk. Definitely may play this after my show later. Like I think around like maybe 5 a.m. or something, I'll play it. The people that are there.
Cool.
Because that's usually where there's the lowest amount of people there. But yeah, this was a crazy, important breakdown, I think. But yeah, there's like 3 more minutes left of this. But yeah, very important breakdown here that we just did.
some degree of distraction from the thing that could really destroy. No one's talking about nuclear missiles anymore. I mean, it's just not part of the discussion, but some conservative gets canceled, or some conservative says, look, January 6th was terrible, but it wasn't a threat to the world. And so CNN can just talk about that all day, and Fox News can talk about AOC all day. And there's a pantomime to it. And we haven't destroyed any nuclear missiles. The globe is still threatened by this stuff.
There probably are a number of other technologies that are, quite dangerous. I mean, there's a question about AI,
biowar, maybe,
or the uncomfortable thing I always like to point about artificial intelligence is that it should be thought of as primarily a military technology that will be used to kill people on the other side, and that maybe you need to have autonomous weapon systems that can work on their own because they'll be faster. It can even be justified as a humanitarian thing, since our own soldiers won't be in the line of fire or something like that. But it seems at least potentially very, very dangerous. And so I think there are sort of a number of these dimensions like this that we're certainly not talking about. And again, my read on the culture would be that a lot of it is just intention redirection. If you pay attention to things, you can think about them, you can change them, you can do things about them. And probably the main way in which we don't improve ourselves or change ourselves is that we are in this like semi-hypnotic trance, or it's this magic show where we're always paying attention to something that's really just a silly sideshow, and the main thing is not seeing.
I'd like to talk more in the future, if you're willing, about what that off-ramp, about it. Is there a path toward definite optimism, to use the phrase from your book? So maybe we can kind of set up now, because this is a little scary. And if you stop there's a little bit of hopelessness, right? But of course, you're not hopeless. You believe in human agency.
Yes.
So maybe a next conversation is, what does an off-ramp look like? And I don't know that or I know.
Yes.
But is it at least worth talking about it and trying to figure out what an off-ramp, what the imitation of Christ might look like as an off-ramp? So I hope you can come back.
Whoa.
Let's do that.
Peter, always a pleasure.
He said what the imitation of Christ might look like an off-ramp. Is that what he said?
Oh yeah, he was actually saying that there's going to be some sort of semblance of a globalist interpretation of Christianity where people get off the ramp. He said the off ramp of the Gospels is if everybody believes it. So something about the imitation of Christ. So in his total term where he's conflated pagan philosophy with the Gospels, now he's going to then, reach and say, we're trying to imitate Christ here, so.
Antichrist, straight out. And
imitation of Christ, yeah, right. Right. Doesn't the Antichrist imitate Christ too? Right?
That's exactly what the Antichrist does. He's an imitation of Christ, and he's this one world leader. And then what is that Christianity he's talking about? This new Christianity. That's the ecumenical Christianity we're seeing today, where there's no one church. It's all, factions that make up bits and pieces of this one church, with these different leaders all over the world that will all bow to this charismatic leader that's coming out of Jerusalem from the tribe of Dan or something. Like that's the idea. Whether they know it or not, they're fulfilling prophecy unconsciously, being influenced by the demonic. That's what I see, at least. Like that's what's happening. But they even use the term, an imitation of Christ. Like if that's the definition of Antichrist, pretty insane.
We'll see what he says. What's the answer? How do we imitate Christ as an off-ramp? What the fuck?
Create a utopia. That's what he's going to say, something like that. Like it's not going to be, say the salvation of a soul. It's going to be the salvation of the world, because they're obsessed with materialism. Like it can't be spiritual.
I always learn so much. Thank you.
Thank you. To be continued.
Oh, okay. So
So they just laid that there.
that's what they ended on. The imitation of Christ.
How absurd.
Crazy.
So there it is, folks. Total nonsense. From Presbyterian and a Catholic.
Oh, it was
Yo, Chiba, if I ever see that cat again, cousin, he ain't gonna make it. Yeah, that's my word, cousin, he ain't gonna make it. Ja Mercury, I just finished putting heat in this Mercury. When he was speeching, my aim wasn't accurate. Off 2 degrees, bubbling. Fumbled the toe, skating on ice slippery, smothered in absolute. Was you drink? Absolutely. Motion melodic, I got it. Carving the suede parade over crooks that would trade diamonds. My high velocity fades. My digital doctor, breathing with sunny cheaper, flaming off vodka in the submarine. Landscaping the next
Listen to the super fly, bumping black season on high. Melt inside my jig and fly. Tune to the black belt gem, saying sucky sucky now. Come on, sugar, fuck that dude. It's the Casanova brand. Baby, caress up on it. Let me in the centerfold. Sugar smoking sunny cheaper. Name Sheba, baby Shane. Listen to my game of death. Sugar shacking right to left. Sapping in the fly trap. And your lady Scarface hand over that merchandise. Nice ice.
Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves. Blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 thieves. Killing them soft leaves, making them cop leaves. Blessing the black leaf, sticking with 40 thieves.
Now I got the crystals, bruh, polarizer lacula. If cubic zirconia convince the test them bastards. Money on the wood, make the betting good. Sister girl of Madam Zenobia is running all the bras and chicks. Why she directing flicks, whistling the henchman. Guess I gotta feed these cats, got them Andre crouching. Don't they know I'm Diamond Crook, Satin Struthers production. Now you gotta go by my shit and try to screw the cats.
Up in SOs with expressos, reflecting ice, familiar face. About to get stoned there off for his life, but not in the sight. Prefer to play the shade the after hours. Besides, Nini's Chinese is taking Henny, don't shower, so I bless another glass. Pass